The teacher's phone rings mid-speech. With wide eyes and excitement he can barely contain, he turns to the class and declares, "The awakening platform is ready." Cue absolute chaos. Students leap from their chairs like it's the last day of school. Cheers echo through the halls as they stampede toward the platform. But in the back corner of the classroom, one student doesn't move. Lu Fan stays seated, eyes calm. The teacher walks over, puzzled. "Lu Fan, you re the top student. You've got nothing to worry about." But Lu Fan isn't hesitating because he's scared. It's because, bam! He just awakened a system out of nowhere. Super treasure map system activated. Lu Fan stares blankly. What? Now? Before he can process this surprise upgrade, the teacher slams a hand on his desk. "Lu Fan! You all right?" Snapping out of it, Lu Fan quickly nods. "All good, sir. Just visualizing success." Then, like a man on a mission, he dashes toward the awakening platform. As he runs, he reflects, of course, I'd get a system. I am a transmigrator, after all. Classic. But system analysis could wait. First things first, awakening ceremony. As the students gathered, they gawked at the colossal glowing crystal at the center of the platform. This was the medium for awakening, an ancient artifact that would determine their future. Tension crackled in the air like static. The teacher tried to keep everyone calm, but between dreams of glory and fears of disappointment, no one was listening. Lu Fan overheard a student whispering, "I hope I get a hidden class, maybe even a Saint-tier combat class." His buddy chuckled and brought him back to earth. "Yeah, and I hope I wake up with six-pack abs. Let's just try not to get chef or latrine cleaner, all right?" Soon, the ceremony officially began. The Grandmaster stepped onto the stage, his voice carrying over the crowd like a battle horn. "Let this year's awakening ceremony begin." He motioned toward a figure in flowing robes, the priest conducting the ceremony. As the priest walked up, students couldn't help but gawk at his dominating presence. This guy didn't look like a mere support class. He looked like he could tank a dungeon boss solo. Lu Fan's newly awakened system chimed in again, giving him a shiny new ability, Eye of Appraisal. "Let's test this bad boy." He focused on the priest. Instantly, information popped into view. Level 29 professional skills, professional awakening net worth, 5 million dragon coins. Lu Fan blinked. 5 million. My aunt would have to steam buns till the next era to make that much. Before he could dwell on the staggering wealth gap, the headmaster raised his voice again, signaling the start of the roll call. Names were being called one by one. First up, Jing Dao, the golden boy of Section 25. Rumored to have god-tier attributes, Jing Dao was the student everyone loved, and loved to envy. Watch, he's definitely getting something epic. As Jing Dao stepped onto the stage, the priest began chanting. The massive crystal pulsed with energy, glowing brighter and brighter, until, with a sudden whoosh, a fireball shot out. Pyromancer! The crowd gasped. A combative profession, and a rare one at that. The girl screamed, hearts pounding. Jing Dao conjured a small fireball in his palm and smirked. He was basically printing date requests at this point. Lu Fan watched the scene unfold, his jaw tight. This was what power looked like. This was the difference between struggle and success. If I can awaken a combative class, he thought, I can change everything. But the universe wasn't handing out fireballs to everyone. As the ceremony continued, most students ended up with subsistence professions, herbalist, tailor, miner, and so on. Useful? Absolutely. Glorious? Not quite. These were the people who made the world turn, but they didn't exactly get groupies. Lu Fan realized the truth. Despite all the dreams and hype, combative professions were rare. Most would leave this ceremony with nothing more than calluses and humble paychecks. And soon, it would be his turn. Awakening as a combative professional meant everything in this world: fame, power, fortune. It was the golden ticket out of mediocrity. Meanwhile, a subsistence profession meant you would likely end up working 9 to 5 just to survive. Still, not everyone saw it as a curse. A student ahead of Lu Fan whispered to their friend, honestly? Even a subsistence profession isn't so bad. Better than a reinforcing class if you were broke. They brought up Li Ping from Section 3. Her family was already struggling financially, and yet she awakened as a reinforcing professional, a class that required tons of money just to level up. Skills? Useful. Maintenance? Bank breaking. For someone like her, it might have been better to get a profession like tailor or apothecary. At least she could earn a steady living. Lu Fan overheard and felt his stomach tighten. His family wasn't well off either. If he ended up with a profession that required wealth to grow, he'd be stuck right from the start. Just then, the headmaster's voice rang out across the platform. Lu Fan, step up! As he walked toward the awakening pedestal, the atmosphere shifted. The girls in the crowd suddenly took notice. One of them whispered, "Wait. Is Lu Fan actually hot?" Another giggled, "Smart, handsome, and mysterious. Please let him awaken as something cool." But Lu Fan was focused. No distractions now. He stepped up to the glowing crystal, inhaled sharply, and placed his hands on it. No point being nervous now, he told himself. The priest resumed his chant, and in the next moment, everything changed. A vision exploded in Lu Fan's mind. A red dragon with blazing yellow eyes locked onto him. The earth trembled. Students stumbled, grabbing each other for balance. Golden light poured from the crystal, completely engulfing Lu Fan. Then, a dragon appeared. Not in the vision. In real life. A golden dragon, born from the awakening light, soared above the ceremony grounds. Gasps filled the air. Teachers dropped their notepads. The crowd froze. A hidden profession? One of the female teachers turned to Teacher Lee, wide-eyed. "Your section produced a hidden professional." Teacher Lee nearly fainted from joy. Hidden professionals were legendary, rare, powerful, and capable of altering the fate of kingdoms. If Lu Fan awakened as a dragon blood warrior or a dragon language mage, he wouldn't just be famous, he'd be historic. They hadn't seen someone awaken as a dragon blood warrior in over 10 years. The dragon roared. A sound so thunderous it shook the sky and made students cover their ears. Then, as suddenly as it came, the beast vanished. The headmaster bolted toward Lu Fan, barely containing his excitement. "Tell me, did you awaken as a dragon blood warrior? Or dragon language mage?" Lu Fan looked up. Calm. Stoic. Then sighed. "No. I awakened as a Dragon Tamer." Silence. Like someone hit the mute button on reality. The headmaster blinked. "You or what?" A few students whispered. Others straight up laughed. "Isn't that the most worthless hidden class in existence? You get a whole light show for that." Despite the ceremony ending in such dramatic fashion, Lu Fan found himself walking alone through the old town of Ganghai City later that day. His system interface hovered beside him like a personal HUD. Profession, Dragon Tamer level, 10 special skill, can tame dragons and dragon-like creatures. Net worth, 239 dragon coins, and not exactly the salary of a future legend, Lu Fan muttered. Flashbacks of the ceremony haunted him. Shocked teachers, mocking students, even his own doubts echoed in his mind. Sure, he had a hidden class, but it was the least useful one of the bunch. Why? Because dragons are ridiculously rare. And if you do find one? Good luck not becoming crispy toast. Dragons weren't pets. They were apex predators. Tamers needed absurd strength, charisma, and sheer luck just to get close, let alone gain loyalty. Some clueless students still didn't get the issue. Wait, if Dragon Tamer is one of the 3 great hidden professions, why is it so looked down on? Another student answered bluntly, because most people never even see a dragon. Taming one? That's fantasy-level nonsense. The headmaster, though clearly disappointed, tried to console Lu Fan. He gave him a gentle pat on the shoulder and said, "It's still a hidden profession, Lu Fan. Boundless potential. Maybe you can start with sub-dragon species? Grow stronger from there." It wasn't much, but it was something. And for Lu Fan, that was enough. Because no matter how weak or useless people thought his path was, he was going to prove them all wrong. But Lu Fan knew better. All the headmasters talk about potential didn't mean much without a real dragon. Sub-dragon species? Just glorified beasts with an attitude problem. Nowhere near the majestic, terrifying power of a true dragon. And the worst part? In the entire 800-year history of the Dragon Kingdom, dragons had appeared, sure. But a Dragon Tamer actually taming one? Not even once. Humans, no matter how strong, were still ants in a dragon's eyes. Lu Fan knew chasing the dream of taming a giant dragon was like chasing clouds, pretty, but pointless. He glanced at his system window. All his skills were locked. Why? Because he hadn't tamed a dragon yet. Classic catch, 22. He sighed, thinking about his aunt, Han Siyu. She'd worked herself to the bone to pay for his schooling, hoping he'd one day break free of poverty. And now? He couldn't even give her a better life. He couldn't even give himself a better skill tree. Lost in thought, Lu Fan suddenly found himself standing at the front door of their home, no memory of walking there. He blinked, shook the fog off, and forced a smile onto his face. "I'm home," he called out, voice cheerful. Or at least, trying to be. And then came Aunt Han Siyu. Now let me tell you, Han Siyu was a force of nature. The moment she saw Lu Fan, she launched at him like a missile made of love and flower dust, locking him in a tight hug. "You're back. Tell me everything. What profession did you awaken?" She beamed, eyes full of excitement. Lu Fan opened his mouth to answer, but before he could speak, she cut him off. "Hey, it's okay. Even if you didn't awaken a combat class, that's fine. Honestly, I'd prefer you weren't out there risking your life every day." Her words were warm, comforting, but they hit Lu Fan like a truck. "No, Auntie," he said, louder than he meant to. "I did awaken a combat class. I became a Dragon Tamer." He braced for disappointment. Instead, Han Siyu looked like she'd just won the lottery. "That's amazing. So what if you don't have a dragon yet?" "It just means you're strong enough to even be chosen by that profession." She pulled him into another hug. "You'll get into college, and I'll keep supporting you like always. And if you decide not to go, that's fine too. We'll run the steam bun shop together." Steam buns over dragons? Honestly, tempting. Lu Fan felt a lump in his throat. His eyes stung. He didn't deserve someone this kind, this selfless. "Don't cry, dummy. Dinner's getting cold," Han Siyu teased. Lu Fan finally looked at the table. She'd cooked a feast, way too much for one person. She must have spent hours preparing it, hoping to celebrate his awakening. He sat down, trying to enjoy it. But the guilt lingered. Later that night, Lu Fan lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling. His thoughts circled like vultures. Han Siyu was only 26, yet she'd been working tough, low-paying jobs for years. Her hands were covered in cuts and bruises. He remembered once, she'd hidden a burn from him so he wouldn't worry. "I want to change her life," he whispered. But how? Without a dragon, being a dragon tamer meant nothing. Frustrated, Lu Fan slammed his fists into the mattress. "If I just had a dragon, I could really do something." Then, ding! A notification from the system popped up, completely out of nowhere. "Congratulations! You've received your first day reward, Divine Level Treasure Map." Lu Fan blinked. Wait, what? He quickly remembered something important. His system wasn't just about dragon taming. It was called the Super Treasure Map System. At the ceremony, he'd only used the appraisal function. He hadn't even checked out the treasure map features. His hands trembled with excitement as he tapped the treasure map icon. What if this wasn't just some gimmick? What if this treasure map actually led him to a dragon? A map, a lie, and a stampede. The system finally explained itself. Turns out, the treasure maps were ranked beginner, intermediate, advanced, and divine. And here's the kicker. 3 low-tier maps could be fused into one higher-level map. Pretty neat, right? Lu Fan barely had time to process that when another notification popped up. "You'll receive 1 random treasure map each day, graded and located randomly. Reach the marked area to receive a reward tied to your profession." Wait, tied to his profession? Lu Fan's eyes widened. If that was true, this treasure hunt could actually lead him to a dragon. For the first time in days, hope sparked in his chest. Maybe, just maybe, this super treasure map system wasn't some gimmick. Maybe it was his golden ticket, from being the weakest to standing at the top. He clicked on the divine level treasure map. A glowing map burst open in front of him, highlighting one specific location, Mount Shiabas. Lu Fan knew the place. It wasn't too far from Shanghai City. If he caught the last suburban bus, he could be there by dawn. The next morning Han Siyu stretched, still in her nightdress, and flicked on the light. Her hair was a mess. She shuffled out and saw a note on the dining table. She glanced toward Lu Fan's room. Empty. Her heart sank as she read the letter. "Auntie, I've gone to Mount Shiabas. This might be my only shot to change my fate. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. She clutched the note tightly, eyes brimming with worry. Meanwhile, a bus rumbled through the misty mountain roads. Lu Fan sat alone, unaware that a group of shader-looking individuals was eyeing him from the back seats. But he wasn't thinking about them. He was thinking about his aunt, about the pain in her hands, about the life she deserved, and about the dragon that could change everything. He stepped off the bus at the barren outskirts of Mount Shiabas. The place looked deserted. No birds. No wind. Just eerie silence. Perfect setting for a horror movie, he thought. Then, bump! Someone knocked into his backpack. Lu Fan spun around. Two strangers stood there. A muscular man with a scar and a petite girl with fox-like eyes. They looked like the kind of people who robbed you before they asked your name. Lu Fan stepped back, hand on his weapon. Before he could react, a third figure, a grizzled old man with an eye patch, appeared behind him and grabbed his shoulder. You alone, kid? Want to team up? Lu Fan shrugged him off fast. No thanks. I work alone. He narrowed his eyes. These three weren't adventurers, they were dungeon robbers. And he was walking gold to them. The girl grinned, pulling out a knife. You sure? You might want to rethink that. The eye patch man leaned in. It's dangerous out here alone. You might not make it back. Lu Fan was sweating inside but didn't show it. He had to bluff. Hard. I'm a summoner, he lied. I can summon elemental creatures. I don't need help. The trio froze. For a moment, nobody said anything. Then the man chuckled. Oh? Well, that changes things. The girl winked and blew him a kiss. Hope we meet again, handsome. Lu Fan, momentarily flustered, 100% relieved. Yeah, sure, great. Let's never meet again, thanks. As they disappeared into the forest, he thought to himself, this wilderness is dangerous. But not as dangerous as getting stabbed in the back. The encounter rattled him. Without real power, he was nothing but easy prey. He opened his system map and picked up the pace. As Lu Fan ventured deeper into Mount Shiabas, he spotted something majestic and terrifying. A herd of power horn horses. Level 8 magical beasts. Graceful, massive, and very territorial. Lu Fan knew the drill, don't poke the horses. Don't get poked by the horses. He quietly veered off course, taking a long detour around them. The longer route made him anxious, but better anxious than trampled. Or so he thought. Soon, he found himself facing a group of giant horn antelopes. Stronger, faster, and known for their bad temper. He moved slowly, carefully, one step at a time. Squelch! A tiny frog underfoot screamed out its pain with a dramatic ribbit of betrayal. The antelopes snapped their heads toward him, eyes full of murder. Oh no! Next thing he knew, Lu Fan was running for his life. Through bushes, over roots, lungs burning. Spotting a flat rocky ledge, he dove. Thud! Dust exploded around him as the herd thundered past, narrowly missing him. Panting, he lay there, heart racing. I can't even handle an angry antelope, he clenched his fists. This is what being powerless feels like. But he wasn't done. Not yet. Because somewhere out there, on this mountain, was his first real treasure. And maybe, just maybe, his first real dragon. Lu Fan stood alone, staring at the spot where he nearly became roadkill under a pack of angry antelopes. Catching his breath, he whispered to himself, if I miss this opportunity today, my fate might end up like that poor frog, and just then, ding. System notification, you've arrived at your designated treasure map location. Lu Fan's eyes locked onto two massive rocks ahead. A faint red glow flickered between them, just like on the map. Behind those rocks was a narrow cave. Inside? A pitch-black egg, pulsing softly, cracking slowly. No way. A dragon egg? Before he could even react, his system confirmed it. Unidentified black dragon egg, level unknown. Lu Fan's heart thudded. This was it. This was the moment. If he could tame this dragon, he'd go from bottom feeder to apex predator overnight. But before the excitement could settle, a rustle in the grass snapped him back to reality. Lu Fan turned, cleaver in hand. From the shadows emerged a bloodthirsty grey fox, its red eyes glowing with primal rage. It snarled and leapt, fangs wide, catching his cleaver in its canines with a metallic clang. The fox lunged again. Lu Fan twisted, flinging it to the ground. Panting, he activated his appraisal skill. Bloodthirsty grey fox, special skills, triple claw strike, Bloodthirst Recovery Triple Claw Strike? And it heals by draining blood? Great. Just great. He glanced back at the dragon egg. The cracks were widening. If I can just stall the fox until it hatches. But the fox wasn't waiting. It darted forward, fast as lightning. Lu Fan raised his arm, slash. Pain exploded as the claws tore into his forearm. He gritted his teeth. He couldn't let it recover. Not now. The fox lashed out again, strike 1. Lu Fan braced. Strike 2, blocked by his cleaver. Strike 3, he barely dodged, rolling aside just in time. Now! With every ounce of strength, Lu Fan swung his cleaver down, crack. The blade slammed into the fox's skull. Blood sprayed. The creature collapsed with a twitch. System notification, you have defeated a bloodthirsty grey fox. Plus 120 EXP. Lu Fan staggered backward, covered in blood, heart racing. But just as he caught his breath, 3 shadows appeared behind him. Slow clapping echoed. Nice work, Dragon Boy. Lu Fan turned, of course. It was them. The dungeon robbers. The girl smirked. The muscular guy cracked his knuckles. And the eye patch man looked far too amused. Lu Fan immediately took a defensive stance. Don't get any ideas. I'm not joining your gang. The girl giggled. Relax. No need to be so nervous, she leaned in with a smirk. We know you lied about being a summoner. Eye patch chimed in, grinning, a real summoner wouldn't get scratched up by a fox. You're not fooling anyone, kid. Lu Fan cursed silently. They'd figured it out. Still, he played it cool. He nudged the fox's corpse toward them with his boot. Take the fur and scram. I'm not in the mood. The eye patch man picked it up and chuckled. Worth maybe 80 dragon coins. Nice try. He locked eyes with Lu Fan. But we're not here for this. We're here for that. Lu Fan's stomach sank. He turned his head slightly. Sure enough, the muscular guy and the girl were staring at the dragon egg. They are after the divine treasure too. Before he could react, the muscular thug charged. Boom! The punch landed square in Lu Fan's chest. His cleaver flew from his hand as he crashed to the ground, gasping. Dazed and dizzy, he opened his eyes to find the girl on top of him, knife pressed against his throat. Don't move, or you'll bleed. The eye patch man crouched beside him, smug. You underestimated a dungeon robber's nose for treasure. Then the muscular guy called out from the cave. Hey, boss! You won't believe what I found. He stood over the cracking dragon egg, his shadow looming ominously over the treasure that could have changed everything for Lu Fan. Lu Fan's worst fear had come true, his enemies had reached the dragon egg first. And now, lying on the ground with a knife to his throat, it seemed like the end. Finish him off, the eye patch man barked. The girl leaned in, blade glinting. You handsome. But it's time to say goodbye. But Lu Fan wasn't going down like this. Behind them, the dragon egg cracked wide open, and in a burst of light, something shot into the sky like a meteor. Everyone froze. Above them hovered a massive black silhouette, wings outstretched, eyes burning like twin furnaces. A dragon. A real, full-grown dragon. Panic struck the robbers instantly. The eye patch guy hurled a potion into the air. The dragon dodged it like it was swatting a fly. The muscular thug roared and tried to punch the creature. Bad move. Whoosh! The dragon opened its jaws, unleashing a searing blast of energy that incinerated him mid-air. Ashes! The eye patch man was paralyzed with fear, watching his buddy's crispy remains fall to the ground. The dragon turned its gaze on him. No. Please? Too late. Even the girl was trembling now. The knife dropped from her hand. Lu Fan didn't waste the chance. With one powerful shove, he knocked her aside and got back to his feet. You guys really picked the wrong target, he growled. He sprinted toward the dragon. It hovered in place, unsure of whether to fry him or not. Lu Fan raised his hands. Dragon taming technique. A golden light radiated from his palms. Even the dragon flinched, confused. Then, he touched it. System notification, Black Dragon Covenant tamed by Lu Fan. New skills unlocked, Dragon Claw, Dragon Fong Strike, Dragon Inspiration. The girl stumbled backward. What? Who are you? Lu Fan turned, finally smirking. I'm not just a summoner. I'm a Dragon Tamer. The dragon growled and leapt toward her. She panicked, tripping over herself. I didn't know it was a dragon egg. I swear. I'm sorry. But Lu Fan's voice was cold. You schemed against innocent people. You can join your friends. He pointed. Finish her. Boom. The dragon obeyed. The dust cleared. Lu Fan sat alone on a cliff's edge, wrapping a bandage around his torn arm. Beside him, the dragon rummaged through his bag like a curious puppy. He lifted the creature with both arms, laughing in disbelief. You're way too lively. If you'd re this strong now. Imagine when you level up. He hugged it tightly. Maybe being a Dragon Tamer isn't such a weak class after all. But something was off. The dragon stared at his wound, then gently licked it. A soft red aura surrounded its body. Then, whoosh! Wings spread. Magic swirled. And right before his eyes, the dragon transformed. Standing there was a stunning girl, with elegant black wings, a long sleek tail, and eyes that sparkled like obsidian fire. Lu Fan blinked. Wait. What? Yup. Plot twist. His dragon just turned into a girl. All hail the waifu tamer. Lu Fan was speechless. His newly hatched companion, now a human-like girl, stood before him, tilting her head like a confused puppy. She didn't speak human language yet. Just nodded at everything he said. This is adorable, and kind of terrifying. While she fluttered around like an over-caffeinated child, Lu Fan opened his system to check his newly unlocked powers. Dragon taming lets him form bonds with dragon-type beasts. Dragon claw transforms his arm into a massive claw whose strength depends on his current dragon. Dragon Fong Strike channels dragon energy for a devastating blow. Dragon Inspiration boosts both his and his dragon's attack and attributes by 30%. No wonder I'm crushing the power charts now, he muttered. Then, curiosity took over. He tapped on his dragon's profile. And boom, her stats popped up. Lu Fan couldn't believe his eyes. He stared at the dragon girl, his dragon girl, while her ridiculously overpowered stats glowed on the interface like cheat codes. Strength, 342 agility, 267 spirit, 359 endurance, 373 at level 1. Talk about broken, but it didn't stop there. Her skill set was even more outrageous. Mighty Jaw Assault, she lunges forward, bites hard, and causes continuous bleeding. Lava Flame spews fire non-stop while healing herself. That's right. Damage and sustain. Black Dragon Heritage reduces all incoming damage by 50%, immunity to all debuffs, and boosts self-healing by 500%. Bloodline Connection grants 10% of her attributes directly to Lu Fan. That means he just got stronger too. Lu Fan blinked. Is this a newborn or a final boss? He checked again. Yep. It was real. The bloodline connection not only gave him a 10% bonus from her, but apparently doubled his own base stats. That explained why he suddenly felt like he could dropkick a mountain. No wonder I feel like I could take on a whole army. This is the true power of one of the 3 strongest hidden professions. All those haters calling Dragon Tamer the weakest class? Joke's on them. They haven't seen this dragon. And right at that moment, he saw her chewing on her own eggshell. Still got that baby brain, huh? Even though she had a human form, she was clearly still just a newborn dragon. Curious, innocent, and hungry. Lu Fan realized there was still one big thing left. I need to give you a name. He paused, watching the first light of dawn stretch across the sky. A little black dragon, born just before sunrise. Shia, he said softly. Your name is Shia. The dragon girl paused mid-bite, looked up at him, and smiled. Wide, bright, and innocent. Like she was thrilled to finally be someone. Lu Fan's heart melted. He patted her head, grinning. Glad you like it. All right, Shia, you hungry? She nodded, finishing off the last piece of shell like a crunchy snack. Let's go hunt some monsters then. Can't go home on an empty stomach. Lu Fan stood up, tightening the straps on his bag. His mind flashed to the upcoming university entrance trial, his shot at the Southern Province's top scholar title, and a seat in the Dragon Kingdom's most elite institution. But he knew one thing, he wasn't ready yet. We need to level up. Fast. He turned to Shia, who fluttered up beside him. With a mischievous grin. Next stop, Mount Shia Basin. Word is, the monsters there taste better than eggshells. They barely made it 10 steps before a loud noise echoed through the forest. Rustling. Thudding. Growling. Lu Fan snapped his fingers, pulling up the interface. Detected, Plains Hyena's nasty creatures. Real troublemakers. They came with 2 dangerous attacks. Rending bite causes ongoing bleeding. Putrefaction applies a disease debuff, weakening both defense and healing. But if you beat them? Loot drop, canine teeth, 95 dragon coins each. Lu Fan gulped. These guys are definitely tougher than that bloodthirsty grey fox from before, and I barely walked away from that fight. Just as he considered backing off, he looked up and froze. Wait, where's Xia? Already airborne. The dragon girl was in full flight, eyes glowing, wings spread wide, and wearing a grin that screamed, "I call dibs on the snacks." Lu Fan sighed. Yep, definitely still a newborn. But one thing was clear, this duo was no longer prey. They were the predators now. Lu Fan could tell Xia wanted to lead this fight. He smiled, stepping back as she soared into the sky. With flames building in her belly and hyenas roaring below, one thing was certain, Mount Xiaobas holds no danger, not for the strongest Dragon Tamer and his dragon. The hyenas didn't stand a chance. High above, Xia's form glowed with molten energy. Then, lava flame exploded from her mouth, blanketing the field in searing fire. The beast screeched and collapsed, dropping loot and XP like burnt pinatas. Ding! Lu Fan reached level 11. Ding! Xia hit level 3. With a grin, Lu Fan told her, "All right, no more time on these small fries. Let's go find the real threat." Their eyes turned to a shadowy cave nestled in the mountainside. That's when he felt it, killing intent. From within the darkness, 3 glowing eyes stared them down. No, not 3 eyes, 3 sets. The beast stepped forward, massive, fur blazing with crimson streaks. The 3-headed blood lion. Level 25. Each head snarled independently, dripping with menace. This elite monster wasn't just for show. It had raw buffs its own defense and attack. Trample, a massive area damage. Triple flame, 3 waves of fire-based AoE that melt anything dumb enough to stand still. Defeating it meant 23,790 EXP, and rare drops like Blood Lion's Tooth and Blood Lion Skin. Normally, it'd take a whole party of elite hunters to even attempt this. But Lu Fan wasn't normal anymore. "I've got Xia. That's more than enough." He gave the order. Xia let out a low growl of approval. The battle began. The Blood Lion central head howled, casting Roar, boosting its power, then started charging Triple Flame, a slow but deadly cast. Lu Fan narrowed his eyes. "That charge time, we can interrupt it." He turned to Xia. "Let's coordinate. Take the heads, I'll follow through." In an instant, Xia's body ignited, flames spiraling around her as she reverted to her dragon form. She shot forward like a bullet from a cannon. Mighty Jaw Assault! She bit into the central head, then clamped her claws around the other 2, pinning them down. System notification, Triple Flame successfully interrupted. Lu Fan charged in, cleaver glowing with energy. Time to end this. He leapt and shouted, "Dragon Fang Strike!" A blast of dragon aura surged through his weapon, landing squarely into the beast's chest. The lion staggered, then crashed. Down, defeated. Xia landed beside him, shifting back into her human form, panting but smiling. Lu Fan hit level 14. Xia jumped to level 9. Before they could even rest, a new system notification flashed, treasure map system activated. A new map has been sent to your inventory. Lu Fan raised an eyebrow, a sly grin forming. An exclusive Dragon Tamer treasure, huh? This day just keeps getting better. He turned to Xia. "Ready for some treasure hunting?" She nodded eagerly, clearly still buzzing from the fight. Scene shift, deeper in Mount Xiaobas 3 figures stood near a jagged rock formation. A blue-haired girl looked impatiently at the cave in front of them. "Are we really going to let this opportunity slip by?" Her uncle, a burly warrior named Sunu, crossed his arms and shook his head. "The fortuitous realm needs 5 people to open. We don't have enough." He suggested sending Miss Kai, their rogue companion, back to Shanghai City to recruit more. But Kai shook her head. "Even if I sprint at top speed, the trip's a full day. The realm will vanish before I'm back." That's when we learn the girl's name, Qin Shio. Her class remains a mystery, but she's clearly no ordinary rookie. She spoke calmly but firmly. "Fortuitous realms appear randomly, and the loot is better than any regular dungeon. If we miss this, we won't get another shot." Sunu tried to cheer her up. "You're top university material, Qin Shio. You'll have your pick of secret realms." But she wasn't convinced. Her eyes lingered on the glowing runes of the cave entrance, opportunity slipping through her fingers. Back on the mountainside, Lu Fan and Xia had no idea their paths were about to cross. Qin Xiao was inches from losing her chance at greatness. The fortuitous realm was right there and still missing one member. Suddenly, rustling. Sunu and Miss Kai spun around, weapons raised, ready for a fight. But it wasn't a monster. It was Lu Fan, casually strolling by like he was out for a picnic. Sunu blinked. A kid? Out here? He warned Lu Fan, this mountain isn't for casual hikers. You should head BA. Before he could finish, Qin Xiao stepped in. With practiced poise, she introduced herself as part of the Qin family of Jianghai City, the wealthiest clan in the region. And then, out of nowhere, she made an offer, join us in the secret realm of chance. You don't even have to lift a finger, just be the 5th member. We'll pay you 100,000 dragon coins. Lu Fan paused mid-step. If the Qin family is willing to pay that much, the treasure inside must be insane. Qin Xiao explained further. They'd already found a paladin as the 4th member but were still one short. Time was ticking. If they didn't get 5 people soon, the realm would disappear. Sunu, already walking toward the glowing purplish portal, waved Lu Fan over. Hurry up if you want to get paid. These kinds of opportunities don't wait. But Lu Fan wasn't easily bought. He smiled and replied, I'm not interested in money. I'll join if we split the rewards based on contribution. Dead silence. Miss Kai blinked. Wait, you want us to divide the loot by strength? Lu Fan nodded. Exactly. Qin Xiao tilted her head, eyeing him with a puzzled look. This guy looks weaker than any of us. Is he confident, or just delusional? But they were desperate. She extended her hand with a smile. Fine. We'll go with your plan. And the 100,000 dragon coins are still yours, out of sincerity. Lu Fan shook her hand, sealing the deal. Internally, he made a decision, he wouldn't summon Shurao Yi yet. Revealing a legendary dragon in front of strangers? That was a recipe for jealousy, or worse. Better to wait until we have the loot. Then I'll let them see what real power looks like. Inside the secret realm of chance, the group stepped into the portal and emerged into a haunting wasteland. Dead trees. A choking purple fog. And silence so heavy you could hear your heartbeat. System notification, entered, Morning Village, level 20 fortuitous realm. Difficulty, solid. Group entry, 5 minimum, required. Qin Xiao whispered, it's so quiet. I can only hear us. Miss Kai analyzed the air. No wind. No animals. Even the fog's too still. Something's wrong here. Sunu, glancing sideways at Lu Fan, frowned. He doesn't even have a weapon. Is he planning to punch monsters to death? But Lu Fan just smiled. He raised his hand. Whoosh! Flames coiled around his arm as a massive black machete appeared in his grip. Its blade shimmered with dragon scales, glowing with an ominous red hue. System notification, equipped, Dragon Scale Cleaver, epic quality weapon, no level requirement. Exclusive to Dragon Tamers, Dragon Blood Warriors. Skill, Dragon Blood Armor, partially transforms user into a dragon. Boosts all dragon-related skills. Plus 65 strength, plus 30 stamina. Everyone froze. Miss Kai took a cautious step back. Qin Xiao's eyes widened. Sunu muttered, an epic weapon? At his level. Lu Fan smirked inwardly, thanking the advanced treasure map triggered by the Blood Lion. That fight had been tough, but it paid off. Now let's see how much you all underestimate me after this dungeon. Lu Fan's flashy weapon had left everyone stunned, especially Sun Go, who blurted out, wait, are you sure you're just a material hunter? You look like a transfer student from some elite academy. Miss Kai rolled her eyes. Why do you even care? If he tries anything sketchy, I'll personally turn him into zombie chow. But before the bickering could escalate, wham! A hand burst from the dirt, grabbing Sun Go's ankle. He jumped back, startled. From beneath the ground, rotting corpses began clawing their way up, corrupt zombies, level 15 monsters with terrifying skills, hug and bite, they grapple and claw while sinking their teeth in. Corpse poison, every attack poisons the victim, slowly draining HP. Zombie conversion, anyone who dies from the poison turns into one of them. Each kill gave 620 EXP, a corruption poison sack, and 256 dragon coins. Nice loot, but the cost could be fatal. Qin Xiao shouted a warning to Sun Go as more zombies erupted around them. But the paladin Jigu wasn't about to let anyone fall. Shield raised, he leapt forward like a tank on wheels, absorbing the initial wave. Status check, Jigu, level 20 knight, profession, fighter role, wall with a pulse. Miss Kai and Sun Go quickly fell back to support. Nice block, Jigu! Sun Go shouted, charging in next. Sun Go, level 28 warrior, began slicing through zombies with massive swings, while Miss Kai, level 23 rogue, danced through the chaos, blades flashing. Meanwhile, Lu Fan remained calm. His system interface flickered in his vision, revealing everyone's battle stats and actions in real time. Knight in front, warrior and rogue flank, good formation. Sun Go's close to a profession change. They're more capable than I thought. Suddenly, Qin Xiao stepped forward. Her staff glowed, and a golden aura enveloped her. She rose slightly off the ground, eyes closed in concentration. Oh, we're charging up the big gun, Lu Fan thought. Then, boom! She cast Holy Light Star Rain. Brilliant star-like energy rained down, exploding on impact, wiping out zombies by the dozens. At the same time, her allies glowed as their wounds healed. Sun Go and Miss Kai had to dive out of the blast zone just to avoid getting roasted by friendly fire. The zombies were annihilated. Qin Xiao turned to Lu Fan with a proud smile. That's my profession. System notification, revealed, hidden class, Holy Light Mage balance dual role. Moderate healing plus area damage. Lu Fan raised an eyebrow. A hidden profession again? And it's a hybrid. He complimented her on the holy damage, particularly brutal against the undead. But the celebration didn't last long. Rumble. The ground shook. Hard. From beneath the soil, a blood-red hand erupted, clawing at the air. System alert. Blood zombies, level 20 elite monsters rewards, 8, 140 EXP, blood corpse poison sac, 90 dragon coin skills, blood sucking bite, heals itself while damaging the victim. Corpse poison, as before, inflicts continuous poison damage. Blood fury, temporarily boosts strength and agility by 40%. The monsters that emerged were bulkier, faster, and clearly out for blood. Their glowing eyes locked on the team. They're not just here to fight. They're here to wipe us out. Sun Go took command instantly. Miss Kai. Protect Qin Xiao and Lu Fan. As the team regrouped for the coming onslaught, Lu Fan knew one thing for sure: if we don't pull out everything we've got, we're not walking out of this realm. Jigu, with me. Sunu's voice cut through the chaos. They couldn't let the zombie horde break their front line. Both he and Jigu charged forward, weapons blazing with energy. Sunu slashed with a powerful full moon slash, severing a zombie's arm clean off. Jigu aimed straight for the heart, driving his sword deep into the creature's chest. For a moment, it looked like they'd done real damage. But then, the zombies grinned. Not in pain. In delight. Jigu tried to pull his blade back, but the zombie wasn't letting go. Its chest began absorbing the sword, like it was devouring metal. Before they could react, a sinister laugh echoed through the mist. The zombies began growing larger, and corpse poison leaked from their mouths. System alert, corpse poison activated drains party HP and heals zombies per second. Qin Xiao's eyes widened. This isn't normal. I can't cleanse this. We need a priest's clarity skill to dispel corpse poison. Jigu groaned as the poison spread up his arm. His HP bar dropped rapidly. Help me. I can't break free. Let go of your sword, Jigu. Sunu yelled. Now! Jigu released his grip just in time. Sunu yanked him back, barely avoiding the zombie's next strike. Miss Kai, cover us! But Miss Kai was already overwhelmed, fending off two zombies that lunged at her with clawed fingers glowing green. The situation was spiraling out of control. Then, amid the madness, a voice broke through like a calm breeze through fire. Hey, Sak, chill. Don't trouble Miss Kai. Everyone turned. There stood Lu Fan. One eye glowing a crimson red, his legendary machete glowing with golden fire in his hand. He wasn't scared. He wasn't flustered. He looked like he was about to take the entire undead army head-on by himself. Sunu panicked. Get out of there! Those are red blood zombies. But Lu Fan didn't flinch. He lunged. Slash! His machete cut clean across the zombie's throat, severing it with surgical precision. The creature collapsed, dead before it even realized what hit it. The team was stunned. Sun Go stared, jaw on the floor. Did that newbie just one-shot a red blood zombie? Lu Fan casually handed Jigu his sword back. Don't back down. Keep moving forward, he said with a smile that screamed confidence. Sunu blinked. Okay, seriously, what's your level? Lu Fan's eye still glowed faintly. I'm just a normal level 14 student. No one believed that. Jigu, barely conscious, was quickly tended to by Qin Xiao, who worked to stop the poison spread. As she healed him, she overheard Lu Fan talking about coming to Mount Xia Basin for practice before the big exam. Her mind raced. Level 14? That's my age group, but how does he hit harder than Sunu, who's level 28? Before she could get an answer, a zombie lunged at her from behind, grinning with poison-dripping teeth. Qin Xiao, move! Miss Kai shouted. But she didn't have to. Lu Fan was faster. He dashed in, pinned the zombie to the wall, and took it out with a single precise swing of his machete. He turned to the group. These things are going to keep evolving. We need to end this quickly. I'll take the front. Everyone else, hold your positions. Sunu hesitated. But Qin Xiao remembered something. Rumors. Whispers back in Jianghai City. A hidden class. A powerful young tamer with dragon blood. Could it be Lu Fan, she wondered. She smiled. We'll count on you then. With Lu Fan taking point and Sun Go covering him, Qin Xiao could finally focus on healing, while Miss Kai secured the rear. Lu Fan introduced himself. The moment they heard the name, the group's suspicions clicked into place. He was the rumored Dragon Tamer. But even now, Qin Xiao still couldn't figure out one thing: how can the weakest class in the system be the strongest person in this realm? Fast forward, the team pushed forward, carving through wave after wave of blood zombies, finally reaching the village center, a place where the ground pulsed like it was alive, and even the shadows whispered warnings. Lu Fan stepped forward, glowing aura blazing, machete ready, and the real battle was just beginning. Lu Fan stood still, his eyes narrowed as the eerie silence around them deepened. The corpse poison was worsening, and Qin Xiao's healing spells couldn't stop it. The teleportation gate wouldn't open until they took down the secret realm guardian, but time was running dangerously thin. Jigu's condition was critical. If they didn't hurry, he'd die. And come back, as a zombie. Miss Kai voiced what everyone was thinking. Where is this secret realm guardian anyway? As if summoned by her words, Jigu, barely conscious, spotted a threat. Behind you! Sunu! Then he collapsed. Before Qin Xiao could even stabilize him, a red beam of light burst from a mound of debris. From within the rubble, it emerged. A monstrous iron-skinned zombie. Multiple heads. One glowing crimson eye. And charging like a freight train. Boss identified, iron-skinned zombie, Gel V. 20 EXP, 13, 720 dragon coins, 40. It wasn't just a brute. This thing had corpse poison assimilation, meaning it could absorb infected targets to regenerate. Worse, steel skin boosted its defense by 40%. Miss Kai gasped. This is it. The Guardian. Lu Fan quickly put the pieces together. Xiao's worsening condition must have attracted it. We have to take it out before it absorbs Jigu, he shouted. Sunu didn't hesitate. He activated Moonlight Slash and launched forward, but the attack bounced off. Not even a scratch. Luan followed up with his dragon aura ignited, jamming his black machete into the zombie's glowing eye. Still nothing. The steel skin was turning it into a walking tank. Lu Fan quickly opened his status window. There it was, Dragon Blood Armor. A high-tier transformation skill that could partially awaken his dragon lineage. Meanwhile, the boss had locked onto Jigu. It moved in fast, ready to assimilate. Qin Xiao! Lu Fan yelled. Coordinate holy spells with me. Qin Xiao raised her staff and began chanting. Lu Fan's arm started transforming, scales forming, claws sharpening. Sunu, protect Jigu. Miss Kai, support. With fire pulsing through his veins, Lu Fan's right arm completed its transformation, a gleaming, scaled dragon claw crackling with energy. Together, he and Qin Xiao launched their combo attack. She unleashed holy starlight rain, raining divine energy down as Lu Fan leapt into the air, going for the crimson eye. But just before impact, the unexpected happened. The iron-skinned zombie started to shed its metal armor. Its iron flesh cracked and fell away like rusted plates, revealing raw, faster-moving muscle underneath. It's shedding its skin to move faster. Miss Kai shouted. Sunu's eyes widened. That explains everything. It fuses and absorbs to maintain its mass. But that armor, it's not the real body. Luan nodded. Which means, the original zombie somewhere inside all that bulk. And just then, it was revealed. The real zombie head, grotesque and rotten, appeared beneath the falling armor. Its glowing red eye throbbed like a beacon of death. Lu Fan. The eye. Qin Shio cried out. Without wasting a breath, Lu Fan sprinted forward, his dragon hand blazing with power. He soared through the air, eyes locked on the real core. Boom! He punched the crimson eye with all the fury of dragon fire. The creature shrieked, an inhuman screech that shook the ground. Its body ignited from within, flames bursting through its many heads. Ashes rained down. The Guardian was dead. Lu Fan landed softly, calmly reversing his transformation, and retrieved his machete like it was just another training session. Silence. Everyone stared, stunned. A freshman had just taken out a level 20 secret realm boss. Even Qin Shio, wide-eyed, whispered, that power. I've never seen anything like it. Not even from the top-ranked players. They didn't just survive. They witnessed a monster fall to a myth. As the dust settled and the remains of the iron skin zombie crumbled to ash, Qin Shio stared at Lu Fan with new eyes. Who exactly are you? She wasn't the only one wondering. But before she could ask further, something shimmered in the smoky air, a silver treasure chest, the iron skin zombie's reward box. Qin Shio let out a sigh and turned to Lu Fan. As promised, we'll divide the loot fairly. An? I owe you an apology for underestimating you earlier. Sunu added, half joking. Honestly, Lu Fan could have soloed the entire realm. The rest of us were just background decoration. Lu Fan laughed lightly, brushing off the compliment. Thanks, Sunu. Qin Shio, you handle the distribution. You're the leader. Qin Shio nodded and opened the chest, but what they found inside left them all blinking. Strength potions. Several of them, but all normal quality, boosting strength by just 2 points each. Rare antidote potions, strong enough to cure corpse poison. And a single equipment drop, morning bracelet, excellent quality, level requirement, 10 plus 16 strength, plus 17 endurance. Miss Kai raised an eyebrow. This is it? For defeating the boss of the secret realm of chance? That's it, kinda lame. Even Sunu looked disappointed. You'd expect something more epic. This feels like dungeon leftovers. Lu Fan frowned, uneasy. Something felt off. Still, Qin Shio moved forward, asking Sunu to help Jagu drink an antidote potion. As Sunu helped the weakened warrior recover, she handed Lu Fan the morning bracelet. You earned this. And take a few potions too. Lu Fan accepted them with a quiet nod, impressed by the Qin family's sense of discipline and fairness. They're a proper team. I respect that. But even as everyone relaxed, Qin Shio's expression darkened. Where's the portal? We beat the Guardian, but there's no way out. Lu Fan had just slipped on his new bracelet when he froze. Something was coming. Before anyone could react, Miss Kai casually suggested, maybe the portal's elsewhere? We can scout. Wait. Don't move. Lu Fan barked, sharp as steel. He was staring at his system window. We haven't cleared the realm yet. The system says we're still in danger. Sunu blinked. How can there still be a boss left? We wiped everything. But Qin Shio interrupted, her voice uneasy. I can feel something. A presence. It's heavy, cold, wrong. The group turned to her. A holy light mage sensing darkness? Not a good sign. They followed the feeling, moving cautiously toward the lakeside of Morning Village. The further they went, the creepier it got. The place was cloaked in fog and decay, the lake itself reeking like a sore from hell. Maybe we missed this spot earlier, Sunu muttered, already regretting it. As they neared the water, a shadow shifted beneath the surface. Something massive. Something alive. A huge, tentacled monster rose slowly from the depths, its body covered in pulsing, grotesque eyes, each one glowing with a crimson pupil radiating pure rage. The water rippled with hatred. This thing was mad. Mad that they killed its minions. Suddenly, boom! Tentacles shot out from the ground, writhing with blinking eyeballs, lashing at the group. They barely dodged in time. Miss Kai screamed, "What is that thing?" Lu Fan opened his system to scan it. Nothing. Level, unknown name, unknown. Even the status window didn't recognize the creature. This wasn't a normal boss. This was something else. Something ancient and hungry. Turns out, Lu Fan was right all along. This wasn't over, not by a long shot. As the monstrous tentacles lashed wildly, Sunu barely managed to dodge them. Okay, yep, that thing's definitely the real final boss. He stepped forward, crimson sword in hand, trying to shield the others. But the tentacle monster didn't care. One swipe sent Sunu flying like a ragdoll, crashing into the dirt with a painful grunt. Their strongest warrior? Down. That was a bad sign. Before anyone could react, the tentacles changed course, aiming straight for Qin Shio. Frozen in shock, she couldn't move. It's too fast. Boom. Like a thunderbolt, Lu Fan appeared out of nowhere, grabbing her just before the tentacles could crush her. He held her tight as they both tumbled to the ground. Qin Shio blushed. He actually saved me again? No time for romance. Another wave of tentacles slammed them both to the side. The group regrouped, checking on Qin Shio. Miss Kai rushed over. Are you okay? Meanwhile, Lu Fan, ever the MVP, was already back on his feet. But then, the air shifted. From the river's surface, a dark purple aura began to rise. The water bubbled, and every instinct in their bodies screamed, run. Too late. Out from the depths emerged a colossal abomination, its body wrapped in grotesque tentacles. But at the center stood a woman, long hair flowing, hands shackled by ancient iron chains. Her face twisted in anger and sorrow. The grieving specter. Level 25 boss. Strength, 27 agility, 183 spirit, 50 stamina, 266 her passive aura. Brutal. Corpse aura reduces all attributes of living beings in the realm by 20% just by existing. Her active skills? Worse, chain whip, massive burst damage. Resentment explosion, blasts enemies back and infects them with corpse poison. Miss Kai stood frozen. That's the real boss. Behind her, Jigu groaned, finally regaining consciousness and trying to stand. Let me fight. But Sun Go stopped him. No. You just recovered. I'll protect you. Let us handle this. Jigu protested, but Sun Go held firm. You've done enough. Don't push yourself now. Meanwhile, no one noticed the tentacles curling above Sunu's head until the last second. He glanced up and barely blocked with his sword. Too close, but the battle wasn't waiting. Lu Fan, seeing the others barely hanging on, knew it was time to go all in. He gripped his legendary black machete and locked eyes with the boss. If she's a zombie, there has to be a core. A true body, then he saw it. The real body of the grieving spectre, hidden in the mass of tentacles, still partially human. That was the key. With a mighty leap, Lu Fan charged. The boss shrieked, her mouth opening in a grotesque distortion, unleashing a corpse Kai envelopment. The debuff hit everyone hard, dropping their stats across the board. Still, Lu Fan pushed forward. Tentacles lunged at him like spears, but he was too fast, dodging, weaving, climbing one of the iron chains wrapped around her. Even the boss seemed stunned by his boldness. Lu Fan, watch out for the shackles. Qin Shio shouted. Too late. The boss snapped one of the submerged chains like a whip, chain lash. It smashed into Lu Fan, throwing him off balance. He began to fall, but he refused to let go. Gripping his machete, he used the chain to swing back into action. Now the boss was angry. Really angry. Tentacles flew everywhere. Chains lashed like lightning. Miss Kai and Jigu tried to block them, but Jiaji's shield shattered under the sheer force of a single hit. The team was breaking. Still, Lu Fan was climbing. Still fighting. Still going. If I can reach her, I can end this. As Lu Fan charges toward the specter's true body, he suddenly notices a tentacle sweeping toward Sun Go and the others. It's fast. Too fast. The monster sneers, keep resisting, and your whole group dies. Lu Fan's fury explodes. Everyone, get out of the way. His body surges with dragon energy as he activates Dragon Strike once again. His blade glows with golden fire, slicing through the tentacle with one powerful arc. The boss lets out a monstrous shriek, wounded, but far from finished. Suddenly, chains whip toward the team, striking with relentless fury. They lash out like lightning, forcing everyone to scatter. Realizing brute strength isn't enough, Lu Fan takes it up a notch. Time to stop holding back. Dragon blood transformation activated. His right hand morphs into a gleaming dragon claw, thick with scales and raw power. With a roar, Lu Fan shatters the chains attacking the team, sending the broken links flying like shrapnel. He lands with a thud, the battlefield trembling beneath his feet. Sunu watches, stunned. This boss, she's too strong. We can't win like this. We need a plan. Even Qin Xiao is worried. Lu Fan, we're in no shape to keep fighting. If we don't leave now, we won't survive. But the grieving spectre is far from finished. She glares at Lu Fan, chains twitching like angry snakes. Lu Fan doesn't flinch. You all need to retreat. Head to the village, we've cleared out the zombies there. He turns to Sunu and Miss Kai, assigning them the task of protecting the group. Qin Xiao steps forward, visibly conflicted. You're staying here? Alone? Lu Fan just offers a half grin. Don't worry, I'll handle her. I always do. Miss Kai nods. It's the only way. Qin Xiao, come with us. Still hesitating, Qin Xiao looks back at Lu Fan. But she knows there's no changing his mind. Then Lu Fan raises his clawed hand high and the sky ignites in flames. A flaming aura engulfs the battlefield, swirling like a vortex. The team watches in awe. Lu Fan isn't just powering up, he's opening a portal. Even without her debuff, we're still outmatched. So I'm calling someone who's not. From the portal, a shadow emerges, massive, winged, and lethal. Xia, come join me for some fun. Boom! Out bursts Xia, Lu Fan's legendary black dragon. Her wings whip up a storm as she slams into the battlefield with a deafening roar. The team? Absolutely. Speechless. Wait, he had a dragon this whole time. And not just any dragon, she is even bigger and more terrifying than when we first saw her. Without wasting a second, she lunges forward, grabbing the boss's tentacles in her razor-sharp jaws and tearing through them like paper. Lu Fan didn't want to reveal Xia to the team just yet, but desperate times, right? The grieving spectre tries to retaliate, lashing more tentacles, but Xia flares her wings and bats them aside like gnats. Then she leaps forward, claws flashing, and rips through the boss's defenses. Blood splatters. Tentacles snap. The boss screams, her body starting to leak cursed black blood. She is not done yet. She lets out a thunderous roar and charges again, activating her giant assault skill. With terrifying speed, she slams into the boss, biting deep and inflicting continuous bleeding damage. Every bite weakens the boss further. The spectre flails, her attacks becoming wild, desperate. But it's too late now. Because Xia is just getting started. With a mighty roar, Xia tears through the last of the chains, launching the spectre boss backward into the watery abyss she crawled out of. The lake goes silent. Ripples fade. For a moment, it's over. The secret boss of the realm of chance has been defeated, or so it seems. Sunu's mouth hangs open, eyes wide. 2 hits. He took her down in just 2 hits. Even Jaga looks like he's seen a ghost. So that's the power of a dragon. No way. The team is caught between fear and awe. All their lives, dragons were stories, omens of destruction, death in the sky. But Lu Fan just summoned one like it was his pet dog. Qin Xiao begins piecing it all together. Wait, the rumors about a Dragon Tamer in Shanghai City. That's him. Lu Fan, the so-called worthless Dragon Tamer. Yeah, worthless? Doesn't look like it now. Lu Fan kneels beside Xia, giving her a gentle pat. Great job, girl. Her massive eyes blink slowly, content. Suddenly, the world flickers. The screen transitions, 3 centuries into the past. We enter the tragic origin of the grieving spectre. She was born in a serene, quiet city protected by the church. Life was peaceful until the plague struck. Her grandfather died first. Then the lake, once a place of laughter, turned into a graveyard. Corpses floated ashore faster than they could be buried. Desperate, she turned to the dark arts, not to destroy, but to heal. She wanted to save her people. Instead, she was branded a dark witch. Her magic let the living say goodbye to the dead. But she couldn't stop death itself. The church twisted her kindness into a crime. 2 knights came with chains. You're to be judged, they said. Confused and betrayed, she cried out, "Why are you punishing me? I just wanted to help." The knights bound her and threw her into the lake. As she sank, her last thoughts were of betrayal and pain. Back to the present, Lu Fan stares into the lake, the water once again calm. Sunu steps forward. We can finally leave, right? The bosses did. But Lu Fan doesn't move. His eyes narrow. No, it's too soon. Bubbles begin to rise. Lots of them. Before anyone can react, a violent eruption breaks the surface, and the boss's silhouette bursts into the sky like a cannonball. Lu Fan and Xia whip their heads upward, startled. The boss hovers above, arms outstretched, surrounded by a swirling aura of water and rage. Sun! Ghost Blade is out in an instant. The team falls back into formation, eyes wide with dread. Xia growls, wings extended to shield the team. Then, a colossal form rises from the lake. A woman made entirely of roaring water, her eyes glowing with red vengeance. A status window flashes before them, Grieving Spectre Boss, Phase 2 Level, 25, Nightmarish Difficulty, Strength, 286 Agility, 249 Spirit, 435 Endurance, 399 new abilities. Lamentation Impact releases a curse that can instantly kill. If it fails, it still deals massive damage and may inflict poison, bleed, or stun. Deep Aquatic Pressure manipulates lake water to form prisons, trapping players. Body of Resentments nullifies all physical damage. Will of Resentment awakens all corpses within the secret realm. Sunu gulps. Her stats just went through the roof. He grips his sword tighter. Jaga and Qin Shio look shaken, taking cautious steps backward. Miss Kai's dagger trembles in her hand. She's entering her next phase. The real fight has only just begun. Lu Fan's dragon blood pulses. Round 2 starts now. The Grieving Spectre Boss raises her arms high, the sky darkening as her fury boils over. Boom! She unleashes her deadly skill, Deep Aquatic Pressure. From her watery form, a massive water giant emerges, hurling titanic water orbs down at the party like divine punishment. Just as one is about to obliterate the team, Xiaoyi spreads her wings wide, activating her immunity skill, Restriction. The water explodes on contact, but the team remains unharmed. A system window pops up in front of Lu Fan, Black Dragon Lineage skill activated, incoming damage reduced by 50%, immune to harmful effects, self-healing increased by 500%. Okay, that's just unfair, mutters Jaga, half impressed, half terrified. One orb crashes down beside Miss Kai. She leaps away, but water slithers after her like a serpent, trapping her in a watery cage. Qin Shio gasps in horror. Miss Kai stabs at the water, but her dagger passes through without effect. Sun Go joins in, slashing with all his might. Nothing works. Physical attacks are useless. Qin Shio exclaims. She's using Body of Resentments. Miss Kai's strength fades. Water seeps into her lungs. She closes her eyes. I'm sorry, Shio? I messed up. But Qin Shio steps forward, tears welling up. No. I should be the one apologizing. I led us here. This is all my fault. She falls to her knees, clutching her staff helplessly. That's when Lu Fan speaks up. Calm. Firm. Are you really giving up now? After all we've been through. Another orb falls, this one for Sunu. Before he can dodge, he's sealed inside his own watery tomb. The team is cornered. Morale is crumbling. I'm the only mage, Qin Shio admits. And my magic isn't strong enough. Sunu, still trapped, grits his teeth. Guys. She's immune to physical damage. We're sitting ducks out here. He looks toward Lu Fan. Can you use magic? But before Lu Fan can reply, the boss unleashes Lamentation Impact. A deadly hand of water stretches toward him. Xiaoyi moves like lightning, throwing a wing in front of him. She glares like, seriously? Again? A system notification pops up. Black Dragon Immunity triggered instant death, blocked corpse poison, blocked bleed and stun, blocked. Lu Fan casually slips his hands in his pockets, unfazed. Another alert, damage reduction, 50% status effect immunity, active self-recovery, plus 500%. Man's got cheat codes, Sun Go mutters inside his bubble. Sunu yells out, if you can't use magic, what can we do? Lu Fan grins. I can't. But my dragon can. Everyone's jaws drop. Miss Kai stares, blinking in disbelief. You're a Dragon Tamer. That word suddenly hits different. The once worthless title now sounds more like a god-tier rank. The boss tries another sneak attack. Bad move. Lu Fan clenches his fist, a fireball igniting in his palm. He locks eyes with the boss, his fiery aura rising. A dragon's power isn't something humans can comprehend, he says coolly. The water woman launches another lamentation impact. Xiaoyi tanks it. Again. Another system pop-up, all harmful effects nullified. And now? It's Lu Fan's turn. Xiaoyi, activate Dragon Inspiration. The ground trembles. Flames spiral around them. A system window flashes. Dragon Inspiration activated stat boosts. Strength, 968 1, 258 agility, 767 970 spirit, 959 1, 246 endurance, 976 1, 268 Miss Kai. What the hell kind of numbers are those? Xiaoyi, Lu Fan commands, pointing toward the boss, unleash your lava blaze. Xiaoyi roars. Her wings glow red-hot. Then, boom! She exhales a burning torrent, lava and fire swirling together, scorching the water boss. The flames eat away at her form. Slowly, her watery body starts to evaporate, the steam screaming into the air. Not only is lava blaze dealing continuous elemental damage, it's also healing Xiaoyi with every burn. Wait, her fire heals her too. That's cheating. Jaga cries. But Lu Fan simply watches, eyes glowing like embers. The tide of battle has finally shifted. And now? The dragon is just getting started. The sky burns in swirling flames as the boss's monstrous form finally begins to disintegrate, consumed by Xiaoyi's unrelenting fire. At the lake's edge, Qin Xiao stands frozen, mouth agape. Xiao joins her, both staring at the inferno like it's the end of the world, or the beginning of a new one. As Xiaoyi's flames intensify, the watery prisons that trapped Miss Kai and Sun Go begin to steam and evaporate. Miss Kai stumbles free, soaked and speechless. Sunil, his face grim, looks skyward. This power, it's catastrophic, he murmurs. Suddenly, boom! The boss begins to implode, her body unable to withstand the searing heat. In a final act of desperation, she triggers her ultimate skill, Will of Resentment. She's trying to resurrect the corpses in the realm. Qin Xiao yells. But it's too late. The colossal water woman crumbles into ash and steam, leaving behind only a purple haze as she vanishes completely. And in her place? A glowing portal hums into existence. Right beside a gleaming treasure chest. High above, Xiaoyi reverts to her human form, floating midair with a proud smirk. A system notification flashes, Black Dragon Realm level increased details, classified of course. Lu Fan chuckles, clapping his hands together. Nice work, Xia. Another alert dings, level up. +5 levels gained and not too shabby, he grins. Smoke fills the battlefield, the lingering remnants of a hard-won victory. Qin Xiao rushes over to Miss Kai, who coughs weakly but smiles. Sun Go points toward the portal. It's over, he announces. Go stands up, brushing ash from his shoulder. Everyone okay, he asks. But then, a noise. Shuffling. Groaning. Behind them. They turn. The village zombies, previously defeated, have risen again, brought back by the boss's will of resentment. Oh, come on, Sun Go groans. But before panic can spread, a familiar shadow soars overhead. Is that all the dragon? Sun Go asks, eyes wide. Xiaoyi, now in her true dragon form, dives toward the horde, her mouth glowing. She has got this, Lu Fan assures calmly. And she does. Lava blaze erupts once more. A burning storm sweeps across the zombies, reducing them to ashes within seconds. Zombies that gave us so much trouble, she's just melting them like butter, Qin Xiao whispers in awe. Lu Fan walks over, hands in his pockets, smirking. Yep, that's Xiaoyi, the black dragon. He turns to Sunil. No. Need to be tense. She's got everything under control. Then, he looks toward the treasure chest, rubbing his hands. Now, according to the rules. I pick first. He pauses, looking back with a smirk. Anyone got a problem with that? Qin Xiao shakes her head. No objections here. Lu Fan steps up, opens the chest, and it glows with heavenly light. Everyone gathers around, anticipation thick in the air. Inside, they find some serious loot. 1. Holy Light Staff excellent quality +32 spirit, +19 stamina level requirement, 10 ability, Holy Light Seal, binds a target with Holy Light. Duration scales with spirit stat. Perfect for our magic squad, Lu Fan nods at Qin Xiao. 2. Twilight Robe excellent quality +35 spirit, plus 15 stamina level requirement, 10 ability, light flow, generates a light barrier. Strength scales with spirit. Hey, defense matters too, right? Sun Go says, eyeing it hopefully. 3. Ring of Morning rare quality plus 57 spirit, plus 21 stamina, plus 12 strength level requirement, 15 ability, morning aura, marks a target. Anyone attacking them builds resentment points, causing effects like poisoning, bleeding, dizziness. That's terrifying, Miss Kai mutters. And amazing, Sun adds. 4. Job transfer scroll item rarity? Function, unlocks a new class or transforms current job path that's going to change someone's life, Lu Fan murmurs. As the team stands around the chest, mouths hanging open at the bounty, the air finally begins to settle. Victory is sweet. The danger is gone. And the real adventure? Might just be beginning. Among the treasure, one item shines with mysterious potential, a rare consumable scroll capable of transforming a normal profession into a hidden one of the same class type. The kind of item players could only dream of. Without hesitation, Lu Fan picks the job transfer scroll, and as he lifts it, a blue energy pulses from his body. System notification, job transfer scroll acquired. Chin Shio steps forward. You don't have to do this, she says gently. The loot's yours by the rules. But Lu Fan just smiles. Relax. I'm not trying to win generosity points. The rest of the gear is loaded with spirit stats, it suits you way better. Chin Shio, touched, glances down at the chest. If it weren't for you, we might not have made it out alive. Lu Fan watches curiously as she reaches into the chest again, this time, pulling out the Ring of Morning. She holds it out. Then take this. You deserve more than just one reward. He accepts it without a second thought, closing his eyes briefly as the cool energy flows into his palm. Chin Shio blushes, still clutching her staff. What else are you hiding, mystery man? She wonders silently, gazing into his eyes. Elsewhere, Shaoi is giggling while teasing Jiago, chasing his tail in Dragon Girl mode. Uncle Sun Ji Yu, watching Lu Fan from a distance, nods thoughtfully. That kid, he's something else. Miss Kai joins them, smiling. Time to head back. Later that night, Lu Fan returns to the familiar sight of his Aunt Han Siyu's bun shop. The moment she sees him, she rushes over and hugs him tightly. You're back. Finally, she says, voice trembling. Surprised but warmed, Lu Fan pats her back. Whoa, easy. I'm still covered in wilderness grime. I don't care, she cries. You left without telling me anything. I thought I'd lost you. Feeling a pang of guilt, he gently wipes away her tears. I'm sorry. I won't disappear on you again. Nearby, Shaoi is curled up adorably, soaking up the attention as Han Siyu strokes her head. She's too cute, Han Siyu laughs. Hard to believe she's a fearsome dragon. Tell me about it, Lu Fan chuckles. Then, he pulls something from his inventory, the job transfer scroll. Auntie, I chose this for you. Han Siyu blinks in surprise. What? For me? Lu Fan nods. If you use this, you can upgrade to a hidden profession. No more toiling away in a bun shop. You deserve better. She shakes her head. Quickly. No way. This thing must be worth a fortune. Sell it. Use it to buy equipment for your big exam. But Lu Fan just pulls out his phone. Already covered. He flips the screen toward her, his bank balance glowing with digits most players only dream of. I sold materials I collected. Plus, Chin Shio promised a 100,000 dragon coin bonus. He smiles. We're not going to worry about money anymore. Han Siyu stares, wide-eyed. And then, oh my, you really grew up. She hugs him again, tears of joy falling this time. Then I'll use it. For you. She takes the scroll and opens it. Immediately, a radiant blue light explodes from the parchment, wrapping around her like a divine aura. Her hair and clothes lift, suspended in the energy. She gasps, floating above the ground as the scroll dissolves into pure power. Lu Fan shields his eyes from the brilliance. Did it work? He asks. From within the light, Han Siyu turns to him, smiling softly. Yes. I succeeded. The air settles. The light fades. And everything changes. As the blue light faded, Han Siyu floated gently to the ground. Her profession had changed, she was now an enchantment chef. Lu Fan's eyes widened. A hidden profession? That's amazing. What can it do? Han Siyu beamed, still feeling the residual warmth of the transformation. It's called enchantment cooking. I can cook meals that grant buffs, speed, strength, even magic resistance. Lu Fan grinned. Your food was already legendary. Add buffs to it, and you'll turn into a 5-star buffing machine. Stop flattering me, she chuckled, playfully waving him off. But before Lu Fan could continue, he suddenly paused and looked around. Wait, where's Xiaoyi? Cut to the kitchen. Xiaoyi lay on the floor, stomach bloated, surrounded by empty plates and bun crumbs. She had snuck in, devoured every single dish, and promptly passed out in a food coma. Classic Xiaoyi. Meanwhile, that same night at the Qin family villa, Qin Xiao sat across from her father, Qin Shanhai, in his luxurious study. Swirling a glass of champagne, he asked calmly, "Is it true? A dragon tamer named Lu Fan summoned a black dragon to save you?" Qin Xiao nodded, her voice tinged with guilt. "Yes. I let my pride get in the way. If not for him, we'd all be dead." She clenched her fists. "We both have hidden professions, but the gap between us is like a firefly to the moon." Qin Shanhai turned to the window, silent for a moment. "Have you told anyone else about the dragon?" "No. I promised Lu Fan. Our family won't say a word." He smiled faintly, turning back toward her. "Good. The moment news of a dragon gets out, chaos will follow. Please," Qin Xiao added, eyes pleading. "Don't tell anyone. He saved our lives." Her father laughed softly. "Relax. I'm not the villain of your coming-of-age arc. So, how do you plan to repay him?" She explained the 100,000 yuan reward she'd promised him. Generous, Qin Shanhai nodded. "Take a purple tongue card and visit him personally tomorrow. Make it formal." She raised a brow. "Why not come with me if you're so curious about him?" He winked. "Because unlike you, I have a mountain of meetings. But I'd love to meet your dragon boy someday." Classic dad move. The next morning. The peaceful quiet of Han Siyu's bakery is interrupted by the arrival of two strangers, a short girl with a high-class aura, holding a magic staff. Her tall assistant, clad in sleek black armor, carrying a suspicious-looking suitcase. They step into the shop just as Han Siyu is kneading dough. "Sorry," she smiles warmly, peeking through the door. "No steamed buns today." But the girl wrinkles her nose in disdain. "This dump? Are you sure this is the place?" "Yes, Princess Jinshu," the assistant replies nervously. "Our intel confirms it." Han Siyu, puzzled, asks who they are. Without warning, the assistant pushes the door open, hitting Han Siyu in the arm. "Ouch," she yelps, clutching her elbow. The pair stride in like royalty barging into a village inn. "We're looking for someone," the princess announces. "A dragon tamer. Name, Lu Fan." From upstairs, Lu Fan hears the commotion and races down. He sees Han Siyu holding her arm, in pain. "Auntie, what happened?" Han Siyu tries to downplay it. "It's nothing. Just a bump." The princess scoffs at the rustic surroundings. "The smell in here, how do people survive like this?" Lu Fan glares. "Who are you people?" The assistant steps forward. "This is Princess Jin Shu of the Tai Kingdom. I am Chu Hong Tai, her assistant." The princess smiles confidently. "I've come all this way to offer you an opportunity, a breakthrough that could change everything." Lu Fan raised an eyebrow. He had faced monsters, bandits, and arrogant nobles, but this was new. Princess Jin Shu gave a smug smile, then snapped her fingers. Her assistant, Chu Hong Tai, knelt down and unlocked the suitcase with a dramatic click. Inside lay a gleaming dragon egg, pulsating faintly with energy. Lu Fan's eyes widened. A real dragon egg. He could feel the mana pulsing from it. He even started to sweat. The princess pointed at him. "Accept my request, and this egg is yours. But in exchange, you'll be my servant. You will obey my every command without question." "Seriously?" Spoiled princess energy was off the charts. Chu Hong Tai stood up proudly, cradling the egg like it was a crown jewel. The princess, meanwhile, started flexing her royal muscles. "This is a reward from the armored dragon lair. It's the only dragon egg in the world." Back in reality, Han Siyu was visibly furious. "Excuse me? You want to make my nephew your servant?" Lu Fan, staying calm, opened his status window and scanned the egg's details: species, armored dragon trait, 30% damage reduction attack, 1 move, a slow, wide area tail sweep mobility, poor combat potential, lower than a wyvern. This thing's basically a walking shield, he muttered. A dragon? More like a bulky lizard in cosplay. But Jinshu misread his silence. Speechless, aren't you? It's powerful, I know. Lu Fan cut her off, deadpan, powerful? Its only feature is defense. I'm not sure it even qualifies as a dragon. Jinshu gasped like she'd just been slapped with a noodle. Do you even understand what a dragon egg means to a tamer? Han Siyu watched this drama unfold, completely baffled by the absurdity of it all. How can a child like her think ordering people around makes sense? Lu Fan placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Don't worry, Auntie. I'll handle it. The princess wasn't done with her delusions. A dragon tamer without a dragon is worthless. Join me, and I'll make you the strongest man in history. Fame, power, it can all be yours. Lu Fan, still calm, gave the most Lu Fan response ever, no thanks. Boom. The refusal hit her like a magical brick to the face. What? Are you really turning down the chance to make history? Lu Fan folded his arms. If you're done, you can leave now. I'm not interested in your offer, or your egg. Chu Hongtai stepped in, scowling. The princess gave you a chance, and you spit on it? You ignorant fool. I won't be anyone's servant, Lu Fan replied coolly. Respect is earned, not bought with cheap deals. Princess Jinshu's face twisted with rage. Teach him a lesson, she ordered. Chu Hongtai cracked his knuckles and stepped forward, ready to throw hands. Han Siyu quickly stepped between them, pleading, please. Don't fight. He just doesn't want this, can't you see that? But Chu Hongtai wasn't listening. Out of the way, old woman. He shoved her to the side. She stumbled and cried out, falling hard against the counter. Lu Fan froze. Then, his blood boiled. He rushed to her, eyes wide with concern. Auntie! Are you okay? She nodded, holding her red, swollen cheek. I'm fine, but that boy needs to be taught some manners. Chu Hongtai sneered. You dare defy Princess Jinshu? You lowly commoners don't know your place. Han Siyu screamed, Lu Fan. But it was too late. In a blink, Lu Fan stepped forward, his black machete gleaming in his hand. He slashed. A burst of wind followed. Blood sprayed. Chu Hongtai stumbled back, cheek bleeding, eyes wide with disbelief. Lu Fan pointed his blade straight at him. You laid a hand on my family. I won't show mercy. Just as Lu Fan's blade drew blood, Han Ku rushed in, grabbing his arm. Lu Fan, don't. Don't act impulsively. But it was too late for diplomacy. The bratty Princess Jinshu, completely clueless about what had just happened, still demanded answers. What's wrong with Chu Hongtai? I told you to teach him a lesson. Chu Hongtai, stunned from Lu Fan's earlier attack, now realized this wasn't just some random commoner. This boy was dangerous. Then, with zero hesitation, Lu Fan stepped forward, reached out, and slapped the princess. Hard. The sound echoed like thunder. Everyone froze. I don't care what royal playground you crawled out of, Lu Fan growled. Shut your noisy mouth, take your trash, and get out of my home. Slap. Even her ancestors probably felt that one. Chu Hongtai saw red. You dare lay a hand on the princess. He lunged, but Lu Fan wasn't done. With one swift motion, Lu Fan swung his black machete, knocking the spear wand out of Hongtai's hand like it was a toy. The bratty princess sat on the ground, still cradling her cheek, absolutely seething. Her face twisted with fury. You idiot, she screamed at Chu Hongtai. Does this look fine to you? Kill him. I don't care if we never find another tamer again, just kill him. Hongtai wiped the blood from his mouth and stood. Yes, princess. Elsewhere. Back in Lu Fan's room, his phone wouldn't stop ringing. Inside the house, Xiaoi, our sassy black dragon waifu, rolled her eyes. Does he ever mute his phone? The caller was Qin Xiao, pacing the streets, confused. That's the number he gave me. Why isn't he picking up? She glanced around, trying to remember where his house was when, boom. A wall nearby exploded. Debris scattered. People screamed. Chu Hongtai had just been launched through it like a meteor. Qin Xiao stared. You look terrible. Locals pointed and whispered, a foreigner's causing trouble. The princess snapped, go away, all of you. Stop staring. And through the dust, Lu Fan walked out like a boss. Big black machete in hand. Calm. Confident. Chu Hongtai fell to his knees. I can't defeat him, his attributes are too high, but the princess wasn't ready to quit. Then let me help. She began chanting. Dark energy swirled around her like a vortex of rage. Lu Fan watched closely. That energy, it's the exact opposite of Qin Shio's holy spells. Suddenly, Qin Shio appeared, running toward him. Lu Fan. Are you okay? What are you doing here? Before he could say more, Princess Jin Shu finished her incantation. All that twisted energy flowed into Chu Hongtai. He screamed, convulsing from the power overload. A blinding light exploded around them. Lu Fan and Qin Shio shielded their eyes. A status window popped up, Chu Hongtai, Guardian Knight, Combat Class, Princess Jin Shu, Advanced Spiritual Witch, Combat Class, when the light faded. Chu Hongtai had transformed. Muscles doubled. Aura darkened. Eyes glowing. He was no longer human, he was a monster. I'm here to help, Qin Shio said firmly, stepping in front of Lu Fan. But Hongtai lunged at them with unnatural speed. Qin Shio, take care of my aunt. Lu Fan shouted, pushing her aside. The ground exploded where he had just been standing. Debris flew everywhere. Sliding back, Lu Fan narrowed his eyes. His attack power, it's off the charts. I'll need dragon inspiration and dragon claw to survive this. The princess stood nearby, shrieking, kill him. Kill him and I'll finally calm down. Hongtai yanked his staff from the dirt, ready to strike again. But before he could move, a blur of black shot from the window. Xiaoi, our dragon waifu, had arrived. In a flash of light, she returned to her original dragon form, wings unfurled, scales gleaming. The princess and Chu Hongtai froze. It's a real dragon, Princess Jin Shu clutched her staff, stammering. Useless trash. Hold him off, I'll cast another spell. But before her chant could even begin, Xiaoi roared. A thunderous, god-tier roar that shook the entire street. The blast wave knocked the princess off her feet, cancelling her spell instantly and blowing her wig of entitlement into another dimension. We pick up right where we left off, with Shirao Ei, our legendary dragon waifu, fully unleashed. Activating her dragon bloodline skill, Xiaoi gained 50% damage reduction immunity to all debuffs and, wait for it, 500% boosted self-healing talkabout plot armor on steroids. Without even flinching, she grabbed Chu Hongtai and body slammed him into the ground. He squealed like a spoiled toddler who just dropped his lollipop. Let me go. Being the good dragon she is, she obeyed, but only after launching him like a meteor toward Princess Jin Shu. He crashed into the road beside her, creating a massive crater and zero sympathy from anyone. At this point, he honestly owed Honu, Lu Fan, and every pedestrian within 5 blocks an apology. Seeing her elite warrior flattened like a pancake, Princess Jin Shu's eyes widened. For the first time, reality hit her. Wait, real dragons exist. Not just those gene family lizards with scale allergies. Before she could faint from realization, Lu Fan stepped in. Walking slowly toward her, his black machete in hand, eyes full of fury, and aura screaming final boss mode. Weren't you the one planning to kill me to vent your anger? He asked coldly. Jin Shu backed away in fear, only to trip over her own ego and land on her royal butt. Stay away from me, she cried, now all tears and trembling. You attacked my attendant, injured him, humiliated me, threatened me. Oh, now she wants to play the victim? Classic. You're now an enemy of the Tai Kingdom, she wailed dramatically, like a villainous rejected in episode 1. But Lu Fan wasn't fazed. Not even a blink. He flexed his machete and asked calmly, trying to scare me. As he reached her, his gaze hardened. You sent your man to harm my family. I don't care if you're a princess or a god. I'll repay every act of yours. With interest. The princess was frozen in fear. And as if the moment wasn't intense enough, Xia was in the background, charging up a fireball the size of a truck. Lu Fan raised his blade, ready to strike. Lu Fan. A voice echoed from the sky. Qin Shan Hai, Qin Shio's father, descended on a majestic griffin, heading straight toward the scene. Dad! It's dangerous. Xiao shouted. Xia noticed the incoming figure and locked onto him like a turret. Her fireball aimed and locked on. No, Xia, stop! Lu Fan ordered, holding out his hand. Right then, he sliced through the princess's staff, cutting off her power source just as easily as he cut her confidence. The fireball vanished as Xia held her fire, and Qin Shan Hai landed safely. Call back your dragon, Lu Fan, he said, gesturing to the bystanders. There are civilians here. This place isn't a battlefield. He glanced at Xia with awe. So this is a real dragon. Even his poor griffin trembled like a chihuahua in a thunderstorm. Qin Xiao ran up to Lu Fan, grabbing his arm. Please, come with me. Lu Fan nodded. Xia immediately reverted to her human form, calm and composed as if she didn't just nearly vaporize royalty. Scene shift, Han's bun shop. Lu Fan sat down with Honu, recounting everything. She explained that Qin Shan Hai knew the princess and that Xiao had called him, hoping he could help resolve the conflict. That brat's not gonna let this go, Lu Fan muttered. Just then, Qin Shan Hai entered. You sure know how to stir things up, kid, he said with a wry smile. This time, it wasn't my fault, Lu Fan said. She picked the fight. Han Ku cut in, asking the important question, so, how's this being handled? Qin Shan Hai replied, they're both in the hospital. And yes, we'll have to explain everything to the Jin family. That name hit the room like a cold wind. The Jin family. Honu asked, worried. Aren't they just merchants? Not just merchants, Qin Shan Hai replied. They've got power. Political influence. They're deeply tied to the Tai Kingdom's upper elite. The room grew tense. But Lu Fan? Still cool as ever. I'm not compromising my dignity over a dragon egg. Let her bring the whole kingdom if she wants. Qin Shan Hai smiled. You've got guts, Lu Fan. I admire that. And for once, the room wasn't filled with tension, but with respect. After the dust settled, Qin Shan Hai lit a cigarette with casual confidence, exhaling a cloud of smoke as he laid out the terms for Lu Fan's safety. I can keep the princess off your back, for now. But I can't do it alone. You have a condition to meet. Lu Fan, curious, raised his cigarette like a question mark. What condition? Qin Shan Hai's eyes gleamed. Become the South Province champion in the grand exam. He was clear and unwavering. I'll hold the princess at bay until then, but only if you beat every top student in the entire South Province. Before Lu Fan could respond, Qin Xiao added with a serious tone, it won't be easy. There are countless elites. But if you're champion, that's when I'll really step in. Lu Fan's face hardened with determination. I understand. I accept. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Princess Jin wailing. Pacing furiously, phone pressed to her ear, she screamed accusations. Qin Shan Hai is obviously protecting Lu Fan. He hasn't been punished yet. The voice on the other end tried to soothe her, promising to escalate the matter to higher officials. No, she barked. Put pressure on the kingdom's top brass. This is my command. Lu Fan will pay for this humiliation. Despite her rage, deep down, we all know, even her entire empire wouldn't stand a chance against Lu Fan and his dragon. Scene shifts to the third middle school, day before the grand exam. The playground buzzed with nervous energy. Groups formed, whispers floated. Then, a hush fell as Lu Fan walked back onto campus. Whispers erupted, is that Lu Fan? The bun seller? He used to be top tier, but no school wanted him now. Why is he even trying the exam again? Lu Fan barely blinked at the gossip. Nostalgia hit him briefly, but he stayed relaxed, like a dragon who's already won. Suddenly, the headmaster's booming voice cut through the chatter. Settle down. The South Province Grand Exam is about to begin. Lu Fan stood among a sea of students, thoughts deep. He remembered the treasure maps he'd been collecting, all intermediate level and unused. A plan formed, combined 3 intermediate maps to create a high-level treasure map for exam prep. Lost in thought, a familiar voice snapped him back. Teacher Li approached. Lu Fan, you're in the grand exam. Yeah, been training hard, Lu Fan replied. Impressed, Teacher Li handed him a rare teleportation stone. I believe your fighting spirit might rival even the professionals. The stone had cool features, use it in the trial secret realm, and it teleports you to the first floor of the Heavenly Tower. Use it in the Heavenly Tower, and it sends you back to the trial secret realm platform. Teacher Li's tone grew serious. Professions matter here. This exam isn't a game. One wrong move can mean injury. Or worse. Find a reliable teammate, and don't hesitate to use that stone to escape if things get dangerous. Lu Fan nodded. Got it, I'll be careful. As Teacher Li walked off, whispers circled again, this time doubting Lu Fan's strength. But Lu Fan was unfazed. He wasn't here to just scrape by, he wanted to win. Top score. Champion title. Just like he promised Qin Shan Hai. Then, from across the yard, a new voice called out his name. Lu Fan turned at the call and saw Qin Xiao approaching, accompanied by a girl he hadn't met before. Curious, he greeted them both and asked, "Is she your teammate?" Qin Xiao introduced her without hesitation. "This is Ta Xiaoman, my best friend and a level 1 combat professional swordsman." Ta Xiaoman smiled politely and said hello, but before she could elaborate, Qin Xiao cut straight to the point. "Lu Fan, do you want to team up with us for the trial?" Ta Xiaoman blinked, surprised by the invitation. Lu Fan, however, politely declined. "Thanks, but I'm going solo this time. I set this challenge for myself." Waving goodbye, he headed off to the exam site, leaving Qin Xiao a little disappointed. She mused that teaming up with someone like him might actually slow him down. After Lu Fan left, Ta Xiaoman whispered to Qin Xiao, puzzled, "Why did you invite someone from the weakest profession?" Qin Xiao just smiled knowingly. "He's stronger than he looks. I think he might even be the top scorer in the southern province." Ta Xiaoman gasped, teasing her, "Are you falling for the Dragon Tamer himself?" Blushing, Qin Xiao denied it, but her reddened cheeks gave her away. Ta Xiaoman laughed. The scene shifted to the Grand Exams Trial Secret Realm. Lu Fan strode confidently through the portal, feeling like the real boss here. Up on a giant screen, Principal Bai Henggu addressed the gathered students. He explained the 4 portal difficulty levels: normal, all projections, no fatal injuries, score multiplier 0. 9x. Hard, real monsters begin, teleportation stone can be used to exit safely, score multiplier 1. 0x. Most students choose this. Fear, more ferocious monsters, not recommended for solo challenges, score multiplier 3. 0x. Safety over sharing scores. Nightmare, the toughest challenge, left implied. Suddenly, a loud laugh broke out. Hong Wu, a level 14 Kaiyong master with a hidden profession, confidently declared, "Watch me set the highest score in the exam." Ta Xiaoman watched in awe. Qin Xiao explained, "Hong Wu is the #1 expert at #1 middle school and ranks top 5 in the province. As a Kaiyong master, he's deadly versatile, great at attack and defense." Hong Wu's bold claim dampened spirits. Many students sighed, thinking only lower rankings were left for them. Cut to Principal Bai Henggu's office, screens tracked students' progress. The principal of #1 middle school laughed boastfully, "Hong Wu is our strongest, top scorer for sure." He gave a nod to Qin Xiao as a rising star, expecting her to be top 3. But Principal Bai Henggu felt wistful. If only Lu Fan had awakened another hidden profession, he might have taken first place. His thoughts were interrupted by Qin Shan Hai, who mentioned a promising candidate for the top spot. Curious, the #1 school principal asked who. Qin Shan Hai answered, "Lu Fan, the Dragon Tamer from #3 school." This left Principal Bai Henggu stunned. The #1 school principal scoffed, "All the students have already entered the tower, but Lu Fan hasn't. Is he giving up?" He dismissed Qin Shan Hai's faith, snorting, "What could a Dragon Tamer possibly achieve?" Glancing at the scoreboard, he noted, Hong Wu's already on the 4th floor, ranked first. Suddenly, Principal Bai Henggu leaned in toward the screen, eyes wide. "Wait, he's not giving up." Everyone turned toward the monitor. Lu Fan wasn't hesitating. He was waiting. Waiting for the final portal, the nightmare trial. The portal shimmered into view, casting a dark red glow across the sky. A massive notification appeared above it, "Nightmare trial open, score multiplier, 9. 9x." The room went silent. Then chaos broke out. The principal of #1 school jumped from his seat. "Is that kid insane? That trial's a one-way trip." He turned to Principal Bai Henggu in panic. "Stop him. He'll die in there." But it was too late. With calm confidence and the faintest smile, Lu Fan stepped into the portal. Principal Bai Henggu's face darkened. No one who's entered that trial has ever come back intact. He recalled the last attempt, 8 years ago. The challenger had been devoured alive by a ferocious beast, not even his bones remained. The #1 school principal scoffed. Did he even study the rules? He's clearly lost his mind. He side-eyed Qin Shanghai. Maybe your judgment needs a reality check. Lu Fan isn't even in the same league as Hong Wu. But Qin Shanghai merely smirked and leaned back in his seat. Let's not jump to conclusions. The exam's just getting started. He added with a wink, let's focus on your invincible Taeyong master for now. Principal Bai Hunggu turned toward him. Why do you trust Lu Fan so much? But before he got an answer. Inside the nightmare trial, first floor fog thick as soup. Shadows moving. Red eyes glowing. Then, thud. A massive paw hit the ground. Lu Fan stepped forward, unfazed. He could sense them, at least 10 monsters circling him. The fog parted, revealing a pack of snarling black wolves. Level 10. Sharp fangs. Fast movement. Their most dangerous traits. Bite attack inflicts continuous bleeding. Night howl increases all allies' attributes and resets their skill cooldowns. The wolves roared and lunged. Lu Fan didn't flinch. Let's see what you've got. He raised his massive black machete. Dragon Fang Strike. A blinding slash tore through the fog. In one sweeping motion, every single wolf was cut down. Notification popped. First floor complete. Nightmare Trial Sky Tower plus 990 points control room. Silence. Then, chaos. The principal of #1 school gawked. Wait, what? One hit. What is this kid? Even Principal Bai Hunggu looked stunned. Could it be did he find the legendary dragon? On the scoreboard, Lu Fan's name soared upward. Rank 2 to 990 points. Everyone in the surveillance room now had their eyes glued to Lu Fan's feed. He took down level 10 black wolves like they were puppies. Suddenly, the door opened. A tall figure entered, wearing a detective's coat, cap low, glasses on, and a briefcase in hand. He didn't say a word at first, just stood in the corner. Qin Shanghai turned and immediately sat up straight. The man finally spoke, Caiyan Slong, special investigator from Long D. He slowly removed his cap, his sharp eyes locking onto Qin Shanghai. I'm here for someone. A person of interest. Where's the Dragon Master, Lu Fan? A stat screen appeared behind him, Caiyan Slong, level 57, combat specialist back inside the tower. Lu Fan moved forward through the thick fog of the Nightmare Trial's first floor. And just like that, the real nightmare had only begun. Inside the dense fog of the Nightmare Trial, Lu Fan marched confidently, his massive black machete slashing through thorny vines. In his other hand, he held up his system map, the screen glowing faintly as he tracked his location. Then it pinged. You have reached the location marked on the treasure map. Lu Fan's eyes lit up. Another notification followed, Heil treasure map detected. Exclusive treasure nearby. He grinned. Finally, the vines thinned out ahead, and nestled between them was an ancient book, gleaming with embedded gems and pulsing with energy. He reached for it. You have acquired, skill book, accelerated growth. The book shone brilliantly as if it recognized its destined wielder. Passive skill, accelerated growth doubles pet experience gain. Enhances growth rate permanently. Without hesitation, Lu Fan opened the book. Energy burst out and enveloped him, flowing into his veins like wildfire. He smiled. This is exactly what Shirao-E needs. Ever since they left Morning Village, his dragon companion had been leveling up too slowly. But now? With this passive skill, she'd evolve at twice the speed. Lu Fan could already imagine the look on his opponents' faces. Back in the surveillance room, Principal Bai Hunggu, Qin Shanghai, and the mysterious envoy Xin Xiong all stared at Lu Fan's screen. Xin Xiong broke the silence. Principal Bai, I'll bring him back. Now. I'm taking him to Long D. Bai Hunggu raised an eyebrow. He's still taking the exam. It's better we wait. I'll take responsibility as his administrator. But Xin Xiong frowned sharply. You can take responsibility, but you can't suffer his punishment. Bai Hunggu froze. Punishment? What punishment are you talking about? Before he could reply, Qin Shanghai stepped forward and gently grabbed Xin Xiong's arm. Old friend, let's step back a moment. We can talk this out. But Xin Xiong pulled away forcefully, his face cold. Don't interfere, Qin Shanghai. Don't test me. If you get involved, the Jin family and the higher-ups in Long D won't be pleased. Gasps filled the room. Officials from number 1 middle school stared. What did Lu Fan do? One finally asked. Shin Xiong didn't answer. His eyes locked onto Qin Shanghai, who now stood tall and silent, staring straight back. I don't understand why you're protecting him, Shin Xiong growled. But step aside. Qin Shanghai didn't flinch. You'll have to go through me. Shin Xiong's patience snapped. Bring Lu Fan out. Now. I'm busy, and I don't want to waste time. Just then, Qin Shanghai calmly took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a slow drag. Old friend, is that what I still am to you? Shin Xiong paused mid-step, visibly agitated. Political tension buzzed in the air. The room knew now, this wasn't just about a student. It was about alliances, secrets, and the ever-tightening grip of the Jin family. Qin Shanghai's voice turned deadly serious. Once Lu Fan's truth comes to light, the Jin family, Long Di, none of them will matter. The room froze. Shin Xiong's face twisted in fury. You're talking nonsense. There's no truth. You're defying a Long Di envoy. He turned to leave, but Qin Shanghai grabbed his arm again. If I'm going too far, so be it. I'll accept the consequences. The air between them turned electric. A system window flashed. Qin Shanghai, level 57 knight, Shin Xiong, level 57 swordsman. They were evenly matched, but emotionally, the battlefield was tilted. Shin Xiong's voice lowered into a threat. I'll report this to the top. You'll regret it. Before fists could fly, Principal Bai Hungo stepped in between them. Enough. This is a major exam. You must not disrupt it. Everyone tensed. For now, the storm was paused, but not calmed. Meanwhile, inside the nightmare trial, Lu Fan calmly advanced, unaware of the storm brewing above him. But he could feel it. Something big was coming. Qin Shanghai leaned forward, eyes locked on Shin Xiong. Tell me something, old friend, aren't you even a little curious about Lu Fan's secret? The one powerful enough to shake the very foundations of Longdu and the Jin family. Shin Xiong stiffened. He turned back to the monitor, brows furrowed. Wait, is he really in the nightmare level of the trial? The words hit like a thunderbolt. That's suicide, Shin Xiong muttered, stunned. Only a lunatic would challenge that level. What gives this kid the right? What makes him so special? Inside the tower, Lu Fan stood in front of a massive, ancient gate etched with dragon scales and glowing runes. It pulsed with danger. He took a deep breath. Time to test my limits. With his new passive skill activated, his mind was clear. A quick glance at his status screen confirmed it. Passive skill acquired, accelerated growth, plus 100% EXP gain for summoned pets. He smirked. No better time to give Xia some battle training. Back in the surveillance room, the principal of number 1 middle school broke the silence. Didn't you see him wipe out a dozen beasts in a single move earlier? That wasn't luck, that was talent. Even Shin Xiong couldn't deny it. His expression twisted in confusion and unease. Suddenly, Lu Fan's voice echoed from the monitor, "Come out, shall we?" In a flash of black light, the massive black dragon appeared, horns gleaming, scales like obsidian, eyes glowing with raw fury. Her roar shook the very tower. Everyone in the surveillance room froze. Even the ever-calm Shin Xiong staggered backward. That's a dragon, a real dragon. Xiaoi raised a claw, her muscles flexing. With a single earth-shaking strike, she smashed the gate to pieces. Rubble exploded outward like a storm. The path to the next floor was now wide open. Qin Shanghai wiped the sweat off his brow. Now you've seen it. This is Lu Fan's secret. Everyone stared, dumbfounded. Not a single person could speak. He's not just a Dragon Tamer. He's the only tamer in history with a real dragon. Principal Bai Hungu, normally unshakable, finally spoke up. Lu Fan really tamed a giant dragon. Inside the trial, second floor Xiao's wings spread wide as she let out a blast of flame breath, scorching everything in sight. The plant monsters shrieked and wilted instantly. Lu Fan charged forward, his black machete cutting down beasts with precise, brutal efficiency. Second floor cleared, plus 50,000 points. Back in the control room, everyone's eyes shot to the leaderboard. Number 1, Lu Fan, 50,000 points. Number 2, Hong Wu, 27,550 points. Number 3, Qin Xiao and Dao Xiaoman, 12,570 points. Lu Fan and Xiaoi kept climbing. By the 13th floor, it was an all-out massacre. Xiaoyi mowed down enemies with fire and claw. Lu Fan's blade sliced through monsters like paper. No hesitation. No mercy. 13th floor cleared, the surveillance room remained silent, too stunned to speak. Principal Bai Hunggu murmured, This isn't just about the dragon. Lu Fan's raw strength alone is terrifying. I'd bet his attributes are over 100 across the board by now. He looked toward Qin Shanghai, voice low, even without the dragon, Lu Fan might be number 1 in all of Shanghai City. Xin Xiong stood frozen. Qin Shanghai turned to him with a knowing look. So, tell me now. After witnessing this, do you still want to take Lu Fan to the higher-ups of Longdu? Xin Xiong lowered his head slightly, his voice softer than before. Now. I understand. I finally see why you dared to defy the Jin family. Xin Xiong stood quietly, the image of Xiao's destruction replaying in his mind. He whispered to himself, half in disbelief, I've truly witnessed the power of a dragon. Qin Shanghai nodded with a knowing smile. He pulled out a crystal drive and said calmly, I'll send a video segment of Lu Fan's major exam to the teacher. From now on, there's no need for any special envoy to mess with Lu Fan or the Jin family. He turned to Xin Xiong. You should return. Xin Xiong's eyes narrowed. Teacher? You mean Northmark Jing, don't you? Qin Shanhai simply smiled, not confirming, yet not denying. Inside the tower, nightmare trial, floor 20 Lu Fan stood in a pitch-black corridor. A strange purple light flickered at the end, and began to move toward him. Warning, high-level magic detected. It was a spell, launched by a dark sacrifice, a level 15 elite enemy. The status window flickered, black curse, decreases enemy stats by 50%. Increases allies' stats by 25%. Merge into darkness, grants invincibility for 15 seconds. Dark control, full command over allied dark knights. Dozens of shadowed figures stood behind the sacrifice, glowing eyes locked on Lu Fan. But Lu Fan just smirked. Xia? Let's turn up the heat. Lava blaze. Xiaoyi let out a roar, her body glowing orange as flames surged around her. She fired lava blaze, a stream of molten destruction that incinerated everything in its path. The best part? Lava blaze, continuous damage plus self-healing active, total carnage and regeneration. A true dragon multitasks. Within seconds, the entire corridor was turned to scorched rubble. All enemies, gone. 20th floor cleared, Xiaoyi, level up, 11, Lu Fan, level up, 16, Lu Fan looked at his dragon with pride. We're just getting started. Let's conquer the heavenly tower, together. Fear trial, 50th floor meanwhile, on the fear trial side, a huge explosion rocked the battlefield. 50th floor cleared, it was Hong Wu, basking in the destruction. He grinned smugly, flexing for the invisible cameras. This year's grand exam is tough, but come on. These monsters should be on the 70th floor, not here. He mentally brushed aside every competitor. Qin Xiao's my only threat, but she's in a team. Her points will be halved. First place? It's mine. He chuckled and spoke loudly toward the viewing crystal, Principal Bai Hunggu. Better start calling the top universities. Your future no. One is ready. Too bad, no one was watching. Surveillance room. The principals had their attention fixed elsewhere. The 50th floor, the murmured Principal Bai Hunggu. This is where most professionals in the southern province fall. The principal of First Middle School nodded. It's a true threshold. Even if Lu Fan passes it, he'll slow down. The difficulty spike is brutal from here. Back to Lu Fan, 50th floor of the nightmare trial. A snowstorm whirled around him. The landscape was covered in deep ice, creating an eerie silence. Lu Fan checked Xiao's status window and blinked in surprise. New skill unlocked, shape transformation. This wasn't just a power-up, it was a game-changer. Xiao now had 4 separate forms. Young Dragon form, boosts all stats, cuts energy cost by 50%. Dragon Maiden form, formed by their blood pact. Also, definite waifu material. Destruction Dragon open form E-50% strength, plus 100% spirit. Gain skills, Daylight Incineration Lava Eruption World-ending form E-50% spirit, plus 100% strength. Gain skills, Earthbend Fearful Raw. Lu Fan stared at the forms, speechless. She's not a pet anymore. She's a one-dragon apocalypse. Suddenly, the ground shook. Giant boulders stirred. 3 massive figures formed from the snow and rock, each one an amethyst mountain giant, level 20. Their eyes glowed blood red. Skills detected: mountain arm, devastating frontal strike. Landslide, large-scale area collapse. Amethyst rock, reduces magic damage by 50%, immune to armor pierce. Lu Fan tightened his grip on his machete. All right, then. Let's see how these giants handle a dragon with 4 modes. Back in the surveillance room, Principal Bai Hunggu leaned forward, concern etched on his face. How is Lu Fan going to handle 3 nightmare-level bosses at once? The principal of First Middle School nodded in agreement. I thought the 50th floor would slow him down. Even so, Lu Fan's score has already surpassed the rest. If this keeps up, he'll not only top Shanghai City, but likely become Southern Province's top scholar. He sighed wistfully, adding, why isn't such a promising student from our First Middle School? Ah, that classic academic rivalry. Some things never change. Back on the 50th floor meanwhile, Lu Fan stood face to face with the colossal amethyst mountain giants. Their status windows blinked ominously, skill charging, mountain arm, a crushing frontal assault was coming straight at him. But did Lu Fan panic? Not even slightly. So, this is what halfway up the tower feels like. Time to bring out the big guns. Just as the attack was about to connect, Xiaoyi leapt forward. She raised her left claw and caught the massive blow, sending shockwaves rippling across the frozen battlefield. Lu Fan stood calm and composed in the eye of the storm. All right, Xia. Try out your world-ender form. Xiaoyi let out a thunderous roar. Suddenly, her body erupted in crimson flames. Her silhouette twisted and reformed, turning pitch black with glowing, blood-red eyes. In the surveillance room, Principal Bai Hunggu sat up straight. Lu Fan's dragon is transforming. The system notification chimed. Transformation complete. World Ender form active. Strength 456 2, 912 spirit 1, 424 712 new skills. Earth Shatterer. World ending raw even Qin Shan Hai couldn't hide his awe. That transformation, it's terrifying. Gives me chills. Battlefield carnage. Lu Fan, now synced with his dragon's strength, readied himself. One of the mountain giants lunged at him from behind. Without even looking, Lu Fan sensed the movement and jumped into the air, dodging with ease. Skill activated, Dragon Inspiration, boosts Lu Fan and Xia's stats by 10%. Now supercharged, Lu Fan ordered, Xia, bite its head off. No dramatic build-up. No extra commands. Just raw execution. Xiaoyi obeyed. With one mighty snap of her jaws, boom! The giant's head shattered like glass. In the control room, jaws dropped. That was a level 20 boss, the First Middle School principal gasped. And she crushed it like it was nothing. Principal Bai Hunggu ran the numbers. To pierce an amethyst giant's defense, that dragon's attack power must have exceeded 2,000. As the first giant fell, the second tried to grab Lu Fan, but again, he sidestepped with graceful agility. He followed up with Dragon Claw, slamming his opponent with such force that the ground cracked open in a shockwave explosion. Back in the viewing chamber, Qin Shan Hai turned to Qin Xiong. Aren't you glad you didn't try to take Lu Fan away earlier? Qin Xiong remained silent, his eyes locked on the screen. The end is near. As Lu Fan danced around the battlefield, Xiaoyi prepared her next move. Skill activated, world-ending roar, applies vulnerability debuff to enemies. The remaining giant staggered, visibly weakened. Lu Fan took aim, preparing to strike the final blow, but before he could act, Xiaoyi reared back and slammed the earth with both claws. Skill activated, Earth Shatterer, the impact split the ground wide open. A massive black pit yawned beneath them, pulling the last giant in. And just like that, all bosses eliminated, floor 50 cleared. Lu Fan stood at the edge of the pit, wind howling around him, his dragon roaring beside him. As smoke still curled from the destruction of the 50th floor, the system chimed in, Black Dragon has leveled up, LV. 12, Lu Fan has leveled up, LV. 16, Lu Fan's eyes lit up with excitement. Nightmare mode was definitely the right call. He realized something key. With every floor getting harder, his own power would keep skyrocketing. Victory wasn't just rewarding, it was supercharging him. Suddenly, another announcement echoed, Congratulations! You have cleared floor 50. Without hesitation, Lu Fan turned toward the glowing portal, Xiaoyi following close behind like a shadow forged in fire. Back in the monitoring room, Qin Shanhai crossed his arms with a smirk. So much for the dreaded 50th floor. Didn't even slow him down. The principal of First Middle School added, that dragon. Her strength goes beyond anything I've studied. It defies common logic. Principal Bai Henggu turned to Special Envoy Qin Xiong, who had spent years in the battle-hardened Dragon City. With your experience, can you estimate the Black Dragon's true strength after transformation? Qin Xiong's face was unusually serious. I've seen monsters in Dragon City that could tear through legions. And yet, compared to them, this dragon's transformed strength? At least 500 points, bare minimum. Gasps filled the room. The principal of First Middle School nearly choked. 500. Our entire stat sheets look like child's play compared to that. Bai Henggu nodded slowly. Just as I thought. Her stats are only going to keep growing. Then the principal added something that grabbed everyone's attention. Now that Lu Fan has cleared floor 50, the X+1 mode kicks in. Qin Shanhai raised a brow. X plus what now? Bai Henggu explained, the Trials architect designed this mode to mimic real secret realms. After floor 50, every floor labeled a X is followed by a boss floor, the +1. It keeps challengers in a constant state of mortal peril. And in nightmare mode? Both the X floors and the +1 floors are packed with nightmare-level bosses. Not just one per floor, of multiple. All with enhanced strength and AI. Qin Shanhai gave a dry laugh. Sounds brutal. But why worry? Lu Fan's out there turning nightmare bosses into fertilizer. Elsewhere in the tower, Lu Fan was doing exactly that. Wielding his massive black machete, he hacked through a heavily armored boss like it was a training dummy. Meanwhile, Xiaoyi, his pitch-black, flame-wreathed dragon, sank her teeth into the head of a different monster like it was a crunchy snack. The system blared again, cleared floor 70, Xiaoyi has leveled up, LV. 13, Lu Fan has leveled up, LV. 18, in the surveillance room, Qin Shanhai whistled. The Tower of Heaven was designed to be unbeatable past floor 50. But with that dragon by his side, Lu Fan doesn't need tactics, just targets. Lu Fan casually wiped the blood from his mouth, eyes sharp with focus. Xia, let's move. With a growl of delight, Xiaoyi responded, splitting a monster's head like it was a ripe melon. Principal Bai Henggu leaned forward, his voice low with disbelief. He's at floor 78 already, in mere minutes. The First Middle School principal shook his head. This year's Heaven Tower was supposed to be the hardest version ever crafted. I doubted anyone could reach the 80s. He paused, then chuckled bitterly. Guess I'll be eating those words now. Rampage mode, activated just then, the atmosphere shifted. Xiaoyi let out a world-ending roar and went into full rampage mode. Flames poured from her mouth like volcanic wrath, lighting up the tower's stone halls in apocalyptic red. The nightmare-level bosses, previously oozing intimidation, were now fleeing like panicked rats. Monsters ran. Xiaoyi hunted. And Lu Fan? He walked through the inferno like a god among mortals. The system's voice cut through the tension like a blade. 76th floor cleared, the boss this time? A giant worm-like monstrosity, all fangs and scales. It didn't even get the chance to blink. One strike from Lu Fan's dragon blood armor, and boom, it was over. Xiaoyi has leveled up, LV. 14, Lu Fan has leveled up, LV. 19, Xia casually held the boss's severed head like a bored butcher showing off her catch. Back at the principal's office, Principal Bongu sat in silence, staring at the monitor. He finally spoke, so many geniuses have come this far, only to fall short. They burned everything, pushed to the edge, and still perished. Qin Shanhai nodded solemnly. The 70s and 80s floors, once you reach them, you read too deep in to turn back. It becomes a one-way path. Bongu folded his arms, watching Lu Fan scream. But this one? He's different. He might actually do it. First in a decade to reach the end. System notification, entering floor 99, and just like that, the scene shifted. Lu Fan stepped onto a broken battlefield. It was a desolate, ruined hall, crumbling staircases, shattered pillars, and a massive obsidian throne in the distance. Surrounding it, for headless knights, each wreathed in blue flames. Silent. Menacing. Armed to the teeth. They didn't need eyes to see, just bloodlust to feel. Each one had a nightmare toolkit, penetration strikes with deadly multipliers, auto-trigger counterattacks, lightning speed assaults, and the worst of all, a beheading skill that instantly killed anyone under 57% HP. And to make things more fun, they shared boosted HP pools and armor. Yeah, Lu Fan muttered, cracking his neck. Real welcoming committee. But Lu Fan wasn't shaken. He recognized this flaw. It mirrored the Shattered Kingdom, a realm swallowed in flames centuries ago by the undead. History class ends now. Without delay, the axe-wielding knight charged. Its glowing weapon shimmered with the instant kill curse. Lu Fan had no control skills. Only raw power. So he went headfirst. He leapt into the fray, black machete singing through the air. The first strike? A scratch. The knight instantly healed. Worse, the slash triggered a counterattack. The knight struck back, hard. But Lu Fan braced himself, blocking at the last second. Seeing an opening, he roared, "Xia, fire!" She answered the call. Flames burst from her maw, consuming the throne room. In infernal rage, the whole floor trembled, stone cracking under molten fury. Good girl, Lu Fan grinned. But it wasn't over yet. The dual-blade knight screamed, for the king, and dashed in, lightning charging its weapons. Sparks erupted as it clashed with Lu Fan's blade. He held his ground, but barely. The other knights were closing in. No more games. Xia, Lu Fan ordered, prepare your ultimate. The dragon began to pulse, channeling chaos itself. The 99th floor, final phase. Xia unleashed a massive lava blaze, waves of heat warping the air. The knights didn't flee. They charged. And they burned. Flames swept through the hall like a tidal wave. Blackened armor crumbled, ash filled the air, and one by one, the nightmare knights fell to pieces, reduced to nothing but melted metal and fading blue sparks. Floor 99 cleared. Shaoyi has leveled up, LV. 15, new skill unlocked, Black Flame Judgment. Lu Fan has leveled up, LV. 20, Lu Fan read the system window, eyes wide. You're evolving faster than me, girl. Xia gave a low, satisfied growl, already glowing with her newfound power. Meanwhile, in the surveillance room, silence. Total silence. Then the door to the 100th floor swung open on screen. The principal of First Middle School dropped his pen. Qin Shanhai, usually full of snark, whispered, "We're witnessing history." Even Bongu, the calm and collected veteran, looked visibly shaken. It's happening. In the surveillance room, the principal of First Middle School stared, slack-jawed. Hold up, this was never supposed to be possible. Meanwhile, at the top of the tower, Lu Fan stood tall on the 100th floor, a shattered kingdom strewn with skeletal remains. At the heart of the ruin, a towering throne crumbled but still held its dark majesty. Embedded in the throne was a gleaming sword, which Lu Fan yanked free. The moment he pulled it, a powerful aura erupted, swirling like a storm around him and Xia at his side. The scene before them sitting on the throne was the World Annihilation Emperor, a terrifying level 60 boss, radiating overwhelming power. Surrounding him were 500 demon soldiers, a restless, undead army ready to defend their master with their last breath. Lu Fan's secret weapon. Lu Fan glanced at Xia's stats. Her new skill, Cataclysm, was a 3-stage assault of total destruction. First, a ground-shaking impact that wreaked havoc, then an engulfing flame that burned enemies to ashes. Finally, a massive area detonation that obliterated anything left standing. Lu Fan's grin widened. Time to unleash some real chaos. Xia's transformation. With a fierce nod, Xia transformed into her destruction dragon form. Flames roared and swirled around her like a living volcano. The system flashed with her boosted stats and fresh skills, all things incinerate and lava burst included. Back in the surveillance room, principals Bai Hong and Qin Shanghai watched, stunned. Is that a whole new level of terrifying? Bai Hong muttered. Lu Fan's been holding back this kind of firepower all along. Qin Shanghai gasped. Battle begins. The demon commander barked orders, rallying the undead army to defend their emperor. But Lu Fan didn't hesitate. He grabbed a skeleton soldier like a baseball bat. Xia, Cataclysm, now! The destruction dragon let out a deafening roar, soaring high as hellfire rained down in waves. The aftermath. The system's casualty counter exploded, soldiers incinerated left and right. Flames spread like wildfire. Undead army shrank from 500 to less than 200 in moments. Xia's relentless assault burned the battlefield, healing herself amid the inferno. With a final explosive detonation, the last enemies were swallowed whole by flames. Silence fell on the surveillance room. The principals marveled. A mere student wielding this much power. Unimaginable. Qin Shanghai's eyes widened as the system updated, 42 soldiers remaining. 37. Suddenly, the demon commander stepped forward. Kneel before your king, he demanded. Lu Fan's response gripping his dragon sword tight, Lu Fan's smirk only grew. She pressed the attack, each enemy falling swiftly, until only devastation remained, nothing but scorched earth and broken bones. The score Bai Hong too watched, deep in thought. Even the four horsemen wouldn't stand a chance. The principal from First Middle School stared in disbelief. 989, 500 points. The highest in 30 years. Bai Hong muttered, this year's test is the hardest yet. The reward better be at least 3 rare artifacts. The final challenge. Lu Fan surveyed the ruin, sword in hand. Trash cleared. Now, show yourself, the Annihilation Emperor. Smoke curled away as a terrifying figure emerged from the shadows. The final boss radiated suffocating, sinister energy, stomping the ground with earth-shaking force. Sword drawn, it locked eyes on Lu Fan. The look said it all, you're dead. System alert, only one undead soldier remains. The boss charged, building momentum to strike. But Lu Fan was ready. He activated dragon armor. His arm transformed, scales rippling, fingers sharpening into wicked dragon claws. An intense aura erupted, crackling with black dragon power. Smirking, Lu Fan stretched his claws forward and signaled to Xia. Gear up. Black Dragon Xia fixes the boss with an intimidating stare. Claws extended, ready to pounce. The Annihilation Emperor swings his massive sword with all his might, aiming to end Lu Fan in one brutal strike. But Lu Fan blocks effortlessly, dragging his dragon claws along the blade with a sharp clang. Seizing the moment, Lu Fan commands, Xia, strike now. All things incinerate. With a roar, Xia flaps her colossal wings, unleashing fiery tornadoes that slam into the boss with devastating force. The Annihilation Emperor is sent hurtling backward, crashing into debris and plunging his sword deep into the ground to halt his slide. Shocked, the boss realizes his strength is fading rapidly. The source? Lu Fan's rare lament ring, draining the enemy's life force relentlessly. Lu Fan, with a cocky grin, points to the glowing ring and taunts, this power drain? It's just getting started. System confirmation, lament aura is in full effect. This rare ring, requiring at least level 15 to wield, is a total game changer, boosting Lu Fan's spirit, stamina, and strength, sapping his foes at the same time. Desperate and enraged, the boss snarls, cheater. Using dirty tricks. Lu Fan remains unfazed. Calm and collected, he orders Xia to unleash the second stage of All Things Incinerate. Xia roars louder, flapping her wings with even greater fury. Fire tornadoes erupt and explode all around, detonating near the boss and smashing him into the shattered throne. The Annihilation Emperor barely holds on, bracing for a counterattack. Lu Fan's dagger gleams. He draws it back, gathering every ounce of energy. Bursting through the flames, he lunges forward in a devastating surprise attack. The boss tries to block, but it's futile. With ruthless precision, Lu Fan drives his dagger deep into the boss's chest, pinning him against the cold stone throne. The boss gasps, defeated. System declares, victory. All undead soldiers have been annihilated, 0 remain. Level up. Black Dragon Xia ascends to level 17. Lu Fan reaches level 22. Triumphant, Lu Fan strides to the throne. One foot rests on the armrest, one hand on the fallen emperor's shoulder. With flair, he yanks the dagger free. It's over, Xia. Back in the surveillance room, silence reigns. Principals and teachers are stunned. Bai Hong Tu's face is pale with disbelief. No one has ever scored 1,000,000 points in the last 30 years. The first middle school principal is speechless. Mr. Qin Shanghai crosses his arms, smirking. Our school's reputation? About to skyrocket. Lu Fan casually walks away from the battlefield. Dagger resting on his shoulder, hands in his pockets. Turning to Xia, he grins playfully, time to go home. Hey, have you been craving Aunt Hank's cooking? Xia roars happily, eyes shining as she flaps close. Definitely missed it. System announcement, level 100 cleared. A treasure chest materializes before Lu Fan. Inside, 3 incredible items await: Wrath of the Ice Dragon King, a rare blue skill book teaching devastating ice magic that freezes enemies and slows their movements. Lu Fan grins, control skills sooner than expected. Rare Spirit Wind Ring boosts agility, stamina, and spirit, includes a skill increasing speed by 35%. Perfect for Lu Fan, though Xia can't use it. Legendary Flames and Frost Cloak, massive stat boosts and incredible protection against fire and ice, enhancing damage against those enemy types. Lu Fan drapes the cloak over his shoulders, slides on the ring, and clutches the skill book. Feeling unstoppable, he pulls out his teleportation stone and opens a portal back to the school. Back in the surveillance room, Lu Fan appears. He greets everyone coolly and asks Principal Bongu, "Can I head home now and wait for the results?" Teachers stare in astonishment. Bai Hong steps forward, pride glowing from his face. "Lu Fan, you are the pride of this school. Your photo will hang on our wall of fame." And with that, a legend is born. Back in the surveillance room, the first middle school principal pipes up with a smirk, "Wait, doesn't the wall of fame usually honor heroes who've died fighting monsters? Are you cursing Lu Fan by putting him up there already, Bai Hong?" Bai Hong shoots back, not missing a beat, "Mind your own business. Lu Fan's broken records and his future? Immeasurable." The first middle school principal chuckles and waves it off. "Well, this exam definitely made Lu Fan famous. Mr. Qin Shanghai approaches with a serious expression, nodding in respect. "I tried preparing for this exam mentally, but Lu Fan's power. I'm still blown away." Lu Fan, locking eyes with Qin Shanghai and setting aside all emotions, asks coolly, "Have all the conditions been met? Does that mean the Princess of Tai Kingdom won't throw any more tantrums?" Qin Shanghai smiles, eyes closed, "You'll have your piece. I've got my part covered. The teacher should already have the message." Lu Fan raises an eyebrow, curious, "Teacher? Which teacher?" Qin Shanghai just places a reassuring hand on his shoulder, "Don't worry about that now. Focus on which academic institution you want next." Meanwhile, in the shadows, a man quietly adjusts his cap and walks away. It's Qin Slong, the special envoy from Longju. The principals quickly gather around Lu Fan, buzzing with excitement. Top 10 academic institutions will be fighting tooth and nail to recruit you. Don't forget wealthy merchants from the southern province, they'll be all over you, trying to build connections. They warn Lu Fan to watch his back and beware of their true motives. The first middle school principal excitedly blurts out, "Hey, Lu Fan. Can you call out Black Dragon Xia? We want to see her in person." Principal Bai Hong cuts in sharply, "No way. If Xia shows up here, she might accidentally level the whole school." All eyes turn to the ranking board. Lu Fan sits firmly on top with an insane 1.3 million points. Bai Hong can't help but gush, no one's come close to this record in 50 years. Cut to the far north, level 60 territory in the Dragon Realm at a fortified base. Marcus Tu Jing, the northern frontier marquis, sits sipping wine with a weathered, grey-haired face. He watches battle recordings of Lu Fan and Black Dragon Xia, a rare smile crossing his lips. Suddenly, a knock interrupts. A man in a jacket enters, carrying reports. Apologizing for the interruption, he hands over the files. Tu Jing's expression shifts instantly, becoming serious. He asks, "Any new evidence?" The man confirms, everything Qin Shanghai deduced is spot on. Tu Jing reads, eyes darkening. The reports detail a conspiracy involving Princess Ta Jingu and her inner circle. Even more shocking, Lord Ruan Chongfeng, a high-ranking official in Dragon City, is deeply tangled in the plot, secretly supporting the Jin family. Tu Jing's grip tightens around his wine bottle until it cracks. His jaw clenches as he mutters, "Ruan. A scheming traitor." The white-haired subordinate explains, Ruan and the Jin family pretend to maintain friendly relations, but behind the scenes, Ruan's granting them privileges. Furious, Tu Jing shatters the bottle into pieces and stands, fury blazing in his eyes. Ruan Chongfeng has been backing Princess Jingu, letting her run wild. Tu Jing declares, strip Ruan of all titles and power. Dragon City has no place for him. He dares Ruan to face him personally if he dares complain. And warns, if the Jin family tries to meddle again, the Griffin squad will be the first to greet them. The stage is set. Power struggles beneath the surface threaten to shake the realms, while Lu Fan's legend only grows. The subordinate, wide-eyed but understanding, nods and steps back respectfully. But Tu Jing isn't finished yet. Pointing firmly at the door, he orders, keep close tabs on which school Lu Fan chooses. Make sure that institution provides him with all the resources he needs. Outside, the red moon hangs heavy over the snowy northern landscape, casting an eerie glow. Tu Jing reflects quietly. This young dragon tamer, Lu Fan, has brought a rare glimmer of hope to the north. I look forward to meeting this legend someday. But with so much on my plate, who knows when that will be? Meanwhile, in a lavish hotel suite far away, Princess Jingo sits on her bed, phone in hand. Suddenly, the call comes, and the news hits her like a ton of bricks. Ruan Changfeng has been dismissed. By none other than Mark Jing. Panic flashes across her face. The caller quickly tries to soothe her nerves, but there's some good news. Curious but frustrated, Jingu demands to know what it is. The caller reveals, with the exam results soon to be released, we discovered another Dragon Tamer in Qinghao City besides Lu Fan. Princess Jingu's panic morphs into wicked intrigue, a sly smile creeping across her lips. This could be a game changer. Maybe this new Dragon Tamer will be easier to manipulate. Back at the trial site of 3rd Middle School, Luan bids everyone farewell and vanishes into a portal. Out steps Hong Wu, freshly declared a pass on the South Province exam, scoring an impressive 89,500 points and reaching the 72nd floor of the horror level. Bursting with joy, Hong Wu already daydreams of fame, top universities battling to accept me, flashy awards, maybe even a shot at the stars. In his mind's eye, he sees the 1st Middle School principal praising him as the undisputed champion. He's convinced the buzz around him must be all about his incredible score. But reality hits differently. Approaching the principal with a proud smile, Hong Wu announces his score eagerly. The principal gives him a concerned look and asks quietly, "Is your training complete?" Hong Wu nods confidently. The principal places a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "You did exceptionally well and will easily get into a top university. But you need to know your limits and take care of those injuries." Hong Wu is stunned, trying to decode the unexpected reaction. After a moment, he realizes the message: stay humble. Grateful, he thanks the principal, understanding that humility will serve him well on his journey. Fast forward 7 days, the day the nightmare exam results are announced. As Lu Fan and Aunt Hank open their door, they're immediately engulfed by a mob of reporters and excited fans. Hank's face twists in alarm as journalists swarm her. Fans push forward, eager to hand Lu Fan gifts, one even holding out a fancy box and inviting him to visit his estate. Reporters shout questions about his university plans while more fans try to shower him with presents. The chaos is real, and Lu Fan stands at the center of a storm he never expected. Just then, Mr. Qin Shanghai arrives, adding fresh energy to the growing excitement surrounding Lu Fan. He announces with a broad smile, the university entrance exam results are about to be officially released. And let me be the first to call Lu Fan the top student in the entire South Province. Seeing the overwhelming crowd, he suggests moving indoors to continue the conversation in a more private setting. Aunt Hank, relieved by the change of pace, leads the way. Inside, Mr. Qin Shanghai pulls out 6 grand prize boxes, each filled with an astonishing 50 million yuan, an honor befitting the best student in the province. He urges Lu Fan to accept the gifts, emphasizing, this incredible achievement deserves the highest recognition. Lu Fan glances at his phone and notices a notification: he's officially secured 1st place. Although his total score remains classified, it's known that Chun Tanzi, a fierce rival, trails behind him in 2nd place with 215,628 points. Mr. Qin Shanghai continues, on top of this prize money, Principal Bai Hong has sent additional special rewards to celebrate your victory. Lu Fan's eyes gleam with curiosity as the first gift is unveiled, a skill book titled Roar of the Blue Dragon King. This powerful spell unleashes a lightning attack that paralyzes enemies and stacks power for a massive follow-up strike. Lu Fan can already imagine how this skill will perfectly complement Shiroyi's magic, melding ice and thunder for devastating combo effects. Next up, a legendary thunder potion. This rare elixir boosts Lu Fan's lightning power and permanently increases his power attribute by 20 points. He knows this will make his thunder magic a fearsome force on the battlefield. The 3rd prize, Green Wind Armor. A rare armor piece with impressive stamina and strength bonuses, capable of deflecting impact damage. Mr. Qin Shanghai explains that every item was carefully handpicked by Principal Bai Hong himself. But that's not all. The final prize is revealed, a pair of legendary flashwing boots. These boots grant lightning-fast movement with a 30-second recharge time and come equipped with Flashwing Leap, a skill that allows the wearer to dash across a 50-meter radius at breakneck speed, also with a 30-second cooldown. Holding the briefcase packed with these epic rewards, Lu Fan marvels at how such powerful tools are usually reserved for high-ranking magicians. Determined not to waste this chance, he resolves to master these gifts, knowing they will be game changers for both him and Shurao Yi. The system confirms his acquisition, rewards obtained, Dragon King's War Skill, Lightning Flashwing Boots, Green Wind Armor, and Legendary Thunder Potion. Just as Lu Fan tries to wrap his head around the flood of powerful new items, Chinchio bursts into the room, excitement practically radiating from her. She's got some wild news that promises to shake things up even further. The scene kicks off with an astonishing revelation. The presidents of 10 major universities have descended upon Shanghai City and are already at Lu Fan's house, eagerly waiting for a personal interview. Aunt Hank stares in disbelief. All this for one student. Meanwhile, Chinio awkwardly explains her presence, and Lu Fan, still recovering from the exam madness, raises an eyebrow. Aren't we moving a bit fast? The results just dropped. Mr. Qin Shanghai, ever the smooth operator, steps in when the university president saw footage of your, shall we say, electrifying performance. They dropped everything and rushed here. He leans closer with a grin and a hushed tone. That video? Only senior officials and the Dragon Capital have access. Let's keep it that way. Then, switching to business, he adds, as for Princess Jingu, the situation is under control. And a certain mysterious teacher is eager to meet you. With a hand on Lu Fan's shoulder, Mr. Qin Shanghai assures, no need to worry. Everything will be arranged smoothly. Just then, Chinio approaches Lu Fan, nervously holding out a purple card. I wanted to thank you earlier, but... well, Jingu kind of ruined the moment. Lu Fan's eyes widen. Their previous deal was for 100,000 dragon coins. This card? Worth a jaw-dropping 10 million. Mr. Qin Shanghai laughs heartily. This is the Qin family's way of saying thank you, in style. He then shares another surprise. An escort will arrive in the evening to take Lu Fan to Jian Park, where a luxurious villa awaits, awarded by the city for topping the entire province. Hank, now overwhelmed, steps in between Lu Fan and Chinio, who turns beet red and snaps, Dad, stop teasing. Lu Fan and I need to go. We've got an appointment with the academy officials. Meanwhile, deep in the forests near Shinnao City, a black jeep skids to a halt. Out steps Princess Jingu, cloaked in arrogance, flanked by her elite guard. Report. What's the status on the other Dragon Tamer? Hong Tai, her loyal subordinate, salutes and reports, Chun Tanji has reached level 19, and his armor dragon is at level 14. Jingu raises an eyebrow. Impressed. Dragon Tamers really are full of surprises, leveling up like maniacs. Cut to Chun Tanji himself. He's locked in a fierce battle with a monstrous beast. The ground shakes with each blow. Leaping high into the air, Chun avoids a devastating strike, then counters with a critical hit, level up to 20. Watching from afar, Jingu nods. Not bad, at least I didn't waste that dragon egg. Chun bows respectfully. I will not bring shame to the royal family. But Jingu isn't here to hand out compliments. You'd better not. The last one failed miserably. She then makes a grand announcement. Chun Tanji shall now wield the dragon lance. The air grows tense. Anyone got a problem with that? Hong Tai replies instantly, as you wish, your highness. With the legendary spear and his armor dragon, Chun Tanji feels invincible. Lu Fan, I'm coming for you. Jingu's thoughts linger on Lu Fan. His score is classified, but rumors say it's over 300,000. TCH. Her rage simmers. Engrave Lu Fan's name into your soul. Do not rest until you defeat him, and bring me that black dragon, Xia. She leans in, voice icy, succeed, and you'll be the greatest dragon tamer in Tai, second only to me. Chun bows deeply, I swear it. As she turns to leave, Jingu sneers, at least you had the brains to take my offer. Unlike him. Before departing, she sends Kai Hong Tai to Shanghai City. Find out which university Lu Fan plans to attend. Fail, and you are re-finished. Kai nods grimly, knowing the stakes. Back in Shanghai, at the stunning Qin family villa, Lu Fan and Chinio walk through the garden. Chinio, cheeks flushed, glances at him and quickly blurts, "So, have you picked a school yet?" Before he can even open his mouth, she waves her hands nervously. I mean, it's not me. It's my dad. He's just super curious, that's all. Lu Fan chuckles. Looks like fame isn't his only problem now, love might just be knocking too. As Lu Fan and Chinio strolled through the elegant Qin family villa, Chinio hesitantly brought up something her dad suggested. He thinks we should apply to the same academy so we can look out for each other. Lu Fan, ever cool and collected, nods with a smile. Teamwork is important. We've made a solid team before, especially in, say, sudden monster ambushes in the middle of nowhere. Chinio chuckles but can't hide her worry. She doesn't know Lu Fan's exact score, but she fears the distance between their abilities is growing. Inside, she makes a silent vow, no matter what, I'm going to catch up. I'll apply to the same academy as him. I have to. Lu Fan, reading her determination, gently smiles. Sounds like a good plan. With that, he pushes open a grand door and walks straight into a chaotic interview that felt more like a royal auction. Inside, a chubby man draped in priest robes jumps up with excitement. Lu Fan. It's really you. That entrance exam video? Legendary. Sitting beside him, a mysterious masked woman calmly adds, you re the first Dragon Tamer in history to actually have a dragon companion. The entire nation's watching you now. She cuts to the chase. As top scorer of the southern province, have you decided which academy to join? Lu Fan opens his mouth to speak, but the fat man from Jiangnan Academy can't hold back. Why even think about it? Come to Jiangnan Academy. We're offering 10 million dragon coins per year, unlimited potions, and entry to our exclusive secret realms. The masked woman scoffs, trying to bribe him with spare change. Please. We're heads of the top academies in the Dragon Kingdom, not merchants at a street fair. Red-faced and flustered, the fat man fires back, fine. Northern Academy will double it. 20 million dragon coins annually, and access to our Snow Kingdom's top secret realm, reserved just for him. And just like that, the room erupts. One head yells, we've got better resources. Another jumps in, we'll let him explore 3 hidden secret realms a year. Even the janitor outside probably wanted to throw in a scholarship. Amid the chaos, Lu Fan stands there, dumbfounded. I thought this was an interview, not a bidding war. Then, silence. Gayan, the composed head of Dragon Capital Academy, steps forward and drops a bomb. Dragon Capital Academy controls this year's national trial quota, and we're offering it to Lu Fan. The room freezes. The fat man stumbles a step back. Wait, you're serious? The national trial? For him? The masked woman slams the table. This is outrageous. He just changed professions. Other nations have been training their candidates for years. Lu Fan raises a hand like a student asking a question. What exactly is the national trial? Gayan explains, calmly but with weight behind every word, the national trial is a collaboration between 23 nations. Once every 3 years, each country selects a young warrior under the age of 25. No national-level experts allowed. It's a trial by fire, deadly, rare treasures hidden within, and the whole world watching. He pauses, then adds, and those who pass don't just graduate. They become national-level experts. The envoy from Northern Academy, now sweating bullets, pleads with Lu Fan, join us. We'll ensure your training for the trial starts immediately. The Jiangnan envoy looks about ready to faint. This is unfair. You can't use the trial as bait. Gayan doesn't flinch. From top scorer in the province to ruler of the Dragon Kingdom. That's the path we offer. Just as Lu Fan tries to process all of this, a system notification blinks in front of him. Ding! New treasure map acquired. Location? Map quality, high sender, unknown. Lu Fan stares blankly. Well, that's not ominous at all. Lu Fan blinked in surprise. A new divine treasure map? It had been ages since the first one changed his life, leading him to Black Dragon Shear's egg. Now, curiosity bubbled in his chest. As he examined the glowing map, excitement surged. It's located inside Dragon Capital Academy. That settled it. Gayan, still watching him closely, asked, so, are you satisfied? Lu Fan gave a calm yet decisive nod. Yes. I've made my choice, I'll join Dragon Capital Academy. But before Gayan could start celebrating, Lu Fan added, I do have one more request. Gayan tilted his head, curious. As long as it's not outrageous. For days later, Lufan stood outside Hank's steam bun shop, closing the shutters for the last time. The familiar creak of the hinges felt final. Hank sighed, her voice nostalgic. I never imagined I'd leave this place after so many years. Dusting off his hands, Lufan replied with a soft smile, we've got a villa now. And savings. There's nothing holding us back. She looked at him, eyes misty with emotion. Feels like just yesterday you were a scrawny kid knocking on my door. And now look at you. Just then, a car pulled up, and out jumped Chinio and Taimon, waving like overexcited tour guides. Time to go, Aunt Hank. Dragon Capital awaits. Taimon beamed. She announced that not only had she applied to Dragon Capital Academy, but so had she and Chinio both passed, and all thanks to Lufan. We're officially classmates now. Oh, and Chinio's family even chartered a private plane for us. Fancy, who? Chinio blushed furiously, trying to shut her up. Hank, surprised by everything, turned to Lufan. Wait, you really asked Gayan to help me get in? Lufan nodded. You've always been more than just family. You deserve this. Gayan had agreed to vouch for Hank, though the final say still belonged to the academy. But it was a shot, and that was enough to bring tears to Hank's eyes. Back then, I dreamed of going to an academy like this. I just never thought I'd get the chance. Lufan gently patted her shoulder. Then don't cry. Let's start this new life. Chinio smiled and shouted, okay, team. On the plane, we've got treasure to chase and classes to sleep through. The plane landed in Dragon Capital, a bustling metropolis so alive and electric that Hank couldn't stop staring out the window. Is this really where we're going to live? She whispered, awestruck. Chinio pointed out the market where rare recipes were sold like hotcakes, while Lufan's eyes locked onto the towering spires of Dragon Capital Academy in the distance. But the peaceful moment shattered when a luxury car rolled up. Out stepped none other than the bratty Princess Jingu, with Hong Tai opening the door and Chun Chenji standing stiffly beside her like a bouncer with something to prove. Jingu's eyes locked onto Lufan. Her irritation was palpable. Great. Why is she everywhere I go? Lufan sighed internally. Chun Chenji took a step forward, clearly spoiling for a confrontation. But Jingu snapped, stand down. Without Ron Chongfeng's backing, we don't start anything here. Grumbling, Chun Chenji backed off, for now. Chinio leaned in, whispering to Lufan, wasn't she the princess who came to study in our kingdom? My dad mentioned someone like that. Taimon, sensing the tension, tilted her head. So what's her problem? Did someone snatch her last dumpling? Before Lufan could answer, Gayan arrived, eyebrows raised at the awkward standoff. You don't know each other. She seemed genuinely surprised. Lufan, Chun Chenji, you are both Dragon Tamers. The twin stars of the southern province. Lufan blinked. He's a Dragon Tamer too. Before the shock wore off, Chun Chenji stepped forward, barely hiding his contempt. I've heard your name more times than I care to count. Lufan, drained from the trip, rubbed his temples. Can we not? We've just landed. Hank eagerly agreed, tugging his arm. Let's go before this turns into a duel. Gayan nodded and offered to show them their accommodations personally. If anything isn't to your liking, let me know. Orientation begins tomorrow. As they left, Jingu huffed and dramatically turned on her heel. I'll handle my own arrangements, she snapped, walking off with her entourage. Lufan glanced at her retreating figure. Why do I get the feeling this year's going to be anything but peaceful? The group finally arrives at the dormitory district, but this isn't your usual Showbark's room with bunk beds and instant noodles. Gayan gestures toward a pristine gated section with elegant villas lined up like royalty on parade. Welcome to the first-year villa zone, she announces. There are only 30 villas in total, and who gets them? Only the elite, the top 30 scorers from the entrance exam. Lufan? Naturally ranked number 1. His reward? Villa number 1, the crown jewel of the campus. Meanwhile, Chun Chenji, despite his twin-starred hype from the southern province, only made 18th overall. He's been booted to Villa 18. Lufan, barely hiding his smirk, thinks it's poetic justice. Twin stars? Please. One of us still has dignity left. Just then, Chinio and Taimon share the bad news, we didn't make it into the top 30. Guess it's the student dorms for us. Gayan nods sympathetically but adds, well, the villas are definitely nicer. That's when Hank strikes. She clings to Lu Fan's arm like a seasoned negotiator and bats her eyelashes. Miss Gayen, since Lu Fan is living alone, can we stay with him too? Record scratch. Chinio and Taimon go full tomato mode, blushing like their crush just read their diary out loud. Gayen, to her credit, considers it professionally. There's no rule against it, as long as the villa's official resident doesn't object. Hank turns to Lu Fan with her secret weapon. You really wanna give up my special cookies, Lu Fan folds like wet paper. I don't mind. Victory. Hank cheers and grabs Chinio and Taimon in a group hug. This will be perfect. It'll boost our teamwork for realm expeditions too. And there it is. Your long-awaited harem arc just launched. Our gigachad Lu Fan has unintentionally assembled Team Chaos. Trying to justify the situation, Lu Fan tells the girls, the dorms are really far. If you stayed there, I'd have to walk half the campus just to see you. Chinio blushes again and agrees, while Taimon, still clinging to her big sister energy, adds sternly, fine, but no funny business with Chinio. I will be watching you. Just when things start settling in, a shimmering screen appears in front of Lu Fan. It's the divine treasure map, and the location it points to. Villa number 2. Next door. Lu Fan turns to Gayen. Who lives in Villa 2? She explains that she only oversees the southern province students. Villa 2 belongs to someone from another region, but she thinks it's just one girl. Lu Fan gulps. I'll go check it out. Hank giggles, bring back a souvenir. The girls, though smiling, go oddly quiet. Lu Fan senses the shift and quickly clarifies, I'm just curious who the second-ranked student is, okay? That's all. As he walks off, Hank whispers with a grin, is our boy finally growing up? Taimon huffs, annoyed. 3 girls already live with him and he still wants to meet the new neighbor. Lu Fan, meanwhile, just wants to find the treasure, honest. He's standing in front of Villa number 2, a cake in hand like a nervous delivery boy on Valentine's Day. Hope she likes sweets and lets me in before she finds the treasure. The door creaks open, and standing there is a girl dressed completely in black. Silent. Unblinking. Zero emotion. Lu Fan flashes his best smile and introduces himself, Hi. I'm Lu Fan from Jianghai City in the southern province. I live next door. The girl just stares. Awkwardness intensifies. Trying to salvage the moment, he offers the cake like a peace treaty. This is for being neighbors. A sweet start to our neighborly friendship. No reply. Just blank eyes and a quiet breeze. Lu Fan chuckles nervously. Great. Either she's shy or she's deciding if I'm edible. Still trying to play it cool, Lu Fan offers a warm smile and extends the cake. Let's be friends. Maybe get to know each other better. Right then, the system throws in a twist, party popper, ding, this cake boosts agility by +3 on first use. Hold up, it's a stat-boosting dessert. Lu Fan just handed over a small fortune in calories and combat efficiency. Even so, the mysterious girl continues to stare at him like she's assessing his soul. Finally, she reaches out, takes the cake, and speaks in a soft voice, Jianyang, from Yinbei province. Lu Fan nearly stumbles back, her voice is way too cute for her intimidating vibe. Now flustered, he blurts out the first excuse that comes to mind, I'm, thirsty. Can I come in for a glass of water? Brain, why did I say that? Mouth, too late, boss. But to his surprise, Jianyang simply steps aside. Lu Fan bows in thanks and slips in. But the moment she turns to close the door, poof. He vanishes like a rogue on a timer. Lu Fan sprints through her house like a burglar in a stealth game, treasure map in hand. First stop, the bedroom. Clothes on the bed. No treasure. Not what I'm here for. Probably. Next, bathroom. Nothing but minty soap. Then, jackpot. He opens a barely used room and there it is, a jade dragon egg shimmering with power. The system confirms it, bullseye, treasure map target located. Without a second thought, Lu Fan grabs the egg just as Jianyang returns, with the promised water. Lu Fan panic switches to his awkward exit plan, you know what? I'm not thirsty anymore. But thanks. See you at the freshman ceremony. Bye. And he dashes out like he's late for a test. Jianyang stands there, glass in hand, confused. She notices the open bedroom door. Clothes still on the bed. Was he actually just a pervert? Back at Villa Number 1, Lu Fan examines the jade egg with Xiao Yi. Holding it in his hands brings back memories, just like when he found Xiao Yi's egg. He activates his dragon taming skills. The egg begins to crack, and out pops a tiny jade dragon, glowing softly with mystical energy. The system rolls out the stats: Lifespring, constant healing for all allies. Jade Light, removes debuffs, buffs all stats by 30%, adds 3 layers of damage-blocking blessings. Natural Assimilation, absorbs traits from gear. Jade Dragon Bloodline, doubles all dragon skill effects and increases healing by 500%. Blood Contract, plus 10% attribute. Bonus to Lu Fan himself. Lu Fan's jaw drops. This isn't a fighter, it's a team-carrying medic from heaven. With over 600 spirit points, its buffs are massive. Paired with Xiao Yi, Xia's spirit attribute could hit nearly 12,000 mid-battle. And the best part? It can grow even stronger by assimilating equipment. While Lu Fan is nerding out over stat sheets, Xiao Yi is busy playing with her new sister. Until the baby dragon chomps down on her thigh. Hey! No biting your big sis. Lu Fan quickly intervenes and decides to name the new dragon. You'll be called Xiao Pei. Xia's little sister from now on. Xia, unimpressed, glares at Xiao Pei, who growls back like a chihuahua challenging a tiger. Lu Fan face palms. Okay, both of you, chill, or we'll wake the whole villa. The next morning, Lu Fan, Chinio, and Taimon are walking through the lively campus. It's the day of the freshman enrollment ceremony. Lu Fan mentions that combat and life professions attend separate ceremonies. Chinio confirms that their beloved baker mage Hank is off attending her own. Taimon then narrows her eyes at Lu Fan with a smirk. So, about all that noise coming from your room last night, Lu Fan tries to explain. It was just a baby dragon hat, but before he can finish, 2 students suddenly spot Chinio and Taimon. Whoa! Is that really them? Looks like trouble, or fans, is approaching fast. As Lu Fan, Chinio, and Taimon stroll into the ceremony hall, a pair of wide-eyed boys spot them and nearly fall over themselves. Bro, they're campus belle level. If I could get a girlfriend like that, I'd risk my life in a secret realm, no hesitation. The other guy quickly pulls him back to reality. Yeah? Good luck dating both when there's a dude walking right beside them. Lu Fan? Still blissfully unaware that he's the source of every guy's envy today. Inside the auditorium, Chinio reminds Taimon that teacher Gayan said hidden professions sit up front. Taimon sighs and waves her off. Guess I'll hang in the back, then. Don't want to cramp your mysterious, chosen one energy. Lu Fan scans the room and spots a familiar scowl. Hong Wu, the loudmouth martial artist from the Shanghai City entrance exam. Lu Fan offers a calm, polite smile. Hong Wu? Practically vibrating with rage. Ever since his principal mocked him for placing way below Lu Fan, his pride has been burning like a volcano with caffeine. And now, he's face to face with the reason for his humiliation. Meanwhile, Taimon sits alone, glancing toward the front rows. She nervously wonders, why are all hidden professions grouped together? Does this mean Lu Fan and Chinio will be side by side every day? Not that she's jealous or anything. She totally is. Suddenly, Lu Fan notices a quiet figure sitting right in front of him, Jianyang. He greets her with a nervous smile. Chinio turns in surprise. Wait, you know her. Lu Fan explains she's from Villa Number 2, their next-door neighbor. Chinio's jaw drops. No way. That's Jianyang? She's ranked 2nd overall. Beautiful and strong. Wow, clearly, this neighborhood is stacked. In the back rows, other students start whispering. Man, just being here at Dragon Capital Academy means you're surrounded by goddesses. Yeah, but it's not like we stand a chance. Should we ask for their contact info? Dreams of flirting are short-lived as a tall, sharply dressed man steps onto the stage. He radiates authority and power. Good morning. I am Xiao Xinming, level 78 Thunder Mage, Vice Principal of Dragon Capital Academy and Professor of Combat Magic. ZAP. Even his glasses feel electrified. He skips the fluff and dives right into the rules. Your ID cards will now be distributed. They are not just identification, they store personal points, which serve as the Academy's currency. Teacher Gayan moves through the rows, handing them out. Lu Fan glances at his 13,539 points. Points can buy weapons, potions, secret realm access, and more, Xiao Xinming explains. These are based on your entrance exam scores. Suddenly, a student rises, fuming, that's not fair. Some provinces had easier entrance exams. We were at a disadvantage. Xiao Xinming doesn't flinch. We account for that. Each province is adjusted by a difficulty coefficient. The hardest trial, this year, from the southern province, gets the lowest coefficient. Their scores are divided by 96. Lu Fan reflects. So 13,539 is what I get to start with. Not bad, but not permanent. Xiao Xinming isn't done. These points are temporary. In 1 month, the freshman assessment will be held. The top 30 will join the blue class. The room erupts in whispers. What's the blue class? Special secret realms. Exclusive skills. They get to live in the villa zone. Suddenly, even students who had no clue before are fired up. Lu Fan does the math. I'm first place now, which qualifies me. But if I drop out of top 30, I'll lose Villa #1, no pressure, right? The tension in the room thickens like fog on a battlefield. Vice Principal Xiao Xinming cracks a grin as he explains the rules of the prestigious blue class. You think being in blue class makes you safe? Think again. Anyone can challenge you. Lose, and your spot is gone. The crowd stiffens. Oh, and by the way, refusing a challenge? Not an option. The auditorium erupts as a giant screen flashes the names of the current blue class top 30. Right at the top? Dragon Tamer Lu Fan, rank 1. The murmurs start instantly. He's the top scorer? Seriously? Wait, isn't that the guy always surrounded by those pretty girls? How'd that guy beat everyone else? Some try to look him up online, nothing. No test footage. No score breakdown. Must be some spoiled noble with connections, one student mutters. I heard he has a dragon. Even an earth dragon is crazy strong. The seeds of jealousy begin to sprout. Elsewhere, Chun Chenji whispers to Jingu, so, when do you want me to take care of Lu Fan? Jingu plays it cool. Not yet. We probe first. He's still an unknown variable. Meanwhile, Chinio leans over to Lu Fan with a smirk. So, the vice principal just painted a giant target on your back. You ready for that? Lu Fan exhales, dropping back into his seat. Yeah, definitely didn't see this coming. Jian Yang, ever silent, watches everything unfold with calm eyes. As the ceremony ends, Lu Fan shifts gears. Let's go check out the secret realm hall. Maybe I can find materials to evolve Xiao Yi. But just as he turns to leave, Lu Fan. A familiar, angry voice echoes through the hall. It's Hongwu, the martial artist from Jianghai City. He's pointing right at Lu Fan, eyes burning. Blue class members can't refuse a challenge, right? Then let's fight. Lu Fan blinks, mildly confused. You'd seriously challenging me? Right now. Hongwu steps forward, full of fire. No records. No scores. You've got to be some fraud with a few minor subdragons. I'll prove it. Lu Fan sighs, hands still in his pockets. Chinio, step back. Hongwu smirks. You got guts, I'll give you that. Let's make it interesting, 200 dragon coins. Lu Fan raises an eyebrow. That's it? Is this a fight or a vending machine bet? But he shrugs and agrees, knowing 200 coins is a lot for someone like Hongwu. The crowd encircles them like kids around a schoolyard brawl. Lu Fan's a summoner, right? Let's see if he's all hype. Watching from afar, Jingu whispers to Chun Chenji, watch everything. This fight is our first glimpse into Lu Fan's real strength. Hongwu clenches his fists. Golden energy flares around him, charging his body like a human power plant. 1, 2, Taimon turns to Chinio, nervous. Does Lu Fan even stand a chance? Chinio chuckles, leaning on her staff. Oh, you're in for a show. 3. Hongwu explodes forward, a golden comet of martial rage. His fist blazes with chi energy, aimed straight for Lu Fan's chest. Lu Fan doesn't flinch. He just watches. Calm. Focused. Still hasn't taken his hands out of his pockets. Hongwu roars, pouring everything into his attack. QI strike. His technique is designed to double damage at weak points. His Kai levels spike. The ground cracks beneath him. But just before impact, Lu Fan vanishes. Hongwu stumbles forward, punching nothing but air. What? The audience gasps. Chinio grins. Told you. The entire arena is frozen. Hongwu stands wide-eyed, his brain scrambling to understand, how did Lu Fan just disappear? Was that or the blink technique? That's something only second-tier mags use. Before Hongwu can even finish the thought, Lu Fan reappears, right behind him. I've heard Chong-style martial artists are solid in close combat and range defense, Lu Fan says calmly, voice almost bored. Hongwu spins, startled, only to be met with Lu Fan's piercing gaze and a glowing blue aura pulsing around him like pressure waves from another realm. Lu Fan gives a slight smirk and mockingly waves. This is it? That's all you've got? Gasps ripple through the student crowd. They weren't expecting this, not from him. Burning with rage, Hongwu roars, activating his chi-rising wave technique. His fists fire forward like cannons, each punch sending a destructive ripple of force through the air. The more he punches, the stronger the waves get. But Lu Fan? He's already gone. Sliding between the strikes like a phantom, inching closer with every breath. Hongwu panics. I need to stop him before he summons a dragon. But here's the twist, Lu Fan doesn't need a dragon. He stops just in front of Hongwu, eyes calm, body coiled like a loaded spring. Let me show you how unbreakable really breaks. Hongwu braces himself, flaring his solid as a rock technique. A radiant golden aura explodes around him. His body becomes a fortress, each point of Kai boosting his defense to absurd levels. Come at me. I'm not moving. Bad idea. Lu Fan's leg blurs in motion, boom. A single kick to the chest. Hongwu's shield of Kai shatters like glass. He flies back like a missile, crashing into the floor with a violent thud, blood seeping from his lips. Silence. The audience? Stunned. Lu Fan just one-kicked one of the Academy's top martial artists without even summoning his dragon. A brown-haired student leans to his friend. Wasn't this supposed to be a summoner fight? His blue-haired buddy gulps. Bro, that was a summoning of pain. Another student pales, eyes locked on Hongwu's broken form. Is he dead? Hongwu groans, barely conscious. Lu Fan walks over, calm as ever, hands still in his pockets. He bends down, pulls out his ID card, and places it gently on top of Hongwu's. A bet is a bet. 200 dragon coins, claimed. A system window pops up, plus 200 dragon coins, total 13. 739. Hongwu props himself up just enough to glance at the screen. What he sees next crushes his soul. Entrance exam multiplier, 96x total points, 1, 321, 824. He stares in horror. 1.3 million. Compared to Lu Fan, Chun Chenji's 210,000 is embarrassing. Hongwu's jaw hangs slack. His pride crumbles. His arms tremble. His entire life choice feels like a mistake. He collapses back, spirit broken. On the sidelines, Jingu observes coldly, hands on her hips. Assessment. Chun Chenji's face tightens. He hasn't even summoned his dragon. With your support, maybe a 70% chance of beating him. Jingu scoffs. Not good enough. Meanwhile, Lu Fan casually strolls away, hands back in his pockets like he just walked out of a grocery store. Qinxiu and Taiman fall in step behind him. Behind them, Hongwu still lies on the ground, eyes open in disbelief, haunted by regret. Why did I ever mess with that guy? Later, the trio enters the secret realm center of Dragon Capital Academy. Inside the towering stone hall, mystical light pulses from every corner. Chinio stands at the entrance, staff in hand, eyes gleaming with joy. Lu Fan, Hank's already inside. Behind her, Taiman strolls in, hands behind her back, a slow, amused grin spreading across her face. She saw everything. And now she knows Lu Fan is no ordinary summoner. Inside the secret realm center, a tall, elegant girl storms into the hall. Hank. Her eyes search frantically until they land on Lu Fan. Are you hurt? Who dared to challenge you? Lu Fan, calm as ever, lifts his tablet with a casual smile. All good. Just a minor interruption. Taiman joins in, practically bouncing with excitement, cheeks flushed pink. It was epic. He sent Hongwu flying, like Air Mail Express level flying. Qin Shio snickers, teasing Tai Man. Didn't you say Lu Fan reminded you of Uncle Sono? Thought he was unbeatable. Tai Man blushes deeper. Okay, maybe Lu Fan's stronger. But now I really want to see his dragon. Qin Shio smiles knowingly. Trust me, Xiao Yi is even more terrifying than you think. Lu Fan steps forward, tablet raised. Found a secret realm, perfect for leveling up. Everyone gathers around as the screen displays the info. Poisonous Spiderwood Forest, level 45 realm entry cost, 45 points team size, minimum 5 Lu Fan's points, 13, 739 a realm known for its insane difficulty and deadly terrain, basically, the place adventurers go to write their own funerals. Lu Fan sighs, muttering under his breath. If it weren't for Hongwu, we'd already be leveling Black Dragon Shia. Hank steps forward, worry in her voice. Lu Fan, this isn't a training ground, it's a death trap. But Lu Fan, ever the confident Storm, flashes a smile. Don't worry, I'll protect you all. Tai Man, ever practical, points out the math problem. We're 4 people. We need 5. Lu Fan turns to Qin Shio. Got any ideas? Qin Shio scans the hall and spots a girl sitting cross-legged near a pillar, tablet in hand, focused and calm. Jin Yang. As they approach her, Lu Fan wears his most harmless grin. Hey there, long time. Jin Yang cuts him off with a glare colder than frostbite. You again, pervert. A record scratch moment. Everyone freezes. Lu Fan gulps. Oh no, not this again. Hank stares, stunned. Qin Shio blinks in confusion. Tai Man folds her arms, eyes narrowing. Okay. Spill. What did you do? Lu Fan waves his tablet like it's a white flag. It was a total misunderstanding. She walked in when I was, never mind. It looked bad, okay? Trying to redirect, he reminds Jin Yang, you're still looking for a team, right? We need one more. You need a group. Let's team up and dive into Spiderwood. Jin Yang eyes him with a frown. For a moment, it seems like she'll reject him on principle. But then... Fine. But stay out of my personal space. Lu Fan nearly collapses with relief. Hank clasps her hands together, smiling. Phew. That could have gone way worse. Lu Fan straightens, hand on hip, grinning. Does this count as team building? Qin Shio chuckles. You just convinced the top student from Yinbi province. Yeah, I'd say that counts. Tai Man nods, arms crossed. You've got serious negotiation skills, even if they come with accusations. Jin Yang walks to the portal terminal, not waiting for anyone. Lu Fan steps up to help, but she swats his offer away with a cold look. I can manage. She inserts her ID. The system beeps. Jin Yang, points 8, 744 main exam score, 802, 110 even Lu Fan whistles under his breath. And I thought my score was high. The portal flares open, swirling with green and violet energy, pulsating like a living heartbeat. One by one, they step inside. The moment they enter, Hank covers her mouth. The air, it's sharp. She's right. The atmosphere feels toxic. Every breath tastes like metal, and the trees ahead pulse with faint venomous glows. In the distance, shadowy webs stretch between twisted trees, like something is watching. The poisonous Spiderwood Forest has begun. And somewhere deep inside, something far more dangerous than spiders is waiting. Dense mist, gnarled trees, and the eerie stillness of death, welcome to poisonous Spiderwood Forest. Shinshio gripped her magical staff, her eye scanning the darkness as the team moved forward. Every shadow looked alive. Every gust of wind carried the whisper of something dangerous. Lu Fan, hands in his pockets, casually followed Jin Yang, who led the way with silent confidence. Tai Man, walking alongside, glanced at Lu Fan and asked in her usual calm tone, why this realm? Out of all 49, you picked this one? It's a level 45 death zone. Behind them, Qin Shio said nothing, but the way she held her staff in a white-knuckled grip spoke volumes. Hank, on the other hand, was clearly struggling to stay calm. Her backpack clinked with every step as she clung to it like a life preserver. Lu Fan flashed his usual grin. I searched the entire secret realm list. This one's the best for XP farming. Translation, high risk, high reward. Classic Lu Fan move. Tai Man nodded, not pushing further. Just checking. Not judging. To break the tension, Hank suddenly reached into her bag and pulled out a sealed pouch. Snack break. I made experience-boosting travel biscuits. Everyone paused. Wait, food that boosts EXP. Lu Fan's eye sparkled. You're a walking cheat code. He, Shinshio, and Taiman each grabbed one and took a bite, eyes widening as the delicious flavor hit. Hank beamed. Made them with help from my life professor. 20% XP boost for 3 hours. Lucky I didn't mess up the enchantment this time. Lucky for them, not so much for her classmates, who got burnt bricks instead of biscuits. Meanwhile, Hank walked over to Jinyoung, biscuit in hand. She offered it with a warm smile. Jinyoung blinked, caught off guard. Why are you being so nice? She glanced at the biscuit, then looked back at Hank. That cake Lu Fan gave me, was that yours? Hank nodded proudly. Yep. Want more? I can make extra. Just then, Shinshio and Taiman chimed in. She's amazing at cooking. You should totally stop by our place sometime. For a second, the cold, stone-faced Jinyoung actually smiled. A rare, genuine moment in a place built to kill. But the warmth didn't last. Suddenly, Lu Fan's head snapped to the side. Something was moving, fast. Everyone, get ready. The bushes rustled violently. Out slithered a massive black-scaled python, its green eyes glowing like toxic gemstones. Easily level 40, and loaded with 91, 200 EXP. Taiman stepped forward, sword gleaming. Mine. Hank quickly shoved the biscuit bag back in her satchel. Shinshio called out, wait. These monsters are high level. We need to strategize. Hank nodded nervously. I can make resistance-boosting food, but I need time and ingredients. Lu Fan raised a hand and shook his head calmly. No need. A glowing ball of energy formed in his palm, pulsing with power. The others stared, unsure what he was doing. Jinyoung's eye sharpened. His summoning, moments later, with a crackle of light, a small yet regal dragon appeared. Tiny. Proud. Perched right on Lu Fan's head. Taiman blinked in confusion. Wait. That's it? That's the dragon. The little beast flared its wings dramatically, more adorable than terrifying. Lu Fan chuckled. Get off my head, Xiao Yi. Time to show them what you can really do. Shinshio's eyes went wide in shock. Wait, that's not Black Dragon Xiao Yi. The tiny dragon perched on Lu Fan's head was different. Hank blinked, amazed. Where did this dragon even come from? Why haven't I seen it before? Jinyoung remained silent, her gaze locked on Xiao Yi with a quiet intensity. Suddenly, the black-scaled python prepared to strike. Taiman braced herself, sword ready. Lu Fan didn't hesitate. Sheer, emerald light, now. The dragon's gem on Lu Fan's hand shone brilliantly. The python lashed out its massive tail at Taiman, but just before impact, a green shield shimmered into existence, blocking the blow. The force threw Taiman backward, but the shield absorbed the hit completely. Shinshio rushed to her side, hands glowing, ready to heal. She noticed 3 green leaves hovering above Taiman, one flickered and vanished as the shield took damage. Taiman slowly sat up, realization dawning. The shield protected me, a system notification blinked clearly, J-Dragon Shear's Emerald Light activated, 3 layers of Emerald Blessing applied. Blocks damage, removes debuffs, boosts attributes by 30%. Lu Fan smiled confidently. As long as she is with us, no debuffs or injuries can hold us back. Shinshio, marveling as she healed, whispered, this isn't just a support dragon. It's a game changer. Stronger than a level 2 priest. Taiman stared in awe. Even a small dragon like Xia can shield damage and boost stats. The moment of awe didn't last long. The black scale python crept forward, jaws wide, ready to snap. Hank gasped. Watch out! It's coming! Lu Fan drew his dagger, eyes blazing with determination. But before he could charge, a brilliant red beam sliced through the fog, piercing the snake's open mouth. The python convulsed and collapsed. Jinyoung stood calmly, bow drawn, having just saved the day with a perfect shot. The group stood stunned, watching the giant serpent crumple. Jinyoung revealed her combat class, Swordmaster. In her hands, the Bloodbreaker sword gleamed with epic quality. It boasted 39 strength 126 agility armor breaker, ignores 30% of enemy defense agility boost, plus 40% speed. Lu Fan nodded in respect but had no time to linger. Jinyoung spun around, sword raised for another strike. Hank, duck! Hank turned too late. A massive spider, eyes gleaming with malice, reared its razor-sharp leg to strike her. Jinyang's sword slammed down, intercepting the blow just in time. Without hesitation, Lu Fan lunged, pulling Hank to the ground. They rolled clear of the spider's attack. The creature pulled back, revealing a silver-armored exoskeleton. This was no ordinary spider. It was the silver-armored spider, level 40, worth 15,750 EXP. Its deadly abilities included poisonous fangs, mandible-piercing silver armor, immune to armor-breaking effects. Lu Fan helped Hank to her feet, both catching their breath. Jinyang advanced, eyes blazing with fierce determination. The spider struck again with mandible piercing, but Jinyang dodged effortlessly. It tried once more, but she slipped out of range, leaving it open. Lu Fan moved in, dagger ready. He caught Jinyang's eye and urged caution. Her mind raced, analyzing the beast's patterns. With a swift, precise strike, Lu Fan jabbed beneath the spider's jaw. Seconds later, the spider collapsed, defeated. Jinyang didn't stop moving. She flipped midair and warned Lu Fan sharply, "Stay alert. There's more coming." But it wasn't over. From the shadows, more silver-armored spiders emerged, skittering through the bushes like a metallic plague. Their eyes glowed with menace. Jinyang landed gracefully, her expression sharpening. Without a word, she conjured two new weapons into her arsenal: Breaking Army Greatsword, level 21 epic, capable of unleashing Mountain Shaker, dealing 210% damage and splashing to nearby enemies. Water-Cold Sword, level 14, dealing ice damage and slowing enemies' movement. She turned to Luan and the rest of the group, her voice steady and serious. "This isn't just a wave. It's a warning." Beyond the lesser spiders loomed a colossal web, thick with shadow. And at its center, a beast. The Black Web Hunter. Level 46, dripping with menace. 39,110 EXP, and skills that made even the bravest flinch: Poison Fang, venom that ate away at health, web bind, sticky traps that left victims helpless. The ground shook as a spider lunged, but Lu Fan and Jinyang didn't wait to be cornered. With three swords hovering protectively around her and Xia clinging to Lu Fan's back like a heroic backpack, they rushed into battle. Lu Fan spared a glance at Jinyang's arsenal. Her weapons aren't just rare. They're forged for war. Before he could ask, a spider attacked. They dodged effortlessly, Jinyang midair, Lu Fan rolling like a rogue. She looked at him, eyes sharp. Sword masters can forge and level their own weapons. I started with a rusty stick. Then, without skipping a beat, she spun through the air, ice swirling around her. With a wave, she conjured a frozen arrow, launching it at the spiders. The frost burst, freezing several spiders mid-lunge. Landing like a ninja on ice, she turned to Lu Fan, "Cool story time's over. Eyes up." Lu Fan grinned. Even in chaos, she was as composed as a Dragon Tamer. Just then, a spider crept behind her, jaws wide, venom dripping. "Jinyang, duck!" Too late. But Lu Fan was faster. He intercepted the attack with his dagger, steel clanging against fang. "Xia! Emerald light, now!" The little jade dragon soared into the air, tiny claws glowing. A wave of emerald energy burst forth, wrapping around Jinyang. 3 shimmering leaves floated above her, protection granted. She looked back, speechless for once. You just cast a priest-tier buff, with a baby dragon. Choosing offense over gratitude, she clenched her fists and activated Mountain Shaker. Her Breaking Army Greatsword surged ahead, impaling a spider's armored chest, crushing it in one earth-shaking blow. With her Water-Cold Sword still glowing, she twirled it like a ribbon of ice and sliced another spider clean through, frost trailing behind. "Thanks for the buff, Dragon Boy." Lu Fan chuckled. "You're welcome, Swordstorm." He admired her combat flow, Breaking Army for offense, Water-Cold for control. Together, she was a walking hurricane. Meanwhile, Xia fluttered beside Lu Fan, glowing faintly. "Congratulations! Xia has leveled up to level 2. Just as the team started catching their breath, a terrified scream echoed. "Help!" Lu Fan and Jinyang turned instantly. Hank was surrounded. Paralyzed by fear, Hank had fallen to the ground. But Qin Shio and Taiman weren't letting her go down alone. Qin Shio gripped her magic staff. "Taiman, shield her!" Without hesitation, Taiman stepped forward, sword raised, ready to defend Hank with her life. Lu Fan's pulse surged. "Jinyang, find the Black Web Hunter." "I've got them." Jinyang, catching her breath and clutching her chest, flashed him a grin. Go get them, hero. I'll handle the Spider King. She turned toward the ominous web in the distance, swords gleaming. The true boss fight was about to begin. The spiders advanced, fangs bared and legs twitching, but Taiman stood firm, sword drawn, shielding Hank with all her might. Behind her, Qin Shio's staff glowed with arcane power as she prepared her support magic. Just as the situation turned grim, a soft green glow lit up the air. Xia appeared, floating above Hank like a tiny guardian angel. With its tiny claws raised, it cast emerald light, summoning 3 shimmering leaves that shielded Hank from harm. Meanwhile, Lu Fan dashed through the chaos, slashing at spiders with precise dagger strikes. Xiang! Stay away from the webs, he shouted. Get caught, and it's game over. Jinyang blinked, surprised by his concern, but the moment was short-lived. For webs shot toward her like homing missiles. She deflected 3 with her swords, the 4th grazing her arm, leaving a burning, sticky cut. She winced. The pain was sharp, but her spirit sharper. Clutching her arm, she retreated into the woods, her eyes still blazing with focus. Lu Fan's heart dropped. Xia, heal her. But before he could chase her, Qin Shio's voice rang out. Lu Fan! Help Jian! We've got this covered. Taiman, now the queen of parrying, blocked spider strikes like a pro while shouting, Go already! We're not newbies! Lu Fan made his choice. He bolted into the forest, Xia flapping beside him like a jade firefly. The trees closed in around him, webs hanging like ghostly curtains. Then he saw it. The black web hunter's lair. A monstrous web, strung between trees like a sick joke. And at the center, Jinyang. She stood wounded, blood trickling down her arms, one sword snared in the sticky web while she clutched the other tightly. Her gaze burned with rage, but she was clearly at her limit. Not on my watch, Lu Fan muttered. He rushed forward, signaling Xia. The little dragon cast emerald light again, protective leaves circling Jinyang, lighting her up like a warrior saint. She looked back, breath heavy, frustration flickering across her face. I don't need saving, she snapped. Cue karma. The black web hunter launched another web bind. The sticky silk zoomed toward her. Lu Fan moved instinctively, appearing by her side in a blur. You don't. But maybe you need backup. He raised his arm and unleashed his secret weapon. Dragon Claw. His hand transformed into a draconic gauntlet, gleaming with scale-like armor and raw power. Jinyang's eyes widened. That's not normal. With a roar, Lu Fan slashed downward, severing the webbing and crushing several spider legs with one blow. Her trapped sword dropped free. Jinyang stared in stunned silence. He's stronger than I thought. Her sword began to glow. She raised it high. Mountain Shaker, now. Lu Fan nodded. This was their moment. He activated Whisper of Wind, his agility jumping by 15%, and dashed toward the beast. Jinyang followed, sword gleaming. Dragon Fang strike from Lu Fan, his weapon glowing with channeled dragon breath, striking with explosive force. Mountain Shaker from Jinyang, earth-rending power, splashing damage to all nearby enemies. Together, they were a storm. With one final synchronized attack, they cleaved the black web hunter clean in half. The monster's body slumped, twitching, then disintegrated into shimmering particles. Jinyang's bloodbreaker sword pulsed, absorbing the kill. Her strength and agility spiked. She looked at Lu Fan, cheeks flushed. Not bad, for a Dragon Tamer. Lu Fan grinned. Not bad yourself, for someone who didn't want help. Just then, ding! System notification, Dragon Xia has leveled up to level 3. The tiny dragon tugged at Lu Fan's sleeve, fluttering with pride. Lu Fan couldn't help but smile. At this rate, you'll be level 5 before we're even out of this realm. After a few more monster kills, Xia had clearly gained more confidence, and more spark. Jinyang stepped closer, her expression thoughtful. She looked at Lu Fan, not the fighter, not the protector, but the person. Hey! Can I ask you something? After the battle, Jinyang quietly confessed something unexpected, how vulnerable she had felt during the fight. Her voice was steady but soft, the words tinged with humility. I thought I had it under control, but I'm glad you were there. Lu Fan, surprised by her honesty, was about to respond when the rest of the team arrived. Qin Shio's staff glowed proudly as she declared victory. All silver-armored spiders eliminated. She gave Lu Fan a quick, flushed smile. And everyone's safe. Even Hank. Speaking of Hank, she beamed. I leveled up. Lu Fan turned to Jinyang, praising her bravery and strength. But she looked puzzled at first. He smiled warmly. Being strong doesn't mean standing alone. We're a team. No one fights alone. Her expression softened. She looked at him differently now, less like the reckless tamer she once underestimated, and more like a true comrade. Maybe even more than that. High above, she perched proudly on Lu Fan's head, little eyes flicking between teammates like a tiny guardian general. Hank, ever the curious one, pointed out something odd. Why didn't you use emerald light on yourself? Lu Fan placed a hand on his hip, closed his eyes, and smiled. Didn't need it. Taiman, hands firmly on her hips, rolled her eyes. Yeah? Try using it on everyone next time, hero. At Lu Fan's cue, Xia activated Fountain of Life. The gem on its chest pulsed, and a soft wave of emerald energy swept over the team. Wounds faded. Fatigue melted away. Even the air felt lighter. Qin Xiao sighed in relief. Now this is the kind of magic I like. Taiman closed her eyes, placing a hand dramatically on her stomach. Careful, Lu Fan. Your head's glowing green. You're starting to look like a walking salad. Lu Fan laughed. Xia, skip her next time. The group burst into laughter, even Jinyang cracked a rare smile. As the sun dipped low on the horizon, the team approached the edge of a steep cliff, the forest falling away into mist. Lu Fan stood with his hands on his hips, Xia still firmly stationed on his head like a tiny commander. Taiman held the tablet, frowning. The map ends here. What is this supposed to be? Lu Fan didn't answer. He just stared. Qin Xiao stepped beside him and looked down, and her expression shifted. Then they all saw it. At the base of the cliff, partially veiled in poisonous mist, was a massive web. It stretched like a glistening battlefield, crawling with hundreds of spiders. And at its center? The screeching spider mother, Lu Fan muttered. He pulled up her status window. This wasn't just a brute. The queen spider had abilities like regenerative feeding and collective fury, giving buffs to every spider in her army. She was the hive mind and the ultimate threat. Jinyang joined them, peering over the cliff with steady eyes. It doesn't matter. Big or small, we deal with the minions first. Hank stepped up too, though her knees trembled. Qin Xiao gently put a hand out. You don't need to look. But Hank shook her head, fists clenched. I do. Even if it scares me. Taiman blinked at her, impressed. Girl, that's gutsy. Even seasoned fighters would be running for the hills. Still, the moment Hank peeked over the cliff, gurgle. She immediately spun around, leaned against a tree, and threw up. Qin Xiao was at her side in a second, rubbing her back. Lu Fan winced, trying to smile. She's trying her best, aunt or not. Xinyang, watching quietly, nodded. We clear the small spiders. Then go for the queen. Taiman opened the tablet again, reading out loud. According to shared logs from other teams, this realm usually takes 4 days to clear. She paused. Long-range fighters are supposed to lure spiders out while the others pick them off. Hank groaned, still holding onto the tree for dear life. 4 days? You've got to be kidding me. My snack stash won't even last till tomorrow. Lu Fan chuckled. Looks like hunger's going to be our first enemy. In the tense silence before battle, Hank tried to lighten the mood. Hey, did anyone ever tried roasted spider legs? Might be crunchy. Qin Xiao nearly fainted. That's disgusting. Why would you even say that? Hank shrugged. Gallows humor. It helps. But humor faded as Lu Fan suddenly raised his hand toward the sky, a confident smile cutting through the tension. He clearly had no intention of dragging this fight out over 4 days. Jinyang tilted her head. You've got a plan? Taiman, still clinging to her tablet like a lifeline, squinted. Please tell me it doesn't involve dying. Qin Xiao's eyes widened. Wait, are you summoning Black Dragon Xia? Lu Fan didn't answer with words. Flames exploded around them as Lu Fan extended both hands upward, shouting with power. The air cracked with energy, and the ground trembled. Then, a thunderous roar. Descending through a vortex of fire and smoke came Xia Yi, the black dragon in her destruction form. Her massive horns curved like blackened blades, and her fiery wings spanned wider than a house. Her arrival was monumental. Even Taiman was speechless. That's not a dragon. That's a myth. The spider mother screamed in response, shrieking so loud it echoed through the forest. Her army obeyed instantly. Waves of glowing-eyed spiders surged forward, launching web attacks toward Xia Yi. But Lu Fan was ready. Xia Yi, light them up. With one powerful flap of her wings, she ignited the air itself. The sticky webs burned mid-flight, the forest below catching fire in her wake. The sky turned orange from the heat. Hank clutched Lu Fan's arm. That's insane. Taiman could barely speak. More like legendary. Even Jinyoung, always calm, had to admit, this wasn't the dragon they knew. This was a monster slayer. Lu Fan turned to little jade dragon Xia, grinning. Time to take her even higher. Xia activated Emerald Dragon Heritage. Her gemstone flared brilliantly as emerald light radiated, coating Xia Yi in glowing energy. Then Lu Fan used Dragon's Inspiration, buffing her by 30% across all attributes. With a sky-shattering roar, Xia Yi surged with new power. Her stats spiked: Strength, 2, 937 Agility, 4, 117 Spirit, 992 Endurance, 5, 728. The boost was unreal. Flames curled off her scales, and with a sweeping dive, dozens of spiders vaporized beneath her. The forest floor turned to ash. But the spider mother wasn't idle. Her 8 eyes glowed deep red. Another roar, and the cliffside exploded in motion as her swarm climbed fast. Lu Fan placed a firm hand on Hank's shoulder. "You're doing great. Qin Shio, protect her." Qin Shio nodded, staff glowing. "We've got this." Lu Fan turned to Jinyoung, flashing a cocky grin as he drew his dagger. "Let's go clean house." Without hesitation, Jinyoung summoned 3 swords, floating with power. Then, they jumped. The 2 heroes dropped into the chaos. Lu Fan's dagger slashed with precision, every swing taking out a spider. Beside him, Jinyoung's swords danced through the horde, slicing with elegance and speed. They landed at the base of the cliff, spider carcasses raining around them. But it wasn't over. More spiders emerged, surrounding them on all sides. "Xia Yi, do it!" Lu Fan commanded. Black Dragon Xia Yi descended like a meteor, activating the second phase of Great Cataclysm. She opened her jaws wide and unleashed a blast of pure destruction. Fire exploded across the battlefield. Trees vanished. Spiders turned to cinders. Even the earth cracked from the impact. The forest shook with fury, but Lu Fan and Jinyoung kept pushing forward, little Xia hovering behind them, providing buffs and support. Then, 2 system notifications flashed in the air. Little Dragon Xia has reached level 4, Black Dragon Xia Yi is ready to unleash final phase, Great Cataclysm, Infernal Crown. The heat became unbearable, but no one backed down. Jinyoung could hardly believe it. She's not a dragon. She's a walking apocalypse. Back up top, the fight wasn't over. Taiman swung her sword, cleaving through any spider brave enough to climb. Beside her, Qin Shio chanted spells, forming barriers and shields to protect the cliffside. "This is insane!" Taiman shouted. "Can't we just skip to the loot chest?" "No skipping," Qin Shio replied, panting. "We're re-grinding this one to the end." High on the cliffside, Qin Shio called down to Lu Fan, her staff pulsing with energy. "We'll hold the line up here. Just finish that thing." Lu Fan nodded, trusting her words. He turned to Jinyoung. "Let's end this. Together." The Spider Queen hissed, her massive legs stabbing the earth. Clearly, she was done waiting. With a screech, she launched forward, spewing venomous green bile that splattered all around them. Lu Fan and Jinyoung dove aside, just barely dodging the corrosive blast. The poison sizzled on the rocks where they stood. Lu Fan grimaced. "That thing means business." Without hesitation, Lu Fan raised his hand toward Jinyoung. "You're not going down today." From above, little jade dragon Xia responded, her emerald gem flashing. A swirl of green light enveloped Jinyoung, and 3 shimmering jade leaves floated gently above her head, emerald light activated. Jinyoung blinked. You cast a buff on me." "Only the best for my sword-slinging partner," Lu Fan said, grinning. But their moment was interrupted. The Spider Queen seized the chance and fired a web straight at Lu Fan. He slashed with his dagger, slicing it midair, but not fast enough. The sticky strands grazed his cheek, drawing blood. He winced, then wiped the cut. "Okay. That's it. No more playing around. Xia. Burn it all." Black Dragon Xia Yi roared, then triggered her brutal ultimate, burning of all things. for massive tornadoes of fire spun outward from her body, engulfing the battlefield. Spiders disintegrated on contact, trees vanished into smoke, and the entire sky glowed orange with destruction. Up above, Xinjiang stood frozen in awe. That's not a skill, that's a natural disaster. Even from a distance, they could feel the intensity of Xia's power, the heat so overwhelming it distorted the air around them. As she continued her aerial assault, the last waves of spider minions were reduced to ash. Then, 2 system notifications appeared. Little Jade Dragon Xia has reached level 5, new skill unlocked, Emerald Blessing. Lu Fan barely had time to process the info when he noticed something strange. Why's her gem glowing that bright? Suddenly, Jade Dragon Xia began to float. Her body twisted in midair, glowing more intensely than ever before. Her wings expanded, her tail shimmered with new energy, and her entire form morphed into that of a green-haired humanoid girl, graceful and glowing like a forest spirit. Lu Fan shielded his eyes from the light. No way, is this a full evolution? As the glow faded, standing in midair was the new Jade Dragon Xia, in her humanoid ascended form. Her energy had skyrocketed, her presence calm yet overpowering. Great, Lu Fan chuckled, now I've got 2 dragon wafers. Double the fire, double the chaos, Jinyang added dryly. But there was no time to appreciate the upgrade. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently. A huge claw burst from the earth, swiping toward Jinyang. Reflexes kicked in, she leapt, barely avoiding it. Lu Fan rolled beside her. From above, Xinjiang landed, 3 glowing emerald leaves now floating around her too. She looked baffled. Wait, what are these? Let me explain. That was Jade Dragon Xia's new ability, Jade Blessing. It coats allies in 3 layers of jade energy, boosting the power of their next 3 attacks. Xinjiang, never one to waste good buffs, activated hers immediately. With a determined look, she launched her 3 enchanted swords, now charged with jade energy, straight at the Spider Queen. The result? Catastrophic. Her Bloodbreaker sword, which hadn't even left a dent earlier, now sliced straight through the Spider Queen's silver armor like a hot knife through butter. The Queen screeched in pain and staggered backward, venom dripping from the deep gash. Now that's what I call an upgrade, Xinjiang said with a smirk. Lu Fan stood still for a moment, watching Xia in her evolved form lighting up the battlefield. A proud smile tugged at the corners of his lips. Look at you! Level 5 and already carrying the squad. He gently patted her head, and Xia closed her eyes with a small smile, basking in the warmth of the moment. But as always, peace in the forest of venomous spiders was short-lived. With an ear-splitting shriek, the Spider Queen re-emerged, even more furious than before. She reared up and blasted a fresh wave of venomous spray, pooling acid so corrosive it could reduce their HP to 5% per second just by standing near it. Lu Fan's eyes narrowed. Dodge, now! In one fluid motion, he leapt aside, barely avoiding the acidic flood. Xia zipped upward like a green blur. But they both knew dodging wouldn't win this fight. It was time to end it, for real. Xia! Lu Fan called, buff Xiao Yi. Hovering midair, Jade Dragon Xia nodded and zipped down. Black Dragon Xia Yi, cloaked in roaring fire, locked eyes with the Spider Queen like a predator sizing up its prey. Xia perched on Xiao Yi's head, focused, and activated her Jade Blessing. Instantly, 3 emerald leaves shimmered above Xiao Yi's head. The entire atmosphere changed. You could feel the power. Xiao Yi's flames exploded outward, her wings stretching wide as her aura amplified. With a ground-shaking roar, she triggered her most devastating move, Everything Burns. For tornadoes of fire spiraled outward, spinning toward the Spider Queen like raging infernos. The sheer heat warped the air. Jinyang had to raise her arms to shield her face, her expression part fear, part awe. Damage inflicted, 10,432. The Spider Queen screeched, collapsing under the overwhelming power, spitting blood as her legs curled in agony. Lu Fan saw the opportunity. Now! He dashed forward, Jinyang and Xinjiang following close behind. As they closed in, the boss spider tried to rise, but it was already over. Lu Fan leapt, his dagger glowing with Dragon Fang Strike, empowered further by Bloodpact enhancement. He drove the blade into the spider's skull with precision and force. The impact was so intense, the earth rumbled. The Spider Queen let out one last, blood-curdling cry, before collapsing, limbs twitching, eyes dull. But Xinjiang wasn't done yet. Still empowered by Jade Blessing, she summoned her 3 swords with a snap and launched them into the spider's open mouth. Splat! Slice! Splatter! The blades tore through its insides like butter, delivering the finishing blow. Lu Fan landed gracefully, brushing dust from his shoulder. Around him, victory notifications exploded in a flurry of light. Black Dragon Xia Yi has reached level 18. Jade Dragon Xia has reached level 7. Lu Fan has reached level 23. Level ups all around. Xinyang, still reeling from the carnage, turned to Lu Fan. Okay, real talk. How many points did you score during the major exam? Lu Fan flashed a grin and shrugged. About 1.3 million. Xinyang's jaw dropped. A bead of sweat rolled down her cheek. 1.3 million, she whispered. Lu Fan chuckled, looking far too casual for someone who just annihilated a queen-level boss. Maxed out the score cap on nightmare difficulty. But hey, who's counting? He turned away, that mischievous sparkle still in his eyes. This is just the beginning. With the venomous forest finally cleared, the team regrouped at the cliffside. Lu Fan waved to the top. Chinio, Ta Xiaoman, bring Hank down. As they gathered, Jade Dragon Xia floated over to Lu Fan and gave him a gentle hug, her emerald eyes soft with affection. But then, from behind, Black Dragon Xia Yi narrowed her eyes. Jealousy mode activated. She stomped over, grabbed Xia by the arm, and ripped her away from Lu Fan like an older sister snatching candy from her little sibling. Enough cuddles. He's my tamer. Xia blinked, confused, while Lu Fan awkwardly rubbed the back of his head. I didn't know dragons had rivalry mode. Our poor MC, Lu Fan, was left standing in the aftermath of a classic dragon girl tug-of-war, utterly bewildered. What just happened? Did I get fought over by dragons? Meanwhile, Jinyang, who had been silently observing everything, kept her usual calm. But inwardly, she was re-evaluating everything. There's such a massive gap between my power and his. He's basically a walking cheat code. But enough about brooding thoughts. Let's talk about loot. Thanks to Aunt Hank's epic dinner buff, which probably deserves its own S-tier ranking, the team not only leveled up insanely fast, but they also scored rare materials and treasures. As the boss spider's corpse dissolved into sparkly pixels, a shiny treasure chest materialized. Naturally, Ta Xiaoman sprinted toward it with the speed of someone spotting a 90% off sale. Her face lit up like a Christmas tree as she flung the chest open. Jackpot! Behind her, Shinio glanced at Lu Fan with a quiet frown. Seeing both Xia and Shirai practically glued to him didn't exactly boost her mood. Even Xinyang, the usually aloof one, had started blending into the team's rhythm, silently acknowledging their bond. With their mission complete, the crew finally returned to Dragon Academy. As they walked through the gates, Shinio clutched her staff and smiled softly at Jinyang. Hey, you mind sharing your contact info? Jinyang, as mysterious as ever, raised a brow and replied coolly, I don't use a phone. Before things could get awkward, Ta Xiaoman jumped in with a grin. No problem. We'll just show up at your place next time we need a mage. That evening, they gathered at Lu Fan's mansion, where Aunt Hank had prepared another mouth-watering feast. The table was filled with stamina-boosting dishes, glowing like they had their own health bars. While everyone dug in, Jinyang, poking at her plain rice, glanced at the girls around Lu Fan. Do you all seriously live with a pervert? Lu Fan choked on his drink. What? That's a misunderstanding. Qin Shio and Ta Xiaoman burst out laughing, clearly loving every second of his flustered defense. Black Dragon Xia? Sprawled on the floor, belly up from overeating. Jade Dragon Xia Fi? Curled up beside the couch, softly snoring. Aunt Hank? Queen of Feasts. 10/10. Fast forward, 2 weeks later. Lu Fan had fallen into the rhythm of academy life. Between classes and late-night forest raids, he had become Dragon Academy's unofficial MVP. Jade Dragon Xia hit level 13. Lu Fan climbed to level 24. Combat theory, strategy, and grinding? All part of the daily grind. With the freshman assessment looming just days away, the team headed back into the secret realm for one final showdown. Lu Fan and Black Dragon Xia launched a devastating synchronized strike against another spider boss. The explosion rocked the cave, shattering the spider into pieces. Hovering above, Xia nodded, signaling the clear. Lu Fan gave the cue, Xiaoman, Pop that chest. System messages rolled in like a dopamine flood. Xia has reached level 14. Black Dragon Xia Yi has reached level 19. Lu Fan has reached level 25. But they weren't the only ones leveling up. Ta Xiaoman, level 22 Qin Xiao, level 22 Aunt Hank, yes, even her level 18 Lu Fan smirked, already planning next steps. Next goal, Xia Fi to level 15, Shirai to 20. We're almost there. As Xiaoman opened the treasure chest, she gasped. Inside was a complete set of venomous spider armor, the one she'd been farming for over a month. She didn't waste a second suiting up. This is going to change everything. The armor came with a built-in passive that could web and poison enemies, draining HP over time. A total game changer for her. Qin Xiao smiled to herself, imagining Xiaoman tearing through the assessment like a stylish tank. Aunt Hank clapped her hands. All right, time to head home. Dinner's on me. Lu Fan, hands in his pockets and eyes on the stars, chuckled. Don't forget, tomorrow's the freshman assessment. Let's rest up. Ta Xiaoman raised a fist, full of energy. Let's crush it. Back at the academy gates. A familiar figure appeared, Professor Gayan, wearing her usual sharp look and curious smile. Lu Fan, Deputy Director Xiao wants to see you. Urgent matter. Lu Fan raised an eyebrow. Right before the evaluation. Still, he followed. Gayan, walking ahead, just smirked. You'll find out soon enough. As they strolled through the quiet academy halls, they passed a pair of gossiping students. Hey, did you hear? Someone from the Azure class posted a new evaluation result today. Lu Fan blinked. The Azure class? Weren't they upper year elites? Whatever was happening, it was serious. And something told him it was going to change everything. As Lu Fan followed Professor Gayan through the academy, the sound of nearby gossip caught his attention. Did you hear? It's all about number 73, Hung Wu. Gayan raised an eyebrow and glanced back at Lu Fan. Does this student chatter bother you? Lu Fan gave a sheepish smile. A bit. I haven't exactly spent much time in class. Translation, I've been too busy leveling up, saving my team, and surviving magical spider jungles. Gayan laughed softly as they ascended the stairs. Well, that's probably why you missed the new campus craze. All thanks to you, by the way. Wait, what? Apparently, ever since Lu Fan's duel with Hung Wu, a betting system had exploded among the freshmen. Students began wagering academy points on combat outcomes. It's now the hottest trend at Dragon Academy, Gayan smirked. Lu Fan's jaw dropped. He'd unintentionally created an underground fantasy fight league. I just beat the guy once. Before Gayan could respond, she pointed ahead with a chuckle. There, in the hallway, was a tragic sight. Hung Wu. Once the proud fighter. Now, crying while mopping the floor. He lost so many points that he's working off debt just to eat, Gayan said, amused. And just to twist the dagger, she added, you know, your strength is now officially rated as 100 hongs. He's stuck at 1 hong. Lu Fan stared blankly. I don't even know what to say. Eventually, they reached the vice principal's office. Gayan gave him a reassuring nod and motioned toward the door. Good luck, Lu Fan. This one's big. Inside, Vice Principal Xiao Xinming sat looking unusually tense. As Lu Fan stepped in, Xiao leaned forward. The national test has been moved up. Lu Fan blinked. What? Originally scheduled for 5 months later, the national test had been pushed up by 2 months, by none other than the Tai Chi nation. Why? To coincide with the third transformation of Jin Shingan, the eldest son of the powerful Jin family. Jin was close to reaching level 60, which would make him a monstrous force nearly unbeatable at this stage. He's about to become a third transformation professional, Xiao said grimly. Lu Fan's expression darkened. He understood the implications. A second transformation was strong. But a third? That was God tier. Xiao Xinming, clearly frustrated, clenched his fists. They're targeting the Dragon Kingdom. It's unfair, but we've never backed down. Before. He looked Lu Fan dead in the eye. You need to reach level 30 and complete your second profession transfer in 2 months. Or we're done. No sugarcoating. Just cold, brutal reality. Lu Fan stood silent, thoughts racing. The task felt monumental. But then, he smiled. Good. That means I've got 2 months to prove I belong with the elites. Xiao's eyes lit up with hope. He stood, clapped Lu Fan on the shoulder, and gave him one final word: crush the freshman evaluation tomorrow. Show them who you are. The next day, the freshman evaluation conference, the academy was electric with energy. Hundreds of students packed into the grand evaluation hall. Vice Principal Xiao took the stage. His face was serious, but his voice rang out loud and clear. This evaluation is critical. Follow the rules. Show your strength. Then, with a press of a button, a giant system window exploded onto the screen behind him. 2vs2 arena mode, a glowing bracket map spread across the screen. Top team, 5,000 points each. Second place, 3,000 each. Third, 2,000 each. Instantly, the hall erupted. Some students cheered. Others groaned. A team match. I thought we'd be solo. Who's gonna carry me? Lu Fan crossed his arms, eyes narrowed. This wasn't just about points anymore. This was the first step on a very narrow, very dangerous path to the top. And he wasn't planning to lose. The moment the 2v2 tournament format was revealed, chaos broke out like a Black Friday sale at a sword shop. Bro, team with me. Dude, we're both healers. We'll get steamrolled. Yeah, not every duo was destined for greatness. Meanwhile, Chinio strolled over to Lu Fan with her usual cheerful confidence, her staff glinting under the lights. We don't need more than 5 in our team setup. We've got this. Lu Fan grinned. Especially since Aunt Hank's into non-combat stuff. For 2v2, you and I are a perfect match. Before they could keep strategizing, Vice Principal Xiao's voice thundered through the hall like a dragon on caffeine. Some of you still don't understand teamwork. Silence fell instantly. But don't worry. You'll learn fast. Because round 1 begins this afternoon. Gasps. Whispers. Someone dropped their potion. What? Today? As the students scrambled, Professor Gayan calmly took her place near the exit, overseeing registrations like the goddess of organized chaos. Lu Fan and Chinio made their way to her. Chinio greeted Gayan with a wave, her usual brightness unwavering. Lu Fan, hands in pockets, gave a casual nod and a confident smirk. But then... Cue the drama in trance. A purple-haired student slid into the frame like he was auditioning for a K-drama. I am the 7th-ranked dual swordsman, and I humbly ask you to be my partner, she. He clutched his heart dramatically. Even the wind seemed to pause for effect. She, A. K. A. Jiang Xinyang didn't even blink. No. The poor guy crumbled like a stale cookie. Before the awkward silence could linger, Dao minutes skipped over, all cheer and sunshine. Let's go register. On the way, they passed another student sulking in a corner. Let me guess, Dao Minute grinned, another rejection from she. Yep, laughed Chin Zio. He's the third one today. Lu Fan chuckled. It was clear who the MVP was in this arena. She didn't even need to fight to strike fear or heartbreak. I'll team with Chin Zio, Lu Fan decided. Dao, you partner with Jiang. Easy, efficient, no drama. Right? Wrong. Chinio, suddenly serious, stopped him. No way. You need to team with Jiang Xinyang. You two have the best chance of winning. Dao and I will handle support. Lu Fan raised an eyebrow. You sure? Positive. And so, it was decided. Flash forward, the arena, the crowd roared like it was a championship match. The atmosphere was electric. In one corner, Chun Tenji, a fellow Dragon Tamer, was putting on a fiery spectacle. With a massive tail swipe, his sub-dragon launched the enemy like a ragdoll. Chun dashed in, daggers flashing like lightning, finishing with a devastating combo. 28th consecutive win. The guy was on fire. Princess Jingju, arms crossed and smug as ever, nodded approvingly. Keep winning. My brother Jean is about to arrive. Chun Chenji bowed with a dramatic flair. For your honor, I shall win them all. But then... Next match, Lu Fan and 11 vs. The crowd exploded. Gasps. Cheers. And confusion. Wait. Lu Fan and Jiang Xinyang. On the same team. Even Chun Chenji froze mid-victory flex. Princess Jingju's eyes widened. How? Lu Fan cracked his knuckles and turned to his partner. Think it'll be a problem if we take first place? Jiang Xinyang, ever calm, nodded once. Not at all. In the stands, Chinio waved like an overenthusiastic cheerleader. Dao Minute stood beside her, smiling softly, proud of their team. But rewind just a few hours. In the break room, Lu Fan sat cross-legged, eyes locked on his system interface. Time to prep. He tapped the glowing chest icon. Ping. A new notification appeared, advanced treasure map synthesized. Lu Fan's eyes lit up. Looks like we're not just hunting points today. We're hunting something much bigger. Before stepping into the arena, Lu Fan had been deep in system mode, fiddling with maps like a treasure-obsessed squirrel. Too many low-grade maps. Time to fuse. One tap, and ping. You've synthesized a divine-level treasure map. Even Lu Fan blinked in surprise. Right behind him, Jiang Xinyang stood watching with mild concern. Lu Fan, are you okay? You're just poking the air. Before he could explain, the system flashed again. Treasure location, Flying Dragon Cemetery difficulty, level 45 to 60. Lu Fan's eyebrows shot up. Where was this place? No clue. But it had the words dragon and cemetery, so clearly, adventure, and probably danger, awaited. He saved the info for later. Fast forward to the arena. Team 1 vs. Team 18. Prepare for battle. The loudspeakers roared. Students turned their heads as the names echoed. Team 1, Lu Fan and Jiang Xinyang. Team 18, Princess Jingju and Chun Chenji. Gasps spread through the crowd like wildfire. Lu Fan and Jinyang, on the same team. Top student plus swordmaster beauty equals the ultimate combo? Some whispered victory was a given. Others, more cautious, reminded everyone that Chun Chenji was no pushover. Dude had a 28-win streak and a dragon with anger management issues. As Lu Fan and Jiang stepped forward, the tension was thick enough to slice with a dagger. Think we'll win? Jiang asked calmly. Lu Fan, ever dramatic, placed a hand on his hip and smirked. How about a little bet? If I win, you spill all the secrets of the Swordmaster class. Jiang raised an eyebrow. Was this guy serious? You're not even summoning your dragon. Lu Fan winked. Confidence or madness, who could say? The battle began. Chun Chenji wasted no time. Spear in hand, dragon at his side, he charged like a man possessed. I won't let you outshine me again, he roared. The moment the spear lunged forward, Lu Fan vanished. No flash, no smoke. Just, gone. What the? Chun skidded to a halt. Seconds later, Lu Fan reappeared beside him, grinning like a cat who just found the cream. Jiang Xinyang, arms folded, just watched. Calm. Calculating. The sub-dragon roared, leaping at Lu Fan with jaw wide open. Looks like it's time, he said, turning to Jiang. Too late to back out now. His right arm began to glow, pulsating with energy. In a flash, his hand morphed into a draconic claw, scales gleaming. Lu Fan leapt skyward. Boom! His claw collided with the dragon's jaw, sending it hurtling backward like a meteor, crashing to the ground with a bone-rattling thud. One hit. The arena went dead silent. Even Jiang Xinyang blinked, clearly impressed. That was without a dragon. Chun Chenji's jaw dropped. His spear wavered in his grip. Where is your dragon? Lu Fan just chuckled. For a silly bet like this? No need to go all out. At that moment, Princess Jingju finally stepped forward. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, staff spinning in her hand. So today's the day I get to face you, Lu Fan. Her tone was teasing, but the power emanating from her was anything but playful. Lu Fan straightened, draconic claw still glowing. Been waiting, princess. Let's make it fun. Lu Fan turned just in time to see her, the notorious Princess Jingju, stepping forward with eyes that could burn holes through steel. She wasn't impressed by his smirk or sarcasm. In fact, she looked one taunt away from unleashing a national emergency. Behind her, Chun Chenji raised his spear again, locking eyes with Lu Fan. The tension? You could cut it with a dragon's fang. Princess Jingju, you think this is a joke? I'll make you regret underestimating me. The crowd could feel the frost in her voice. The battle was far from over. Meanwhile, Chun Chenji's sub-dragon wasn't giving up. Despite its armor shattered and pride bruised, it rose once more with a furious roar, steam rising from its nostrils like a boiling kettle. Lu Fan? He rolled up his sleeve. Someone should fix that fang, he said, pointing mockingly at the dragon's broken tooth. It's throwing off your symmetry. Insult, dealt. Dragon, enraged. The beast lunged. But Lu Fan moved with ease, sidestepping midair like a dancer on wind. And just when people thought he might go on defense, he helped the dragon by attacking it again. Let me fix your posture. With a cheeky grin and glowing dagger, he unleashed his dragon fang strike, channeling ancient draconic energy into the blade. Boom! The strike collided with brutal force. Chun Chenji's dragon was launched across the arena, scales and armor flying like confetti at a festival. The stadium gasped. The silence was deafening. Audience member 1, he just beat a dragon alone. Audience member 2, I thought humans couldn't do that. Audience member 3, I want his autograph and maybe his build guide. Chun Chenji was frozen. He looked at his dragon, defeated and dented. Princess Jingju was livid. She turned sharply toward Chun, her royal voice low and dangerous. Get up. Finish this. Or don't bother showing your face in court again. The poor guy tightened his grip on the spear, sweat now a permanent feature of his face. Then came the plan. Asynchronized assault. Earth Dragon, tail swipe, colossal and wide. Chun Chenji, charging forward, spear glowing blue with Dragon Lancer energy. Combo impact, devastating. The ground split like dry clay, dust and debris blasting into the sky. A crater formed. Lu Fan was nowhere in sight. Chun Chenji, panting finally. But then, a voice, too calm, too cocky. Lu Fan, really? That's your combo finisher. The smoke parted, and there he was. Lu Fan stood atop the Earth Dragon's severed tail, dagger in hand, looking like he'd just climbed a staircase, not survived an attack. You broke your toy. I was just trying to borrow it. Chun Chenji froze. Even his dragon looked like it wanted to tap out. On the sidelines, Jiang Xinyang watched with widening eyes. He's not even trying, and he's winning. But things weren't over yet. Princess Jingju stepped forward, no longer hiding her fury. You call that teamwork? You're pathetic. Her voice sliced deeper than any spear. She raised her magic staff, the air crackling around her. Fine. I'll handle this myself. Dark energy swirled, black lightning dancing from her fingertips as she infused the Earth Dragon with a sinister aura. Its eyes glowed red. Its broken form began to twitch. Something unnatural was happening. This is no longer a duel, she declared. This is a demonstration of royal wrath. The crowd shifted uneasily. Even the referees were silent. Whatever came next wasn't in the manual. The arena trembled. The once battered Earth Dragon was changing, growing, darkening, its armor thickening like obsidian steel. A menacing red glow burned in its eyes, and its body twisted unnaturally as Princess Jingju's dark energy surged through it. This isn't a dragon anymore, whispered one spectator. It's a demon. Lu Fan narrowed his eyes. He remembered this dark ritual. He'd seen what happened the last time Jingu pulled this stunt. And this version? Looked 10 times worse. The arena buzzed with a mix of awe and dread. Murmurs spread like wildfire. Would Lu Fan finally call forth his black dragon? The crowd wanted a dragon versus dragon spectacle. Xinyang, ever ready, summoned both her heaven-crushing sword and bloodbreaker blade, the two orbiting her like loyal guardians. But before she could charge in, Lu Fan raised a hand. Lu Fan, relax. You'll owe me lunch after this. He winked. She clenched her fists, clearly anxious, but stepped back. She trusted him, probably against her better judgment. The Earth Dragon, now more demon than beast, let out a roar that cracked the stadium walls. Lu Fan calmly explained to Xinyang and the entire confused audience that this was a sacrificial buff ritual, a transformation that traded sanity and pain for godlike power. High risk, high reward. Princess Jingju, barely keeping her cool, barked at Chun Chenji to end Lu Fan now. Her voice wavered between fury and desperation. If he won't summon his dragon, I'll take it from him myself. She was getting desperate, delusional even. The Earth Dragon raised a massive paw and slammed it into the ground, shaking the entire arena. Dust flew. Stones cracked. Jingu, with a forced smirk, taunted Lu Fan again. What's the matter? Afraid to summon your dragon? Or is your power not high enough? She was bluffing and sweating. Lu Fan didn't respond. Instead, he raised his hand. The air changed. A freezing mist crept across the arena floor. Spectators hugged themselves, teeth chattering. Lu Fan's eyes glowed an icy blue as he invoked a name lost to legend, Wrath of the Ice Dragon King. Behind him, a massive spectral ice dragon materialized, ethereal, majestic, and terrifying. With a flick of Lu Fan's wrist, hell froze over. A blizzard erupted from beneath the earth dragon's feet. The beast howled, flailing as its limbs began to freeze solid. Its corrupted power couldn't resist the pure, ancient might of the Ice Dragon King. Princess Jingju's jaw dropped. Chun Chenji stumbled back in horror. This wasn't the fight they thought it was. Lu Fan, to Jingu, coldly a nice stat boost. Too bad stats aren't everything. Then, he moved. With lightning speed, he dashed straight for Princess Jingju. The crowd gasped. 1 second he was on the far end of the arena, the next, he was right in front of her. Lu Fan, you're not worthy of my dragon. His dagger was raised, eyes locked on hers. She flinched and shut her eyes, bracing for a hit that never came. Chun Chenji, in a last-second save, intercepted with his spear, pushing Lu Fan back just enough. He yelled for the Earth Dragon to launch one final attack. Earth Dragon's eyes, purple fire. Its mouth, glowing. Its breath attack, seconds away from eruption. But Lu Fan smirked and vanished. Teleportation skill, activated. Chun Chenji and Jingju froze. They were standing right in the Earth Dragon's line of fire. Wait, no. Too late. The Earth Dragon released a massive fireball straight at its own allies. Boom! The blast rocked the field, knocking back everyone, including its so-called masters. Then, behind the Earth Dragon, Lu Fan reappeared. Lu Fan, my turn. He called upon another legend, Blue Dragon King's Roar. A majestic blue dragon formed behind him, swirling with radiant lightning energy. He formed a glowing energy orb and launched it. Blue Dragon Roar, unleashed. The blast hit with the force of a thunder god. Bolts of lightning rained down, locking the Earth Dragon in a storm cage. It screamed, its body paralyzed, writhing in agony. The crowd couldn't believe their eyes. Spectator 1, he's not fighting dragons. He's humiliating them. Spectator 2, and 2 royal commands just got cooked by friendly fire. The Earth Dragon's armor cracked. Its body trembled. Finally, it collapsed, its demon energy shattered. A thick cloud of smoke filled the arena. Lu Fan stood at its center, still calm, still smirking. Chun Chenji's hands trembled as he gripped his spear, staring in disbelief at his fallen Earth Dragon. Smoke thickened, casting an ominous veil over the battlefield. The crowd held its breath, caught in the suspense of what would come next. Sweat poured down Chun Chenji's face as he stood there, mind spinning. Though both were Dragon Tamers, the gulf between him and Lu Fan was like night and day. Lu Fan landed gracefully, eyes locked on his opponent with sharp focus. Then, he asked the question burning in everyone's mind, why have you only used the Dragon Lance strike? Princess Jingu's grip tightened on her magic staff, panic flickering in her voice as she barked at Chun Chenji. Stop messing around. Get your dragon to fight properly. Chun Chenji snapped back to reality, planting himself defensively in front of the princess, still trying to understand Lu Fan's meaning. Lu Fan's gaze sharpened. He explained clearly, the Dragon Lance strike is powerful, but incomplete. Without other techniques, Dragon Claw, Dragon Inspiration, your moves won't reach their full potential. Chun Chenji's eyes widened. Beads of sweat dripped down his face. The truth hit him like a spear to the chest. Lu Fan knew far more than he'd revealed. Princess Jingu erupted in fury, calling Chun Chenji worthless, berating him for failing to avenge her honor. Lightning crackled around Lu Fan's black machete as he surveyed the scene. He understood now, it wasn't pride holding Chun Chenji back. It was a lack of unlocked power. With a taunting smirk, Lu Fan suggested, there's no shame in admitting defeat. Chun Chenji's pride boiled over. How dared Lu Fan surpass him and insult his honor? Turning to the princess, he begged for one last boost of power. Jingu's sinister smile returned. Raising her staff, she unleashed a dark aura into Chun Chenji's body. Pain seized him as his form grotesquely transformed. Muscles bulged, 2 extra arms sprouted, and veins throbbed violently across his face. Clutching his spear with unnatural strength, Chun Chenji roared with desperate resolve, I need to become the best. Worthy in the eyes of the princess. Monstrous power surged through him as he leapt into the air, spear poised for a crushing dragon spear technique aimed directly at Lu Fan. For a moment, Lu Fan stood motionless, eyes filled with sorrow, not hatred. He pitied Chun Chenji, who'd sacrificed dignity for hollow greatness. But pity didn't stop him. With gritted teeth, Lu Fan invoked Wind Spirit Whisper, boosting his agility by 35%. He darted forward, blindingly fast. Chun Chenji's eyes widened in terror. Before he could react, Lu Fan struck with Dragon Fong Strike, disarming him and sending waves of agonizing pain coursing through his body. To add insult to injury, Lu Fan activated Blue Dragon King's Roar, summoning bolts of lightning that surged into Chun Chenji, scorching him like wildfire. Chun Chenji collapsed to his knees, the spear slipping from his hands. Smoke curled from his mouth as he whispered a broken apology to Princess Jingu, before falling unconscious. Princess Jingu, overwhelmed and confused, burst into tears. She had been so sure of her power, so confident of victory, only to watch it all crumble. Without hesitation, Lu Fan stormed forward, hand raised, ready to strike. Jingu, clearly panicked, threw out her hand in desperation, trying to stop him. Rumors buzz and swirl, but no one really knows the truth. Dao Xian brushes it all off as nonsense. Chinio, ever the voice of reason, advises her to ignore the gossip. Lu Fan and Jianyang have probably already slipped away to explore the secret realm, she says calmly. Sure enough, far from the crowd, Lu Fan and Jianyang find themselves deep inside the eerie landscape of the Flying Dragon Cemetery, nestled within a massive ancient forest. The air is thick with mystery, and danger seems to hang on every branch and shadow. As they carefully navigate the dense woods, Lu Fan turns to Jianyang, apologizing for dragging her away from the competition. But practical Jianyang shrugs it off. The school let us keep our Azure class spots and gave us 10,000 points each, she says with a grin. Honestly, this secret realm exploration is a pretty sweet deal. And you can keep all the rewards we find. For me, just the experience is worth it. Lu Fan is clearly impressed by her selflessness and jokes. You're not the type to leave a favor unpaid. The forest is silent, almost too silent, as they move cautiously. Suddenly, a red-haired figure perched high on a tree branch breaks the stillness. Well, look who's here, the stranger calls out with a mischievous grin. Lu Fan freezes briefly, trying to figure out who this unexpected visitor is. But before he can react, the man leaps down smoothly from the tree, flashing a big thumbs up. Name's Black Rat, he introduces himself, member of the Secret Hunter Guild. Lu Fan warily returns the greeting, mentioning they're students from Dragon Capital Academy. Black Rat notices Lu Fan's academy badge and nods knowingly. I'm here to escort you to the Flying Dragon Cemetery's teleportation gate, he says casually. After that, it's on your own. As they walk, Black Rat chats about how loaded Dragon Capital Academy must be to get access to such a high-level secret realm. So, what levels are you to? He asks with a sly grin, clearly expecting some sky-high numbers. Lu Fan, cool as ever, points to himself, level 25, and then gestures to Jianyang, level 24. Black Rat's jaw nearly drops. Level 25 and 24. In a level 55 secret realm with nightmare difficulty? You've got to be kidding me. He pulls up his system frantically, muttering about contacting the academy to double-check. From his point of view, these two are walking straight into disaster. But Lu Fan stops his panic in its tracks. Don't waste time. Before anyone can react, a massive tree nearby groans and starts to topple. The deafening crack of breaking wood fills the air. Birds scatter in every direction. Lu Fan and Jianyang exchange a tense glance. Danger is real and immediate. They bolt, Lu Fan grabbing Jianyang's hand as they sprint for cover. Just when they think they've put some distance between themselves and the threat, a terrifying whoosh slices through the air above them. They look up, and their hearts nearly stop. A colossal dragon eagle is diving at them, talons extended, eyes locked on its prey. This is the moment Lu Fan flips the switch. His eyes narrow, aura flaring bright, energy crackling all around him. His hands glow with fiery intensity. He channels his power into a fierce attack, and hurls it straight at the descending dragon eagle. The massive dragon eagle screeches in shock, flapping its gigantic wings desperately to dodge Lu Fan's blazing attack. But Lu Fan isn't finished yet. With a grand, dramatic gesture, he calls upon the power of the blue dragon roar. A bolt of lightning tears through the air, crackling with raw, untamed energy. It slams directly into the dragon eagle, paralyzing it mid-flight. The poor beast wobbles uncontrollably, barely able to keep itself in the air. And that's not all. Lu Fan's attack leaves a lingering effect. Any follow-up strike will hit even harder. Talk about overkill. Meanwhile, Black Rat stands frozen like a deer caught in headlights. How on earth is a level 25 guy pulling off moves like this? It defies all logic. The once fearsome dragon eagle crashes to the ground with a heavy thud, letting out one last silent gasp before going completely still. Black Rat mumbles in disbelief. That thing was level 50. It shouldn't have gone down so easily. Lu Fan stands tall, aura still blazing fiercely. He turns to Black Rat with a calm smile and says, "Don't stress about our levels. The real challenge is still ahead. Let's keep moving." After witnessing Lu Fan obliterate a level 50 dragon eagle like it was a warm-up, Black Rat is completely stunned. His mind races, trying to run mental calculations, but nothing adds up. After a moment of internal screaming, he shakes himself and nervously agrees to show them the way. The trio treks through the dense forest until they reach an enormous tree, towering so high it looks like it's trying to poke a hole in the sky. Black Rat dramatically pushes aside thick bushes, revealing the colossal trunk. He gestures grandly. This, he declares, is the entrance to the Flying Dragon Cemetery. The air around the tree feels almost magical, with soft light filtering down and a shimmering portal floating just in front of the ancient bark. The kind of place that screams, "Yep, this is where things are about to get wild." Black Rat points to the glowing portal embedded in the tree and confirms it as their entry point. With his mission complete, he starts to back away, muttering a quick goodbye. But before he can disappear into the forest, Lu Fan reaches out with a friendly smile. "Hey, maybe we should keep in touch," he suggests. "You seem like the kind of guy who knows his way around these places." He even hints he might need some geographical intel in the future, clearly pitching this as a win-win. Black Rat hesitates, clearly caught off guard. After all, who expects friendship from the guy who just wiped out a dragon eagle like it was a pesky fly? Sensing the hesitation, Lu Fan sweetens the deal. "I'm even willing to pay for the info." That gets Black Rat's attention. But still unsure, he blurts out, "Wait, you're really gonna buy simple location details? Nothing Secret Realm special? Just basic info?" Lu Fan nods, reassuring him. As long as it's general locations, no guild rules get broken. He flashes a grin that makes Black Rat hard to resist. After some thought, Black Rat names his price, 100,000 dragon coins per location. "And that's my special friends and family rate." He warns that if Lu Fan's not interested, he's ready to walk. But Lu Fan, totally unfazed by the steep price, shakes on it with that signature confident grin. Black Rat can't help but wonder if all Dragon Capital Academy students are rolling in cash or if Lu Fan is just a unique case. Before the conversation can drag on, Jan Yang steps forward, already halfway through the portal. She throws a glance back at Lu Fan, a mix of impatience and exasperation in her eyes. "You talk too much. We're wasting time." Classic Jan Yang, always laser-focused on the mission. The moment Lu Fan and Jan Yang step into the secret realm, the system chimes in with a cold, mechanical voice, "Rotten Corpse Dragon Graveyard. Level 55. Nightmare difficulty. 2 participants maximum." Lu Fan quickly connects the dots. This is the Flying Dragon Sacred Tree, and somewhere high above lies the Divine Treasure platform. Just thinking about reaching it sends his adrenaline into overdrive. But before he can get carried away, Jan Yang suddenly freezes. She looks uneasy, voice barely above a whisper. It feels like the ground is moving. Lu Fan sharpens his senses, trying to catch whatever she's feeling. Then, BAM! From the dense trees ahead, a herd of dragons bursts forth, charging straight at them. His eyes widen. He quickly alerts Jan Yang, pointing at the approaching horde. The system chimes again, with a hint of mockery. "Enemy detected, Rotten Corpse Dragons. Level 50. Pack Bite, summons nearby dragons. Corrupting Breath, reduces attack power by 50% in the area. These aren't your average dragons. These beasts mean business." One of the dragons roars fiercely and lunges straight at Jan Yang, jaws wide open, ready to snap. But Lu Fan doesn't even flinch. With lightning-fast reflexes, he blocks the attack like a pro. Calm and commanding, he orders, "Get ready." Jan Yang doesn't need a second prompt. She tightens her grip on her sword, eyes blazing with fierce determination. With a single powerful motion, she unleashes her Mountain Shaker technique. Her blade slices clean through one of the Rotten Corpse dragons. The creature splits in two, its massive halves crashing gruesomely to the ground. No time to celebrate. Another dragon charges straight at Lu Fan. This one means business. Lu Fan smirks confidently and calls out, "Xia, I need you." Suddenly, his dragon companion Black Dragon Xia materializes on his shoulder, radiating intense heat like a living flame. Flames swirl around Xia, forming a protective ring of fire around Lu Fan. With a fierce flick of her gaze, Xia unleashes her burning flame ability. Fire erupts in every direction, roaring across the battlefield. Several rotten corpse dragons turn to ash before they even realize what hit them. Here's the kicker, Xia's flames don't just deal damage, they get stronger with every enemy defeated. It's like she's leveling up in real time. Meanwhile, Jianyang moves like a whirlwind of destruction, slashing through the remaining dragons with insane agility. She activates her armor break technique, cutting through 32% of the dragon's defenses. Every strike is precise, leaving no room for her enemies to fight back. But then she leaps into the air for another attack, and suddenly realizes her broadsword is gone. Panic bubbles up as she scans the battlefield frantically. Before she can figure out a plan, a rotten corpse dragon barrels towards her from below, jaws wide open, ready to make her its next meal. Her heart pounds. She's out of time, out of options, and midair. Just when things look darkest, Lu Fan charges forward like the ultimate MVP. His dragon sword in hand, he activates Dragon Fong Strike, a technique fueled by his blood pact with Xia. Pure dragon energy surges into his blade. With one smooth, powerful slash, his sword cuts clean through the charging dragon, splitting it in half. The beast collapses with a sickening thud, green blood soaking the ground. But the tension isn't over. Jianyang, now falling fast from midair, is seconds from a brutal landing. Lu Fan doesn't hesitate. He rushes to her side and reaches out. Their fingers meet. For a moment, it seems like everything's safe. Then gravity kicks in. Both begin plummeting. Thinking quickly, Lu Fan drives his dragon sword into the massive tree trunk, anchoring them. One hand holds the sword tight, the other grips Jianyang's. He glances at her. His eyes say it all, relief, concern, and maybe a hint of, can we please stop almost dying today? Jianyang meets his gaze, exhaustion and gratitude shining through. Jianyang manages to steady herself, and the two finally settle onto a thick branch, gasping for breath. Lu Fan, ever the strategist, squints into the distance. We've been heading the wrong way. Our target isn't down below, it's right here, inside this massive tree. But the universe isn't about to let them relax. Out of nowhere, a dark, shadowy figure looms in the distance. Lu Fan's instincts snap to full alert. Xiao Yi, ready up. In an instant, Black Dragon Xia perches on his shoulder, glowing like a fiery guardian. The shadow steps closer, and reveals itself piece by horrifying piece. First, skeletal hands emerge, each finger ending in sharp, bone-white claws. Then comes the head, a dragon skull, hollow eyes staring emptily, jaws filled with jagged bones. The creature's skeletal form radiates an eerie, otherworldly menace, like someone decided to resurrect a dragon and make it extra creepy. It locks eyes with Xia and unleashes a deafening roar that shakes the entire tree. Even calm and collected Xia flinches, shaken by the bone dragon's overwhelming nightmare aura. This isn't just a skeleton with wings, it screams final boss energy. Its hollow eyes glow menacingly as it lifts its head, preparing to strike. Lu Fan doesn't hesitate. Scooping up Jianyang, he leaps from the branch toward the ground below. The landing is rough. Jianyang winces at the sharp jolt but shakes it off quickly. A painful reminder, they're way out of their comfort zone. The bone dragon stands before them, radiating power that thrives on their unease. The system chimes in like an unwelcome horror movie narrator, Wild Berserker Bone Dragon. Level 55. Nightmare difficulty. Bone armor, extreme defense. Bone knife, terrain attack. Blood-infused destruction. Bone storm, damage increases as health decreases. Yep, this bad boy is serious trouble. Unfazed, Lu Fan turns to Jianyang with quiet determination. It'll be fine soon. I'm going to take this thing down. Jianyang tries to stop him, voice full of alarm. Lu Fan, this dragon's insanely dangerous, but when has he ever backed down? He dashes straight at the bone dragon, leaving Jianyang scrambling after him, worry thick in her voice. On cue, Lu Fan commands, Xia, activate destroyer form. Xia's body blazes with new intensity. She grows larger, her flames hotter and fiercer. When the transformation completes, she's a one dragon. Wrecking crew ready to unleash hell. The bone dragon roars back, flickering flames lighting its skeletal maw, promising devastation. But before it can strike, Xia roars, flames exploding around her in a blazing inferno that engulfs the bone dragon. The heat is unbearable, skeletal arms begin cracking and crumbling. Janyang watches in stunned silence. She had no idea Xiao Yi could become this powerful. Suddenly, everything clicks. This is why Lu Fan's confidence never wavers. He's got a literal fire-breathing powerhouse on his side. With the bone dragon weakened, Lu Fan and Xia coordinate like a well-oiled machine. Lu Fan calls, "Xia, Jade Blessing, now!" An empowering aura surrounds him, amplifying his next attack. His dragon sword hums with raw energy, glowing fiercely. Together, they close in, striking with precision for maximum impact. Xia roars again, unleashing a shockwave that shakes the earth itself. The bone dragon's frame cracks under the pressure. With one final, thunderous blow, its skull shatters clean from its body and crashes to the ground. But Lu Fan's not taking chances. As the bone dragon collapses, he channels every ounce of power into Dragon Fong Strike. The glowing dragon sword cleaves through the bone dragon's spine with a sickening crunch, plunging deep into its chest. For a brief moment, it seems the fight is finally over. But just as relief starts to wash over them, the bone dragon's eyes flicker back to life, this time glowing a deep, ominous purple. A matching aura spreads across its body, and suddenly, bones scattered around the battlefield begin to levitate. The system's cold voice cuts through the tension, warning, Bone Storm ability activated. Swirling bones grow larger and more chaotic, feeding off the dragon's decayed energy. Before the storm can fully unleash, a sudden force shatters the flying bones, scattering them wildly across the battlefield. Lu Fan spins in shock to see Janyang stepping forward, calm and resolute. Remember your promise after defeating Chan Tanji to witness the true specialty of a swordmaster. She steadies herself. Now, it's my turn to show you. As the bone dragon starts reassembling, more menacing than ever, Janyang reveals her trump card. With a fiery aura swirling around her, she summons the Scythe of Calamity, a level 20, epic quality weapon radiating raw power. Its abilities? Pure nightmare fuel. It can switch between fire and dark attack modes, and with every life it takes, its attack power increases permanently by 9%. Talk about a weapon holding a serious grudge. Without hesitation, Janyang charges the bone dragon, wielding the scythe with deadly precision. Her first strike connects with explosive force, triggering a massive blast that shakes the entire battlefield. The bone dragon, caught in the inferno, struggles to hold itself together beneath the relentless assault. Lu Fan can't help but crack a smile, watching Janyang in action. Turns out swordmasters don't just unlock flashy skills, they unlock weapons with insane, game-changing powers. Before he can marvel too long, Jade Dragon Shore appears, signaling to him with eager eyes. Lu Fan nods, knowing it's time to make the next move. Xia, cast Jade Blessing on Black Dragon Xia. Now! Xiao Yi doesn't hesitate, unleashing the blessing that amplifies Xia's next 3 attacks to devastating levels. With that power-up locked in, Lu Fan orders, Xia Yi, earth-shattering. The ground quakes as Xia channels her energy. Then, boom! A massive explosion tears through the battlefield. The earth splits open, forming a giant fissure that swallows the bone dragon whole. Its skeletal frame crumbles, falling into the abyss. The nightmare finally ends. As the dust settles, the system chimes in with a celebratory update. Black Dragon Xia leveled up to 15 and unlocked new skill transformations. Lu Fan takes it all in, pleased with how much they've grown. His own level rises to 26, but he's more focused on the team's collective progress. Meanwhile, Janyang is having a moment. She's relieved the fight is over, but a flicker of doubt crosses her mind. Sure, her Scythe of Calamity was impressive, but it was Black Dragon Xia's earth-shattering move that sealed the deal. For a second, she wonders if her efforts truly made a difference. To make things more awkward, Xia happily clings to Lu Fan, clearly enjoying the victory celebration. Janyang catches the display and, oh boy, jealousy hits her like a ton of bricks. She quickly brushes it off, composing herself like the pro she is. Turning to Lu Fan, she admits she didn't really need to step in with his powerhouse dragons on the team. She even apologizes, feeling like she didn't pull her weight in the battle. Lu Fan, ever the supportive leader, smiles warmly. You saved me during the bone storm earlier. Every contribution matters. He adds, plus, look at what we've all gained today. Janyang showed off her swordmaster skills, and Xia leveled up big time. Wins all around. Curious about Xia's level up, Janyang asks if there's more to her transformation. On cue, the system steps in, At level 15, Black Dragon Xia gains major stat boosts, strength, spirit, stamina, and more. Additionally, she unlocks 2 epic transformations. She can now become the Eternal Guardian of the Tree of Life, gaining the powerful skills Life Pulse and Eternal Guardian. Or, she can ditch her physical form entirely to transform into Soul Light, unlocking Soul Refuge and Soul Influence. Talk about a serious glow-up. Lu Fan, clearly impressed, explains how Xia's new abilities make her as versatile as Xiao Yi. Jin Young chuckles, noting that while Xia's growth has been steady, the sudden leap to 4 transformation options is a bit of a surprise. Either way, it's clear both dragons are becoming serious powerhouses. Feeling proud, Lu Fan reaches out to pat Xiao Yi's head, immediately earning a sharp glare from Xia. The jealousy is real, and Xia's mix of annoyance and playful anger is impossible to miss. To break the tension, Lu Fan suggests they test Xiao Yi's new form. Eager to see what she's capable of, Jin Young agrees, her mood lifting as she suggests they head back to the Flying Dragon Sacred Tree to continue their search. But just as things start to settle, Xia Yi and Xia Fi begin bickering over who gets to stand closer to Lu Fan. The scene is almost comical, a much-needed breather after all the chaos. That is, until fireballs start raining down from the sky, shattering the moment like glass. The explosions send shockwaves through the battlefield, kicking up a storm of dust and debris. Jin Young's voice cuts sharply through the chaos. Magic attack! Everyone, scatter and take cover! The group sprints for the nearest shelter, a massive tree, where they huddle together to regroup. Jin Young crouches, her sharp eyes scanning for signs of their attackers, while Lu Fan carefully peeks out from behind the tree. It doesn't take long for him to piece things together. The noise from their fight with the bone dragon must have drawn unwanted attention. And sure enough, when he looks up, he sees them, a swarm of dragons filling the sky, their massive wings blotting out the sun. Lu Fan ducks into a safe spot, heart pounding as he surveys the ominous scene. There's no time to waste. Dragons are everywhere, and the pressure is mounting. Glancing at the system, he explains to the team, Jade Dragon Xia's soul light form lets her ditch her physical body and transform into pure soul energy. It's not just a flashy trick, it creates a game-changing soul shield for whoever she links with. Without hesitation, he orders Xia to link up with Xiao Yi. In her soul form, she emerges with Black Dragon Xiao Yi, creating an aura that practically screams unstoppable. As they soar above, Lu Fan turns to Jin Young, his tone all business, head toward the divine dragon tree. It's like a high-stakes treasure hunt with a very real chance of death by dragon. Suddenly, a new system notification rolls in. Black Dragon Xia's dragon form is officially activated, and she's unlocked a shiny new skill called Soul Light. Sounds cool, but here's the kicker, all her effects are doubled for anyone with dragon blood. Oh, and the skill doesn't just shield damage, it absorbs it, stacking layers of Kai shield. Once 10 layers are built, Kai Shock activates, unleashing all that absorb damage right back at the enemy, with interest. Lu Fan's grin grows as Xia transforms into a majestic green dragon, her aura blazing with power. Her energy immediately boosts Black Dragon Xiao Yi, whose stats skyrocket. Her strength shoots from 4,375 to a jaw-dropping 26,244. Her roars echo across the battlefield with enough power to make the ground tremble. Jin Young, watching the transformation, can barely contain her awe. She turns to Lu Fan, marveling at how Xia's influence has supercharged Xiao Yi. Lu Fan nods, breaking it down. Jade Dragon Xia's abilities are basically tailor-made for dragons. If Xiao Yi keeps this up, she might break the 30,000 strength mark by the time we reach the tree. But of course, things aren't going to be that easy. Out of nowhere, fireballs rain down like meteor showers. Lu Fan's heart sinks as he looks up to see dragons swarming above, their massive forms blotting out the light. It's an ambush, they're surrounded. Keeping his cool, Lu Fan orders Xia, hold your fire. Don't fight back just yet. She can now become the Eternal Guardian of the Tree of Life, gaining the powerful skills Life Pulse and Eternal Guardian. Or, she can ditch her physical form entirely to transform into Soul Light, unlocking Soul Refuge and Soul Influence. Talk about a serious glow-up. Lu Fan, clearly impressed, explains how Xia's new abilities make her as versatile as Xiao Yi. Jin Young chuckles. Instead of attacking, Lu Fan orders Xia to absorb the incoming damage. A glowing green orb forms above Xia's head, pulsating with energy as it sucks in the relentless fireballs. Then comes the moment of truth. Lu Fan commands Xia to unleash Kai Shock. In an instant, a massive wave of energy explodes outward, releasing all the absorbed damage in one devastating counterattack. Because dragons get a bonus, the effect is doubled. The green aura around Xia lights up the sky like an emerald sun, and dragons screech in pain as the blast sends shockwaves through the air. Xinyang, wide-eyed and amazed, watches as the counterattack not only defends but utterly annihilates anything caught in its range. Lu Fan grins, explaining to her how Xia's soul protection is like having a shield that punches back harder every time it's hit. But just when things start looking up, the air changes. A powerful gust of wind sweeps across the battlefield, shaking the group to their core. Lu Fan's instincts kick in. It's the boss. Sure enough, a massive dragon descends, its metallic scales shimmering like forged steel in the light. The system identifies it as a steel dragon, level 60, nightmare difficulty. Its powers are absolutely terrifying. First, rapid storm, the steel dragon flaps its wings, creating a violent whirlwind that slows and damages anyone caught within. Then steel thrust, a devastating charge that obliterates anything with less than 1 point of endurance. And finally, steel reinforcement, a passive ability that absorbs all incoming damage while boosting its defense to insane levels. The steel dragon lets out a thunderous roar that even sends a chill down Lu Fan's spine. It takes to the air, aiming straight for Xiao Yi, with steel thrust locked and loaded. Xinyang's face pales as she realizes just how deadly this opponent is. But Lu Fan, always calm under pressure, reassures her, "Xia, get ready." Her soul impact power begins to build, energy crackling around her. As Xia charges up, the atmosphere shifts. A surge of energy fills the air, doubling the effects of every dragon-related skill. After the jaw-dropping battle against the steel dragon, Jinyang can't help but beam with pride as she announces, level 25. "I'm practically glowing." Of course, Lu Fan's already thinking ahead. Curious as ever, he asks if the steel dragon's defeat came with any cool new rewards. Xinyang doesn't disappoint. She raises her hand, revealing a sword that shines so brightly it might as well be screaming, "I'm legendary." She explains it's called Myriad Blossoms, a weapon with massive potential, but still stuck at level 1. The system chimes in, breaking it down. This sword has the thousands of sword feathers ability, which lets it split into smaller weapons. Each fragment deals 10% of the original attack power, then reunites for a devastating area strike. Lu Fan grins, clearly impressed. Once it levels up to 25 stars, it'll be a total game changer. Meanwhile, in the background, Black Dragon Xia Yi and Jade Dragon Xia are having the time of their lives, playfully messing around like overpowered siblings. But Jinyang, not so much. A wave of doubt sneaks in as she watches them. Even with her Myriad Blossoms sword, she can't help but wonder if her power will ever measure up to Xiao Yi's strikes or Lu Fan's insane abilities. Just then, she notices a shadow flicker nearby, and her unease grows. Whispering to herself, she tries to believe in her own strength, but it's clear she's wrestling with serious self-doubt. Lu Fan, always quick to read the room, walks over and reassures her with calm confidence. He reminds her that as her sword levels up, she'll have plenty of strong opponents at Dragon Academy to push her limits. His words are like a warm breeze, lifting Jinyang's spirits. She nods and agrees they need to keep moving, especially since Xia and Xia have already wandered way ahead. As they catch up, Lu Fan spots something eerie, a man lying lifeless on the ground. The group gathers around. Lu Fan kneels beside the body, noticing it's been there a while. He reflects on the man's hard life, guessing he was likely a warrior who faced countless challenges. But before they can dwell on it, Lu Fan's instincts flare again. His sharp eyes catch a glimpse of a dragon claw and a glowing eye in the distance. Danger is close, too close. Without missing a beat, he draws his dragon sword and warns Jinyang, "We've wandered into monster territory." Her heart races as she realizes they're likely walking into a trap. And sure enough, a dragon bursts out of the bushes, its bronze scales gleaming menacingly. The system identifies the new threat, a bronze dragon, star level 60, boasting an insane defense-boosting skill called bronze armor. Lu Fan is just about to engage when another dragon appears, this one on a whole other level. A 3-headed elemental dragon, level 65, with a nightmare difficulty rating. The system lays out its terrifying abilities, triple magic, unleashing fire, ice, and thunder simultaneously. Regeneration, its heads can regrow if even one survives. Raw power enough to wipe out anyone unprepared. Lu Fan and Jinyang freeze, staring in disbelief. Two bosses at once. Yeah, this just got real. Jinyang quickly suggests they focus on the bronze dragon first, but Lu Fan flashes his confident grin. Hold tight. I've got a plan. With a quick command, Lu Fan calls for Xia Fi to shift into her jade dragon form. The transformation is nothing short of breathtaking. Surrounded by a bright green glow, Xia radiates raw energy as she readies her soul light skill. Meanwhile, Lu Fan tells Xia to switch into her destruction form, setting the stage for an all-out assault. The three-headed dragon wastes no time, taking to the air and bombarding them with fire and ice. Lu Fan dodges skillfully, charging forward with his dragon sword glowing fiercely. He commands Xia to activate Soul Impact. The energy release is immediate and overwhelming. The surrounding dragons reel from the shockwave as Xia Yi, now fully transformed, unleashes her new skill, Intimidation. Her deafening roar sends a ripple of fear through the battlefield, paralyzing the enemy in its tracks. Even Jinyang feels the weight of Xia Yi's aura and realizes this control skill is unlike anything she's ever seen. With the bronze dragon weakened by Xia's devastating pressure, Lu Fan sees his opening. He charges in with his dragon sword and combines Soul Effect with Dragon Fong Strike, shattering the bronze armor skill. Xia follows up, twisting the dragon's neck with brutal efficiency. The bronze dragon collapses in a heap, its metallic blood pooling on the ground. The system chimes in to announce the victory. Xiao Yi levels up to 22. Xia reaches level 17. Lu Fan himself hits level 28. Xinyang, though she's also leveled up to 27 and upgraded her Myriad Blossom sword to level 6, feels a twinge of sadness. She didn't get to contribute as much as she wanted. Lu Fan, ever the leader, places a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Taking out all three heads of the elemental dragon was essential to prevent its regeneration. Let's let Xia Yi and Xia handle things for a bit while we rest at the nearby camp. Later that night, under the light of the moon, Jinyang brings some food to Lu Fan, mentioning it was prepared by Sister Hank. She steps outside, expecting to find him by the fire, but he's nowhere to be seen. The flames flicker brightly, but the absence of her companion leaves her feeling strangely hollow. She reflects on her emotions, questioning if Lu Fan shares her worries. Despite her best efforts, she can't shake the feeling she's been more of a burden than a help. Meanwhile, Lu Fan is already deep in thought, silently apologizing to Jinyang as he focuses on their mission. Suddenly, the system alerts him to something extraordinary, a massive egg. As he approaches, the system reveals they're now close to the divine treasure, the very reason they entered this perilous forest in the first place. Just when Lu Fan thought he could catch his breath, danger strikes again. Out of nowhere, a ferocious dragon materializes, roaring loud enough to make the ground shake. Its eerie green eyes glow with deadly intensity. The system wastes no time throwing up a warning, Soul of the Flying Dragon King, level 70. This beast isn't just strong. It's nightmare fuel. Its dragon's breath attack can unleash fire, ice, thunder, or wind. Its Assault Dragon King ability lets it dive at lightning speed, piercing through anything in its way. And to make it worse, it takes 50% less damage from everything. Because why not? Lu Fan instantly knows this is the final boss of the level 55 Nightmare Secret Realm. The tension is real. Drawing his dragon sword, he prepares for the toughest fight of his life. Xia Yi and Xia step up. Their expressions a mix of determination and, let's be honest, a bit of what did we get ourselves into. Lu Fan orders them to focus. It's all or nothing now. Back at the resting area, Jinyang hears the dragon's roar echoing in the distance. Her stomach twists into knots. Memories of Lu Fan saving her flash through her mind, and doubts creep in. What if I'm just holding him back? What if he decides he's better off without me? The thought stings, but she shakes it off. Clenching her fists, she reminds herself, I'm not here to be a bystander. Jinyang's resolve is crystal clear, she's fighting alongside Lu Fan no matter what. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the soul of the Flying Dragon King wastes no time, blasting powerful winds and thunder in Lu Fan's direction. Lu Fan glares at the dragon, realizing this beast might be even stronger than the Great Destroyer Emperor he faced before. His eyes narrow sharply as he orders Xia Yi to prepare lava flame while activating Dragon's Inspiration to boost everyone's power by 30%. Xia Yi roars, shifting into her destruction form, unleashing a scorching torrent of flames that engulfs the dragon. The dragon screeches in pain but quickly retaliates with Soul Assault, charging uncontrollably toward Lu Fan. It's fast, too fast. Lu Fan's heart skips a beat as the dragon shifts behind him, ready to strike. Thinking quickly, he commands Xia to switch into her eternal being form. The transformation happens in an instant, and her aura radiates a calming yet powerful energy. Just then, Jinyoung arrives on the scene, her voice ringing with fierce determination as she calls out to Lu Fan. She raises her hand, summoning the power of 1,000 swords and falling feathers, reassuring him that she'll handle her own defense. Her confidence lights a spark in Lu Fan's eyes. He nods silently, thankful she has his back. The system chimes in with a game changer. Dragon Xia has unlocked new skills, Life Pulse and Eternal Guardian. Xia glows brightly as she activates Life Pulse, a restorative skill that radiates waves of energy, boosting everyone's stamina and power. At the same time, Xia doubles down on her lava flame attack, pushing the flames higher and hotter. Lu Fan orders Xia Yi to finish it. With a thunderous roar, she charges at the dragon. But the soul of the flying Dragon King isn't going down without a fight. It takes to the sky, using dragon language magic to counter Xia's attacks. Lu Fan realizes the stakes have just been raised and orders Xia to shield everyone. High above, the dragon prepares its ultimate move, Apocalypse Fall. This devastating ability sacrifices its own life to release a blast with 2,000% of its power. As the dragon plummets toward the ground, the tension is unbearable. The resulting explosion is massive, shaking the entire realm and sending shockwaves for miles. For a moment, everything is chaos. Dust and debris fill the air, making it impossible to see. But then, a green energy glows faintly through the haze. It shouts protective barrier, shielding everyone from the catastrophic blast. They're safe, barely. When the dust finally settles, Lu Fan turns to Jinyoung, concern etched deeply on his face. "Are you okay?" She assures him she's fine, though clearly shaken. She thanks Xia for saving them all. They take a moment to acknowledge how close they came to total disaster. The system reports their progress. Lu Fan levels up to 29. Xiao Yi hits level 23. Xia reaches level 17. Lu Fan places a proud hand on Xiao's head, praising her incredible skills. But of course, Xia isn't having it. Her jealous pout is almost comical as she glares at Xia. Lu Fan notices and chuckles, reassuring Xiao Yi that her massive damage output was key to taking down the level 70 boss. Her mood lifts slightly. Meanwhile, Jinyoung reflects on the battle, realizing this was their first time facing a boss of this caliber together. She admits she always thought players at their level wouldn't have to deal with such intense fights. Lu Fan agrees, marveling at how they survived something so far above their pay grade. Later, Lu Fan and Jinyoung share a quiet moment. He places a hand on his head, almost embarrassed. "I didn't mean to scare you earlier. I only left to explore, not expecting to run into such a powerful enemy." Jinyoung interrupts, her voice firm but kind. She reassures him that she never doubted he'd have their backs. She recalls his earlier words and smiles, telling him that no matter how strong they become, they'll never let a teammate fight alone. Her determination is clear. Lu Fan feels a swell of pride in their growing bond after his victory against the Blade King Dragon. Lu Fan is standing there, soaking in the glory of their victory when, BAM! A treasure chest suddenly pops open right in front of him like it's yelling, "Congrats, you earned this." Meanwhile, Jinyoung is completely oblivious, staring off into the distance, totally missing the loot party. Luan steps forward, curious about the legendary goodies waiting inside. The first item practically glows as it emerges, the soul wing of the flying Dragon King. This bad boy packs 60 agility 356 strength 291 spirit 0, and did I mention? It grants you full-on flight, not just gliding or hovering, but true flying. Plus, if you know dragon language magic, you can cast and receive spells while airborne. The catch? You need to be level 60 to use it. Lu Fan sighs, thinking, looks like flying's a ways off for me. Next up, a level 30 artifact designed for dragon riders. This one lets you combine your pet's abilities with your own, boosting dragon energy and unleashing devastating long-range attacks. Lu Fan's grin stretches ear to ear as he pictures himself riding Xia Yi into battle like some epic dragon knight. He mentally files that one away for when Xia hits level 30. Then there's the third item, the late dragon bone flute. This magical flute can summon the twin flying dragon kings matching the user's level. Downside? It's limited to just 7 uses. Lu Fan admires it but can't help wishing it didn't come with such restrictions. As he's marveling at his newfound loot, something strange happens. Xia starts glowing intensely, drawing both his and Jinyoung's attention. The little jade dragon moves toward a massive tree nearby and begins healing it with her energy. The plants around them start stirring, as if responding to her touch. It's almost mystical, like something straight out of a legend. Just as they're piecing it together, the system pops up with a new mission: restore the sacred tree. Apparently, the tree is under threat from the abyssal dragon's minions, and the only way to save it is to slay the abyssal dragon and soak the tree's seed in its blood. In return, they'll earn the favor of the life dragon, a source of immense power. Lu Fan carefully retrieves the sacred tree seed and lets out a low whistle as he reads the mission details. The abyssal dragon is no joke. This thing comes from the lower realms and is infamous for devouring demons. Its rank is so high it makes the word nightmare look like child's play. Xia gently nudges Lu Fan's hand, and he smiles down at her, thanking her for unlocking this secret mission. Then, in true Lu Fan fashion, he gets an idea. Turning to Xia, he asks completely deadpan, "Hey, can you eat the flute?" Xiao and Jinyang freeze, utterly baffled by the suggestion. But Lu Fan just raises his hands in mock surrender, grinning as he encourages Xia to give it a try. Xia Fi steps up, and before anyone can stop her, she starts chomping on the flute like it's her favorite snack. Lu Fan can't help but ask, "Hey, does it taste good?" Jinyang stares in disbelief, muttering, "She's chewing that like it's a piece of fruit." Moments later, the system chimes in with an update. Xia has gained the flute's powers and can now summon the twin flying dragon kings without any usage limits. To prove it, Xia immediately summons the dragon kings. They emerge with a deafening roar, their power matching Xiao's level of 18. Jinyang is stunned, struggling to process how a boss-level dragon just became Xia's summon. Lu Fan casually points out that the dragon kings are smaller now, joking, basically, they're Xia's pets. Jinyang mutters something about dragon pets having their own dragon pets, shaking her head at the absurdity. With the sacred tree mission now firmly in their hands, Jinyang suggests heading back. Sister Hank will be worried if we don't return soon. Luan waves Jinyang off with a calm smile. "Go ahead, I'll catch up," he says. Pulling out his map, he reflects quietly on an important task he still needs to complete. He discovered this egg in the forest, just after the battle had ended. Later, back at the villa in Dragon Capital Academy, Lu Fan calls a meeting with Xia Yi and Shirai. The cozy atmosphere can't mask the seriousness in the air. Sitting before them is a new dragon egg Lu Fan recently retrieved. He takes a deep breath and, with mock frustration, tells Shirai, "Your habit of bullying Xia has to stop." Shirai pouts, but her attention quickly shifts to the egg. Both dragons are utterly fascinated by it. Trying to regain their focus, Lu Fan explains, "This egg represents our soon-to-arrive family member." He even tries to make a game out of it, asking, "Do you think it'll be a brother or sister?" Before anyone can answer, the system cuts in bluntly, "At your current level, you can only tame 2 dragons. To add another, you need to reach level 30. Lu Fan lets out a long sigh. He turns to the dragon sisters. "We're going to have to level up faster. Poison spider forest, here we come." The next morning, barely awake, there's a knock at his door. 2 flustered ladies, Chinio and another student, stand there looking frantic. Lu Fan rubs his eyes, confused by the sudden commotion. Chinio thrusts a post into his hand and explains, "It's gone viral on the school forum." Apparently, the buzz is all about Lu Fan's withdrawal from the freshman exam. The post claims that Fengyun Pavilion has reached the finals unchallenged and that no one is left to stand against them. Chinio adds, Fengyun Pavilion's grown into a powerhouse with nearly 30 members, led by Jiang Fengyun and Suji. They've boldly declared themselves unstoppable, and even announced plans to clear out Lu Fan's villa after the finals. Lu Fan listens, half amused. Hearing that Jiang Fengyun declared himself the new number 1, he chuckles quietly. Cute, he thinks. Chinio points out the stakes. The finals grant access to the national trials, which is why Jiang Fengyun is so desperate to claim victory. But Lu Fan knows the truth. He's already secured his spot, and the prizes Jiang Fengyun is chasing are already his. With a playful glint in his eye, Lu Fan waves off their concerns. "Don't worry," he says, smirking. "I'm more than happy to accept Fengyun Pavilion's challenge." He borrows the post, writing a sharp reply, "It's time." For Lu Fan to fire back. Inside the VIP room at Dragon Academy Arena, Su Jing, the calm and collected forbidden sorcerer, scrolls through his tablet like he's catching up on the latest gossip. Meanwhile, Jiang Fengyun, the shadow warrior with a flair for theatrics, is blindfolded and sparring with multiple opponents. Mid-spar, Su Jing casually mentions, "Lu Fan has responded to your forum post. Zhang Fengyun freezes. His sparring partners don't even have time to breathe before he activates his projection skill, summoning multiple clones of himself. The clones quickly overpower everyone in the room. With a dramatic flourish, he removes his blindfold. Casually, he orders someone to heal his down partners. Then, with a devilish grin, he asks Su Jing, "What did Lu Fan post?" Su Jing smirks. Classic Lu Fan. A bold challenge to the entire Fengyun pavilion. Zhang Fengyun rolls his eyes at what he calls Lu Fan's bravado, but his grin only widens. He orders Su Jing to respond, invite Lu Fan to face them at the arena after the finals tomorrow. Su Jing laughs, half doubting Zhang Fengyun is serious, but he plays along. Then Zhang Fengyun's tone shifts, growing serious. He commands Su Jing, gather everyone from Fengyun Pavilion. It's time to show Lu Fan that the title of number one isn't given, it's earned in combat. Meanwhile, back in Lu Fan's corner of the world, things are far less intense. He's just chilling with friends when Qin Xiao bursts in, eyes sparkling with excitement. Fengyun Pavilion accepted the challenge, she announces. Zhang Fengyun was competing in a semi-final match today, but Lu Fan wasn't impressed. He waved it off casually, saying, "I'd rather spend my time leveling up in the poison spider seeker realm." Talk about priorities. Just then, Lu Fan's aunt appeared, her tone serious as she reminded him, overconfidence can lead to failure. She suggested he at least check out Zhang Fengyun's match to get a better read on his opponent. One of the ladies nearby chimed in, Lu Fan's supporters might even outnumber Fengyun Pavilion's crowd. Chinio, ever the voice of reason, warned, if Lu Fan is spotted in the crowd, rumors will explode across campus. And, clearly a problem solver, nodded and said, then you'll need to go in disguise. Cue the stealth makeover. Lu Fan donned a dark cloak and mask, looking like he had just stepped out of a spy movie. Qin Xiao and Xian accompanied him to the arena, confident no one would recognize him. Even and approved of his shadowy new look, calling it both functional and fashionable. Inside the arena, Gayan announced the start of the semifinals. Just as the teams took the stage, Lu Fan suddenly stood up and looked at him, surprised. "Where are you going?" Lu Fan shrugged, utterly casual. "The match looks boring. I'd rather go for a walk." Classic Lu Fan, cool and casual to the core. "Call me when it's over," he said, then walked out. The crowd buzzed with excitement over the semi-final match. Seated in the stands, the vice principal watched the disguised Lu Fan carefully. His thoughts drifted to a recent conversation with the principal. In a flashback, he remembered bursting into the principal's office to discuss the forum drama. He'd been worried Lu Fan didn't understand how powerful he was, especially since Chan Tanji was still recovering from their fight. But the principal, as unbothered as ever, had brushed it off. "Gayan can handle it," the principal said. His real concern was the arrival of the Dragon Capital Special Envoy in a month, sent to assess Lu Fan for the national trial. The vice principal was stunned when the principal revealed the envoy was none other than Ruan Chongfeng, a once powerful figure with a notorious grudge against Lu Fan. While the vice principal worried this could spell trouble, the principal just laughed, confident in his choice of Lu Fan as a national trial candidate. Back in the present, the vice principal chuckled quietly, wondering how the upcoming battle between Lu Fan and Zhang Fengyun would unfold. He knew one thing for sure, the principal wouldn't miss it for the world. Meanwhile, in the points room at the academy's arena, professionals were dropping like flies. One after another, challengers left in disbelief, muttering about an impossibly tough opponent inside. Rumors spread like wildfire. Someone at level 29 was pretending to be weaker than they were, stealing points from challengers. Outside the room, veterans warned others not to enter unless they were ready to lose. Inside, the mysterious arena master was none other than Lu Fan himself. Sitting casually, he reflected that sparring here was far more productive than watching a boring match. Suddenly, the door creaked open. A challenger stepped in. Not just anyone. A striking woman with long white hair and a sleek black dress. She greeted Lu Fan with a calm smile and asked, "Is it time for a match?" Lu Fan returned her greeting respectfully, "Senior." She smiled playfully, brushing her hair back. "If you want me to spare you," she teased, "you'll need to show a lot more respect." Classic Lu Fan kept his composure, replying in a serious tone, "No need to hold back." Hearing that, her enthusiasm surged. Fierce flames suddenly engulfed her body, and she began to float. Her presence instantly commanding. The flames intensified, burning away her dress and replacing it with form-fitting armor that radiated power and elegance. Lu Fan knew she wasn't here for a casual sparring match. This was the real deal. Before he could react, she vanished. In an instant, she reappeared behind him. Her voice playful yet sharp, she said, "I'm not like the classmates waiting outside." A massive flaming trident materialized in her hand, its glow illuminating her confident smirk. With a warning not to hold back, she lunged at him, thrusting the weapon with incredible force. Lu Fan blocked just in time, summoning his big black machete to parry the fiery trident's blow. But the sheer power behind her attack sent him sliding back several meters. His grip tightened around his weapon as he silently wondered just how strong she really was. The woman laughed, surprised that Lu Fan had managed to block her strike. With a teasing smirk, she asked, "Are you too scared to hit a pretty lady?" Then, to rub it in, she seductively licked her finger, taunting him further. Her teasing only fueled her determination. She was set on teaching him a lesson. Lu Fan stayed calm but focused, locking eyes with her. "I understand," he said quietly, preparing his counterattack. Their eyes burned with the thrill of competition. The battle intensified. Lu Fan's machete clashed against her blazing trident in a dazzling flurry of sparks and heat. Each strike grew stronger, their attacks shaking the very ground beneath them. Outside the arena, students gathered in awe, whispering about the mysterious white-haired woman who had just appeared. Some thought she was struggling with her overly enthusiastic fighting style, while others suspected she was simply toying with Lu Fan. Either way, no one could tear their eyes away. Meanwhile, in the main arena, the crowd erupted as Zhang Fengyun's semi-final match concluded in his victory. Basking in cheers, Zhang's friend approached him breathlessly, reporting that rumors had spread Lu Fan had snuck into the audience disguised. Zhang Fengyun smirked, dismissing it. "Irrelevant," he said. "I didn't even show half my strength today. Why should I care?" Then, in a dramatic twist, he pointed to the audience and shouted, "Lu Fan! Don't be arrogant for long. Don't run away from tomorrow's battle." The crowd went wild with cheers, the tension rising. But here's the kicker, Lu Fan wasn't even there. Shinyo and Shiren glanced around, panic creeping into their voices as they realized this. They scrambled to find him, knowing full well he had found the match boring and left long ago. Back in the points arena, Lu Fan was still locked in his intense duel. The mysterious woman's relentless attacks kept him on edge. He was impressed by her power but puzzled by her motives. Suddenly, his phone rang, distracting him. She noticed immediately and, mid-attack, grabbed his hat with a playful grin. "Your defense needs work," she teased, "but you've improved rapidly." It dawned on Lu Fan, she wasn't just fighting him. She was guiding him, exploiting weaknesses in his movements to help him grow stronger. But why? He didn't have time to ponder. As she moved dangerously close, her armor gleaming and her teasing grin inches from his face, she said, "You need more endurance and stamina if you want to keep up." Flustered, Lu Fan couldn't even respond before his phone rang again. "Sorry," he said, taking the call. When he hung up and turned back, he sincerely thanked her. "You've taught me a lot in such a short time," he said. "Could I get your contact info? Maybe schedule more training sessions?" Now back in her sleek black outfit, she laughed. "Already asking a pretty senior for her number?" "Slow down." Panicking, Lu Fan clarified, "Strictly for training, I swear." She waved him off playfully. "Just open a points room in the arena whenever you want to fight me again. No promises though." As she walked away, Lu Fan couldn't shake the feeling she was more than just a strong senior. Her power, her demeanor, it all felt like she was on a completely different level. Could she be a teacher? Or something else entirely? The mystery gnawed at him. Just as Lu Fan was lost in thought, a notification popped up on his screen, 100 points awarded by your opponent. Confused, he wondered why she had given him points when she clearly could have knocked him out. Determined to uncover the truth, he bolted out of the arena searching for her. But no matter where he looked, she was nowhere to be found. Running through the dorm halls, students yelled at him to calm down, but he was too lost in thought to care. Who was she? Why did she fight him like that? And why had she vanished so suddenly? It almost felt like she wasn't real, like some kind of spirit haunting the academy. Moments later, Qin Shio, Shiren, and Hank caught up with Lu Fan, shouting for him to join them. Qin Shio teased him about meeting yet another mysterious girl. Shiren jumped in with jokes about Lu Fan hooking up in the arena. But Lu Fan, still consumed by the day's events, brushed them off quietly and followed them back. The next day, the freshman assessment finals kicked off and the arena was packed to the brim. Students chatted excitedly, wondering if Lu Fan would actually show up to face Jang Fengyun. Some said he was brave for challenging the entire Feng Pavilion, others thought he was just ridiculously arrogant. Either way, everyone agreed, it was the match of the year. Inside the arena, Jang Fengyun's impatience was palpable. Frustrated that Lu Fan hadn't arrived yet, he threatened, if that guy doesn't show up soon, I'm marching over to Villa number 1 myself. Su Jing, ever calm and collected, advised him to wait it out. Just then, someone in the crowd spotted a figure racing toward the arena from the restroom area, Lu Fan, running at insane speed, his cloak billowing dramatically behind him. Jang Fengyun smirked and signaled his team to prepare. As Lu Fan approached, he casually waved to the crowd. Sorry for being late, he said with his trademark grin. Let's get this over with. I've got more important things to do. Standing confidently in the middle of the arena, Lu Fan addressed the Fengyun Pavilion. I don't even know how many of you there are, he admitted with a calm air. But one thing's clear, whatever comes together, goes together. With a smirk, he made a cutthroat gesture. That was all it took. One of the pavilion's giants immediately erupted in fury, hurling insults. How dare you speak to Jang Fengyun like that? You're asking for death. Before the giant could step forward, Jang Fengyun raised a hand to stop him. There's no need for idle chatter if Lu Fan refuses to take us seriously, he declared, brushing off the insults. Then Jang Fengyun made his move. He wagered 7,000 points on the match. Lu Fan, unfazed, started searching his pockets as if he'd forgotten what he'd brought. With a flourish, he pulled out his points card and declared 177,000 points. The crowd gasped. Jang Fengyun's team panicked. We don't have enough points to match that, they shouted. But Jang Fengyun, fueled by hunger for revenge, silenced them. Driven by greed and pride, he rallied the pavilion. They scraped together the full amount, though some grumbled, warning that if they didn't get a cut of Lu Fan's points after the match, they were done with the pavilion. With the bets placed, the tension was electric. Lu Fan, cool as ever, began warming up, clearly excited. Jang Fengyun, suspicious of Lu Fan's confidence, assumed he'd summon his dragon pet and ordered Su Jing to cast a binding spell. Su Jing agreed, shouting, "Prepare for battle!" The fight kicked off with Su Jing casting confinement lock. Crimson-red chains flew through the air, wrapping tightly around Lu Fan, immobilizing him and preventing any skill use for 5 seconds. Thinking they had Lu Fan right where they wanted him, Jang Fengyun and his comrade charge in aim to deliver the finishing blow. But in the blink of an eye, Lu Fan broke free. The chains shattered like cheap decorations. He blocked Jang Fengyun's attack with his big black machete. The crowd erupted in disbelief. Jang Fengyun froze, unable to process how effortlessly Lu Fan had broken the spell. Before he could recover, Lu Fan grabbed him by the collar, flipped him a full 360 degrees, and slammed him into the ground with a thunderous crash. Cheers roared as Lu Fan stood over Jang Fengyun, as casual as if it were just another day at the office. Refusing to give up, the pavilion's mage sneaked behind Lu Fan and cast Stiffness, a spell designed to reduce movement and attack speed by 75%. The mage signaled the long-range attackers, who unleashed a barrage of projectiles. Dust and smoke filled the air. For a moment, it seemed they might have turned the tide. But as the dust cleared, there was Lu Fan, grinning like he was at a picnic. Is this really your plan to take down the top freshman? He taunted, slamming his foot into Jang Fengyun's face for good measure. Dazed, Jang Fengyun demanded to know why the spell hadn't worked. Su Jing, baffled, explained, it is working. Lu Fan's speed has been reduced, but even at 25%, is still faster than everyone else. Lu Fan casually shrugged, looking down at Jang Fengyun with a playful smile. Don't blame your friends, he said. It's just that my dragon pet bonuses make your skills kind of useless. Feeling the pressure, Jang Fengyun activated his trump card, After Image, a skill that created multiple mirages of himself to overwhelm his opponent. The pavilion erupted in cheers, convinced this was their leader's triumphant comeback. But as the mirages swarmed Lu Fan, he sliced through them effortlessly, each illusion falling like a fly under a swatter. Pausing briefly, Lu Fan complimented the move with a smirk. Not bad. Pretty cool. Then, deciding to end things, he began to materialize a massive fireball, one so enormous it seemed capable of engulfing the entire arena. The flames twisted and roared, radiating intense heat and raw power. Zhang Fengyun's confident smirk faltered as he realized Lu Fan wasn't bluffing. With a deafening roar, the fireball exploded into a blazing inferno as Lu Fan summoned Black Dragon Xia in her World Destroyer form. The colossal dragon emerged from the flames, her fiery aura scorching away the remaining mirages in a sweep of overwhelming force. Chaos erupted throughout the crowd and pavilion members alike. The sky darkened as Xia's immense size blocked out the sun, casting a shadow over the arena. Panic spread like wildfire as pavilion members scrambled, screaming in terror. One of Lu Fan's teammates quickly pulled out a phone, recording the surreal spectacle, while others simply stood frozen, unable to grasp the sight of a real dragon in its most fearsome form. Zhang Fengyun, now blindfold removed, stared at Xia in stunned disbelief. He had faced fake Dragon Tamers before, but this was something entirely different. His team begged him to retreat, but he knew it was too late. He had made a colossal mistake. Lu Fan, standing calm amidst the chaos, warned, "Don't collapse just yet. My counterattack is coming." Xia unleashed a deafening howl that echoed through the arena, and Lu Fan followed with a pressure attack radiating fear, immobilization, and stunning effects. Every member of the Fengyun pavilion was struck, frozen in place as panic completely overtook them. Even Zhang Fengyun, struggling desperately to move, found himself utterly powerless. Grinning, Lu Fan pulled out his points card and taunted, "So, do you finally understand who the true number one is?" As the system tallied the results, Lu Fan collected a staggering 189,041 points, leaving the pavilion utterly defeated. Zhang Fengyun collapsed, fainting from the crushing humiliation. As the dust settled, Xia landed gracefully beside Lu Fan, her fiery presence still dominating the arena. Lu Fan patted her head casually and said, "Mission complete." But even after wiping out the pavilion, he wasn't finished. "I've got more important things to do," he added, turning and walking away like it was just another day at the office. Later, in the Dragon Academy points room, Lu Fan was on the phone, bragging about his massive haul of points. His friend suggested throwing a party to celebrate, but Lu Fan was already focused on his next move. Suddenly, the mysterious senior sister stepped into the room. Dressed in her striking black outfit, she approached Lu Fan with a sly smile. "Were you waiting for me?" she asked. Lu Fan grinned back. "There's no point competing with anyone else." He added teasingly, "If he's going to learn, it has to be from someone like you. You're over level 70, the only real challenge around." The senior sister paused, glanced at the arena's level requirement, and smiled knowingly. Lu Fan's mind began to piece things together. She's not a student. She's something far beyond what Lu Fan ever imagined. The scene shifts back to the arena, where the vice principal kneels beside a defeated Zhang Fengyun, checking his pulse after that epic battle. Around them, stunned members of the Fengyun pavilion still struggle to process the chaos and destruction. One thing becomes clear to the vice principal: Lu Fan doesn't just fight, he calculates. Every move, every decision was timed to perfection. And despite the intensity of the showdown, no lives were endangered. The vice principal nods in approval. Lu Fan truly understands the weight of his actions. Meanwhile, back in the points room, the mysterious senior sister lounges casually, teasing Lu Fan with a sly smile. "Did you set a trap for me to walk into?" she asks, clearly enjoying herself. Lu Fan quickly defends himself. "Hey, it's not a scam. The level limit's right there on the door. If you walked in, that means you're over level 70, definitely not a student." The lady raises an eyebrow, slightly annoyed. "So you think I'm not a senior? Then who do you think I am?" Lu Fan, flustered, starts analyzing. She looks young enough to be a senior, but her strength is way beyond any student. After a pause, he blurts out, "You must be a teacher." That earns him a burst of laughter. "A teacher," she chuckles, clearly amused. Then her tone shifts as she steps closer, her fiery aura flaring once more. "Whether you believe it or not, I am your senior," she says, eyes glimmering mischievously. "And this time, you didn't hide your handsome face. Much more pleasant to look at." Before Lu Fan can respond, her tone sharpens. "Don't dig too deep into who I am," she warns. "If you want to see me again, don't set the points room level to 70 or higher. Otherwise, I won't come back." Lu Fan nervously promises, though inside he's already considering setting it to 80 next time. "Well, that plan's scrapped," she smirks. The air thickens as flames swirl around her, and her black dress transforms into that stunning, intimidating armor once again. "I have to admit," she says, "your performance in the arena was impressive. You used my techniques against Zhang Fengyun perfectly. You learned fast. Hearing her praise, Lu Fan can't help but grin. He materializes his big black machete. Realizing she must have watched the entire battle, she explains how the crowd erupted when he summoned his dragon so quickly and knocked down Zhang Fengyun with lightning speed. Your reactions, she adds, are proof of the speed you honed in the points room. Flattered, Lu Fan scratches his head, thanks for the guidance. But I still have a lot of weaknesses in melee combat. Without warning, she materializes her fiery trident and lunges at him, her expression deadly serious. Lu Fan barely manages to block, his mind racing. You've made progress, she says sharply, but don't get cocky. You're still far from ready to brag. Realizing she's not joking, Lu Fan quickly apologizes. I wasn't trying to brag, he insists. I really want to keep learning. Switching gears, he starts buttering her up, praising her skills and kindness. You treat me like a younger brother, he says. You've taught me so much, and even gave me 100 points. The woman laughs, clearly entertained. You're pretty good at building relationships, she says. But if you want to keep learning from me, you'll have to bring me something in return, like enchanted food from your house. I hear your big sister's a great cook. Lu Fan smiles, agreeing without hesitation. Though his big sister is technically his aunt, he figures it's close enough. No problem, he says, already imagining the dishes she might prepare. The lady's tone shifts again. What else did you learn in the arena, she asks. Lu Fan grins, readying his machete. But before he can answer, she launches another attack. Their weapons clash in a blur of sparks and flames, the fight intensifying. You're getting faster, she says, impressed. Then, with a devilish smile, she adds, if you can land even one hit on me, I'll reward you with a new weapon. Lu Fan, confused, barely has time to process before she leaps into the air and lands a playful but powerful hit, using her thighs to smack his face. It's almost like she's belly dancing mid-battle, and Lu Fan is too stunned to react. She teases him about his outdated weapons, joking, maybe it's time to switch to a longer fire trident, keep up with the times. But then her smile fades, and she grows serious. What do you really want? She asks. Trying to keep his cool, Lu Fan blurts out, the enchantment scroll. The moment the words leave his mouth, the lady freezes. Her playful expression snaps into furious disbelief. Do you even realize how rare and expensive that is? She snaps, lunging at him. You want that? Go to hell. Lu Fan, completely unprepared for her sudden anger, tries to explain, but she's too furious to listen. Her fiery attacks rain down on him, leaving him utterly speechless. Later that evening, back at the villa, Lu Fan nurses his sore muscles, grumbling to his aunt. I couldn't land a single hit on her, he complains. Now my whole body feels like it's been hit by a truck. His aunt, clearly shaken, admits she was scared to death during his battle with Zhang Fengyun. I thought you two were going to fight to the death, she says. Nearby, Qin Xiao scrolls on her tablet and casually mentions that the senior sister probably isn't a teacher. According to Nan Xianyang, she's never seen anyone like her at the academy. Suddenly, Xinyo perks up, announcing, Lu Fan is trending on the school forum again. Someone recorded his fight against Fengyun Pavilion, complete with footage of the legendary Black Dragon Shirai. Lu Fan's aunt watches the video, smiling proudly. Now everyone knows you won, she says. This should settle all the disputes. Lu Fan, still baffled, wonders how anyone managed to capture the chaos. Some people just have perfect timing, he mutters. Jin Yang teases him, after beating Zhang Fengyun, you should be the new idol of the Fengyun Pavilion. Lu Fan waves it off, too exhausted to care. I'm just focusing on recovery, he says. The hype will die down soon. The next day, in the spider secret realm, Lu Fan is back to grinding levels, slicing through hordes of spider monsters with ferocious attacks. Jin Yang watches, confused. I thought your goal was learning new techniques from your senior, she says. Focused on the fight, Lu Fan explains, if I upgrade my level, I'll have an advantage over her. Besides, I'll need it to keep up. Just as he finishes a particularly tough wave of spiders, he feels it, the surge of energy, as he finally hits level 30. Overjoyed, he calls everyone over to open a treasure chest and celebrate his achievement. Xinyo congratulates him, while his aunt, trying not to gag at the sight of the spider corpses, reluctantly pats him on the back. Jinyang and Xian are equally excited, knowing that hitting level 30 means one thing: it's finally time for Lu Fan to visit the job transfer hall and upgrade his class to the next level. Lu Fan steps out of the secret realm, excitement practically radiating from him. He's ready for whatever comes next after his second job transfer. But as nearby students recognize him, the guy who single-handedly defeated Qin Tunshi and wiped the floor with the entire Fengyun pavilion, chaos erupts. Boys and girls swarm him like a celebrity, clamoring for selfies, autographs, and even just a handshake. The crowd grows larger and rowdier, separating him from his group. Xinyang and Xian watch from a distance. Xinyang's eyes narrow in jealousy at the girls fawning over Lu Fan, while Xian shakes her head in disbelief. How did he get this popular so fast? She mutters. Realizing there's no escape from the crowd, Lu Fan's aunt springs into action. 10 minutes later, Lu Fan emerges disguised in his trusty undercover gear, mask, goggles, the whole shebang. As students frantically search for him, the disguise works perfectly and the mob disperses. Chinio exhales in relief. Thank goodness, she says. We finally dodged them. Lu Fan, however, looks a bit deflated. Do I really have to go out like this every time now? He laments. Xian, envious of the attention, jokes, I wish I had a bunch of handsome guys chasing after me. Jinyang, still sour, quickly changes the subject. There's no historical record of a second job transfer for a Dragon Tamer, she points out. No guides, no references. Lu Fan's flying blind here, completely uncertain about what to expect. Chinio, ever the cheerleader, pats him reassuringly on the back. You're about to make history, she says with a confident grin. Even Lu Fan feels a spark of pride. This is uncharted territory, and he's ready to face it head-on. Finally, they reach the job transfer hall. The group exchanges encouraging smiles. The ceremony is a solo affair. Jinyang leans in and reminds him, "You've got this." Lu Fan nods, trying to stay calm. "Don't worry, I'll figure it out somehow." With a confident tap of his student card, he steps inside the chamber. The room is circular, bathed in a soft blue light. The system announces that the second stage transfer is ready. Lu Fan's heart skips a beat when he realizes there's no existing data for a Dragon Tamer second transfer. Usually, these jobs are documented for future generations, but his path is entirely blank. Determined, he begins exploring his options. 3 glowing notifications appear before him: Dragon Priest, a path focused on healing buffs and enchantments, enhancing dragon pets but weakening the user's own abilities. Dragon Spellcaster, a mage-like role that absorbs dragon skills and lets the user cast dragon magic themselves. Flame Dragon Warrior, a melee-focused class with incredible strength and endurance, allowing transformations into a giant dragon form. Each option has clear strengths but comes with significant trade-offs, and none truly fit Lu Fan's balanced fighting style. Frustrated, he stares at the choices, feeling stuck. Then, as if sensing his dilemma, a fourth option materializes: Dragon Rider. Before him, a suit of powerful armor with a flowing cape appears, radiating energy. The system explains, this branch enhances skills by synchronizing with dragon pets. It's versatile, allowing growth in multiple combat styles while strengthening the bond with his dragons. Lu Fan's eyes light up. This is it. Fighting side by side with his dragons has always been his core strategy, and this path amplifies everything he excels at. With a confident swipe, he selects Dragon Rider. Outside, the ladies are starting to get anxious. Why is it taking so long? Xian asks, pacing nervously. Jinyang, trying and failing to stay calm, reassures her, don't be nervous. Lu Fan's just exploring his options. Xinyang, ever composed, adds, he's making history. He has to be careful. His choice might change how Dragon Tamers are viewed forever. Shinio smiles. This is the end of the 800-year decline of dragon professions. Trust him. Just as the tension reaches its peak, the doors swing open. Lu Fan steps out, and the group breathes a collective sigh of relief. They bombard him with questions, eager to know what path he chose. As they walk, Lu Fan reveals his new class. Dragon Rider. My contract slots increased from 2 to 3, he adds with a grin. Xian, ever curious, asks, wait, does that mean you actually have to learn how to ride a dragon now? Laughing, Lu Fan explains, I already found a dragon riding saddle in the cemetery's secret realm. As long as my dragons hit level 30, I can ride them. His aunt raises an eyebrow. The thought of you riding 2 dragons feels weird, she teases. Lu Fan smirks. Don't imagine anything strange. I'm only riding them in full dragon form, not human form. As they approach the villa, Lu Fan spots someone familiar, the mysterious senior sister. She strides over, her presence as captivating as ever. You've wasted enough time, she says playfully. I should have just given you my contact info earlier. The group stares, especially Xian, who immediately realizes this is the senior who trained Lu Fan into exhaustion. She can't help but admire the senior sister's beauty. The senior sister smiles knowingly. I assume Lu Fan's told you all about me, she says, then turns to his aunt. Are you the famous enchanted cook? His aunt chuckles, confirming it. The senior sister then casually announces, I need to borrow Lu Fan for a bit. The group freezes in surprise. She clarifies, we're running errands in Dragon City. Don't get any strange ideas. His aunt waves her off. After all the guidance you've given Lu Fan, there's no need to ask. Just bring him back in one piece and join us for dinner when you're done. Before Lu Fan can protest, the senior sister grabs his hand. As she pulls him away, her chest brushes against him, leaving him flustered. Lu Fan glances back at his friends, clearly annoyed no one bothered to ask his opinion. He's just along for the ride now. Later, he sits silently in the passenger seat of the senior sister's sleek, speeding car. The engine roars as they break every speed limit in sight. His phone buzzes with a warning, be cautious around her. She's not even a teacher. Lu Fan's unease grows. The senior sister notices his silence and smirks slyly. What's wrong? She asks. Hesitating, Lu Fan finally blurts out, where are we going? Her smile widens. To get the rare consumable you requested. You'll love it. Lu Fan's worry melts into excitement. This ride just got a whole lot more interesting. After what feels like hours of speeding, they arrive at the Grand Dragon auction house just as the event kicks off. As they step inside the enormous hall, Lu Fan quickly pieces together their purpose. The enchantment scroll he's been dreaming of is up for grabs, but knowing how rare it is, the cost is bound to be astronomical. The senior sister gives him a confident smile, encouraging him to go for it. But Lu Fan, remembering the eye-watering bids at the Secret Realm auction, feels a knot form in his stomach. Forget it, he mutters. It's going to cost a fortune. The senior sister chuckles, clearly amused. Relax, she says casually. I'm richer than you can imagine. Her tone doesn't ease Lu Fan's worries, though. He doesn't like the idea of owing her, especially since her identity remains a mystery. Determined to find another way, he starts brainstorming alternatives. But before he can dwell on it, the auction begins. The first item is the rare enchantment scroll capable of removing level restrictions on equipment. A booming system announcement fills the hall. The starting price is jaw-dropping, 95 million dragon coins. Lu Fan's hope wavers as bids shoot up like fireworks, soaring past 200 million in seconds. Before he can blink, the senior sister casually raises her paddle and bids 230 million. Leaning over, she whispers with a grin, pay attention. You might learn something about bidding. Just as Lu Fan processes her bold move, a voice from the back cuts through the room. A new bid, 3 billion dragon coins. Lu Fan turns to see the smug face of the bratty princess of the Taikai kingdom. He's floored. Why does she want the scroll? He wonders. The senior sister, unfazed, leans back. In her chair. Her family's loaded, she explains. Trust me, bidding against her could stir up serious trouble. Curious, Lu Fan asks how she knows so much about the princess. The senior sister shrugs. I'm a well-informed woman. Then, lowering her voice, she adds, I also know all about you. The mention of his past run-ins with the princess and Chun Tanji stirs a wave of frustration inside Lu Fan. The senior sister picks up on his mood and pats his arm reassuringly. Don't stress about paying for the scroll. It's my gift to you. Before Lu Fan can protest, she raises her paddle again, declaring 4 billion dragon coins. The crowd gasps at her audacity. The princess, trying to mask her frustration, orders her minion to check their funds. He reports back, they only have 5 billion dragon coins to work with. Not missing a beat, the senior sister makes a decisive move, 5 billion dragon coins. The auction house falls silent. Even the announcer is stunned. Sold, he declares, slamming his gavel. The enchantment scroll is officially hers. The princess is livid, fuming that someone dared outbid her. Spotting Lu Fan, her minion points him out, muttering something about low-class trash. The princess sneers, completely oblivious that Lu Fan could obliterate her ego in one blow. Her minion tries to calm her, suggesting they find a similar scroll elsewhere. But the bratty princess, always dramatic, pouts and threatens to get her brother involved. "Let's see who dares oppose me then," she huffs. Typical. Meanwhile, Lu Fan and the senior sister retreat to the VIP lounge. They're joined by an elegant woman in a striking red dress. The senior sister stands, greeting her warmly with a hug. It's clear they know each other well. The woman, clearly amused, scolds the senior sister. "You didn't even say hello when you arrived," Sister Duyaku chided with a playful scowl. "Every time you're here, you spend a fortune on the most random things. It's my job to cater to you, you know." Her sharp gaze then shifted to Lu Fan, sizing him up. "And who's this?" she asked with genuine curiosity. The senior sister smiled and introduced him. "This is my junior." "That enchantment scroll? A gift for him?" Sister Duyaku's expression softened into a warm smile. "I'm Sister Duyaku, the boss of this dragon auction house. Lu Fan, you're welcome here anytime you want something unique." Still trying to process the introductions, Lu Fan's mind reeled when Duyaku dropped the bombshell, "I'm actually the senior sister's sister-in-law." Lu Fan's jaw practically hit the floor. Suddenly, the senior sister's endless wealth made perfect sense. "I have to repay the 5 billion dragon coin someday," Lu Fan insisted, voice steady despite the weight of the debt. The senior sister waved him off with a teasing grin. "Oh, don't worry about that. Just think about how you're going to pay me back, it'll be fun." She gestured toward the scroll with childlike excitement. "Here, take a look." Lu Fan eagerly examined the scroll. Its power to remove the level 60 equipment restriction meant he could finally equip the soul wing of the Flying Dragon King. Flight? Absolutely yes. While Lu Fan marveled at his new treasure, Sister Duyaku and the senior sister chatted about rare item donations to the auction house's illustrated treasure book collection. The senior sister joked, "Lu Fan, you're 5 billion in debt now. Better start brainstorming how to repay me." Curious, Lu Fan asked about the treasure book. The senior sister handed him a sleek tablet and explained, "The auction house pays collectors for unique items entered into the book. The payout is 3% of the item's estimated value. It's a win-win. Collectors earn money without selling, and we build our collection." Intrigued, Lu Fan pulled out the soul wing of the Flying Dragon King and asked Duyaku to appraise it. Her eyes widened. A legendary level 60 flying wing. Worth at least 2 billion dragon coins. Without hesitation, Lu Fan submitted it to the treasure book and instantly earned 60 million dragon coins from the 3% cut. Easy money, he thought, though it barely made a dent in his debt. But Lu Fan wasn't done. "I have something even rarer," he said, pulling out a glowing blue dragon egg. The room fell into a stunned silence. Sister Duyaku and the senior sister exchanged disbelief as the legendary star dragon egg pulsed softly in his hands. Pieces clicked together in Duyaku's mind. "You're the Dragon Tamer from the southern province," she whispered, awe creeping into her voice. The senior sister just smiled, pride shining clearly in her eyes. After dropping the senior sister off at her house, Lu Fan politely offered to walk her to the door. She waved him off with her usual confident smile. "I've got it." As Lu Fan flew off into the distance, she found herself quietly impressed. Most guys would have insisted on walking her to the door, either out of overpoliteness or just to sneak a peek at her private life. But not Lu Fan. He's refreshingly straightforward. "Not bad," she mused. Then, with a start, she remembered something important. "Lu Fan left my bike hanging in mid-air during our adventure earlier. It's probably reduced to scrap metal by now." She sighed, shaking her head. Back at the villa, Lu Fan plopped down between the black dragon Xiao Yi and the jade dragon Xia. Exhausted but triumphant after the long flight, he was definitely getting the hang of using the soul wings. But there was no time to rest. He was finally ready to hatch the star dragon egg, and nothing would stop him. The dragon ladies glanced at each other. Xiao Yi looked surprised, and Xia Fi stirred from her nap, eyeing the egg curiously. Lu Fan, ever the peacemaker, reminded them, "We'll all need to coexist peacefully once the new dragon arrives. No more petty squabbles." At least, that's what he hoped. Channeling his Dragon Tamer skill, Lu Fan poured his aura into the egg. The room filled with an intense blue light as the egg began to crack. Xia, the little mischief maker, started munching on the broken shell pieces, much to Lu Fan's amusement. Suddenly, the light intensified and stars seemed to burst into the room. When the light faded, there it was, a baby star dragon with sleek black scales, shimmering blue wings, and a starry aura that looked like it had fallen straight out of the cosmos. The Star Dragon stats were already insane for a level 1 hatchling: 795 strength, 276 agility, and 109 spirit. But its skill set was even crazier. Broken Star summoned a star to crash down onto enemies, causing massive area damage. Starlight Scale Armor absorbed damage for 60 seconds, then reflected it back. Star Surge increased endurance the longer the battle dragged on. Star Dragon Bloodline reduced all attribute damage by 50% and boosted self-recovery by a whopping 500%. Lu Fan gently lifted the tiny dragon, marveling at its incredible potential. It was already stronger than Xiao Yi had been at level 1, and Lu Fan knew that once it hit level 20, it would be an absolute powerhouse. Meanwhile, the Star Dragon noticed Xia still munching on its eggshells and gave her a swift smack. Xia pouted, but Lu Fan couldn't help chuckling at their sibling-like antics. He was still thinking about how devastating the Broken Star skill would be in a dungeon. As the Star Dragon began nibbling on its own eggshells, because, well, why not? Lu Fan realized it was a girl. Following tradition, it was time to give her a name. After much brainstorming, he settled on Xing, a name symbolizing the stars. But the dragon ladies weren't impressed. Xia started crying dramatically, lamenting the lack of creativity. "It's just a name," Lu Fan defended, grinning. Before another argument could break out, Xing curled up and fell asleep. "At least she's low maintenance," Lu Fan muttered, watching Xiao Yi and Xia bicker non-stop. Having a dragon who loves to nap is a welcome change. Meanwhile, far away in the Wanli Sand area of the Taikai Kingdom, a level 60 to 70 zone notorious for its dangers, a chilling scene unfolded. Skeletons hung from crosses and an eerie campfire flickered. Near the site, a man in a long cape stared coldly at his phone. Meet Jin Xinghan, a top-ranked professional and, more importantly, the bratty Princess Jingu's older brother. A voice broke the silence, asking what was wrong. Without looking up, Jin explained, "My spoiled little sister has been pestering me about some trashy boy who dared to hit her. Not once, but twice. She's always been like this," he added with clear disdain. Nearby, a massive centipede-like monster emerged from the lake, but Jin didn't even flinch. With a flick of his hand, a burst of red energy sliced the creature clean in half. "I'm a loving brother," he said with a dangerous smile, "and I'll make sure to rid my sister of all her troubles." Back at the villa, a week had passed since Lu Fan hatched the Star Dragon. Life had settled into a new rhythm. Lu Fan regularly trained with the senior sister, who never missed a chance to tease him. She loved reminding him that if he ever managed to land a single hit on her, she'd take him back to the dragon auction house. Spoiler alert, he hadn't succeeded yet. During weekdays, Lu Fan and his team ground hard in the poisoned spider forest, and their progress was impressive. Jade Dragon Xia was now level 22. Star Dragon Xing had hit level 11. Black Dragon Xia Yi reached level 29. As for the humans, Lu Fan was at level 32. Shang Yanjing, level 31. Xian, level 32. Qin Xiao, the quiet powerhouse, level 30. With everyone ready for their second-class transfers, the team buzzed with excitement. Xian couldn't stop talking about the advanced dungeons they'd tackle next. Watching it all unfold, Lu Fan couldn't help but smile. His team was growing stronger by the day, and their synergy was unmatched. Now, the crew was standing around, pumped about their new powers. Jinyang, always the first to show off, stepped forward and proudly declared she'd picked the sword dancer class. "Why," she said with a grin, "because it comes with a sword master skill. And let's be honest, who wouldn't want to twirl swords in style?" She turned to Qin Xiao and teased, "Hey, wasn't expecting you to go damage dealer." Qin Xiao laughed and explained, "I thought about support, but since Xiao's got healing covered, I went all out with a hidden combat class, Holy Light Judge. Now my light attribute magic is so powerful, it's practically blinding." Lu Fan chimed in with his usual leaderly grin. "We're so well-rounded now, physical power, magic, and support. It's like a buffet of awesome abilities. Something for everyone." Just as Lu Fan is about to wrap up his pep talk, Xian literally bursts onto the scene, glowing with excitement. She's bouncing so energetically you'd swear she's about to take off. Everyone's curious, eyes locked on her. Xinqiu's the first to ask, "What's got you so hyped?" Grinning like she just won the lottery, Xian challenges them to guess. Xinying gasps, eyes wide, blurting out, "Wait, is it that hidden class from the second level change?" Xian nods so hard it's a miracle her head doesn't pop off. "Yep. I'm officially a water ripple swordsman. I can control water magic now. Lu Fan raises an eyebrow, intrigued. Hidden classes on the second level change? Isn't that like finding a needle in a haystack? Jinyang, ever the encyclopedia, confirms, yeah, the odds are insane. Even lower than getting a hidden class at the first level change. Xian's eyes soften, a little emotional. I've always felt like the weakest link, but being with you guys helped me find balance. Sweet moment, right? Not for long. Lu Fan can't resist. With a cheeky grin, he jabs, it's hilarious how the team slacker now owns one of the rarest hidden classes. That did it. Xian's face flushes bright red. She looks ready to clobber him right then and there, fists clenched, eyes blazing. If looks could kill, Lu Fan would already be respawning. But just as the tension hits its peak, Lu Fan's phone buzzes. It's Vice Principal Xiao. Suddenly, the mood shifts. Lu Fan answers, and his playful smile fades to serious. The envoy is coming, he says, cutting the call. I've got to go. Xian, still mid-rant, is left standing there, her fury cut short by the universe itself. Fast forward to the combat class hall at Dragon Capital Academy. The students are gathered, all eyes glued to the stage. Teacher Gayan leans over to Lu Fan and casually drops some intel. The envoy's name is Ruanchong Foam. He's no joke, a level 76 Holy Shield Knight, 3rd tier powerhouse. He pauses for effect. Vice Principal Xiao also hinted he's got some opinions about you. Translation, this is gonna be awkward. Lu Fan recalls his sister's warning, this envoy might single him out. As if that's not enough to worry about, Lu Fan's attention snaps to the stage. Among the three figures standing there, one wears a white robe and holds something incredible. The Brahma staff. Yeah, the one that was once ranked number 1 in the treasure book. And this mysterious figure just casually holds it like it's no big deal. Curious, Lu Fan whispers to teacher Gayan, who's that rogue? With a knowing smile, Gayan replies, that's the principal of Dragon Capital Academy. And get this, he adds, the principal's a total enigma. Nobody knows their gender. Their voice is altered. They never show up to public events. Basically, the ultimate mystery boss. Lu Fan quickly pieces it together, if the elusive principal is here, then this envoy must be seriously important. Right on cue, the room erupts as Ruanchong Foam strides in. He walks like he owns the place, radiating an authority that makes everyone instinctively straighten up. It's the kind of presence that silently warns, better check your shoelaces before I call you out. Without wasting a second, Ruanchong Foam cuts through the tension. No pleasantries. No small talk. Vice Principal Xiao steps forward to greet him, but the envoy waves him off like brushing away an annoying fly. He's not here for introductions. He's here for results. He makes it clear, the only person who matters is the principal. Everyone else? Just background noise. Then comes the big moment. Huan steps forward, his voice cutting through the charged silence. Are all candidates for the national trials present? The cloak principal gives a slow, deliberate nod. Vice Principal Xiao, trying his best to keep cool, steps up and announces, the academy is recommending only one candidate, Lu Fan. The envoy's expression darkens instantly. Teacher Gayan leans close to Lu Fan, whispering, here's why this is so tense. The envoy wanted to handpick the candidates himself, but the academy pulled a power move, putting forward only you. The air is thick with silent tension, heavy enough to cut with a sword. Ruanchong Foam fixes Lu Fan with a cold stare. Looks like the decision's already been made. Vice Principal Xiao doesn't back down. His voice is steady, full of confidence. The academy has full faith in Lu Fan. The principal personally believes he'll blow you away. Basically, you'll be eating those words soon enough. Ruanchong Foam's annoyance is palpable. He reluctantly flips through Lu Fan's file, and man, is it stacked. Level 32 Dragon Tamer. Reigning champion of the Southern Province. Number 1 among new students. Add tales of heroism that traveled all the way from Jianghai City to Dragon Capital, catching the attention of the Qin family and the Northern Duke. The guy's basically a walking legend. But does that impress the envoy? Not one bit. In Wan's eyes, Lu Fan had it too easy thanks to his hidden profession. He doubts Lu Fan's ever faced the kind of struggles the other candidates have. With a smirk dripping with condescension, he wonders aloud if Lu Fan can even hold his own against third-tier experts from other nations, many sitting comfortably at levels 50 or 60. The bar's been set way too high. Lu Fan can feel the tension radiating off the envoy like heat from a furnace. It's bad. Like really bad. He knows Ron's already made up his mind, and it's not in Lu Fan's favor. The sneer on the old man's face leaves no doubt. Then, boom, out of nowhere, the envoy draws his sword and lunges straight at Lu Fan. No warning. No polite sparring. Just a full-on attack. The envoy's idea of an assessment? Trying to take Lu Fan's head off. But Lu Fan's no slouch. Reflexes kicking in, he blocks the strike with his trusty big black machete. Crisis averted. The crowd goes wild. Shouts, protests, cries of outrage fill the hall. A level 76 Holy Shield Knight. Going after a level 32 student? That's like sending a pro wrestler into a middle school dodgeball game. Total overkill. Ron Chung Foam just shrugs. If you don't want to fight, you can withdraw from the national trials. Simple as that. And then he drops the real bomb. Levels don't matter. Yeah, right. Now Lu Fan stuck. The old man is grinning like he's already won, taunting Lu Fan to show his full strength. It's a lose-lose. Close combat is a death sentence against someone like this. And the cramped auditorium means summoning dragons risks too much collateral damage. The envoy's got Lu Fan completely boxed in. Sensing hesitation, Ron Chung Foam leans in with a mocking tone, itching to prove that Lu Fan is all hype and no substance. Then, without warning, he lands a crushing blow. Lu Fan's machete flies from his grip, spinning through the air. For a moment, it looks like the fight's over. The next strike is coming too fast for Lu Fan to dodge. But just as the blow is about to land, the principal suddenly steps in, wielding the legendary Brahma staff like a total boss. Their voice, altered by magic, cuts through the chaos. Maybe this assessment should be taken somewhere else. Destroying the school auditorium isn't exactly professional. Before anyone can blink, a massive crimson magic circle ignites beneath their feet. In an instant, Lu Fan, Ron Chung Foam, the principal, and Vice Principal Xiao are teleported away, landing in a huge open arena. The rest of the students are left behind, jaws dropped, watching the magic vanish like a magician's grand finale. The envoy shrugs like location doesn't matter to him. All he wants is to see what Lu Fan's truly made of. And then Lu Fan realizes the truth. This envoy is the same guy who let Princess Jingu, the kingdom's spoiled brat, run wild. Suddenly, the envoy's bias and hostility all make perfect sense. With the wide open space now giving him freedom, Lu Fan stops holding back. He activates Flash Leap and teleports to the head of his legendary black dragon, Shirai, already in her terrifying world destroyer form. The crowd is stunned silent. Even Ron Chung Foam pauses mid-step, recognizing the dragon from that infamous viral video. The envoy summons his golden shield with cold confidence, thinking his level 76 Holy Shield Knight is a tank against Lu Fan's dragon and magic. In his mind, this fight's already decided. But Lu Fan's done playing. Shirai lets out a roar so powerful it shakes the entire arena, freezing everyone in place. It's more than a roar, it's a declaration: you messed with the wrong dragon. Even Ron Chung Foam's smirk falters. His body trembles, confidence cracking as he realizes he may have underestimated his opponent. Still, he forces a smug expression, brushing off the display as nothing but a scare tactic. Everyone watching knows better, he's barely holding it together. From the sidelines, Vice Principal Xiao recalls the last time he saw Shirai's power obliterate the Fongyang Pavilion. While the principal quietly shakes their head, as if to say, the real show hasn't even started. Ron Chung Foam, still dripping with arrogance, stares down Shirai, convinced this is all just flashy intimidation, a kid playing with sparklers at a fireworks show. But oh, is he in for a rude awakening? Before he can even react, an unexpected attack barrels at him. He raises his shield instinctively, its emblem glowing as he braces for impact. But then, a deep, bone-chilling fear washes over him. For a man who built his reputation on being unshakable, this feeling is foreign. Surrounded by pulsing, mysterious symbols of fear, he drops to his knees, energy waves crashing over him. And there stands Lu Fan, calm and collected beside Shirai, wearing that trademark mocking smile that says, "Didn't see that coming, did you?" But Ron Chung Foam isn't done yet. Fighting through the panic, he activates a special stance that nullifies the fear gripping him. His aura flares with fierce defiance. Weapon gripped tight, he charges forward, sword raised, ready to crush the so-called rookie. And Lu Fan? He doesn't even flinch. The battlefield itself starts to warp, bending to Lu Fan's will. Winds howl, fire crackles, and the ground trembles like the elements just voted, and spoiler alert, they're not on Team Envoy. Off to the side, Vice Principal Xiao is frozen in place, jaw dangling like a broken drawbridge. Lu Fan isn't just fighting anymore. He's orchestrating chaos like a conductor with front row seats to the apocalypse. Then it happens. Two swirling portals open behind Lu Fan. Ruanchang foam skids to a halt mid-charge, his eyes bulging. That earlier smugness? Gone. His sweat-drenched face now wears the unmistakable expression of a man who just realized he left the oven on, and the house is already on fire. From the portal step 2 more dragons. Yes. 2. The crowd gasps. Xiao blinks hard like he's glitching. Ruanchang foam stands paralyzed, trying to compute this nonsense. 3 dragons now. His brain's buffering like an old dial-up modem. It's the kind of moment where you stop fighting and start reconsidering all your life choices. But Lu Fan's not done flexing. With a single word, he commands Shirai, his jade dragon, to summon her own 2 dragon pets. Now there are 5. 5 dragons. The arena practically shatters under the pressure. It's no longer a battle, it's a dragon symposium, and Lu Fan's the keynote speaker. The vice principal's glasses fog up just from proximity. The principal? Visibly shaken, their mysterious composure finally cracking. At this point, nobody's sure if what they are re-witnessing is magical genius or blatant abuse of system mechanics. Lu Fan stands at the center, calm, composed, like a man who ordered 5 pizzas and they all showed up with extra cheese. The dragons tower behind him, glowing with elemental fury, fire, ice, thunder, wind, and shadow swirling in perfect harmony. Ruanchang foam? He looks like he just walked into a boss raid. Solo. At level 1. With no potions. The envoy swallows hard, still gripping his golden shield, trying to remember what courage feels like. But those 5 dragons staring him down like he owes them rent? Yeah, that's enough to make anyone rethink their career. Vice Principal Xiao leans toward the principal and mutters, "Did you know he could do this?" The principal shakes their head silently. Even they look like they've just watched someone pull a royal flush while riding a unicorn. Still, despite the odds, Ruanchang foam charges. Credit where it's due, the man has guts. Or maybe he's just lost his mind. Flames roar across the field, and shadows coil like living serpents. The envoy's shield glows with divine light, trying to hold back the oncoming elemental Armageddon. Xiao, ever the realist, watches the insanity unfold and starts mentally calculating repair costs. Dragon damage, magical distortion, trauma therapy for the audience. Yeah, this month's insurance premium's gonna be brutal. And then, amid the chaos, the envoy laughs. A wild, defiant, maybe a little too unhinged laugh. Perched on his mount, eyes glowing with adrenaline, he charges headfirst into the storm like he's trying to win a dare. His confidence is cracking at the seams, but he keeps taunting through clenched teeth, "Without your dragons, you're nothing." Big talk for a guy being shadowed by 5 apex predators. It's the kind of overconfidence that makes you wonder if Ruanchang Feng's been trapped in a motivational podcast loop narrated by his own ego. With only seconds left on his holy light protection, the envoy decides to go all in. He gathers every last drop of divine energy and unleashes holy light judgment, a radiant, cataclysmic strike aimed directly at Lu Fan. The battlefield ignites like someone detonated a second sun. Beams of searing light rip across the field. Students shield their eyes. Instructors instinctively brace for impact. Even the rogue principal's robe flutters from the blast pressure. But Lu Fan? He doesn't even blink. She is Jade Shield, cool, calm, and completely over it, absorbs the holy strike like someone just threw a flashlight at a tank. Layer after glowing layer of magical defense activates and disperses the attack as if it were an annoying mosquito. Lu Fan's expression remains unbothered, borderline bored, like he's waiting for the envoy to finish throwing his little light show tantrum. The envoy, watching his trump card evaporate into sparkles, suddenly looks like a kid who just realized his toy lightsaber isn't real. His confidence crumbles fast, and now, standing with no shield, no backup, and no plan B, he's face to face with 5 dragons and one very unimpressed Lu Fan. Bad math for him. Lu Fan isn't in the mood to play anymore. He channels the Blue Dragon King's roar. Boom! A colossal spectral dragon erupts behind him, coiling through the air like living thunder. Its eyes blaze. Its maw crackles with raw elemental rage. The pressure alone sends ripples through the air and nearly buckles the envoy's knees. This is no longer a duel. This is a statement. Ruan Chongfeng starts to backpedal, probably trying to remember where the surrender button is. But Lu Fan, cool as a glacier, drops a verbal warning. It's not loud, but it's sharp enough to slice through armor. A warning that basically says, one more step, and I stop pretending this is a fair fight. Before the envoy can process that ominous PSA, the star dragon appears behind him, silent, swift, and entirely disrespectful of personal space. The envoy's face morphs from anger to "oh" in 0.3 seconds. Lu Fan closes in, his gaze sharp and merciless. This isn't just dominance, it's a public service announcement. Then it hits. The Blue Dragon King unleashes a final sky-ripping roar. Purple lightning rains down like divine fury, slamming into the envoy and launching him off his mount like a ragdoll launched from a cannon. The once mighty knight crashes to the ground, a crumpled mess of cracked armor and broken pride. Smoke, ash, chaos. The arena holds its breath. Vice Principal Xiao and the Rogue Principal exchange a look, half concern, half should we stop this before Lu Fan starts charging admission. Finally, the smoke clears. And there he is, the envoy, lying flat, coughing, broken, and very much defeated. His once proud mount lies unmoving beside him. And just when you think it can't get worse, it does. Because the guy still refuses to quit. Shaking like a leaf caught in a thunderstorm, Ruan Chongfeng tries to rise. His body says no, but his pride says not yet. And Lu Fan, ever the gentleman, actually apologizes. Though let's be clear, it's not a sweet "I'm sorry" kind of apology. It's the kind of apology that comes with a smug smile and a verbal side-eye. Taking out mounts is legal in national trials. Sorry yours couldn't keep up. Uff. That's gonna sting more than the lightning. Vice Principal Xiao watches in disbelief. On one hand, he's impressed by the envoy's sheer stubbornness. On the other, he's probably thinking, my guy, just lie down and save yourself. But nope. The envoy, ever the drama king, snaps back, telling Xiao to butt out, that as envoy, he alone gets to decide when the evaluation ends. Even face first in the dirt, this guy's clinging to authority like a lifeline. And that's when the principal finally steps in. No more watching. No more silent judging. It's time to hit the brakes on this flaming chariot of chaos. The principal finally steps forward, his tone calm but cutting through the tension like a blade through silk. He suggests letting it go, pointing out the obvious. Ruan Chongfeng's pride is the only thing keeping him upright, and even that looks like it's 2 steps away from waving a white flag. But pride is a stubborn beast. Ruan's eyes burn with frustration. He mutters under his breath, bitterly listing Lu Fan's impossible talents: flash damage immunity, dragon tongue magic, 5 dragons under his command. Clearly, Lu Fan isn't just overpowered, he's practically a walking cheat code. Admitting that? It'd be easier for Ruan to chew gravel. Instead, his anger boils over. One last desperate surge. He stumbles to his feet and charges at Lu Fan, hurling insults like confetti at a pity party. He blames Lu Fan for everything: his fall from grace, being cast out by the Jiang family, losing his position, his mount's death, and, for some reason, throws in a jab about Lu Fan being a smelly poor kid from a dumpling shop. Real classy. But Lu Fan? Completely unbothered. He stands there like a wall of zen, one hand resting on his dragon, casually dodging Ruan's wild swings like he's swatting away flies. It's almost generous, like Lu Fan's letting the guy vent before reality finishes the job. Ruan, blinded by rage, draws his sword and screams, "Today is the day you die, Lu Fan." Big words for a man who just lost to a light jog. Lu Fan doesn't flinch. He simply raises his foot, and bam, delivers a swift, bone-rattling kick that sends Ruan flying. Again. The envoy hits the ground hard, again. And now, Lu Fan walks toward him. Slowly, calmly, each step deliberate, like a final punctuation mark at the end of a very one-sided story. Standing over him, Lu Fan delivers wisdom with the tone of someone who's earned it. Losing your cool in battle is useless. It's not just advice. It's a lecture. And given the context, lecture accepted. He assures Ruan that he won't hit him while he's down. But if Ruan insists this fight isn't over, well, he's welcome to stand up and try again. Bold words, considering Ruan looks like he couldn't lift a spoon, let alone a sword. Then, Lu Fan leans in, addressing the real issue. If Ruan truly believes his career was ruined by Lu Fan, he's welcome to seek revenge, anytime, anywhere. But next time, there will be no mercy. The warning lands hard. Not just words, it's a promise. Ron's rage finally fizzles, or maybe he just runs out of fuel. Either way, he collapses even further, unable to rise. The 5 dragons surround Lu Fan like celestial guardians, looming over the fallen envoy like silent judges delivering their verdict. It's over. Vice Principal Xiao, seeing the envoy's state, finally rushes in, shouting for a priest. Even he looks a little sorry for the guy. But hey, that's what happens when you go head-to-head with a one-man dragon army and think you've got a chance. And then comes the final twist. The principal turns toward Lu Fan. That mysterious, unreadable vibe still intact, but now visibly impressed. Let's be honest, 5 dragons isn't something you just casually summon during a school test. You don't bring a hydra to a spelling bee unless you're making a point. With a rare smile, the principal admits, "I didn't expect this much power from you." Then, out of curiosity, maybe even a little fear, he asks, "How much strength did you actually use?" Lu Fan shrugs, like it's no big deal. Not even 1%. Yeah, you heard that right. 1%. He explains that his dragons barely moved, didn't even use any real skills. This was, essentially, a warm-up jog. A lazy Tuesday morning stroll in the park. And it was still enough to flatten everything in sight. The principal's eyes widen. It's the kind of statement that makes you wonder what 100% would look like. Spoiler alert, global evacuation required. Then, the Brahma staff in the principal's hand begins to glow. The air around him tightens. His aura swells. And with a voice full of conviction, he announces, selecting Lu Fan was absolutely the right decision. The declaration hits with the weight of final judgment. You almost expect a choir to rise up in the background, hallelujah echoing over the smoldering battlefield. Thousands of kilometers north, to Dragon Country. And here comes Dukshin Jinbei, absolutely feasting on Lu Fan's file. He's got the scroll in his hands, a grin stretching ear to ear, practically laughing to himself. It's like he just finished watching the best action movie of the year, and Lu Fan was the lead. Dragon tongue magic, 5 dragons, flash damage immunity, he mutters, chuckling. Then comes the kicker, the official stamp showing Lu Fan now represents Dragon Country. Oh, Ron Chongfeng must have signed this through gritted teeth, probably crying into his inkpot. You can almost picture it, Ron glaring at the approval document like it owed him money. Just as Jinbei's enjoying the comedy of it all, there's a knock at the door. A soldier steps in, stiff and serious, asking for new orders. But Jinbei, always a flair for the dramatic, tosses his coat over his shoulder like he's about to walk onto a concert stage. "Prepare the griffin," he says, voice smooth like he's ordering room service. Because let's be honest, why ride a normal horse when you can show up flexing on a flying lion-bird hybrid? The soldier looks visibly uneasy. Understandable, given that Jinbei's the commander of the northern border, a place currently under attack. His absence could easily tip the balance. He hesitantly asks, "Duke, are you sure about leaving the camp right now?" But Jinbei just waves it off like he's skipping a dentist appointment. "Just 2 days. Keep the routes open. Don't let the griffin nap midair." His destination? Dragon Academy. His mission? Meet Lu Fan, the rising legend himself. Because apparently, board attention is important, but meeting the guy who just soloed 5-star drama with a dragon squad? That's top priority. Back at the academy, Lu Fan sits in his villa. Eyes fixed on his system screen, brow furrowed. His next destination? Over 3,000 kilometers away. Even for someone who commands dragons, that's not a distance you cover on a lunch break. He stares at the map, half annoyed, half stressed. And just when he thinks it couldn't get more absurd, he sees it. Ron Chongfeng has officially approved his national trial qualification. You'd think he'd feel relief. Maybe a fist pump or a little celebration dance. But no. Lu Fan still feels like something's off. Like the puzzle's not done yet. That missing piece is still floating somewhere out there. Briefly, he considers going on a treasure hunt to clear his mind. You know, just a quick world-class adventure, no big deal. Then he remembers, 3,000 kilometers. Yeah, definitely needs snacks. And a backup horse. Maybe 2. Just then, ring ring. His phone buzzies. A wizard's on the other end, offering teleportation services. Sounds perfect, until they mention the price. What? That's more than a dragon egg. Lu Fan hangs up faster than you can say service fee. Even in fantasy worlds, fast travel comes with surge pricing. But just as he sets the phone down, ping. His system lights up. Divine class treasure map received. Lu Fan's eyes widen. It's like Christmas morning. He's been waiting for this for so long, and now? Boom, it drops into his lap like a gift from the gods. He can barely contain his excitement. Questions race through his mind. Why now? Who sent it? What treasure could it be? His cool partner, still on the line, snaps him back to reality. Lu Fan? You still there? He responds quickly, but now his brain's spinning. Treasure. Trials. Secrets. Principal déjà vu. Too much. Too fast. And then, boom. Out of nowhere, a giant fireball crashes straight toward his villa. Yep. A fireball. Because of course, nothing says welcome to the next chapter like an explosive magical sneak attack. While Lu Fan's still geeking out over the treasure map like it's the lost holy grail of loot drops, boom. Disaster quite literally knocks at the door. A massive fireball smashes straight into Villa No. 1, erupting in a flaming explosion that sends shockwaves through the entire Dragon Academy. Windows shatter, alarms blare, and several poor squirrels in nearby trees probably rethink their life choices. Up in the sky floats a mysterious cloaked figure, watching the destruction with all the smugness of a guy who thinks he just nailed the season finale twist. In his hand? A strange glowing stone pulsing with dark energy, definitely villain starter pack material. But just when he thinks he's earned his evil villain points. FWOOSH. The flames are sliced apart, yes, literally torn open, by the claws of Lu Fan's legendary black dragon. Because when you've got dragon insurance, fireballs are just fancy fireworks. Lu Fan strides out of the wreckage completely unharmed, his hair only slightly more windswept than before. The rest of the villa crew follows close behind, a little shaken, but totally alive. Lu Fan looks up at the figure, voice sharp and commanding, "Stop right there. Don't even think about teleporting." Spoiler, the villain does think about it. But he doesn't get the chance. Lu Fan's black dragon doesn't wait for orders, it blasts into the sky, colliding with the cloaked figure and tearing back the hood with a slash of its wing. Plot twist unlocked. It's not some random assassin. It's the teacher, yes, the teacher who stood quietly beside the principal during the envoy evaluation. The guy who looked like he couldn't even hurt a paperweight. Not so harmless now. Even mid-ambush, Lu Fan keeps his cool. He calls down calmly to someone on the ground, "Call the fire department." Because hey, explosions or not, safety protocols matter. Inside the villa, the residents quickly spring into action, ensuring everyone's accounted for. Meanwhile, Chincho steps up and loudly calls out what just happened. He tried to wipe us out. No warning. No reason. Just boom. The once mild-mannered teacher, now officially unmasked as a traitor, sneers down at Lu Fan. And since the whole stealth angle is ruined, he goes full drama villain mode. "Since you've seen me, I have no choice. I'll bind you here." Ah yes, fire chains. Because nothing says whoops, got caught like throwing the hero into a magical timeout box. With a dramatic gesture, the teacher casts a blazing binding spell, trapping Lu Fan in midair with glowing fire chains. It's flashy, it's hot, and it's designed to cripple him, a 90% reduction in speed and spell casting for the next 4 seconds if he dares to break out. And then, it gets worse. The teacher's body starts bulking up. No gym, no protein shake, just raw self-destruction energy. Ultimate blaze. It's a suicidal final move. A burning flame core fueled directly by his life force, amping his next fire strike to deal 250% of his mental power. That's not an attack, that's a war crime in fireball form. Even Lu Fan, confident as ever, narrows his eyes. This isn't just a fight anymore. This guy isn't trying to win, he's trying to take everyone down with him. One wrong move, and the entire villa, maybe even the academy, could go up in flames. He's about to blow everything sky high, himself, the villa, and half the mountain range included. The flame core pulses like a ticking bomb strapped to a lunatic. That's when Shinio and Jinyang spring into action, weapons drawn and eyes blazing. "We've got your back, Lu Fan." Ride or Die Squad, activated. But before they can even reach him, the system dings with the worst kind of news. Warning, flame core charging, current level, 59%, yep. Countdown's on. Someone cue the Mission Impossible theme. The cloaked teacher, now fully resembling a living fire pinata, sneers down at Lu Fan. There's no escape. Death is inevitable. Gotta respect a villain with confidence. Even when he's about to detonate himself like a magical nuke. By the time the core hits 72%, Lu Fan still isn't panicking. Nope. He locks eyes with his jade dragon and gives a calm command, Eternal Guardian. Now. Boom. The jade dragon launches into the sky and slams down a shimmering emerald barrier, shielding Qinxiu, Jinyang, and the black dragon. Squad safety, checked. But Lu Fan? Still stuck. Still bound in those fiery crimson chains like he's been thrown into a magical microwave. The core keeps charging, flame core at 96%. Lu Fan, even while trapped, manifests his massive black machete, eyes blazing with defiance. You're insane. Honestly? That's an understatement. And just as the flame core is about to detonate, just as the villain is about to light the world on fire, thwack. Out of nowhere, the legendary Brahma staff pierces through the teacher's stomach, stopping the spell dead in its tracks. Time freezes. Everyone goes silent. Even Lu Fan blinks in disbelief. Standing there, calm and radiant, is the principal, staff glowing, presence divine. No lectures, no warnings. Just an epic hero entrance. The teacher gasps, blood trickling down his chin. He stares at the staff in stunned betrayal, tries one last time to ignite his spell. But the principal? He's not done. Wham! The Brahma staff slams down again, delivering a final blow that sends the traitorous teacher crashing to the ground. Flame core shattered. Self-destruct plan, cancelled. The battlefield slowly settles. Smoke clears. The villa is scorched but still standing. Lu Fan drops to the ground in a perfect landing, chains evaporating. Just in time for teacher Jiyu and his Aunt Hank to come rushing over. Hank, full-on protective. Aunt Mode bursts into tears as she grabs him by the shoulders. Are you okay? I told them not to let you near fire, Mags. Even in a fantasy war zone, family drama stays undefeated. Lu Fan smiles, brushing off the soot. I'm fine, Aunt. Just another Monday. Qinxiu runs up next, eye scanning his body for wounds. Her voice is shaky. Who was that? Why would he attack like that? Lu Fan's gaze hardens. It was him, the fire mage from the envoy assessment. And just like that, the plot thickens. Nearby, Vice Principal Xiao stands over the teacher's charred remains, absolutely stunned. The man had been on staff for years, and now it turns out he was a walking firebomb in disguise. Even in a school of dragons, warriors, and magical prodigies, trust just became a luxury. Vice Principal Xiao stands frozen, staring at the charred remains of someone he once called a colleague. His voice is low, almost a whisper, an honorary professor, doing this. I never imagined betrayal like this. Lu Fan remained silent, his gaze fixed where the flames once raged. Even for someone used to danger, this was a level of deception that shook him. A professor? A respected veteran of the academy? Why? But Aunt Hank isn't having any of this quiet reflection nonsense. Imagination won't save lives, Vice Principal, she snaps. My nephew could have died. I want a full investigation. Immediately. She might not breathe fire, but when she's angry, she burns. Shinio, still gripping his weapon, jumps in. He was willing to blow himself up rather than be caught. That's not just a rogue professor, that's a fanatic. A very explosive one. Xiao, looking more rattled than he's ever been, nods solemnly. He promises to get to the bottom of this mess. But his shaken tone betrays the truth, this wasn't just one man going rogue. This might be part of something bigger. Next morning, principal's office. The principal, usually the picture of calm, looks like he hasn't slept all night. He stares at his cold tea, lost in thought. If I had been a second later, he doesn't finish the sentence. He doesn't need to. The image of a detonated Lu Fan is enough to keep him up for weeks. But just as the air turns heavy, this tea tastes like boiled leaves from a depressed tree. Enter Duke Jinbi, sharp suit, sharp tongue. The principal doesn't even blink. It is tea. What did you expect? I don't know, taste. Classic Jinbi. Even in the middle of a post-assassination crisis, the man critiques beverages like he's on a cooking show. He drops the act quickly though, his smirk fading. I heard what happened. Figured I should come see for myself and meet this Lu Fan everyone's raving about. The principal finally snaps back to the present. He clears his throat and apologizes for rambling about Lu Fan again. Jinbi waves it off. No biggie. Everyone's obsessed with him lately. Can't blame you. He's like a magnet for chaos with nice hair. The principal raises a brow. You came from the far north. Was your mission completed? Jinbi shrugs. Still in progress. Monsters don't fight themselves, unfortunately. But with your leadership tied up here, I figured you could use some help. He leans in, the smirk returning. I'll take Lu Fan with me. To the north. The principal blinks. Wait, what? Duke Jinbi continues sipping that very questionable wine like it's the last drink on earth. With a relaxed shrug, he argues, taking Lu Fan north isn't just for his safety. It's for everyone else's safety too. Let's be honest, wherever he goes, something explodes. He swirls the wine and grimaces. This wine tastes like regret. The principal, raising an eyebrow, still isn't fully sold. Lu Fan may be special, but entrusting him to Duke Sassand Griffin feels excessive. You're a high-ranking noble. Why bother with a student? Jinbi just chuckles. Because he's not just a student. I've been watching him grow. Dragons, magic, combat skills, he's got it all. It's like someone gave a video game protagonist cheat codes. The principal finally nods, half convinced. But he's not letting this slide without a condition. If I agree, you guarantee his safety. Jinbi sighs, dramatically, like someone just asked him to babysit a grenade. Fine, fine. I'll keep him safe. Probably safer than he is here, with professors blowing themselves up like fireworks. He downs the rest of his wine with a wince. Still less painful than this wine. Meanwhile, at Dragon Academy's front gate, a sleek luxury car pulls up. The door swings open, and Princess Jingo steps out, for once not scowling like the world personally offended her. She's smiling. Why? Because her big brother, Jin Shunhan, has arrived. For a fleeting second, she almost looks nice. Almost. She throws her arms around him and quickly leans in with that familiar wicked glint in her eyes. Brother, will you help me teach Lu Fan a lesson? Cue the classic sibling energy. Jin Shunhan, calm and confident, smiles knowingly. Of course. I'll handle it. But let's be real. His version of handling things probably involves magical uppercuts and not so subtle warnings. Elsewhere, back in the world of shady dealings and treasure maps. Black Rat, Lu Fan's informant and walking red flag, checks in. Did the treasure map reach you? Lu Fan confirms with a nod. Payment's on the way. Because even if assassins are exploding around him, business is business. Black Rat, curious as ever, squints through the screen. Why'd you disappear last night? Thought you got roasted. Lu Fan gives a casual shrug, brushing off the death trap like it was a minor inconvenience. Just a little fire. Nothing. Serious. Black Rat whistles. You're the only nut job who'd buy a cursed map and then fight a firebending maniac in the same day. Lu Fan smirks. It's called multitasking. They end the call, but just as Lu Fan turns to leave, Jen Young appears, concern written all over her face. Are you really going to leave? Her voice is soft, worried. Not just about him, but about everyone left behind. Lu Fan hesitates. The events of the previous night still echo in his mind, the explosion, the betrayal, the near self-destruction of a mad professor. I'm still not sure. After what happened, the villa's safety is a priority. He's torn between duty and danger. And for once, even this dragon-wielding prodigy seems unsure of his next move. Lu Fan's still reeling from last night's explosive drama, and now he's actually thinking of delaying his trip. Because let's be honest, who just packs their bags in the middle of a murder investigation? Not even Lu Fan's that reckless, usually. Jen Yang, her expression tired, admits none of the girls got a wink of sleep. Everyone was too rattled to rest, probably imagining fireballs flying through the windows. She tells Lu Fan to let them know when he's leaving and gently says her goodbyes. Lu Fan thanks her for holding the group together like the real MVP of post-crisis morale. But before anyone can relax, ding dong. The doorbell cuts through the air like a jump scare in a horror movie. Lu Fan, still cautious, heads over, half expecting Vice Principal Xiao with bad news. But nope. It's a stranger. And not just any stranger, a nervous guy trying very hard to look calm. Spoiler, it's not working. I'm not here to cause trouble, he blurts out. Which is exactly what someone about to cause trouble would say. He quickly adds that he had to subdue the villa's bodyguards. Lu Fan's eyebrow twitches. Subdue? Apparently, the bodyguards went full WWE on the guy before asking a single question. Lu Fan, ever the cautious type, raises his big black machete and sizes him up. His mood? Somewhere between let's talk and let's chop. And just when the tension hits DEFCON 1, Qin Shio casually strolls down the stairs. Uncle 2. Cue the record scratch. Lu Fan freezes mid-intimidation. Wait. Uncle WHO. Legendary hero who once rode a griffin into a beast tied like it was a carnival ride. Lu Fan glances back at his bodyguards, now unconscious somewhere outside, and mentally files a complaint to HR. Qin Shio quickly explains, I've called him uncle since I was little. His family. Lu Fan, machete still half raised, does a mental double take. So, my villa got wrecked by an honorary family member. Cool. Great. Meanwhile, Duke Jinbi is chilling on the sofa like it's his living room, sighing with relief. If she hadn't shown up, I might have gotten a machete haircut. Lu Fan finally puts the blade away and thanks him for stepping in with the whole bratty princess revenge plot yesterday. Jinbi just waves it off like it was Tuesday's warm-up. Old man Ruan was still planning his little tantrum even after being dismissed. But hey, dragons and punches solved that problem. Just when it feels like everything is finally settling, Qin Shio, never one to miss a comedic beat, grins and teases the Duke. Hard to believe that the hero who saved us during the beast tide got treated like a trespasser. I guess saving the world doesn't come with a VIP pass at Dragon Academy. Jinbi chuckles, rubbing the back of his neck. Guess I should start carrying a name tag. Lu Fan's jaw drops as realization dawns. Wait, you're that Jinbi. The beast-tide commander. The griffin-riding, sword-swinging legend from every textbook. He practically leaps out of his seat, suddenly very aware that he threatened a national hero 5 minutes ago. Honestly, who wouldn't be shocked? That's like discovering Batman just rang your doorbell and fought your dog. So what now? Lu Fan's house just hosted a literal legend, the princess is still out for blood, and the murder mystery investigation hasn't even wrapped up yet. With Duke Jinbi now in the picture, the stakes just leveled up. Lu Fan stares at the Duke, still trying to wrap his head around it. This man, this living legend, was the same warrior in those ancient academy murals. Back in school, the walls were practically wallpapered with stories of brave souls who battled ferocious beasts. And standing at the center of them all? The Duke himself, who led them to victory. But Duke Jinbi, totally unfazed by the admiration. He just smiles modestly and shrugs, every era has its outstanding figures. And you, Lu Fan, are one of them. Because apparently surviving assassination attempts and collecting dragons like limited edition action figures makes you pretty outstanding. But the Duke didn't drop by for a fan meet and greet. He reveals his real mission is here to take Lu Fan to the extreme north for some elite level training. Because what do you get the young man who already lives in constant danger? More danger, of course. He's already squared it with the principal, and this vacation is supposed to prep Lu Fan for the upcoming national trials and help him dodge future assassins. A perfect 2-for-1 offer, train hard. Stay alive. Maybe freeze a little. The moment the ladies hear this, shock, panic, drama. Qin Shio raises her hand like she's in class and immediately says, the extreme north. That's not a training ground. That's where survival goes to die. Jenyang, ever the realist, nods and reminds everyone, we can't afford to have Lu Fan turn into a popsicle before the trials. He's representing the Dragon Kingdom, remember? No pressure, Lu Fan. Just the fate of the kingdom. The Duke, naturally, brushes off their concerns like snowflakes. The extreme conditions will forge him into steel. Also, dragging Lu Fan away from everyone means fewer innocent people in the crossfire every time he gets hunted, cursed, or randomly explodes something. Basically, it's a tactical vacation. Just one without beaches, cocktails, or safety. Lu Fan finds himself in a tough spot. On one hand, that treasure he's been eyeing? It's also in the extreme north. Jackpot. On the other, leaving a house full of powerful women unguarded in his chaos-prone world feels reckless. But before he can spiral into an overthinking loop, Jenyang steps up. You need to go. We've all advanced to the second level. We can handle it. Qin Shio backs her up, giving a firm nod. I'll personally protect your aunt. Go. And just Like that, Lu Fan breathes a little easier. With a grin, he finally agrees to the journey. No fan service for a while, huh? He mutters to himself, half joking, half tragic. The Duke beams, ready to celebrate with food and drink. But then Chin Shio drops the rulebook hammer. Strong liquors banned inside the academy, remember. Even legendary heroes have to follow the rules. As if that wasn't enough, Jen Yang casually admits, also, we're out of food at Villa Number 1. No wine. No food. No party. Dinner plans crash harder than Lu Fan's first dragon flight. So who steps up? Lu Fan, of course. He volunteers to do the grocery run like it's the most normal thing in the world. Because what's grocery shopping after fending off murderers and making travel plans with a national hero? Plus, he figures he'll swing by the academy to say goodbye to his senior lady, the mentor who taught him close combat. But there's still the issue of the bodyguards laid out on the ground, courtesy of the Duke's surprise entrance. The Duke eyes Chin Shio, wondering if she can heal them. But Lu Fan has a better solution. I'll leave my J-Dragon to handle it. Because who needs paramedics when you've got a dragon with healing magic? Later at the academy, Lu Fan wanders into the training hall, still stunned by today's events. It's not every day your history book hero shows up in your living room and invites you on a survival trip. Suddenly, his senior shows up, waving casually. Why are you still here so late? Come for another training round. She grins, already loosening her sleeves for a spar. But Lu Fan stops her with a simple smile. I'm here to say goodbye. Lu Fan stands in the training hall, still trying to play it cool. His senior lady pretends she has no clue about his journey to the extreme north. But Lu Fan? Yeah, the guy's about as subtle as a dragon in a tea shop. He spills everything, how he'll be gone for a whole month in the icy wilderness with the Duke. She raises an eyebrow and smirks. So you're leaving me for cold winds and dragons, huh? Then she walks up, grabs his cheeks, and stretches them like taffy. Fighting dragons in sub-zero weather is definitely tougher than sparring with someone this pretty. Cue Lu Fan blushing so hard, you'd think someone cast a fire spell on his face. But behind the teasing, there's real concern. She leans in, voice soft but serious, be careful out there. The extreme north doesn't play fair. Lu Fan nods, his cheeks still glowing. He turns to leave, but bam, she hugs him from behind. Now he's practically malfunctioning. Steam. Red face. Zero composure. Before he can say anything, she slips something into his hand, a protective charm band. For your safety, she says, then winks, and bring back some unmelting ice, will you? I need new decorations. Before he can even blink, she vanishes into thin air. Typical senior lady, leaving behind magic, mystery, and just enough flirtation to break a hero's brain. Cut to Lu Fan walking back to the villa, arms full of groceries and heart full of confusion. But something's off. That sixth sense honed from dodging assassins all day? Buzzing. He knows he's being followed. Without breaking stride, he calls out, you can come out now. I don't have time for hide and seek. Out steps a stranger, looking like he walked out of a drama with wind blowing through his cape. And Lu Fan? Immediately suspicious. The guy looks shocked he was spotted. Clearly, stealth doesn't run in the Jean family. Lu Fan squints at him. Who are you? Cue dramatic cape flick. You don't know me, the guy says, smirking, but I know you very well. Oh great, Lu Fan thinks. A fanboy or a hitman? Maybe both. Then the stranger finally introduces himself, Jin Shunhan, big brother of the infamous bratty Princess Jingu. And he's here with a thank you for taking such good care of his sister. Yeah, the kind of thank you that sounds like it's followed by a punch. Lu Fan's eyes narrow. This isn't a social call, this is a challenge dressed in silk robes. And family drama. He cuts straight to the point, so you're the top recruit from the Taikai Kingdom. But Lu Fan already knows. This guy's not here to shake hands. He's here to make trouble. So, without a second thought, Lu Fan summons his big black machete. Because nothing says welcome like a blade the size of a surfboard. Then he raises his voice, Jingo. Stop hiding. I know you're watching. And just like that, boom, Jingu appears, smug as ever, glowing like she just won the lottery. Finally! I've been waiting for this moment. She claps her hands like she's watching her favorite show and announces, Big bro, show him what a real warrior looks like. Jin Shunhan smirks, playing right into the drama. This can all end peacefully, he says. Just let my sister slap you a few times. Yup. That's the plan. Slap-based diplomacy. Totally reasonable. But Lu Fan? Yeah, he's not having any of it. He raises his machete, his expression darkening. You've got one chance to walk away. Because if they think he's going to kneel before the bratty princess and her overdramatic brother. They've clearly never seen him fight. Lu Fan stands firm, groceries scattered, danger swirling, but his wit? Still razor sharp. He eyes Jingu and her overdramatic brother, then mocks, "Tell me, does memory loss run in your family? Or did you already forget how the last slapfest ended?" Boom. That line hits harder than a fireball. Jingu flinches, flashbacks of her past humiliation flooding back like a bad dream she thought she'd de-buried. But being the spoiled brat she is, she doesn't stay rattled for long. Stop wasting time talking, she screeches at her brother. Just attack him. Jin Shunhan nods, stepping forward with the full swagger of someone who clearly skipped every humility lesson ever taught. You've insulted the Jin family long enough. Time for a lesson. And no, not this pop quiz kind of lesson. This one comes with toxic gas, black magic, and a creature you'd never want under your bed. Jin raises his hands, chanting a dark spell. Lu Fan's eyes widen, he knows this one. Abyssal summoning. Purple mist pours from Jin's palms, thick and foul, oozing with dark energy. From it emerges a grotesque blob, dripping with acidic sludge, eating away at the ground like it's made of paper. RIP groceries. There goes dinner. Lu Fan dodges fast, barely escaping as the creature splashes acid in every direction. He knows he can't let this thing touch him, it'll melt more than just his pride. But wait, it gets worse. The creature morphs. Its slimy form stretches and reshapes, until... boom! It's Jin Shunhan's face. Because one arrogant jerk wasn't enough, now there's two. The real Jin and his monstrous twin begin marching toward Lu Fan, synchronized and smug, like some evil boyband. Lu Fan narrows his eyes. Abyssal crawler, he mutters. Just my luck. A demon spawn with an ego problem. The creature snarls, poison dripping from its maw. Things are about to go south fast, until... scree! A deafening screech tears through the sky. Lu Fan spins around, eyes widening. Enter, the extreme cold Griffin King. Majestic, massive, and radiating frost like a walking blizzard. The beast dives like a missile, slamming into the abyssal crawler mid-charge. Crunch. Claws rip. Ice flies. Sludge splatters. The abyssal monster screeches, and loses. Even Jin Shunhan stares in disbelief, mouth hanging open as his prized summon gets obliterated in seconds. And then, descending from the griffins. Back, landing with all the drama of a legendary hero, Duke Yunbai. Cloak billowing. Eyes blazing. Aura screaming, "I'm not here to negotiate." He doesn't ask questions. He commands answers. Jin Shunhan, he says, his voice calm but sharp enough to cut steel. "What are you doing outside your designated territory?" Jin tries to act cool, but the sweat says otherwise. He knows exactly who he's dealing with. And spoiler, this is not someone you fight. This is someone you flee. But it's too late for that. The Duke raises his staff, and it extends like a spear, glowing with ancient runes. Jin's smirk melts like cheap snow. "Jin, go!" He yells, panic finally cracking his cocky tone. "Move!" But will she make it out in time? For once, even the spoiled princess realizes that her signature tantrums won't save the day. Frozen in place, her bravado melts faster than ice in a volcano. But it's already too late. With a swift, merciless strike, the Duke's staff pierces straight through Jin Shunhan's chest, brutal, precise, and terrifyingly efficient. Black blood spills from his mouth, and even with the magic censorship doing its best to soften the gore, it's clear this guy just took a one-way ticket to the afterlife. The Duke, calm as always, retracts his staff without a word. His icy gaze meets the fallen Jin's lifeless form as he delivers a chilling reminder: not even an abyssal crawler can outrun the claws of the Griffin King. Because when your mount breathes legendary ice and shreds monsters for breakfast, you don't exactly need negotiation skills. In the corner, Jingu collapses in full drama mode, bawling like her dog just ran away. Crying is her go-to strategy when things stop going her way, which, let's be honest, is most of the time. But just when it seems like the curtain's closing, Jin Shunhan's body begins to melt into a pool of dark sludge. Cue the plot twist. The Duke calmly explains that Jin was never really here. This was just a puppet, a creepy goo clone, thanks to Jean's third-tier abyssal skill, abyssal symbiosis. As long as his abyssal beast lives, he can come back. Over and over again. Gross, but efficient. Unfazed, the Duke raises his voice slightly, a rare thing for him, and delivers a stern ultimatum: show yourself now, or I destroy the abyssal crawler. No resurrection next time. No threats, no drama, just cold, hard facts. The kind that frees you from the inside out. And just like that, the crawler quivers and shifts. In a swirl of corruption and panic, Jin Xinghan re-emerges, looking like he just crawled out of a grave, which, in a way, he did. His arrogance is noticeably dimmed. The look in his eyes says it all: this was not how the plan was supposed to go. Jingo stares in horror as her brother stumbles back into reality, clearly in no shape to fight or flex. Desperate to salvage the situation, Jin pulls out his final weapon, politics. He reminds the Duke that he's a national trial representative of the Taikai Kingdom, and harming him now could trigger retaliation from the 23 allied nations. A yes, when all else fails, throw in international diplomacy and hope. Someone cares. But the Duke? He doesn't flinch. His stare remains colder than the glacier of the extreme north. Lu Fan, still holding his grocery bags, watches the entire scene with the expression of someone who's just realized his dinner plans are definitely cancelled. Again. With quiet authority, the Duke lays it out: when a national trial representative is attacked, retaliation is justified. Lu Fan was defending himself. Translation: congratulations, Jin, your diplomatic immunity just expired. That truth hits Jin Xinghan like a dragon punch to the gut. He finally puts it together. Lu Fan isn't just some Dragon Tamer with attitude, he's the Dragon Kingdom's chosen rep for the national trials. And now, thanks to his sister's bright ideas, they've picked a fight with the wrong guy. The Duke, clearly finished entertaining nonsense, delivers one last blow, not with his staff, but with words: I've never liked the Jin family. Don't make me visit the Taikai Kingdom next. Ouch! That one hurt more than the staff. Cornered, out of options, and smart enough to recognize a cliff when he's hanging off it, Jin Xinghan reluctantly backs down. And just like that, the battle's over. For now. A fact that surprises absolutely no one: when Duke Yumbi throws a warning, it lands like a meteor. So when he delivered a final, devastating blow to the abyssal crawler, it wasn't just to finish the fight, it was a statement. Jin Xinghan and his sister? Better off booking a one-way ticket away from Duke Yunbi and Lu Fan. Far, far away. Because when the Duke warns you, it's not a suggestion. It's a promise. With a capital P. Defeated and still reeking of entitlement, Jin scoops up his sobbing sister and makes the most dramatic exit possible, probably hoping someone would shout, "Wait, don't go." No one does. And just when you think he'd slink off quietly, he spins around like a discount villain in a soap opera and yells at Lu Fan. "You're only safe until the national trial." Delusion, table for one. Even Luan can't help but scoff. Bro, you just got steamrolled by a Duke. Maybe sit this one out. But before the mood turns into a comedy skit, Duke Yunbi grounds the moment. Let's go. We need to check back with villain number 2. Yes, villain number 2, aka the women waiting inside who've likely imagined 50 tragic scenarios by now. And then, with all the seriousness of a man who's fought beasts and bested blowhards, the Duke turns to Lu Fan and asks, "Where are the groceries?" Cue the existential crisis. Lu Fan freezes. The booze, the snacks, the actual dinner, all gone, dissolved into gooey abyssal horror during the chaos. And somehow, that loss hits the Duke harder than any creature's claws. Let it be known, battling monsters? Fine. Losing the liquor? That's true trauma. Still, later that night, a much-needed meal finally happens. It's not gourmet, but it's real, and more importantly, it's peaceful. A rare break in the storm. Zhang Yangying drinks in silence, her expression unreadable. The Duke and Xian trade jabs and laughs like old war buddies. It's loud, warm, and just chaotic enough to feel like home. Lu Fan's aren't, though. She's a puddle of tears, telling him over and over to take care of himself. Classic aunt behavior: love you to death, worry even harder. And then there's Chinio. Quiet. No words. Just tears. That silence hurts more than anything she could have said. Luan, ever the optimist, forces a smile. I'll be back in a month. This is the only way I can protect you all. Bittersweet doesn't even begin to cover it. Because every hero's Journey starts with a goodbye, and this one stings. The next morning Lu Fan now finds himself soaring through the skies on none other than the extreme cold Griffin King, basically the Rolls-Royce of flying beasts, with Duke Yunbi at his side. After everything, the flight feels almost peaceful. For once, Lu Fan isn't dodging death. He's just flying, taking in the vast, untamed land stretching below like a blank canvas for what's to come. The extreme north looms ahead. Land of level 60 beasts, divine treasures, and challenges that make everything so far feel like warm-up laps. But it's not just the landscape that grabs his attention. Hovering in the sky is a blood-red moon. It's not subtle. It's not pretty. It's ominous. Like the world itself is holding its breath. Lu Fan stares at it, uneasy. What's with the moon? The Duke just smirks. That trademark cryptic grin. That, my boy, is one of the reasons we're heading north. And just like that, the mystery deepens. New lands. New enemies. A crimson moon. And a storm that hasn't even begun. When Lu Fan and Duke Yunbi arrive at the military camp in the extreme north, it's clear this is no sightseeing tour. The place is alive with movement, soldiers, scouts, and aerial patrols zipping through the icy skies. And smack in the middle, the elite Griffin squad, flexing like they are in the fantasy version of Top Gun. These aren't your average sword-swinging soldiers. These warriors are trained for sky battles, full-on aerial dogfights, just with talons and spears instead of missiles. The Duke explains they've mapped 114 exploration routes already, but their main target, the ominous blood moon, remains stubbornly out of reach. It's like trying to pin down a ghost with a GPS. No matter what they do, the moon refuses to play nice. It's the ultimate boss fight. With no health bar. But now, with Lu Fan joining the team, the Duke is hopeful. Bringing in a Dragon Tamer? That's like installing DLC cheat codes. New player. New possibilities. As Lu Fan examines the massive map of the region, two routes stand out, Route 77 and Route 78. Both dangerously close to where the divine treasure is rumored to be. Without a second thought, he points to them and asks to be added to the next exploration team. Cue the Duke's internal monologue, of course. This kid just had to pick the death zone. He turns serious. Route 78 isn't just tough, it's practically a monster buffet. The kind of place that eats brave soldiers for breakfast and uses their bones as toothpicks. And if Lu Fan ends up dead, well, the Academy principal won't just be upset. He'll be vengefully legendary. But Lu Fan, wearing his confidence-like armor, simply says, "I didn't come here to stroll through snowbanks. I came to fight." The Duke sighs, probably flashing back to the dumb decisions of his own youth. Then, with a flick of the wrist, he opens an inventory portal, casually pulling out a crimson bow. Not just any bow, this is a level 70 legendary weapon. Lu Fan's jaw nearly unhinges. Wait. Is this real? Did I just get handed a god-tier weapon like it's a snack? The Duke waved off the fanfare. Take it. You'll need it. It's not like I'm handing you socks. Lu Fan accepts the weapon, blushing slightly at the gesture, because let's face it, even the bravest warrior melts a little when the cool mentor gives you a rare drop. The Duke isn't done. He adds that if he were still young enough to wield the bow himself, Lu Fan would have had to fight him for it. But hey, a one man's retirement is another man's upgrade. Just then, a soldier arrives with a military uniform. The Duke insists Lu Fan suit up. Because what pairs best with a legendary weapon? A fresh fit, of course. Luan steps out of the tent fully geared, practically glowing with excitement. Let's do this. Later, in the skies the extreme cold Griffin King slices through the clouds like a blade. Lu Fan rides beside the Duke, finally taking a breath. It's rare peace, though the Duke can't help but tease him. So, Dragon Tamer flying a griffin. Should I be concerned? Lu Fan laughs awkwardly. My dragon's still leveling up. Skills aren't unlocked yet. It's basically the magical equivalent of having a Lamborghini but no driver's license. The Duke chuckles, taking a drink. Maybe you should join the Griffin squad until you learn to handle your dragons properly. But the humor fades quickly when Lu Fan notices something ahead, owl demons. Level 60. Eerie screeches. Sanity-shredding sound waves. Basically horror movie mascots with wings. Even as the nightmare creatures close in, the Duke stays unfazed, sipping like he's at a Sunday brunch. Then, with a flick of his hand, his staff appears, because apparently materializing deadly weapons is his love language. Stay sharp, he warns Lu Fan. Route 78 doesn't come with respawns. Lu Fan swallows hard. This isn't the academy. This is the real world. And here? One mistake means you are rebird food. As the squad gets closer to the blood moon, Lu Fan finally gets a clear look, and his brain does a double take. Because that's not a moon. It's a giant eye. Yes. An eyeball. Embedded in the mountains. Watching. Waiting. The kind of sight that makes you reconsider your entire career path. The Duke explains, calmly, that somewhere in these mountains lies a creature so massive, so terrifying, not even the legendary Griffin squad has been able to approach it. And that eye? It's just the start. Lu Fan looks around, noticing the peaks seem to form the shape of half a dragon's head. Could it be? But he can't confirm anything. Not even his system can identify the creature. And when cheat codes don't work? You know things are serious. Sensing Lu Fan's thoughts, the Duke speaks up, his tone more reflective now. There's still so much in this world we haven't explored. Creatures no one's named. Lands untouched. Mysteries unsolved. This eye, it's only one piece. Then, with a weight of 1,000 unsaid stories, the Duke adds, I saw it once before, a long time ago, and just like that, the mystery deepens again. The Duke's story about the giant eye wasn't just a creepy legend, it was a nightmare he lived through. It started as a simple mission, extract trapped teammates surrounded by a horde of owl demons. Easy, right? Wrong. Mid-battle, an avalanche thundered down the mountain, burying the fight beneath tons of ice and snow. Then, as if that wasn't enough, the giant eye opened, wide and unblinking, looming like something ripped straight from the darkest horror story. The rescue mission? Officially derailed. That was over a year ago. Since then, experts from all corners of the realm have tried to unravel the mystery of the creature. The one thing everyone agrees on, it's alive. And the Duke harbors a terrifying truth, if that beast ever fully awakens, humanity could be wiped off the map. Because let's be honest, a colossal eyeball monster buried in the mountains isn't exactly the kind of neighbor you invite for tea. Lost in his memories, the Duke's attention snaps back when Lu Fan spots something in the sky. At first, it looks like Griffin squad members, familiar silhouettes soaring on wings. But the Duke's expression darkens instantly. These aren't living soldiers, he says, gripping his staff. Those are fallen warriors, undead level 65 horrors, cursed to fight even after death. In the extreme north, you don't get to rest easy. Lu Fan finds himself face to face with one of these undead corpses. Its twisted, skeletal frame still wears a tattered cape from the Griffin squad. For a moment, Lu Fan wonders if this creature was once a brave soldier fighting near the blood moon, now a hollow shadow of its former self. He looks to the Duke for answers, but the old man stays silent, his usual humor gone. This is a chapter of his past he refuses to open. Without another word, the Duke turns his griffin and conjures an icy net, freezing the undead in midair. When they crash to the ground with bone-rattling force, the frozen cage holds them tight. Lu Fan's eyes linger on the skeletal figures, Griffin squad capes still draped over their broken forms, a grim testament to the warriors they once were. Now, trapped forever in a merciless loop of death and battle. The next morning, Lu Fan sits confidently across from the Duke in his office, declaring without a doubt, fallen corpses, giant eyeballs, whatever the extreme north throws at me, I'm going to the front lines. No backing down now. I'm here to be a dragon taming, treasure hunting hero. The Duke, clearly impressed by the determination, summons the 78th Griffin squad for introductions. First up, Lu Fei, level 60 Divine Punishment Knight, captain of the first squad. And, no joke, he looks so much like the Duke, you'd think someone accidentally pressed the duplicate button. His aura screams, I've seen it all, and I'm not here for small talk. Next is Lu Chong Kong, blonde-haired, level 60 Holy Shield Knight. Steps forward and asks about the mission, probably hoping for something less insane than giant eyeballs and undead warriors. Spoiler, no luck there. Then comes Shan Kai, sharp-eyed level 60 Soaring Eagle Knight, rocking glasses that give her a superhero vibe. Finally, the Duke introduces Lu Fan as the newest squad member. The news lights up Lu Chong Kong's face. Turns out, he's an alumnus of the prestigious Dragon Capital Academy's Qingyun class. The reunion hints at deeper connections, and the squad's dynamics start to take shape, ready to face whatever nightmares the extreme north has in store. It's like finding out the new guy at work went to the same college as you, except instead of cafeteria gossip, it's all about how many mythical beasts you've slayed. Lu Fan, slightly starstruck, eagerly shakes hands with Lu Chong-kong, humbly asking his senior to look out for him. Lu Chong-kong flashes a reassuring grin, pure big brother energy, and says, "Don't worry, I've got your back. And maybe some snacks." For a brief moment, the tension lifts. But then Captain Lu Fei steps in, eyes sharp, tone unimpressed. He turns to the Duke and questions the logic of sending a college student on a deadly mission to the extreme north. And to be fair, it does sound like sending an intern to disarm a nuclear bomb. Probably not the best idea, right? Lu Fei doesn't sugarcoat it, he makes it clear that no one in the squad has time to babysit. This mission is way too dangerous for someone fresh out of school. But the Duke? Oh, he shuts that down immediately. With a steel-cold stare, he reminds Lu Fei, his brother, by the way, plot twist, that he never jokes when it comes to battlefield decisions. If Lu Fan dies, so be it. The battlefield doesn't come with training wheels. No one gets special treatment. Then, in true Duke fashion, he lays down the verdict: Lu Fan is now officially a member of the 78th Griffin Squad. No hand-holding. No coddling. Just trial by fire, like everyone else. Captain Lu Fei doesn't like it, but he respects the order. Begrudgingly, he tells Shan Kai to take Lu Fan to the squad's mission briefing. Shan Kai's face says it all: great. I get to play babysitter. But orders are orders, so she complies, with the energy of someone picking trash duty at a picnic. The scene shifts to the 78th Squad's meeting room. Captain Lu Fei kicks off the briefing with a delightful announcement: a massive blizzard is headed their way and will hit in 4 days. Because, of course, nothing screams fun mission like an incoming natural disaster. The timeline? Brutal. 2 days to explore Route 78. 2 days to return. No margin for error. Lu Chong-kong, ever the tactician, raises the obvious concern: 2 days isn't nearly enough to explore such a dangerous path thoroughly. But Captain Lu Fei isn't here to negotiate. He sets the bar: clear 100 miles. That's the success metric. No arguments. Then Shan Kai, ever the snark sniper, throws shade at Lu Fan. With a student on board, she smirks: we might be lucky to clear 10 miles. Yeah, she's still not over it. As tensions simmer, Shan Kai grumbling, Lu Chong-kong playing peacekeeper, Lu Fan says nothing. He just stares at the map, eyes sharp and focused. Because deep down, he knows something they don't: he didn't come all this way to slow them down. He came to prove that a student from Dragon Capital Academy can survive the extreme north, and maybe even tame it. While the rest of the squad argues about timelines and terrain, Lu Fan's already deep in his own world, mentally charting the path to a divine-level treasure map. Because sure, this is a team mission, but who says you can't sneak in a side quest? Before he can go full Indiana Jones, Captain Lu Fei snaps the room back to reality. Everyone, prep your griffins. We leave in 15. Shan Kai, queen of sarcasm, mutters under her breath. Treated like machines. Sent into the wild like blizzard-chasing robots, but let's be real, this is the 78th Griffin Squad. A little snowstorm isn't gonna stop them. When it's Lu Fan's turn to get ready, Lu Fei tells him to leave his dragon in the stables, standard rookie treatment. But Lu Fan calmly replies that his dragon isn't leveled up enough to serve as a proper mount yet. Cue dramatic silence. Lu Chong-kong and Shan Kai stare at him, dumbfounded. Because, come on, showing up without a ride is like entering a drag race on a tricycle. Shan Kai rolls her eyes. I'm a Soaring Eagle Knight, not a rideshare app. Don't even think about hopping on. But Lu Fan? He just smiles. That confident, almost smug grin that says, you're not ready for this. 15 minutes later, the squad takes off, and jaws drop. Lu Fan isn't riding a mount. He's flying solo. Yep, he's gliding through the air with a pair of sleek, custom-built flying wings strapped to his back. Shan Kai's trying to play it cool but can't help asking, is your family part of the Dragon Capital elite or something? That gee's rare. Lu Fan's about to answer when he spots something strange: baby eagles flying alongside Shan Kai's massive eagle mount. Do all sky eagles come with a daycare? Shan Kai shoots him a look. Focus. We're heading into the cloud cluster. Jokes won't save you in a lightning storm. As they soar into the dense storm clouds, the mood shifts fast. Visibility drops to near zero. Lightning crackles all around them, dangerously close to their mounts. Captain Lu Fei's voice booms, stay sharp. The storm'll blind you. Don't lose formation. Lu Chongkong shouts to Lu Fan, "Stay close. Don't get separated." But, of course, this is an adventure story. So naturally, the moment someone says, "Don't get lost," Lu Fan gets instantly lost. Swallowed by the swirling mist, he realizes he's completely cut off. No griffins in sight. No backup. Just fog and silence. Until it isn't. Two crimson eyes pierce through the fog. Glaring. Unblinking. Malevolent. Lu Fan spins around. Standing before him is a corrupted sky predator lion. Level 75. Blood-red gaze. Acidic aura. And that grin. The kind that says, "You read tonight's main course." The lion lunges. Lu Fan counters, blades flashing, but his attacks bounce off like pebbles against steel. He might as well be poking a tank with a toothpick. Then it hits him. This isn't just a strong beast. It's corrupted. Twisted by the blood moon's influence. And it's not alone. Every creature up here might be turning into monsters. If Lu Fan thought surviving a blizzard was tough, he's about to learn the extreme north doesn't just kill you. It warps you. The corrupted sky predator lion isn't pulling any punches. With a deafening roar, it unleashes Phantom Strike, a devastating ability that not only slams Lu Fan hard, but also creates a ghostly clone of itself for 10 seconds. Because clearly, one monstrous lion isn't terrifying enough, why not double the nightmare? Just when Lu Fan's back hits the wall, figuratively and literally, a voice cuts through the chaos. "Move!" Lu Chongkong dives in, intercepting just in time. And he's not alone. Out of the mist, Shankai's escort hawk swoops down like a feathery missile, slamming the lion with its twin eagle fist technique. Yes, a bird just punched a lion. Welcome to the Griffin Squad, where logic takes a backseat to style. As the lion stumbles, Shankai yells at Lu Fan, "Don't let it summon another phantom." One ghost lion is already too much. Her voice carries more than irritation, there's grief behind it. She's already lost one of her eagles to this monster. She's not about to lose another. Meanwhile, Lu Chongkong pulls Lu Fan close. "Stick with me. These clouds are crawling with elite monsters. Trust me, this?" Just another Tuesday for the 78th squad. But Lu Fan clenches his fists, refusing to hide behind others. "I can't just stand here while you all risk your lives." Because if there's one thing Lu Fan doesn't do, it's sit on the sidelines during a life-or-death brawl. Suddenly, the lion vanishes into the mist again, pulling off a cloud mirage, blending into the fog like an apex predator with stealth mode enabled. Shankai snaps, "Newbie, this isn't the time to be the main character. You'll get yourself, and us, killed." Her tone is razor sharp, but she's not wrong. This isn't a game. It's not about glory or solo kills. This fight. It's survival. Lu Chongkong steps in to balance the heat. Calm as ever, he says, "We've relied on Captain Lu Fei for too long. If we want to be taken seriously, we've got to handle this on our own. In other words, slay the corrupted lion, earn your Griffin Squad stripes." Apparently, promotions here involve fighting what most would call a final boss. But just as the squad begins to sync up, the air changes. A strange voice whispers through the mist. Low, unearthly, bone-chilling, and definitely not coming from the lion. Even the corrupted beast freezes for a split second. Lu Fan's instincts go on high alert. Whatever that voice is, it's worse than anything they've faced so far. Something ancient and far more powerful has entered the storm. Shankai and Lu Chongkong both yell the same command, "Run." And when they say run, you don't ask questions. Because the name alone tells you everything, the Heaven Devourer. Not just a corrupted beast. Not just some high-level threat. This thing is a walking apocalypse. Scratch that, a flying, whale-sized, reality-warping apocalypse. Lu Fan looks up and sees it. A creature that makes the legendary black dragon look like a harmless pet. It hovers above the cloud cluster like a cosmic executioner, massive, majestic, and absolutely horrifying. Cue existential crisis. But there's no time for awe. Captain Lu Fei, MVP mode fully activated, dives in shouting, "Stop staring and FLY." Because, let's face it, standing around while a death whale charges up its final attack isn't exactly in the survival handbook. Even Lu Chongkong, the rock of the group, starts to falter. That's how bad this is. But Shankai slaps some sense back into the moment. The cloud cluster's already crawling with corrupted corpses. The blood moon's warped everything, it's kill or be killed. Lu Fan, processing as fast as his trauma allows, realizes the full horror. This heaven devourer doesn't even have life energy. It's not a creature, it's a void. Its very presence twists reality. And then, it opens its mouth. Boom! Lu Fan's health bar takes a nosedive. 1.77% drain per second. No attack. No contact. Just being near it is lethal. Panic sets in. Lu Fan debates summoning his dragon, despite the risk of corruption. But Captain Lu Fei instantly cuts him off. No hero plays, rookie. Stick with the squad or you'll die alone. Even Shankai, queen of sarcasm, adds, just breathe, Lu Fan. We're almost out. Together, battered and barely holding it together, the squad rockets through the storm, and then, they break free. Clear skies. Breathing room. And a collective exhale. Shankai grins, we're clear. That nightmare's behind us. But Lu Fan, ever the overthinker, voices what no one else dares ask, why did it stop chasing us? Captain Lu Fei answers coolly, like he's seen this play before. The Heaven Devourer can't survive in open air. It's bound to the cluster. Once it leaves, whale fall. Explosion symbol, that's right. It plummets. The beast crashes to the earth like a meteor, exploding into a gargantuan skeletal landmark. A natural wonder and a giant red flag for future adventurers. Even in death, it's dramatic. Of course it is. It's the Heaven Devourer. The squad lands to regroup. Some are limping. Some are laughing from sheer relief. And Lu Chong-kong turns to Lu Fan with a teasing smirk. Captain Lu Fei dragged a rookie into a storm full of death whales. That's a new record. Lu Fan chuckles nervously, starting to apologize. I might have slowed us down, but Lu Chong-kong just shrugs. Everyone starts like this. Trial by storm, trial by death, it's how you earn your wings. Welcome to the 78th Griffin Squad, Lu Fan. First day, and you have already survived the stuff of legends. Survive a corrupted blood moon? Fight off phantom lions and death whales? Welcome to the extreme north, where surviving a day is basically a rite of passage. As the squad finally sets up camp, there's no celebration, just exhausted silence. Captain Lu Fei is busy prepping their gear, and Shankai? She's feeding the griffins like she's personally offended by their existence. Grumbling under her breath, she mutters, at this rate, we're not finishing this mission on time, and yeah, the glare she shoots at the captain could melt ice faster than a fire spell. But Lu Fei, ever the iceberg, calmly admits, we've slowed a bit. Because of Lu Fan. Still, he assures her they'll adjust. Spoiler, that doesn't help. Shankai, fire lit and patience gone, stomps over to Lu Fan. I don't know what strings you pulled to get here, she snaps. To her, Lu Fan looks like someone who skipped the years of brutal training, the blood, sweat, and corrupted tears it takes to reach the extreme north. And she doesn't hold back. If the things sleeping under this land wake up, the Dragon Kingdom won't be the only thing falling, the whole world's going with it. Translation? This isn't a game, rookie. We don't carry dead weight. But Lu Fan? Cool as an enchanted cucumber. No flinching. No drama. Just calm resolve. He replies politely, I've been paying attention. I'm learning from the captain and the squad. I understand the risks. It's basically Lu Fan saying, relax. I didn't skip the tutorial. I just learn fast. Shankai narrows her eyes, her internal threat meter still flashing red. But before the scene turns into a full-blown character debate episode, Lu Chong-kong jumps in like the team's designated peacemaker paladin. And then comes Captain Lu Fei's MIC drop reminder, the Duke himself placed Lu Fan on this squad. When the Duke gives you an order, you don't question it, you just land it. Squabble over. Tension mostly diffused. The captain orders everyone to rest, and Shankai, grudgingly, backs off. But not without a final side-eye to Lu Fan that says, one wrong move and I'm feeding you to the griffins. Captain Lu Fei, pulling her aside quietly, adds one last instruction, focus on the mission. And make sure the rookie doesn't turn this into a disaster movie. No pressure, right? But of course, rest is a luxury they can't afford. Because barely 2 minutes later, the griffins start squawking like someone just told them the sky was falling. Shankai freezes. Wait, what? She doesn't finish the thought. Because right then, out of nowhere, massive blocks of ice come flying toward them at breakneck speed, turning the peaceful camp into a frozen war zone. Captain Lu Fei yells the obvious, scatter. Because apparently in the extreme north, even nap time comes with incoming frozen death missiles. So, remember how we said the extreme north doesn't do rest breaks? Yeah, it really meant it. Right after dodging flying ice blocks like they were in some frozen version of dodgeball, Lu Chong-kong, the team's ever-reliable senior, throws up a holy shield to protect the group. Hero move? Absolutely. But fate, being the little gremlin it is, throws in a twist. He missteps, slips, injures himself. And just like that, he's separated from Lu Fan. Meanwhile, Lu Fan is in full dodge everything and hope you don't die mode. He's ducking between falling ice blocks, trying to figure out what fresh nightmare this is. His first guess? Probably another corrupted corpse. Because when in doubt, blame the undead. But oh no. This is worse. Way worse. He's suddenly surrounded by elite level 80 ice field yetis, the kind of monsters that look like they were designed in a game dev meeting titled How to Make Players Cry. These towering beasts are frost-fueled nightmares, and they're not here to play. Back with the squad, Captain Lu Fei keeps calling for Lu Fan, hoping for a response. But silence. Not because Lu Fan's ignoring him, it's just hard to chat when you're about to be turned into snow mulch. Shan Kai, still salty from earlier, mutters, he's probably already dead. Morale boost? Not really her thing. Even the captain realizes that engaging these monsters head-on is a hard no. Priority number 1 now? Survive. Retreat. Don't die screaming. Shan Kai quickly thinks of using her falcon to launch a fire attack, but before the plan can fly, literally, the Yeti's close in fast. One massive beast looms over Captain Luffy, casting a shadow so cold it could chill your soul. The captain doesn't flinch. He orders Shan Kai to find Lu Chong-kong, and promises to hold off the beast alone. Shan Kai pauses, but knows better than to argue when death's knocking. She takes off across the battlefield, moving like someone who's danced on ice before. As she runs, she spots Captain Luffy in the distance, struggling. That Yeti isn't just strong. It's unstoppable, and the captain's legs are starting to buckle under the force. Thinking fast, she lets out a low whistle, summoning her griffin. Subtle. Strategic. But turns out? Yetis have super hearing. Now they're following her trail. Realizing she's been made, Shan Kai draws her twin swords, ready for the worst. She's hoping Lu Chong-kong hears the signal before. It's lights out. And then, cut to Lu Fan. He's found Lu Chong-kong, who's bruised, battered, and down. Lu Fan wastes no time. Rest. I'll handle the Yetis. Because when you're the newbie, apparently you take on 3 elite monsters solo like it's a side quest. With ice crackling in the air and death stomping toward him, Lu Fan materializes his massive black machete, standing tall. Lu Chong-kong, watching from the ground, blinks like he's seeing a ghost. Because somehow, this rookie is about to go full main character. Last time, we left off with Lu Fan surrounded by elite level 80 ice field yetis, while the rest of the squad tried not to die horribly. And now? Things are about to go full cinematic mode. Lu Chong-kong, still down from his earlier injury, watches in horror as Lu Fan squares off against not 1, but 3 monstrous yetis. In his head, this is suicide. This kid's dead. There's no way he pulls this off. To him, it's like watching someone try to take on a tank with a butter knife. But Lu Fan? Cool. Calm. And apparently, insane. The Yetis charge, unleashing their ice howl skill, a freezing shockwave that makes your bones want to hibernate. One swings its massive fist, aiming to flatten Lu Fan like a snow pancake, but Lu Fan blurs forward, moving with lightning speed, and with one clean, perfectly timed slash, slices off. The Yetis. Hand. Cue the beast howling in pain as Lu Fan follows up with a dragon fong strike, powered by sky breathing and infused with raging dragon energy. The result? Total annihilation. The Yeti goes up in flames, literally, thanks to Lu Fan's summoned dragons, and before anyone can blink, Lu Fan charges again and lands the killing blow. The beast collapses onto the ice, flaming, smoking, and very, very dead. Lu Chong-kong? Stunned. Speechless. Possibly questioning reality. Because this so-called rookie just soloed a monster that out-leveled him by nearly 50 levels. And just to twist the dagger of disbelief, Lu Fan casually drops the bomb, I'm the Dragon Tamer of the southern province. Oh, cool. Before Lu Chongkong can even process that revelation, another Yeti crashes through giant blocks of ice and launches them at Lu Fan like it's trying out for the Olympic ice dodgeball team. But Lu Fan? Still not sweating it. He activates his Stormy Sky skill, enveloping his massive black machete in a swirling blue aura. This time, the Dragon Fong strike isn't powered by his usual black dragon. Nope. This one's channeling the Star Dragon. Because, apparently, Lu Fan collects OP dragons like their Pokemon. Lu Chongkong watches all of this unfold, still nursing his wounds, absolutely baffled. He's a level 32 Dragon Master, fighting level 80 elites like it's a warm-up? Has this guy been training with cheat codes or what? Meanwhile, across the battlefield, Shankai and Captain Lu Fei finally finish off their own Yeti opponent and rush toward Lu Chongkong. Shankai gasps at the severity of his injuries, but the captain? He's too busy being shocked speechless watching Lu Fan still alive and still fighting. This rookie is still standing. Lu Chongkong quickly fills them in. Lu Fan saved his life, fought like a demon, and somehow kept the whole area from turning into a massacre. The team barely has time to process that. BAM. Another enraged Ice Yeti charges at Lu Fan with the speed and fury of a creature who's taken the last boss fight very personally. Captain Lu Fei yells out, "Lu Fan, dodge!" But it's too late. There's no time. Then it happens. In one fluid motion, Captain Lu Fei hurls his sword through the air. And this isn't just any sword. No. This is the kind of legendary weapon that deserves its own entrance music, dramatic lighting, and possibly a crowd of chanting monks. As it spins through the icy wind, you just know something epic is about to go down. Let's rewind a bit. That blade Captain Lu Fei used? Yeah, victory. Not just a cool name. This bad boy auto-locks on targets, dishes out 100% physical damage, and sprinkles on a spicy plus 76% holy damage per second just to make sure your enemies regret existing. The moment it pierces the charging Yeti, the beast is done. Crashes to the ground. Game over. Crisis momentarily averted. But Captain Lu Fei doesn't hand out gold stars. He whips around and scolds Lu Fan. Stop acting recklessly. This is a team mission, not a one-man fantasy RPG. Lu Fan doesn't argue. But that glint in his eye says, I'll probably do it again. Then Shankai drops the bad news bomb, we need to retreat. Now. The Griffins aren't responding. Her Falcon could carry 2 people max, and they've got too many injured and way too many enemies. But Lu Fan? He just smirks and casually drops the kind of plan only Lu Fan would think of, let's just defeat all the snow monsters. Simple. Easy. No big deal. Right? Shankai practically snaps her twin swords in frustration, are you out of your mind? Get to the nearest outpost. Because honestly, who sees an entire army of elite-level Yetis and thinks, this looks winnable? But Lu Fan's not joking. He even offers to heal everyone if they weren't currently surrounded by murder popsicles. His confidence is so solid, it's starting to sound almost believable. Shankai, though, is giving Major Am I in a monster-slaying reality show energy. Then? Lu Fan reaches into his inventory and pulls out something game-changing. A crimson bow, gifted by the Duke himself. The Dark Serpent Bow. A weapon so infamous, it practically has its own autobiography and fan club. Captain Lu Fei's eyes go wide. That bow, it turned back entire armies. Now it's in the hands of a rookie who just suggested soloing a snow monster apocalypse. Even Shankai, who was about to slap sense into him, starts to pause. Because you don't pull out a weapon like that unless you know exactly what you are redoing. But no time to debate. Lu Fan tells them to evacuate the injured, he'll hold the line. Captain Lu Fei and Shankai exchange a glance, then do what no one ever expects. They leave. Because at this point? If Lu Fan wants to solo an army of Yetis, who are we to stop him? Flying toward the outpost, Shankai is chewing her lip with worry. We left him in a buffet of Yetis. And here's the main course. But Lu Chongkong, who might be the founding president of the Lu Fan fan club, reassures her, trust me. I've seen him fight. That guy doesn't go down. Back on the battlefield. Lu Fan is in his element. He draws the Dark Serpent Bow, crimson light pulsing as a fiery red aura swirls around him. This is one of those moments where you just know something epic is about to go down. The Yetis. Still relentless. still hurling their ice throw attacks, trying to bury Lu Fan under a mountain of frost and fury. But our Dragon Tamer? He plants his feet, steadies his bow, and prepares to show these monsters exactly why legends exist. Now, things are escalating faster than a speedrun with no skips. The Yetis? Still not impressed. They start hurling giant chunks of ice like nature's worst dodgeball team, each hit dealing massive damage. And if Lu Fan gets hit back to back? He's frozen solid for 30 full seconds, which, in Yeti fight time, is basically a free funeral. But Lu Fan? Unfazed. He steadies his aim. The dark serpent bow glows brighter with each passing second, pulsing like it knows something legendary is coming. Somewhere in the distance, Shankai and Captain Lu Fei glance back. The tension is so thick, even Chong Kong shuts up for once. And then he smirks. He's going to do it, Chong Kong mutters. Because of course he is. Lu Fan draws the string back. And when you're holding a legendary bow, staring down an ice-powered Yeti army? There's only one move left, let it rain. Fire. He releases. An arrow blazes through the frozen air like a comet from the gods. But he's not done. Not even close. Lu Fan suddenly pulls his black bow and, like his starring in Fantasy Rambo Ice Edition, he unleashes a barrage of glowing red arrows. Each one smashes through the incoming ice, shattering the frozen projectiles mid-air. A spectacle of ice crystals and destruction lights up the battlefield. The Yetis? Still standing. And now they're mad. Oh, you thought we were finished. Probably the Yetis, internally. Lu Fan narrows his eyes. Fine. Let's turn it up. He raises the bow and activates a new skill, Shadow Serpent Arrow. Suddenly, 12 magical arrows spiral into the air, each one hitting perfectly, like the deadliest game of Whack-A-Yeti ever played. It's an absolute clinic in precision damage. But the Yetis? Go berserk. Literally. They activate Berserk State, plus 350% attack power, plus 100% movement and casting speed, and to top it off, Fallen Corpse Tide, giving them plus 25% defense. Because clearly, someone handed them the how to be a pain in the butt manual. Lu Fan's face? Still unimpressed. Xing-Qin, now. He calls out to his star dragon, and in seconds, the beast appears overhead, summoning its ultimate, Shattered Star Attack. A glowing cosmic sphere forms above, radiating so much power, the Yetis actually flinch. But Lu Fan? He changes his mind mid-cast, like a chef tasting the dish and deciding, nah, let's spice this up. He cancels the dragon's attack. Fuses it. With his charged Shadow Serpent Arrow, the power spikes, 500% damage boost. He releases the arrow. The moment it leaves the bow, the battlefield holds its breath. Boom! A massive explosion rips through the icy plain. The shockwave is so intense, even the griffins in midair get knocked off balance. Captain Lu Fei, Shankai, and Chong Kong crash land onto the frozen ground like meteorites made of armor and disbelief. And the Yetis? For once, they stop charging. Because sometimes, even monsters have that moment of realization, we messed with the wrong guy. We'd re-talking crater-level destruction. Like, did someone drop a meteor here? Levels of destruction. As the smoke clears, what's left behind is a giant scorched hole in the icy terrain. It looks less like a battlefield and more like Lu Fan decided to give the extreme north a glow-up. Up above, griffins scramble, swooping in to rescue the team scattered across the ice. Captain Lu Fei is the last to be pulled from the frozen debris, and as he's lifted into the air, he locks eyes on the massive crater below. So that's the power of a true Dragon Tamer. It's like watching cheat codes in live action. Meanwhile, back on the ground, Lu Fan stands casually, cool as ever, like this entire supernatural light show was just another Tuesday. He praises his dragons, Shiro Yi and Xing-Qin, like a proud dad at a science fair. Except, you know, with way more explosions and burning monsters. And just when you think he's done showing off, he turns to his legendary black dragon, Shea. Clear the rest. One command. That's all it takes. But before she takes off, a griffin lands nearby. Captain Lu Fei and the team hop off, all of them looking at Lu Fan like they've just walked into a myth come to life. The captain, still processing the crater-sized surprise, tries to ask, that explosion? Was that really? He trails off. Because someone else is here now. A stunning woman stands behind Lu Fan. Silent. regal, exuding so much power it's almost tangible. Captain Lu Fei, totally thrown off, asks the obvious question, who is that? Lu Fan just smiles. A knowing, quiet smile. Then he turns and says, reveal your true form. The woman nods once. And just like that, she transforms, right in front of everyone, into her true form, Shea, the Black Dragon. It's one of those movie moments where everything goes slow-mo and you swear you can hear the orchestra kick in. Shea rises into the air, wings unfurled, her aura overpowering. Even the griffins start freaking out, screeching wildly, unsure if they're supposed to salute or flee. Lu Fan raises a hand again, use Cataclysm. And she obeys. With one devastating move, the remaining corpses are obliterated in a fiery cascade that leaves nothing behind but scorched earth and disbelief. The team? They're speechless. Even Shankai, who had been ready to roast Lu Fan alive just hours ago, now stares in jaw-dropped silence. Turns out, he's not just another rookie. He's the Dragon Tamer of the southern province. A living legend in the making. As the fire settles and silence returns, Lu Fan turns toward the others and asks the question lingering in his mind, why do you all seem to know my name? Captain Lu Fei, finally shaking the stars out of his vision, responds, because you're him. The one the Duke never stops praising. Lu Fan blinks. Wait. What? He's been calling you the top candidate for the national trials. Suddenly, it all makes sense. The reverence. The suspicion. The awe. Lu Fan wasn't just some new guy from the south. He was the Duke's secret weapon. Even Shankai, now humbled beyond words, realizes the Duke doesn't send just anyone to Squad 78. The moment sinks in for everyone, especially Shankai. She finally gets it, Lu Fan is not just some rookie with luck on his side. No, he's a big deal. And yeah, she probably feels a bit silly for ever doubting him. Meanwhile, Lu Chong-kong, the team's resident joker, can't resist teasing Lu Fan. Congrats, man. You've been hiding those skills way too well. But Luan, ever humble, admits something surprising. Honestly, I feel like I've been holding the team back. I'm just not used to the extreme north. The captain steps up and lays down some truth. You? Holding us back? Not a chance. I've trained plenty of hot-headed rookies before, but none have your calm and responsibility. Basically, the captain just said, you're the best rookie we've ever had. Even Shankai, still reluctant, grudgingly agrees. She's probably kicking herself for underestimating a guy recommended by the Duke himself. So now it's crystal clear to everyone. Lu Fan isn't just any recruit, he's the guy. Lu Chong-kong, grinning like he hit the jackpot, turns to Lu Fan, must have been fate when we met. I'm officially counting on you to keep me alive. Classic move, find the strongest guy in the room and buddy up. Lu Fan, ever humble, just smiles and thanks everyone for their support. But just as things start to feel a little too heartwarming, something jaw-dropping happens. The Black Dragon, Shea, starts transforming. Yep, right there, in front of everyone. The squad's eyes go wide, because this isn't just any glow-up. It's like the ultimate magic trick, mixed with a hint of "Uh-oh, what's happening?" Turns out Black Dragons have a level 30 milestone. And with that, Shea unlocks her second-tier transformation. But wait, there's more. Her contract with Lu Fan has evolved into Black Dragon 2, and she's just gained a shiny new skill called Perception. What does that do? Oh, just the ability to detect any enemies hiding in stealth or disguise. Think of it as the ultimate anti-ninja radar. So if anyone's thinking about sneaking up on Luan, yeah, they might want to rethink their entire career path. The team stares, still trying to process the epicness unfolding before them. Lu Chong-kong, curious as ever, finally asks, so, what exactly is this transformation all about? Lu Fan, cool as always, casually explains, she just hit level 30. You know, dragon puberty. She came out the other side as an apex predator. Not only did Shea reach her second-tier transformation, but her stats have officially gone off the charts. Oh, and ambushes? Officially cancelled. Then Chong-kong remembers something. Wait, didn't Luan say earlier he couldn't ride Shea because her level wasn't high enough? Before Chong-kong can finish the thought, Lu Fan drops a MIC move. Out of thin air, he materializes an epic-quality dragon saddle. Yep, the moment has arrived. Luan is officially becoming a dragon rider. And honestly? It's like the ultimate MIC drop, in saddle form. But this isn't just any saddle. This is next-level gear. Because with this, Lu Fan isn't just riding the dragon. He's about to take command like never before. To be continued. Because when a legendary Dragon Tamer and a newly evolved Black Dragon team up with the right gear, well, you know the North's about to get rocked. Lu Fan just unlocked a new level of awesome. With the dragon saddle now equipped, everything changes. Mounted mode activates, and the boost is insane. Not only are Lu Fan's attacks infused with dragon energy, but the stats of both rider and dragon skyrocket. It's like strapping a nuke to a jet, and then giving it magic. Suddenly, Lu Fan is a flying, fire-breathing long-range nightmare, the kind of power that makes bosses question their life decisions. The squad watches in stunned silence. This isn't just riding a dragon. This is Lu Fan claiming his rightful place as a true dragon rider. Then it happens. The black dragon bursts into flames, but not in a bad way. It's her second transformation, and it's glorious. The sky lights up in blazing orange and red as she morphs into her adult form, no longer a majestic beast, but a full-fledged, awe-inspiring black dragon radiating pure power and elegance. Even Captain Luffy, who's usually made of stone, just stares in shock. His face basically says, "What are we even supposed to do with this level of power?" Realizing the weight of this moment, the captain does the only logical thing. He offers Lu Fan a rare military saddle. The thing gives a 10% boost to dragon stats, which for most riders would be a game changer. Even Shankai, now very much on Team Lu Fan, jumps in. 10% of a dragon stats is no joke. But Luan? He just smiles. Thanks, but I'm already using a 100% attribute transfer saddle specifically crafted for legendary dragons. MIC. Drop. The captain and Shankai both freeze like NPCs after a bug. She was impressed before, and now she's looking at Lu Fan like he's a mythical creature in disguise. Meanwhile, Lu Chongkong doesn't even question it anymore. He just bursts out laughing. Of course, he's got the best gear. It's Lu Fan. Then the black dragon lands, and gives us the most adorable scene of the day. She licks Lu Fan's face, tail wagging like an overgrown puppy. Imagine a towering, fire-breathing engine of destruction acting like she just fetched a stick. Wholesome doesn't even cover it. Captain Luffy quietly observes, realizing just how outclassed they all are. Even Shankai, who literally thought Lu Fan was dead weight earlier, now watches him with stars in her eyes. For a split second, you can see her daydreaming about flying on a dragon with matching gear. That fantasy crashes fast when the captain throws in a classic. "Burn, you riding a dragon, or still stuck with your griffin?" Ouch! Instant reality check. Meanwhile, Lu Fan gently pats his dragon snout, thanking her for sticking by his side through everything. From now on, we face everything together. It's a sweet, emotional moment, until Lu Chongkong chimes in like a big brother at prom. Can you all stop swooning and realize what's happening? This is the birth of the world's first true dragon rider. With the saddle in place, Lu Fan mounts the dragon, and the moment he does, boom. The power surge is like a magical overload. It's not just the flying or the firepower. The saddle creates a direct link between Lu Fan and the entire dragon clan, enhancing every stat and ability to ridiculous levels. In that instant, Lu Fan doesn't just feel powerful, he feels limitless. And anyone thinking about messing with the southern province? They'd better start running now. To be continued. Because when the world's first true dragon rider takes flight, the sky is no longer the limit. It's just the beginning. With the legendary black dragon beneath him and a 100% attribute saddle boosting his every move, Lu Fan isn't just riding a beast, he's become one. Every normal attack he makes now carries dragon energy, long range, high damage, and downright devastating. If you blink, you miss it. If you're the enemy, you don't even get that luxury. Down below, Captain Luffy watches in stunned silence. This isn't just talent. This is history rewriting itself in real time. Even Lu Chongkong, who spent his whole life training and climbing the ranks, has to admit it. Lu Fan just casually leapfrogged his entire career in a single ride. But instead of being bitter, he's grinning. Because how often do you get to witness greatness being born? Up in the sky, Lu Fan rides like he owns it, scanning the frozen terrain with his legendary dragon soaring beneath him. But this isn't a victory lap. Something's off. The dragon stiffens. Her senses flare. Danger. And if your dragon feels it? You don't ask questions, you act. Lu Fan gives a sharp command, perception. Now. Her eyes flash with a spectral glow, and just like that, the unseen becomes visible. Snow moths. If you're new to the term, don't let the name fool you. These things are nightmares. Think blood-sucking mosquitoes that hide in snow, can't be seen with normal sight, and drain your health like it's their job, 10% per second, no exaggeration. The captain sees them too and yells, "Everyone fall back. Do not engage." But come on. This is Lu Fan we're talking about. Retreat? Now. That's not in his vocabulary. He just smirks. Target practice. What follows is aerial annihilation. Lu Fan and his black dragon move as one, performing a deadly synchronized sky dance. The dragon spins, dives, breathes fire, while Lu Fan unleashes a barrage of enhanced attacks. The snow moths. Vaporized. The terrain? Scorched. Lu Chong Kong? Questioning the laws of physics. This same swarm has haunted the Griffin squad for years, and here's Lu Fan, clearing them like he's casually checking off a to-do list. Meanwhile, Shankai, feeling a little too safe now, starts to lower her guard. She watches the spectacle like it's a fireworks show, thinking, he's got this. I can relax. Bad move. Because in stories like these, the moment you relax is the moment death taps you on the shoulder. A swarm of moths suddenly breaks formation, streaking toward her from the flank. The captain yells, but it's too close. Luckily, Lu Fan's already moving. He spins his dragon mid-air and unleashes a scorching breath attack, incinerating the moths before they can get anywhere near Shankai. Crisis averted. Barely. With perception revealing every last insect, and Lu Fan's coordination with his dragon hitting peak synergy, the snow moths are obliterated one by one until not a single one remains. Finally, Lu Fan and his dragon descend, landing with effortless grace. All clear, he says like it was nothing. For him, it probably was. Lu Chong Kong stumbles forward, still recovering. Thanks again. You saved my skin. But before he can go full fanboy, Shankai shuts him down. Will you please stop treating Lu Fan like he's your personal knight in shining armor? Savage. But fair. Because even though Lu Fan does keep saving the day, they're supposed to be a team, not passengers on his power ride. Still, deep down, they all know it. Lu Fan isn't just part of the team, he's the reason they're still standing. Fresh off their moth-slaying spree, Lu Fan is still calm as a frozen lake. But not everyone's thrilled. Shankai, clearly tired of being rescued for the third time in an hour, mutters under her breath, maybe try doing something useful for once. Ouch! Lu Fan? He doesn't even flinch. Just gives the squad a reassuring nod and says, with my dragons flying and perception, even a blizzard can't stop us. Confidence, 100. Chill, infinite. But the captain isn't buying the optimism. He's seen the northern blizzards before, and lived to grumble about it. As he watches the sky darken, his instincts kick in. If the storm hits tomorrow, we won't make it back to camp. No one says it, but they all feel it. Shankai's expression tightens, and even Lu Chong Kong stops joking. There's a wounded squad member to think about, and the cold could turn fatal fast. Then, as always, Lu Fan steps forward. With that signature grin and zero fear in his eyes, he proposes the unthinkable. What if we use the storm? Rack up military merit. Turn danger into opportunity. He extends his hand to the captain like it's no big deal. The captain pauses, probably wondering how this glorified newbie became the group's spiritual leader overnight. But finally, he sighs and takes the hand. Why not? The guy did barbecue thousands of snow moths like they were street food. With Lu Fan leading the way and his dragon blazing a path through the icy winds, the squad is reinvigorated. Tired, yes, but motivated. Then, like fate rewarding his confidence, Lu Fan spots something glittering in the snow. Unmelting ice. Not just rare. Legendary. The exact item his senior sister has been searching for forever. Think of it like stumbling on a shiny Pokemon, except instead of battling, you just bag it and casually flex later. Lu Fan grins and waves the others over. Hey, check this out. Shankai, queen of sarcasm, takes one look and deadpans. Great. Snow moths are like earthworms now. Annoying, everywhere, and especially active in bad weather. Even the captain can't help but nod in agreement, quietly impressed. You probably wiped out thousands. Lu Fan just shrugs, my hands are numb. I lost count. Classic. Meanwhile, Lu Kong, riding the high of survival and adrenaline, tries to one-up the moment. If I were a level 32 dragon rider, I'd wipe out the whole blizzard. Get a shiny gold badge and everything. Before the fantasy can go any further, whack. Shankai smacks him on the back of the head. You're not Lu Fan. You spend more time whining than fighting. The squad cracks up. Even Lu Fan chuckles, and Lu Kong just grumbles and rubs his head, probably already scheming his next hero moment. With 100 miles explored, an elite enemy defeated, and a legendary item found, the captain finally makes the call. We're heading back. Supplies are low. Fatigue is high. And even the tough ones, Shankai and Lu Kong, look like they'd trade their dragons for a hot meal and a bed. The mission? Complete. The squad? Changed forever. And Lu Fan? Still the calm eye in the storm, with a legendary dragon by his side and a smile like he's just getting started. Just as someone mentions rest, Lu Fan's dragon, still riding high on victory, makes a dramatic shift. In a blink, she transforms back into her stunning human form and lets out the softest, most adorable whimper. Translation? Feed me, human. Lu Fan knows that cry. That's not just tired. That's cold, cranky, and starving. And when your dragon lady is hangry, that becomes everyone's emergency. Without missing a beat, Lu Fan raises a hand. We're heading back. She needs food. Now. Smart man. The captain, always the voice of reason, nods. He orders Shankai to set the landmark signal so they can return to this exact spot later. Meanwhile, Lu Kong, ever the observer, watches the whole scene unfold and leans over to Shankai. Your eagle's barely standing. Lu Fan's dragon gets treated like royalty, and yours looks like it's considering retirement. The giant eagle, as if on cue, slumps over with a soul-crushing sigh. That bird looks like it's seen things, and regrets all of them. Shankai, without even turning her head, snaps, worry about your own mount, drama queen. No eagle spar day today. With no time to waste, Shankai pulls a glowing red rod from her inventory, basically the fantasy equivalent of slamming a flare gun into the earth. She slams it down, and 2 beams of crimson energy spiral into the sky. Landmark signals active, she says, casually. Broadcasts our location straight to HQ. Once the storm clears, they'll send a team to build an outpost. GPS? Now. This is Dragon Positioning System. No sooner does the beacon light up than all the griffins, and even Lu Fan's dragon lady, instantly lift off like they've clocked out for the day. Mounts? Gone. Humans? Left in their wake. But someone watches them go. From a distance, in the shadows. A hooded figure with glowing red eyes stares after the team. And let's be honest, nothing wholesome ever glows red in the snow. The next morning. Back at the extreme north region barracks, the team finally gets some rest. The captain makes it official, you earned it. Rest up. While the squad collapses into well-earned naps and hot meals, the captain heads off to file reports with the Duke. Because even in a fantasy world, someone still has to do the glorious paperwork. Lu Fan? He's already on the move. He darts over to Shankai like a man on a side quest and asks, anyone here know how to work with unmelting ice? That rare treasure he found? It's time to cash in. Shankai smirks. Blacksmith's at the supply office. But is this for your girlfriend? Lu Fan malfunctions. Blushing, stammering, waving his hands like he's fighting invisible bees, no. It's for my senior sister. Just a friend. That's it. I swear. Shankai grins, soaking in every second of his panic. Sure. Just a friend. Before he can trip over more words, Lu Fan is already sprinting away, his dragon-human companion trailing behind him, likely hungry and confused. To the blacksmith. And a feast, don't think I forgot. Shankai's laughter echoes down the hallway. But then, the moment shifts. Once he's gone, Shankai's smile fades. She reaches into her jacket pocket and pulls out a small pendant, glimmering with the same unmelting ice. No jokes. No snark. Just a moment of silence. She presses it gently to her lips, eyes distant. Whatever that pendant means, it's personal. It's a rare thing to see in the extreme north. Shankai, known for her sharp tongue and tougher-than-steel attitude, stands quietly, eyes lowered, a pendant of unmelting ice pressed gently to her lips. For just a second, the soldier mask slips. Even the fiercest warriors have soft spots, stories they keep hidden behind their blades. Meanwhile, across the barracks, Lu Fan's quest to upgrade from hero to gift-giving legend leads him to the local blacksmith, a man who looks like he eats anvils for breakfast and bench presses dragons for cardio. With arms like tree trunks and a beard that screams "I wrestle volcanoes," the blacksmith gives Lu Fan a nod of respect. "Give me 2 days," he grunts. "What I'll make with this unmelting ice?" She'll swoon. Lu Fan thanks him sincerely, though his dragon lady, probably eavesdropping, seems more interested in whether the gift includes food. But just as he's turning to leave, a hand taps his shoulder. He turns. It's the Duke, sweaty, winded, and looking like he just sprinted across the entire military base. "I've been looking everywhere for you." Still catching his breath, the Duke launches into it. He's heard everything, from the captain's report to the rumors spreading faster than wildfire. Lu Fan didn't just survive the mission. He dominated it. Honestly. "I thought you'd be a popsicle out there," the Duke admits. "Instead, you saved the team, led the charge, and roasted an army of snow moths like it was nothing." Then comes the big reveal. A bronze badge. The same one worn by Captain Lu Fei. "Congratulations," the Duke says. "You're a captain now." Let that sink in. Yesterday, Lu Fan was Dragon Boy. Today? He's wearing the badge that says, "I'm the boss." From slashing monsters to speed-running military ranks, this man is on fire. But just as Lu Fan starts smiling, the Duke drops the mood like a rock. The Griffin squad's mounts. They were found. Lu Fan's smile fades. They'd been turned into zombies. Yep. You heard right. Zombie. Griffins. The Blood Moon's corruption didn't spare them. Other units had to put them down, there was no choice. A brutal reminder, this war is far from over. But there's a silver lining. Shirai, Lu Fan's Dragon Queen? Totally immune. While the other mounts fell to madness, Shirai was too busy snacking like royalty to even flinch. The Duke actually chuckles. Honestly, her appetite should have been a red flag. While they were losing their minds, she was probably rating the snow moths out of 10. Then, as quick as the laughter comes, it vanishes. The Duke's face shifts. That heavy, dead serious look, that means plot twist incoming. There's something you need to see. He hands Lu Fan a thick stack of confidential documents. No more jokes. No more smiles. As Lu Fan flips through them, his expression morphs from curiosity to disbelief. Photos. Ancient, grainy, and haunting. A skeleton. Enormous. Bones that stretch farther than any beast should. Maybe wings. Maybe claws. It's hard to tell. But one thing is clear, whatever it wasn't just big. It was ancient. Dangerous. And very, very dead. The Duke's voice is low now. We found it near the border of the Star-Spangled Nation. In the ruins of a forgotten mountain. We don't know what it was. But it wasn't human. And it didn't die of old age. Just when Lu Fan thinks he's wrapped his head around his battlefield promotion and zombie griffins, the Duke casually decides to blow open the conspiracy vault. These images, he says, pointing to the massive skeleton photos, were retrieved through some. Let's call it a polite espionage involving the Morgan family. Yeah, polite espionage being code for high-risk, cloak-and-dagger spy games. Apparently, Charles Morgan, the national trial rep from the Star-Spangled Nation, was sent to explore these ancient ruins. Thanks to some discreet conversations with people in the know, they got their hands on the visuals. And Lu Fan? He's staring at the photos like he's seen a ghost. Because this massive skeleton. It screams Blood Moon. A chill runs down his spine. It's like his worst memories just downloaded in 4K. But wait, photos aren't enough. Oh no. The Duke goes full horror show. We have a video. Yep, because nothing says sleep tonight if you can like classified footage from inside the sacred mountain. The video begins, 2 figures, a regal woman and an older man with serious butler energy, stand before the skeletal remains of a giant humanoid creature. Behind them looms a glowing temple. And not the peaceful, spiritual kind. No incense and monks here, just bad vibes and mutant beast radiation. The 2 explorers look stunned, probably rethinking every decision that led them to this haunted scene. And then, footsteps. The butler freezes. The woman tenses. A man approaches, one of the missing expedition team members. Reunions? Cancelled. Because this guy? He looks like he fell into a meat grinder and came out with blood-soaked wings and a monster face. He doesn't speak. He charges. Run, the butler screams. That's not him anymore. Cue black screen. The Duke, looking like he needs 3 shots of espresso and a nap, mutters, "Our informant barely made it out alive to deliver that footage. Otherwise, we'd all still be doubting it." Lu Fan gulps. What was that thing? The Duke sighs like a man who's seen too much and gotten too little sleep. They're called thralls. Mutated horrors, born from the power of that giant skeleton and temple. Think of them as upgraded versions of Holy Mountain puppets. Lu Fan stares. So like Nightmare DLC. Exactly, the Duke deadpans. And then, click. Everything starts lining up in Lu Fan's head. The blood moon. The falling corpses. The monsters that seemed twisted, like something old and angry had reached out from the past and puppeteered them into chaos. He's been fighting thralls without even knowing it. Ancient powers. Twisted corpses. Unnatural evolution. This isn't just a battlefield. It's a curse zone. The Duke pulls from his flask again. At this point, nobody blames him. Scholars at the Imperial Academy are calling them the ancient gods. Yep, gods. Apparently, these bones and temples are so ancient, no one knows who built them, where they came from, or what woke them up. But one thing is certain, they weren't meant to be touched. And humanity is way out of its league. Lu Fan's head spins. He was just trying to feed his dragon a snack an hour ago. Now he's staring down the resurrection of forgotten gods. Where did these ancient god things come from? Why are they here? What kind of reality warping power are they hiding? Lu Fan's brain is 2 seconds away from short-circuiting under all the cosmic horror, but before he can fully descend into an existential spiral, the Duke drops the MIC. We don't know. Nothing. Zilch. That's it. Yeah. The ancient gods? Total mystery. No name. No origin. Just vibes. Very dangerous vibes. And the Duke says this like he's announcing tomorrow's weather. It is what it is. Now, onto the creatures. They come in 2 flavors, the Duke says. Puppets and thralls. The puppets? Standard zombie fare. Mindless. Creepy. Stink of death. But the thralls? That's elite nightmare fuel. They faster, stronger, and basically the Blood Moon's VIP pass to monster hell. Lu Fan, ever sharp, suddenly puts the puzzle together. So the falling corpses we've been fighting. They're not just undead. They're divided, too. Some are puppet corpses, and some are thrall corpses. The Duke just gives him that look. The rare you actually get it nod. Exactly, he says. And you've mostly dealt with the puppets so far. But the real threats. The corpse thralls, they're lurking out there. And if you thought it couldn't get weirder, buckle up. Lu Fan, curiosity piqued and probably regretting it, asks what happened after that thrall attacked the Morgan family. The Duke lowers his voice. Everyone at the ruins, wiped out. Except one. Charles Morgan. Wait, what? Yes. The only survivor of the massacre was Charles, the expedition leader. And not because he ran or hid. The thrall spared him. Why? Even the Duke doesn't know. Maybe even ancient undead monsters respect guys in charge. But here comes the real kicker. They didn't just spare Charles. They talked. Like, full-on conversation. A man and a monster, chatting it up outside an ancient cursed temple. No one knows what was said, the Duke admits, but the thrall gave him something. And no, it wasn't a friendship bracelet. It was the essence of the Holy Mountain. Lu Fan's eyebrows hit orbit. Wait, that's a thing now. The Duke nods grimly. Charles, already a powerhouse combat priest, absorbed the essence, and boom. New profession unlocked, Holy Priest. A profession that doesn't exist in any official records. Charles basically found the legendary loot chest in the tutorial. Zone. The Morgan estate? Now guarded like it's housing the final boss. Not even the Duke's best spies could sneak in again. And Lu Fan? He doesn't even blink. Charles Morgan might be backed by undead gods, wielding forbidden power, and walking around like a one-man apocalypse. But to Lu Fan? Sounds like a fun opponent, he says. Like it's Tuesday. Fast forward 2 days. We're back at the blacksmith shop. The mountain-sized smith grins as he hands over something special, a brand new, custom-forged necklace. The thing glows with quiet power, and Lu Fan? He's beaming like a kid unwrapping a legendary weapon on his birthday. This is perfect, he mutters. It's not just an accessory, it's a symbol of everything he's fought through, of the path still ahead, and of the fact that no matter what kind of gods rise from the ruins, Lu Fan isn't backing down. Lu Fan couldn't stop grinning. The necklace? An absolute masterpiece. Top-tier craftsmanship with just the right hint of "yeah, I slay dragons on weekends." But Lu Fan wasn't about to just say thanks and walk off like a regular customer. Nope. He pulls out the good stuff, the Duke's favorite brew, and gifts it to the blacksmith. The guy's face lights up like he just hit the jackpot. For me? Oh yeah, Lu Fan just made a friend for life. Before the blacksmith can start singing praise ballads in Lu Fan's honor, Lu Chongkong and Shan Kai show up like a pair of unruly cousins crashing a party. New mission, Chongkong announces, grinning. Time to gear up. Lu Fan gives the blacksmith a nod, who's already mentally assigning him VIP status in the legendary customer list. As the squad heads out, Chongkong suddenly spots something on Lu Fan's uniform. Is that a bronze badge? Jaw drops. This guy has been grinding for a whole year to rank up, suffering, bleeding, failing, and Lu Fan's out here speedrunning promotions like he's skipping cutscenes. Even Shan Kai, ever the cool-headed strategist, starts wondering if Lu Fan's secretly blessed by some divine algorithm. Does he have a cheat code we don't know about? The next morning, Captain Lu Fei gathers the squad at the outpost. Supplies? Packed. Spirits? High. Weather? Cold, but clear. 15 days of exploration ahead. What could go wrong? Well, oh funny you should ask. Lu Fan takes to the skies, flying ahead on his dragon like the scout he is. But then, something odd. The landmark signal rod, gone. Shan Kai spots it a few blocks away, but it's wrecked. Bent, broken, and definitely not the result of a snowstorm. Lu Fan's gut twists. Something's not right, the silence is too perfect. The kind of quiet that screams danger. Chong Kong, ever the confident one, marches forward, and Lu Fan's instincts explode. Fall back. His voice cuts through the wind like a sword, but it's too late. The snow crunches. The air thickens. And then, BAM. Out of nowhere, a swarm of monsters erupts from the snow like someone hit the chaos button. It's an ambush. Chong Kong freezes as he realizes they're surrounded. Hundreds of monsters. An entire army of puppets. But none of them attack. They just stand there, watching. Creepy. Lu Fan's mind races. They're not acting alone, he mutters. They're being controlled. He turns to Captain Lu Fei. There's a thrall nearby. A high-level one. The captain's expression darkens instantly. He remembers the Duke's warning. And then it happens. A low, gravelly voice drifts through the icy wind. The kind of voice that doesn't just send shivers, it carves them into your bones. The puppets part like a curtain. Something steps forward. Not a puppet. Not human. Not even close. A voice cuts through the icy silence. Dark. Mocking. Almost holy. Being a thrall is no shame. For the fallen thralls are the glorious thralls of God. The team snaps to attention. From the shadows emerges a pale humanoid, draped in a familiar uniform, the same one they're wearing. Lu Chong Kong, never one to keep things subtle, shouts, "Who the hell are you?" But Captain Lu Fei and Shan Kai? They don't need an answer. Their faces go white. Because this isn't a stranger. It's Luluo. Not just a former squad mate, he was one of their best. A hidden class spear knight, the kind of elite warrior you write legends about. For the team, it's a gut punch. But for Shan Kai? It's heartbreak in human form. Tears brim in her eyes as she stares at the man she once believed she'd spent her life with. Flashback time. Shan Kai's early days in the regiment? All thanks to Luluo. He trained her, mentored her, and eventually, they got engaged. But then came the Blood Moon mission. Luluo vanished, presumed dead. Only, plot twist, he's not dead. He's undead. Lu Chong Kong, always the buzzkill of emotions, grumbles, this isn't the time for a therapy session. Meanwhile, Shan Kai collapses to her knees, sobbing. The emotional wreckage is real. Lu Fan? Standing there like, do we hug her? Clap? Fight him? What is happening? Shan Kai cries out, begging for answers. Why didn't you come back? Why? And just like a scene straight from a melodramatic drama, she sees him, Luluo, but normal. The man she remembers. Eyes kind. Face soft. Familiar. She runs to him, throws herself into his arms, bawling like a storm. Everyone thought you were dead. They'll be so happy to see you. Lu Fan watches like he's stuck in the world's most awkward soap opera. This is either the most beautiful moment or the start of a horror film. But just when emotions peak, everything shifts. The air sizzles with demonic energy. Luluo's face goes cold. Like a villain about to monologue. His voice turns hollow. I'm not going back. What? Then he leans in, eyes glowing with eerie power, and drops the kind of line that makes you want to slap your forehead. Will you stay with me? Romantic? Maybe, if you ignore the undead thing, the cult vibes, and the literal demonic aura. He begins rambling about serving a mysterious god that's waking up soon. Together, we can rise as vessels of power. You, me, forever in darkness. Sir, this is not how you propose. Shan Kai's face is stuck somewhere between confusion and is this guy serious? Then her brain just crashes. And she faints. Lu Fan dives like a concerned anime dad. Shan Kai. Stay with me. He catches her mid-fall, patting her back, yelling her name like it's going to restart her Wi-Fi signal. Meanwhile, Luluo just stands there chill as ever, casually offering power, eternity, and god worship like it's a loyalty card upgrade. Because nothing says romance like, serve my ancient death god, babe. Lu Fan's had enough. With Shan Kai unconscious in his arms and Luluo monologuing like he's pitching a Netflix cult series, Lu Fan snaps. Wake up, Shan Kai. Don't listen to him. His voice cuts through the heavy air like a blade. It's your classic snap out of it moment, only this time, it's dripping in undead drama and soul-eating consequences. Shan Kai stirs, eyes fluttering open, dazed and teary. Luluo, please, don't do this, but Luluo's gone full villain. No remorse, no hesitation. If you won't join me, then you'll become one of the fallen yourself. Real motivational speech, dude. Truly wedding vow material. Just as things hit peak tension, Lu Fan's voice breaks through the fog in Shan Kai's mind. She blinks, slowly piecing together reality. Her memories snap back. She's not in a dream. She's in a trap. And it's about to get worse. Lu Fan leans in. You've been tricked. Don't fall for his lies. Meanwhile, Luluo, now mounted on his ominous-looking horse, because of course he has a cursed mount, turns his cold gaze toward her one last time. Decide. Join me, or perish. It's basically the world's worst marriage proposal, now with bonus soul corruption. Captain Lu Fei has finally reached his breaking point. Enough of this madness. He turns to Lu Fan. Can you save her? No orders. No yelling. Just trust. The kind of desperate trust that says, you our ace, our wild card, our only shot. Lu Fan doesn't answer. He just stands there, eyes closed, calculating. Thinking. Like a chess master staring down a checkmate. But Lu Chong Kong, forever the voice of reason, and the guy most likely to survive a horror film, points out the obvious. We're surrounded. Hundreds of monsters. We chase him, we're done. And without fixing the signal rod? We're lost. Lu Fei doesn't blink. Forget the post. Survival comes first. It's clear he's ready to bolt. But Lu Fan? He smiles. And when Lu Fan smiles in a battlefield, it's either salvation or detonation. I don't think running is the best idea. The squad turns to him like he just whispered the cheat code to life. Without missing a beat, Lu Fan raises his hand. Boom! Energy spirals out of his palm, swirling like a storm god flexing his fingers. Lu Chong Kong's eyes widen in terror. Bro, don't tell me you're about to do that thing again. Lu Fan grins. Oh, I'm absolutely doing the thing. He pulls out his divine bow, glowing like it's auditioning for the next Mythic Weapons Universe franchise. Light floods the air. The wind howls. Even the snow backs off a little. If we've got firepower, then let's use it. Holding back? Not my style. Luluo, still looming like a high-budget final boss, narrows his eyes. He doesn't like where this is going. Because this isn't the Lu Fan who just reacts. This is Lu Fan, tactician, archer, war incarnate. And now? He's making his move. Luluor's eyes glow with fanatic rage. Reject the god, and you embrace death. No dramatic pause. No second chances. With a wave of his hand, he unleashes the horde. A tidal wave of monsters charges forward, eyes blazing, claws out, screaming like they're re-auditioning for a horror movie. And at the center of it all? Lu Fan, cool as ever. Shadow Serpent Arrow, engage. With a flick of his wrist, black energy coils like a viper at his fingertips. Lu Chong Kong. Sanctuary Shield, now. Without missing a beat, Lu Chong Kong slams his hand to the ground. Boom! A radiant shield explodes into existence around the squad, glowing bright as the sun. This bad boy isn't just for show. It absorbs damage equal to 200% of his max HP. The only catch? It lasts 10 seconds. No pressure. As the shield pulses, Lu Fan turns to Lu Chong Kong with his signature smirk. You don't need to do anything else. Lu Chong Kong, eyes wide and sweat dripping, stammers, this shield only lasts 10 seconds. Lu Fan just grins. Relax. That's all I need. And with that? The countdown begins. 10 seconds. The monsters hit the shield like a tsunami. Claws, fangs, spells, the works. But Lu Fan? He's already charging his Shadow Serpent Arrow, the coiling darkness growing larger with each second. 8 seconds. He raises his arm and shouts, "Yaya!" Let's show them what destruction really looks like. His legendary black dragon, Yaya, appears in a blaze of fury, transforming into her terrifying dragon of destruction form. Fire dances across her scales. Her wings stretch wide. 6 seconds. Yaya roars. Not just a regular roar, we're talking melt your armor, make you rethink your life choices roar. Even the monsters hesitate. Lu Fan doesn't. Release. Whoosh. The arrow fires. The Shadow Serpent uncoils midair, a blur of black vengeance, streaking toward Luluor like a promise of retribution. For seconds. But Lu Fan's not done. He lifts his blade, calling out his next move, cut the sky. Slash. Slash. 2 dragon-infused strikes slice through the battlefield. The sky itself seems to shudder. At the same time, Yaya detonates the ground beneath her with Cataclysm, a scorched earth move that tears through enemy ranks in fiery quakes. 3 seconds. The ground erupts. Flames. Screams. The battlefield is now a flaming war zone, and Lu Fan's at the center, directing chaos like a maestro. 1 second. The last of the monsters scream as they're consumed by flame and fury. 0 seconds. The shield fades. But there's nothing left to hit it. Only ash, ruin, and a stunned silence. In the midst of the smoking crater, Luluor stumbles. The dark power fueling him begins to falter. His horse collapses, too damaged to stand. And Luluor? He crashes to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. Lu Fan rushes forward, not with a weapon, but with understanding. He sees it. The pain. The conflict. The man Luluor used to be, flickering beneath the corruption. Shan Kai rushes in next, dropping to her knees beside him. Luluor, she cradles him in her arms, tears streaming down her cheeks. Not from fear, but from hope. Because for the first time since this nightmare began, she sees him again. The real Luluor. Welcome to Heartbreak City. Population, Sheena Kai. As she cradles Luluor's battered body, her sobs echo across the battlefield. Her voice, trembling with pain, breaks the silence. Luluor, is that really you? She whispers through tears, remembering the man he used to be, the kindness in his eyes, the warmth in his words, before the god's curse twisted everything. It's raw. It's real. It's a punch to the soul. Even hardened warriors glance away, pretending they've got dust in their eyes. But just as grief threatens to take over the moment, danger returns. A strange purple aura starts bleeding from Luluor's body. At first, it's faint, almost like a flickering candle. But it grows. Fast. Luan's eyes narrow. His instincts scream, this isn't over. The aura spreads like an oil slick, dark and poisonous, pulsing with corrupt energy. The kind of power that makes even monsters hesitate. Everyone freezes. Suddenly, Luluor stirs. His eyes flutter open for just a moment. His voice, weak and cracking, carries a final warning, you have to leave. It's not over, something worse is coming. His fingers twitch as if reaching for Sheena Kai, but then, just like that, his strength fades. His hand slips from hers, and his body goes limp. Sheena Kai screams. A raw, heart-wrenching sound that cuts through the air like a blade. Her sobs shake her frame as she clings to him, refusing to let go. You came back to me, even if it was just for a moment, she whispers through her tears. And it's devastating. That kind of grief, the kind that crushes your soul and leaves scars that never heal, rips through her. Even Lu Fan, the ever-calm tactician, has to look away for a second. But of course, there's no time to mourn. Captain Lu Fei steps forward, eyes locked on the purple energy still rising from Luluor's corpse. Lu Fan, Black Dragon Shy. You saved us, no question. But that. He points at the growing aura with a hard expression. That's not normal. We need to fall back. Now. Lu Fan, trying to help Sheena Kai process the loss, gently reminds the captain she's mourning. We can't rush this. But even as he speaks, the aura intensifies. And then, it starts glowing. A deep, unnatural violet. Like a cursed beacon. Like the calm before a very, very bad storm. Captain Lu Fei's jaw hits the metaphorical floor. Oh no. You've got to be kidding me, because Luluor? Yeah. He's not done. You thought Luluor's story was over? Think again. Just as the group tried to process their grief, Luan jumped into action like a man on a mission. Sword in hand, eyes locked on danger, he tracked the dark energy still swirling around Luluor's body. And here's the kicker, that energy wasn't just lingering. It was trying to escape. Like a bat out of hell, it shot toward the sky, heading straight for the blood-red moon above. Yeah, the one that screams, bad things are coming. But not on Luan's watch. With a flash of steel, Luan sprinted forward and slashed the energy in half mid-air, the cut so clean it made anime swordsmen jealous. The energy dispersed, but not without leaving something behind. A crystal, glowing with an eerie, yet strangely grateful aura. Luan stared at it, his grip tightening. Something about it tugged at his memory. Could this be the sacred essence Charles once held? The implications were massive. Was this crystal tied to ancient god servitude? Could it corrupt anyone into a puppet, or worse, an eternal slave? Captain Lu Fei looked like he'd seen a ghost. You're just gonna carry that thing? It's glowing like an evil disco ball. But Lu Fan was in deep thought, replaying Luluor's final words in his mind, obey me, and I'll give you unimaginable power, as a servant of the gods. That line hit differently now. Luan's gut told him there was more to this. Maybe even Charles had pledged allegiance to the ancient god after all. If this essence turned the intelligent into servants, then the real danger wasn't monsters. It was people willingly submitting. Snapping out of his thoughts, Lu Fan made the call, we're taking this to Duke Jiang. Captain Luffy didn't argue. But before they left, their attention turned to Sheena Kai. There she was, quietly digging a grave in the snow for Luluor. No powers. No drama. Just heartbreak. Captain Lu Fei suggested they wait. But Luan? He simply said, let's help her. Together, the team dug the grave. Sheena Kai placed Luluor's necklace and badge in the grave before lowering his body. She wept. Quietly. Bitterly. Then, something changed. She wiped her tears. Adjusted her glasses. And stood tall. Strong sister Sheena Kai is back. Just like that, the team's spirit lifted. The grief still lingered, but now it carried purpose. The next day, Luan met with Duke Jiang, handing over the mysterious crystal. The Duke's eyes widened instantly. Where did you find this? Luan explained everything. The fallen corpse energy. Luluor's transformation. The theory. I believe only beings with intelligence can become God's servants. The crystal. It doesn't just kill. It converts. Duke Jiang's face turned serious. That lines up with the latest intelligence. He spoke of rumors, cults spreading across over a dozen countries. Zealots claiming the blessings of ancient gods, recruiting followers, and preparing for an apocalyptic awakening. Luan's heart sank. If the rumors are true, that means more than a dozen ancient gods could be awakening. Yeah, no pressure, right? Luan's mind raced, connecting the dots. The cursed essence. The servants. The cults. And now, a possible global awakening? What started as a battlefield tragedy may just be the opening act of something far, far worse. So after uncovering the crystal's terrifying potential, Lu Fan wasn't about to sit on his hands. He went straight to Duke Jinbi, looking for answers, and maybe a few missing people. How many Griffin squad members are still unaccounted for? Jinbe's face tightened. Several. That was all Lu Fan needed to hear. He immediately dropped a theory that made everyone's blood run cold. What if they weren't missing? What if they were corpse slaves now? That hit Jinbe hard. These weren't just soldiers, they were his brothers in arms. Now, they might be ticking time bombs in human form. Lu Fan placed a steady hand on his shoulder and said the words no commander ever wants to hear: we have to make hard choices for the greater good. Then came the million-dollar question: what do we do with the crystal? Lu Fan, ever the daring tactician, had an idea. A big one. I'll test it. Jinbe's eyes widened. On people. Lu Fan just grinned, like he'd been waiting for the drama. Relax. I'm using it on my dragon. You could practically hear Jinbe's soul leaving his body. You're what? Are you insane? This wasn't some farm lizard, they were talking about dragons. If anything went sideways, they'd be roasting marshmallows over a forest fire. But Luan waved him off like it was no big deal. You misunderstood, senior. This isn't one of my main 5 dragons. Plot twist. Duke Jinbe blinked. Wait, hold up, you have more dragons. Cut to a wide-open training field. Lu Fan called out Jade Dragon Shaw, one of his elite beasts. But then he said something that nearly broke Duke Jinbe's brain. 2 of the 5 aren't direct pets. They're summons that appear when I call upon other dragons. Yes. Lu Fan had dragons that summon more dragons. Because of course he does. And that wasn't even the craziest part. He called upon Jade Dragon Shaw, and she summoned the twin flying dragon kings. A synchronized roar shook the skies as the majestic pair soared in, their mirrored forms glinting in the light. These weren't just cool-looking beasts. They had a unique ability: they could summon identical twins that matched their summoner's level. Even Duke Jinbe couldn't hide his admiration. So Shaw can summon them herself? And they're loyal only to her. Mind blown. Still, Jinbe wasn't letting go of his concern. Can't we try this crystal on something simpler? Lu Fan chuckled, giving him the ol' trust me grin. These 2 are the weakest of the 5. If anything goes wrong, we can handle it. Famous last words, right? He stared at the crystal, deep in thought. Then tossed it straight at one of the twin dragons. Gulp. The dragon swallowed it whole. That's when everything changed. The dragon scales began to darken, shadows creeping over its body like ink in water. A sinister purple aura radiated off its skin. Its eyes glowed, and its roar made the earth tremble. Even Jade Dragon Shaw recoiled in surprise. Jinbe wasn't about to wait for things to go full demon mode. We act now, or we'll regret it. He raised his weapon, but Lu Fan grabbed his arm. Not yet. We observe. One of the twin dragons roared in resistance while the other continued mutating. The transformation wasn't complete, but it was definitely accelerating. Lu Fan realized something crucial: they're not fully corrupted yet. Killing them now won't reveal anything. But that didn't mean time was on their side. Because even as they watched, the changes were speeding up, and if they didn't act soon, they might not be facing an experiment. They might be facing a disaster. With the mutated dragon roaring under the influence of the ancient god's aura, Duke Jinbe was at his limit. Luan, we need to act, now. But Lu Fan raised a hand calmly. We're not done yet. Then he called out to his trump card, Jade Dragon Shaw. With a mighty cry, she activated Emerald Light, a divine blessing that cleared all debuffs and boosted the team's power. The battlefield lit up as her holy energy surged around the corrupted dragons. Divine Light versus Ancient God's Aura. Let the clash begin. For a breathless moment, everything stood still. The purple corruption didn't vanish, but it faltered. Bit by bit, Shaw's radiance pushed back the darkness, her constant stream of divine energy anchoring the twin dragons. Duke Jinbe, watching every second, leaned in. Is this actually working? And then, roar. The twin dragons bellowed and bowed before Jade Dragon Shaw. Victory! They weren't slaves. They weren't corrupted. They had absorbed the ancient god's power and made it their own. Suddenly, the system pinged with an update that made jaws drop. Fallen Corpse Demon Dragon, Level 22, Elemental Dragon Breath, inflicts area damage and resurrects targets as demon dragon puppets. Soul Charge Aura Armor, reduces 99% of incoming damage. Reflects enemy skills. Dragon Tongue Magic, a devastating magical replacement for breath attacks. Even Duke Jinbi had to admit it. Your theory was right, Lu Fan. It worked. Shaw had reclaimed the twins. The ancient god's grip? Gone. Lu Fan, of course, was already grinning like a kid in a candy shop. I have to test out those new abilities soon. But there was no time to play around just yet. Duke Jinbi, what about our mission? The older man nodded gravely. We're not done. The ruins connected to the ancient gods still need investigating. The next morning, the crew set out, trekking through a snowy wilderness. Shankai, eyes always sharp, noticed something odd. Guys, look. They were leaving the blizzard zone, stepping into a radiant, almost magical landscape. Before them stretched a massive lake, so pristine and surreal it looked like a dream. The sky was clear, and a strange peace filled the air. As they landed near the water's edge, Captain Luffy noticed a giant chain buried in the snow. What's this thing connected to? Lu Chong Kong, analytical as ever, suggested maybe it leads to the ruins Leialuo mentioned. Before, and then, Lu Fan's system pinged again. Treasure map location reached, his eyes narrowed. Something was here. He dropped to the ground and began digging into the snow. Moments later, he pulled out something glowing faintly, a blue dragon egg. The fourth egg. And it was safe. Lu Fan's heart nearly exploded from excitement. He gently cradled the egg, marveling at its flawless shell. But before he could celebrate too much, something else caught his eye nearby. Half buried in the snow. A box. Naturally, Lu Fan's curiosity kicked in. He brushed away the snow, pried it open, and... When Lu Fan cracked open the mysterious box from the snow, he wasn't ready for what was inside. Item acquired, Dragon Language, Resonance Magic, Epic, yeah. Epic level skill book. This isn't your average treasure drop, this is next level, dragon enhancing, realm shaking stuff. Only catch. It needs level 35. Lu Fan's not there yet, but that's never stopped him from thinking 10 steps ahead. Already, he's planning to evolve his future blue dragon with this power. Oh, and he's going to casually call up Sister Duyaku from the Tanwa auction house to snag a pet slot expansion scroll. You know, just standard multitasking hero behavior. While the rest of the squad continued trekking forward, Lu Fan lagged behind, holding the blue egg like a proud dad and daydreaming about his future dragon army. That's when Shankai and Lu Chong Kong doubled back. What are you hiding back there? Shankai raised an eyebrow, amused. Enjoying the lake or just being weird again? Lu Chong Kong teased. Busted. Lu Fan, caught red-handed, quickly tucked the egg and skill book away and gave his best innocent smile. Oh, nothing. Just admiring the view. But classic Lu Fan, he immediately shifted gears. He pointed to the massive glacial lake and mused, you think there's an entirely new region beyond that? Captain Luffy, ever the map master, chimed in, this is the far north, remember? The Blood Moon mountain range stretches over 1,000 miles inland. That got Lu Fan thinking again. What if the Blood Moon itself was connected to the ancient gods? A power source? A tool? A trap? Shankai, trying to wrap her head around that much lore, imagined an ancient god as a mountain range reaching toward the moon. Before the mood got too deep, Lu Chong Kong clapped Lu Fan on the shoulder. Come on, let's just follow the chain. Maybe we'll find the next big clue. Captain Luffy, of course, wasn't about to let them wander off unchecked. Be careful. You remember what happened last time someone got overconfident? Lu Fan raised a hand. I'll scout ahead. Luffy gave him a reluctant nod. Don't die. Then it was go time. Lu Fan summoned the black dragon Xie Yi, now in destroyer form, covered in molten scales and glowing with volcanic energy. Even the wind got nervous. The crew stood in awe as Lu Fan mounted up. Shankai, concerned, whispered, be careful, all right. Lu Fan winked. I'll signal once it's safe. And with a beat of wings and a trail of fire, he was gone, flying over the lake, following the mysterious buried chain. 2 hours later, and still no end in sight. That's when things took a turn. System warning, you have entered the realm of the fallen corpse ruins. Oh. Lu Fan's mind raced. This place matched the descriptions left behind by the Star-Spangled Kingdom. Clues about sacred temples and sacred slaves. More pieces to the ancient god puzzle. But before he could process it, Black Dragon Xie Yi stopped cold, hovering in place and roaring wildly. Lu Fan looked down. There, half buried in the snow, a giant black coffin. His system didn't recognize it. Just a chilling tag, fallen corpse ruins, classified level unknown, a strange shadow loomed around it. Heavy. Malevolent. Wrong. Black Dragon Xie Yi was clearly distressed, growling and twitching with unease. Lu Fan tried to calm her, but the message was clear: this coffin isn't just decoration. It's danger. Ancient and alive. Lu Fan stared at the coffin, the shadow pulsing around it like it had a heartbeat. He didn't hesitate. Xie Yi. Pull back, now. The black dragon surged upward, wings blazing as Lu Fan activated his spiritual wind ring, kicking their escape speed into overdrive. The shadow stirred. For a heartbeat, Lu Fan felt like the entire realm was watching him. But they made it, barely. When he landed back near the lake, the others rushed over. Lu Chongkong, eyes wide, demanded, "So? What did you find?" But Lu Fan's face said it all: no jokes, no banter, just a cold, serious warning. We're in over our heads. We need to teleport out. Now. The team froze. Even Captain Luffy blinked in surprise. Lu Fan? Suggesting a full retreat? That alone sent chills down everyone's spine. Back at headquarters, the room fell silent as Duke Jinbi brought up the report on the main screen. A massive black coffin. Unholy shadows buried deep in the snow. Chains that looked like they were sealing off something ancient and dangerous. This reeks of forbidden class threats, Jinbi said. We all remember what happened to the Morgan family. Lu Fan added his own grim testimony. Even Xie Yi. She was terrified. She couldn't control herself. That shook the room. Black Dragon Xie Yi wasn't just a powerhouse, she was one of their most elite summons. If she was scared, then whatever was in those ruins was not meant to be touched. Duke Jinbi wasted no time. Mark the entire frozen lake as a forbidden zone. No further missions in that region. He ordered Captain Luffy to contact the Dragon City scholars immediately. Team 78's isolation mission? Cancelled. They were now on standby to assist in the investigation of the fallen corpse ruins. And then, right as the tension was peaking, Jinbi dropped a bombshell. Lu Fan, he said, standing, you led your team to one of the most important discoveries in years. He held out something gleaming, the Griffin Corps Silver Military Merit Medal. Only a handful of people had earned it. And Lu Fan? He'd done it in under a month. The room erupted. Captain Luffy laughed. Looks like I might have to start taking orders from you soon. Lu Chongkong crossed his arms, mock pouting, not fair. I'm clearly the team's heartthrob. Where's my medal? Shan Kai just muttered, what a shame. Everyone laughed, the tension briefly forgotten. But not for long. After the celebration, Duke Jinbi pulled Lu Fan aside, away from the others. He handed him a book. Time to focus. The national trials are coming. You've got 2 weeks. Lu Fan nodded, the weight of it sinking in. Meanwhile, far from the safety of Dragon City, trouble was brewing in Tai Chi Nation. Jin Changhan, the brother of Princess Jingu, stood in a forest, summoning something grotesque. Abyss crawler. A monster not even at full strength, and already horrifying. To help it grow? He sacrificed an entire family. Chun Tanji, an old ally of the royal bloodline, tried to stop him, but Jin just laughed. Lowly sacrifices. That's all they are. Princess Jingu looked on, horrified, but powerless. Her brother's cruelty was spiraling, and she had no way to stop him. Still, she followed. And the shadows followed her. Back in the capital, the gears of fate were turning. Nations were gathered. All paths lead to Dragon City. And Lu Fan? He's about to step onto the biggest stage of his life, not just to fight, but to uncover what ties the ancient gods, the ruins, and the trials together.
Kirin of the Han Nation, Wei Ji of the Han Nation, and Yalai of the South Nation, 3 elite warriors, shared a singular ambition to emerge victorious in the upcoming trials. With the strength of their 4-nation alliance behind them, they believed this was their year to claim the top spot. Meanwhile, far from them, Andre, the representative of the Snow Nation, was training relentlessly near the edge of a volcano. Fresh from slaying a formidable demon, he received news that it was time to begin preparations. With a smirk, he welcomed the challenge, determined to prove his power. Elsewhere, atop the ruins of the sacred mountain temple in the Star Stripes Nation, Charles Morgan stood tall. With unwavering confidence, he declared that he would be invincible in the trials. Back at the main camp, 2 days had quietly passed. Lu Fan had been deeply absorbed in studying the documents handed to him by Duke Jinbe. Now, it was time for his departure, and the team had gathered to see him off. Lu Chongkong, always the teaser, asked whether Lu Fan was aiming for first place this time. China Kai cheered him on, promising her support from afar. Captain Luffy gave a gentle reminder it was time for him to move forward. Before he left, Duke Jinbei offered a final piece of advice to utilize his unique talents wisely, especially the mountain summoning technique and the fallen corpse dragon under his command. Lu Fan nodded in gratitude, assuring them all that he was ready. The next morning, Lu Fan arrived at the academy and made his way directly to the vice principal's office. Standing straight, he knocked on the door and asked for permission to enter. Inside, Vice Principal Xiang greeted him with a warm handshake and a familiar smile. Xiang was in charge of this year's national trials, at least temporarily, while the principal was away. Standing beside him were two intimidating figures, Yuan Zhan shadow guards dispatched by higher authorities to protect the delegates traveling to the T Empire. These men were far above the level of the Griffin Regiment. Xiao couldn't help but comment on how seriously the higher-ups were treating this year's trials. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Fan casually asked if Xiao could accompany him to the Taichi Nation. Xiao agreed, though he noted that the principal wouldn't return for another 10 days. Fortunately, a private aircraft had already been arranged for departure the following afternoon. Over a warm cup of tea, Xiao made an interesting offer. Lu Fan could request anything, and the academy would do its best to provide it. Without hesitation, Lu Fan asked for a pet slot expansion scroll. The request took Xiao by surprise, causing him to spill tea in shock. Flustered, he admitted the academy didn't have one in stock, but reassured Lu Fan that he could manage his time freely. The shadow guards would not interfere. Later that day, Lu Fan stopped by to visit his closest friends, and emotions ran high. Sister Hank ran to him with open arms, hugging him tightly and bursting into tears. Overwhelmed with relief and joy, Chincho beamed, saying they had been waiting for him since the night before. Lu Fan, looking a bit sheepish, admitted that the vice principal had secretly informed him of Lu Fan's return. He tried to play it off with a joke, saying he didn't bring any gifts. But they didn't mind. Instead, they pulled him toward a dining table where a grand feast awaited. Sister Hank, brimming with pride, announced that she had prepared every dish herself, knowing just how terrible the food had been in the far north. Lu Fan didn't deny it. He admitted he missed Annie's cooking the most. As they ate, Chincho fired off questions about his time away, his battles, his growth, his experiences. Lu Fan shared stories from the far north, fighting demons, uncovering ancient ruins and more. At one point he revealed a bracelet he had crafted, a gift meant for his senior sister. Xiang Yuan spotted it immediately and couldn't resist teasing him, playfully asking who the lucky girl was. Caught off guard, Lu Fan quickly hid the bracelet, fumbling over his words. Kim rolled her eyes and smirked, casually commenting that it was obviously for his senior sister. The teasing continued at the dinner table until Aunt Hank gently changed the subject. She reminded Lung Fan to return early the next evening. Everyone had plans to go out together. That night, as the others rested, Lung Fan wandered off to a familiar place, the training ground where his elder sister had once taught him. Sitting there alone, memories washed over him. He recalled how she had first introduced him to Sister Duyako in the Tanhua auction house. Longing for her presence, he took out his communicator and called Duyako, asking if there was any news about his senior sister. Duyako, ever playful, immediately teased him. "You must be blushing," she said with a laugh. Eventually she gave him a straight answer. His senior sister had left for personal reasons, but had entrusted something to be delivered to him at the auction house. Later that night, Lu Fan arrived at the Tanhua auction house. Sister Duyako welcomed him with her usual cheerful charm, throwing in a tease about how he now traveled with shadow guards. Lu Fan brushed it off, saying they were professionals and didn't interfere with his affairs. She led him to a private room and unveiled a remarkable gift, a flowing meteorite sword. This wasn't just any weapon. It was a level 30 beast with exceptional stats, 256 strength, 204 agility, and a core ability called Flame Enhancement. This passive boosted fire skills by 50% and stored damage for an explosive follow-up strike. Lu Fan stared in awe, instinctively reaching for the blade. The moment he held it, he felt the power coursing through him. It was unmistakably crafted just for him, by his senior sister. Duyako smiled warmly, pointing out the amount of care and thought that had gone into the gift, but she wasn't finished. She handed over a second item, a rare magma burst skillbook, a powerful technique capable of turning enemies into molten magma. It was a perfect complement to his arsenal, especially with the national trials approaching. Finally, Duyako presented him with a sealed letter. With a smirk, she joked that it must be a love letter. Lu Fan opened it, and as he read his senior sister's words, a soft smile crossed his face. In the letter, she explained that her sudden departure was unavoidable, but she left him these gifts as a form of encouragement. She also reminded him of his promise to give her something that wouldn't melt the ice. Touched by her thoughtfulness, Lu Fan thanked Duyaku. Before leaving, he casually inquired whether the auction house had any pet slot expansion scrolls in stock. Unfortunately, the answer was no. Duyaku explained that such scrolls were rare and mostly used by beast tamers, so they were rarely kept in supply. Lu Fan, ever the optimist, simply nodded. No scrolls for now, he thought. I'll focus on leveling up Xingxin and hatch the blue dragon egg later. Duyaku reassured him, promising to notify him immediately if a scroll or any dragon spellbooks came in. With that, Lu Fan bid her farewell and left the auction house, the two shadow guards silently following behind. As he walked through the quiet streets, his mind buzzed with plans. He knew the early stages of the national trials would be crucial for training Xingxin. The far north may have sharpened my military instincts, he thought, but I need real combat experience to stay ahead. Just as he neared home, a familiar voice called out from the shadows. Zhen Ying stood waiting along the path, a mischievous glint in her eye. She teased him, commenting on how relaxed he looked, despite the fierce competition just around the corner. Lu Fan smiled back and asked what she was doing there alone. Wasting no time, Zhen Ying got straight to the point. She wanted a sparring match before he left for the trials abroad. Lu Fan agreed instantly. It was the perfect opportunity to test out his new weapon. The two headed to the training hall at Dragon Capital Academy. As they entered, Zhen Ying drew her sword with determination. Lu Fan unsheathed the flowing meteorite sword, its fiery aura bathing the room in an amber glow. Zhen Ying grinned, warning him not to rely too much on shiny new tools. Let's see how far your training in the far north has taken you, she said. The duel began with Zhen Ying launching a flurry of swift attacks, but Lu Fan's new sword responded with incredible precision. Its lightweight design and natural movement amazed him. It felt as if the blade anticipated his every action. Activating Wicked Surge, he sheathed the weapon in fire, enhancing each strike with greater force. Impressed, Zhen Ying commented on how the sword's stacked bonus damage kept climbing. This sword is incredible, Lu Fan thought. Big sister was right, it's the perfect match for me. He realized then it might be time to retire his old permanent dragon scale sword. The battle raged on, with Zhen Ying countering using Army Breaker Great Squad, but Lu Fan's defense remained unshaken. She pushed herself, determined to match him blow for blow, but finally, Lu Fan unleashed Mountain Shaker, a devastating ability that reduced enemy health and delivered immense physical damage. Zhen Ying was knocked off her feet. Lying on the ground, she smiled up at him. You sham grown stronger than ever, she said. You sham definitely win first place in the national trials. The next morning arrived, and with it, Yushan's departure. Friends and family gathered for an emotional farewell. Sister Han fussed over him, reminding him to eat on time and stay safe. Shang Yuan reassured him, promising that they would always support him in spirit. Aunt Hank wished him a smooth journey. Lu Fan waved goodbye, grateful for their love and encouragement. At the airport, Vice Principal Zhao accompanied him to the terminal. As they waited, Zhao reminded him that the national trials were more than a competition. They were a chance to rise, to truly prove himself among the elite of Dragon Nation. Lu Fan, quietly absorbing every word, looked toward the skies and made a silent vow. He would not let this chance slip through his fingers. Just then, Zhao leaned in slightly and mentioned, "The Dragon Nation overseer's already waiting for us." And with that, Lu Fansit's next chapter began. Lu Fansit's curiosity was instantly piqued. He turned to Vice Principal Zhao and asked, "Who exactly is this overseer?" Zhao explained that each participating nation not only sent representatives to the national trials but also appointed an overseer, someone responsible for ensuring that the competition's rules were upheld with impartiality and discipline. As they arrived, Lu Fan's attention was drawn to an unusual sight. The elite shadow guards who had accompanied them, proud, disciplined warriors, were bowing low, even kneeling. The air around them grew heavy, almost stifling, as if a powerful presence had settled over the space. Lu Fan couldn't shake the feeling that something was different, something was off. Sensing his unease, Zhang leaned in and whispered a warning. "Mind your conduct, Lu Fan. Stay humble." Moments later, the overseer himself stepped forward. Authority radiated from him, not through intimidation, but in a way that demanded respect. He gestured for everyone to rise, his gaze settling squarely on Lu Fan. "You must be Dragon Nation's representative," he said with calm certainty. At that moment, Vice Principal Xiangrong's eyes widened in disbelief. He had just recognized the man before them. Overseer Han, one of the Empire's most powerful and elusive figures, was here to greet them personally. Zhao wasted no time. He rushed forward to express his deep gratitude, recognizing the gravity of such an honor. But Elder Han, ever composed, waved it off with a smile. "It sits only fitting," he said, "that we show proper respect to the state sit's chosen representative." Zhao then gestured toward Lu Fan, formally introducing him. "This is Lu Fan, a second-tier professional from Dragon Capital Academy. He is both a beast rider and a tamer." At those words, Lu Fan froze. A sudden realization swept over him. He had met Elder Han before. Xiang looked surprised by Lu Fan's reaction, but Elder Han only chuckled knowingly. "It's been a while," he said, confirming their earlier encounter. His eyes sparkled with pride as he spoke of Lu Fan's progress. He even referenced the mighty dragon now under the young man's control, likening Lu Fan to the legendary heroes of ancient times. "I believe you will bring great honor to the Dragon Empire in these trials," Elder Han said with conviction. Humbled and awed, Lu Fan bowed deeply. "Thank you, Overseer. I will not disappoint you." Before departing, Elder Han offered one final piece of advice. "If you find yourself in trouble, seek out Tu Jing first. He said'll help you, and if that sip's not enough, then I will come myself." With that, Elder Han stepped into his car. A bodyguard, silent and alert, held the door open. Just before the vehicle drove off, Han turned and gave one last reminder. "Prepare yourselves. The banquet is this evening." As the car disappeared down the road, Lu Fan turned to Xiao with a question burning in his mind. "Is Elder Han really one of the 3 elders of the Dragon Empire?" Xiao nodded solemnly. "Yes, one of the highest authorities in the entire empire. Their power even surpasses the Duke's." Lu Fan stood still, stunned by the truth. The 3 elders were legendary, political giants, whose decisions shaped the very structure of the Dragon Empire. Yet Elder Han didn't have the overwhelming presence one would expect from a combat master. There was something different. Confused, Lu Fan voiced his thoughts aloud. Is he hiding his true strength? Vice Principal Xiao smiled faintly. Elder Hanshit's strength is in sept measured by brute force. His power lies in wisdom, strategy, and influence. He's sept still in his early 40s, yet commands respect that could shift the future of our nation. He explained further. In the Dragon Empire, combat power is revered, but it isn't everything. Among the 3 elders, only one is believed to hold a combat profession, possibly at the rare 5th tier. Another specializes in enhancement, and though not combat-focused, is still a central pillar of the empire. Elder Han represents a deeper kind of strength, Xiang continued, the kind you don't see on battlefields. And if that weren't enough, he sits guarded by the 4 legendary swordsmen of unmatched skill, who follow him not by order, but by loyalty. The more Lu Fan learned, the more intrigued he became. The 3 elders were shrouded in mystery, their reputations built as much on rumor as reality. But one thing was clear, their power extended far beyond the reach of weapons. It touched politics, wealth, and the future of the empire itself. Lu Fan smiled to himself, his thoughts swirling. Elder Han wasn't just strong, he was something else entirely. A force that reshaped people, not with strength, but with presence. There was still so much to learn. Before he could reflect further, the car slowed to a stop. Lu Fan looked out the window and was stunned. What greeted him wasn't just an arrival, it was a spectacle. A crowd had gathered outside the terminal, reporters, photographers, and curious onlookers. The flash of cameras was constant, and chatter filled the air like a buzz of electricity. Everyone had come to see the Dragon Nation's representative. Stepping out of the vehicle, Lu Fan was immediately surrounded. Vice Principal Xiao stayed close, shielding him as journalists swarmed forward, their questions flying in rapid bursts. "Is it true you control a real dragon? What's your strategy for the trials? How did you tame such a beast?" Microphones were thrust toward him from all directions. The sheer volume of attention was staggering, but Lu Fan didn't flinch. He stood tall. And in that moment, he understood this was no longer just about trials or school rankings. This was about becoming a symbol of the Dragon Empire's future. And he was ready. Among the flurry of reporters, one voice rose above the others, asking pointedly about Lu Fan's rumored feud with the Jin family. Another quickly followed, pressing him for details about his championship strategy and whether the Dragon Nation was prepared to defend its title this year. Overwhelmed by the barrage, Lu Fan's thoughts drifted momentarily. His mind returned to the calm presence of Elder Han, the way he commanded respect without raising his voice. That quiet, enigmatic strength stood in stark contrast to the circus of cameras and questions surrounding him now. Yet, even in this chaos, Lu Fan felt the growing weight of his role. He wasn't just a participant anymore, he was a symbol. He looked around, taking in the flashing lights, shouting reporters, and swelling crowd. It all felt surreal, a far cry from the quiet streets of Jin City where his journey had begun. This wasn't just a rival, it was a spectacle. Vice Principal Xiao, ever the composed figure, finally stepped forward, raising his voice firmly above the clamor. "This is not the time for interviews," he declared, his tone cutting through the noise like a command. The bodyguards moved quickly, creating a path through the crowd. In moments, Lu Fan was ushered into the hotel and escorted to his room, finally allowed a moment of peace. That evening, the banquet hall buzzed with activity as more representatives arrived from every corner of the continent. Seated with Vice Principal Xiao, Lu Fan casually commented on the media presence outside, remarking that even stepping out for a breath of fresh air had become impossible. Xiao, ever the strategist, advised staying indoors for now. "There's no benefit in wandering into that chaos," he said. "Better to conserve your energy where it's quiet." As Lu Fan scanned the room, his gaze shifted to a new curiosity. "Where is Charles Morgan?" he asked. The powerful representative from the Star-Spangled Nation was conspicuously absent. Chow offered a knowing smile. "They like to make an entrance. Their delegates usually arrive just before the competition begins." Before Lu Fan could respond, his eyes caught sight of Jin Xinghan, seated silently near the front of the hall, observing with quiet intensity. At the same moment, Jin Xin, the overseer of the Tai Chi Nation, stood and made his way across the hall. Lu Fan's heart skipped. Was he going to greet Elder Han? Sure enough, Zhang Guizhan Yushan extended his hand and introduced himself with practiced diplomacy. "I'm overseeing this year's national trials," he said. Elder Han, unfazed, responded with a firm handshake and his usual calm smile. Around them, the room filled with murmurs. Guests whispered in hushed voices. Some speculated that Elder Han might truly be one of the legendary three elders of the Dragon Empire. Others pointed discreetly toward the figure standing behind him, convinced he was one of the four great swords. One excited guest even claimed to have seen Elder Han at an international summit in the Roman country, only adding to the air of prestige that surrounded the Dragon Nation's delegation. As Elder Han returned to his seat, Lu Fan, noticing him, gave a respectful gesture, silently inviting him to sit nearby. The subtle exchange didn't go unnoticed. Whispers and sideways glances followed, as guests began speculating on Lu Fan's possible connections to the Empire's highest circles. But the attention soon turned elsewhere as the long-awaited state banquet officially began. More than a meal, it was a show of strength, unity, and hospitality, each host nation using it to set the tone for the trials. Guests chatted excitedly about the menu, anticipating an unforgettable spread. Vice Principal Xiao, however, leaned in and offered Lu Fan a quiet warning. "Be mindful of your reaction," he said. "The Tai Chi Nation SIP's cuisine may not meet Dragon Nation SIP standards." Lu Fan nodded politely, unsure what to expect. When the first dishes were served, his expression betrayed his thoughts. The food was plain, the portions small, there was no lavish presentation, no complex flavor. It was modest, shockingly so for an international banquet. Disappointment flickered across his face. He couldn't help but compare it to Aunt Hank's home cooking. Simple, yes, but always full of warmth and flavor. These dishes felt hollow by comparison. His unspoken reaction did not go unnoticed. Elder Han, ever perceptive, spoke in a calm tone. "The Tai Chi Nation lacks the agricultural abundance we enjoy. Their resources lie in mineral wealth. What they offer comes from discipline, not luxury." It was a fair point, but Lu Fan still felt underwhelmed. He was just beginning to adjust his expectations when a loud bang shattered the relative quiet. Andre, the formidable representative from the Snow Nation, slammed his fist on the table. His frustration was barely contained as he growled. "This is a banquet. Where sips the food? These are crumbs." All eyes turned toward him. The atmosphere shifted instantly, from festive to tense. The echo of Andre's fist slamming against the table silenced the banquet hall in an instant. All eyes turned to him, tension rippling through the room like a rising tide. A bald man, Andre's handler, or perhaps his mentor, quickly stepped forward, placing a hand on Andre's shoulder, urging him to calm down. But Andre, a hidden fighter profession and a level 60 elite, wasn't in the mood to be pacified. His frustration was mounting, and his pride refused to yield. Seated nearby, Jin Xinghan couldn't resist a smirk. Tilting his head slightly, he muttered just loud enough for everyone to hear. "Perhaps barbarians simply don't know how to appreciate fine cuisine." The room froze. Andre's chair scraped violently against the floor as he stood, glaring at Xinghan. "Say that again," he growled, storming across the room with clenched fists. Shang Yuan slowly rose to his feet, his expression calm and icy. A faint purple aura began to radiate from his body, a clear signal that he was prepared to escalate. The air between them crackled with tension, and the entire hall held its breath. Before the confrontation could erupt, Zhang Yuanshan, overseer of the Tai Chi Nation, quickly stepped in, positioning himself between the two. His tone was firm but composed. "The trials have not yet begun. This is not the time for personal disputes." At the same time, the bald man returned to Andre Sip's side, speaking in a low but commanding voice. "Enough, this is not worth it." Andre, however, was finished. He jabbed a finger toward Xinghan. "Watch yourself, we will cross paths again, and when we do, I won't be so polite." Xinghan remained impassive, eyes locked on his opponent. "Good, I still be ready." Though the fire between them didn't extinguish, Andre finally turned and stomped off. As he passed his table, he gave one last angry glare at the untouched food. "I'm not eating this mess," he spat. "Anyone who wants it can have it." Just as he began to storm away, his nostrils flared. Something had changed in the room. An irresistible aroma had filled the air, rich and savory. His steps slowed, his head turned instinctively, drawn toward the source of the heavenly scent. The fragrance hadn't just caught his attention, it spread like wildfire through the banquet hall, breaking the heavy tension and replacing it with curious whispers. Andre followed the smell until he arrived at Lu Fan's table. Elder Han inhaled deeply and raised a brow. Now this smells like a proper meal. Vice Principal Xiao chuckled, turning to Lu Fan. Where did this come from? With a relaxed grin, Lu Fan shrugged. My aunt, she figured I wouldn't adjust well to Tai Chi Nation cuisine, so she packed me something special. Andre, now hovering beside the table, was speechless. He stared at the food like it was a mirage. His earlier anger now gave way to longing. Lu Fan laughed softly. Care to try it? Trust me, it sips miles ahead of whatever they were trying to serve earlier. Andre didn't hesitate. With a grateful nod, he accepted a freshly steamed mamo from Lu Fan's hands. He lifted it to his nose, inhaling the rich aroma, and his eyes widened. This smell, it's divine, like happiness in food form, he whispered. Lu Fan grinned. No need for ceremony. Sit, eat as much as you like. Overcome with gratitude and hunger, Andre sat beside Lu Fan and began devouring the food with gusto. Bite after bite, his scowl melted into bliss. Across the table, Elder Han picked up a portion himself. If this is home cooking, then your aunt must be a national treasure. Vice Principal Xiao agreed wholeheartedly. A true master chef. This is flavor. As more guests caught wind of the aroma, their heads turned. Murmurs filled the room again, this time not about conflict, but about the remarkable food on Lu Fan's table. However, not everyone was pleased. Jin Xinghan, still standing where the confrontation had nearly taken place, watched with a scowl. His icy composure was beginning to crack. The sight of Andre, his rival, cheerfully eating at Lu Fan's table, enjoying what was clearly the best meal in the hall, made his blood boil. The murmurs of approval, the shifting attention, the subtle praise now orbiting Lu Fan, it all gnawed at him. His fists clenched tightly under the table. As Vice Principal Xiao took another bite and once again praised Lu Fan's aunt, calling her a culinary genius, Xinghan's frustration reached a breaking point. Noticing the change in his demeanor, Zhang Yuanshan's moved swiftly. He approached silently and placed a steadying hand on Shangron's shoulder. Let it go, he whispered. We are here to compete, not to lose composure over dinner. The overseer's voice was calm, but his message was clear. This wasn't just a banquet anymore, it had become a subtle battleground of pride and influence. And tonight, without drawing a blade or summoning power, Lu Fan had won. To diffuse the mounting tension in the banquet hall, Jin Zion rose to his feet, clearing his throat with enough authority to command silence. Conversations faded, and a hush swept through the room as every head turned toward him. Before Jin Zion could speak, a sudden beep from the sound system echoed across the chamber. The signal was unmistakable. Something important was about to begin. Anticipation filled the air, replacing food and frustration with curiosity and focus. With practiced ease, Jin Zion held up a remote and pressed a button. A large screen flickered to life, displaying a vivid, detailed map, the layout for this year's national trials. With a steady hand, he pointed toward the key areas, beginning his explanation. Lu Fan leaned forward, eyes scanning the massive map. What he saw made his pulse quicken. There were 9 distinct regions, each teeming with unique and powerful beasts. It wasn't just the scope that impressed him, it was the scale. This map was larger than any seen in trial history. Tai Chi Nation had pulled selections from across the globe, each region filled with creatures ranging from level 50 to level 80. Jin Zion elaborated that points would be awarded based on the strength and rarity of the beasts. The rarer and more powerful the target, the greater the reward. Then came the twist that made the room buzz. This year, they were introducing mission points. Each region would feature specific missions. Participants could earn additional points by completing them. But there was a catch. These missions would be entirely random, and each participant could only undertake one at a time. Only after completing it would they be allowed to receive another. Lu Fan's expression turned serious. On the surface, this seemed like an innovative twist to the game, but the implications quickly became clear. Randomized objectives meant chaos, and in a points-based system, where reputation, placement, and survival were all at stake, there was only one logical outcome: conflict. He could already see the darker path unfolding. Participants wouldn't just compete with beasts, they would be tempted, maybe even forced to eliminate each other to steal points, or stop rivals from completing missions. This wasn't just a competition, it was evolving into a dangerous battlefield masked as a game. Elder Han sat silently nearby, his thoughtful gaze fixed on the screen. It was clear that he too recognized the hidden layers beneath the surface of these rules. Suddenly, a participant raised his hand and pointed to an ominous symbol on the map, a skull. What does this mean? He asked. Whispers spread like wildfire. A skull on a map never meant anything good. Jin Zion's smile shifted, calm but serious. He pressed another button on the remote. The image on the screen changed, revealing a towering structure cloaked in shadows, massive, dark, and foreboding. Its silhouette loomed across the map like a grim monument. This, he said, is the Dark Tower. The room grew cold with unease as he explained. Each of the 9 regions would contain one of these towers, rotating strongholds that served as ancient prisons. Trapped inside were legendary armies of the past, twisted and corrupted into beasts. And at the heart of each tower was the demon of the 9 realms. A chill swept the hall. Gasps escaped from every corner. Someone at the back exclaimed in disbelief. A large woman sitting near the center muttered, "This is madness," her voice echoing the fear rippling through the room. Jin Zion's voice deepened as he confirmed their worst fears. This was no ordinary opponent. The demon they spoke of was the same entity that nearly annihilated the Tai Chi nation 50 years ago. Lu Fan's mind whirled. What kind of monster could inspire such fear even after half a century? Vice Principal Xiao leaned in and whispered to him, "The demon of the 9 realms isn't just a beast. It sits a catastrophe. It was sealed decades ago after a devastating accident unleashed it and its army. That battle almost destroyed Tai Chi nation." Lu Fan sat in stunned silence. Elder Han, silent until now, chose to speak. His voice was low, measured, but powerful. It took 5 fourth-stage experts to seal that demon. 5 heroes, legends of Tai Chi nation. Their efforts saved the world from ruin. They paid dearly to bind the creature within the towers. The entire room listened with bated breath. For Lu Fan, the scale of what he was hearing felt unreal. A being so powerful that even a team of 4th-stage experts could only seal it. What kind of strength was that? Then came the inevitable question. A voice from the crowd spoke, trembling but bold. "Will the demon in the trials be weakened, like the other trial bosses usually are?" All eyes turned back to the screen, back to the towering shadow that now loomed not just over the map but over their minds. Jin Zion's response sent a shockwave through the hall. With unwavering clarity, he confirmed what everyone feared. The demon of the 9 realms would appear in its original unaltered form, not weakened, not scaled, pure, full-strength terror. The beast army sealed within the dark towers would be just as deadly, making this the most dangerous national trial in recorded history. Gasps rippled across the hall. A long-haired girl sitting near the back found her voice first, trembling as she asked the question on everyone's mind. What if the demon escapes the test area? Her voice cracked as she recalled the devastation from 50 years ago, when the demon laid waste to entire provinces in Tai Chi nation. Millions had perished, and the trauma still lingered in national memory. Her concern ignited a murmur of panic across the room. Andre, usually confident and brash, now looked pale. At level 60, he began mentally calculating. Even with his strength, he estimated it would take a team of at least 10 top-tier fighters to even attempt a takedown. But with 23 participants, all competing and scheming for the top rank, the odds of forming such a united team seemed impossible. Then, amid the storm of anxiety, Yushan raised his hand. His voice was steady, cutting through the tension like a blade. "If someone defeats the demon of the 9 realms," he asked, "how many points would that be worth?" The room froze. People stared at him, stunned. Some thought he was joking. Others whispered that maybe he didn't understand what he was asking. Was this bravery or recklessness? Jin Zion simply smiled, the corner of his mouth curling upward. Whether he took the question seriously or as a way to ease the tension, he answered plainly. "Yes," he said. "Every beast defeated in the trial earns points, and should someone actually manage to defeat the demon of the 9 realms," he paused, letting the gravity of the moment settle, "the reward would be beyond anything ever given in trial history." A murmur of disbelief followed, then silence. With that, Jin Zion concluded the session, giving a final sweeping gesture to the screen. "If there are no further questions," he announced, "the briefing is adjourned." Chairs scraped back. Conversations resumed, this time quieter, more cautious. The weight of what had just been revealed sat heavily on everyone. As the crowd began to disperse, Elder Han turned to Vice Principal Xiao, his tone casual but eyes sharp. "Get the boy some rest," he said, gesturing to Lu Fan. "We still speak again tomorrow." Xiao nodded, and the 2 men bowed politely to Elder Han before exiting the hall. Elder Han stood still for a moment, his gaze following Lu Fan as he left. A faint, almost mischievous smile tugged at his lips. Under his breath, he murmured, "This young man will make things very interesting." Later that night, Lu Fan lay in his room, his mind spinning. The trial was far more brutal than he'd expected. Between the ancient beasts, the randomized missions, and the possibility of participant-on-participant violence, the competition was no longer just about glory. It was about survival. He couldn't predict what someone like Jin Xinghan would do, but he was certain that Kim So-san, another representative, would make aggressive moves early on. Wanting more clarity, Yushan Lu's Fan reached for his phone. Opening the official trial ranking app, he scrolled through the national predictions. 23 names appeared on the list, each tagged with a rank and nation. His breath caught when he saw it. Dragon Nation, T1, Lu Fan. He blinked, then blinked again. Top 1? That couldn't be right. Still groggy, he rubbed his eyes and refreshed the app, but the result remained. There he was, ranked first, ahead of even Jian Yushanrong. Lu Fan scoffed aloud, shaking his head. What a joke, he muttered. For a media outlet claiming to be credible, this ranking felt laughable. He wasn't naive. He knew his true strength. He wasn't weak. But Tai won. Continuing to scroll, his eyes paused when they reached one name. Musashi Tan, Sakura Nation. A chill crept down his spine. That name, that man. Lu Fan had heard too many stories. Musashi Tan wasn't the type to show off, but he was dangerously quiet, precise, and ruthless. A true threat. If anyone was worth fearing in these trials, it was him. The next morning, the arena buzzed with energy. Participants stood at attention, each in their designated spots. Spectators filled the viewing platforms, and the atmosphere brimmed with anticipation. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed across the sky. Welcome, the national trials, hosted by the Taichi Nation, are about to begin. The crowd stirred, cheers rising from the stands. Look to the sky, the voice commanded. All heads turned upward. A brilliant blue vortex formed above them, swirling with streaks of light, like a magical cyclone suspended in space. It shimmered with raw energy, glowing brighter with every passing second. The portal to the secret trial area was now ready. Then came a strange pause. And the voice returned, with a bizarre command. The trials will not begin until everyone has liked this video. A moment of stunned silence followed. Then, in surreal unison, everyone mimicked the motion of tapping a like button, whether in jest, confusion, or amusement. There was a beat of silence. Then the voice boomed again. Thank you. Now that you Civ all liked the video, the portal has officially opened. The crowd roared. Without further delay, participants surged forward, stepping toward the glowing gateway. Lu Fan took a breath, his eyes locked on the shimmering light ahead. His mind was calm, focused, calculating. This is it. And with full confidence, he stepped into the swirling vortex, into the trials. Inside a quiet villa, Lu Fan's teammates, Zhang Yuang, Qinyu, Xiaoman and Hank, sat together, eyes fixed on the screen. Though they tried to hide it, tension simmered beneath the surface. The trials ahead were daunting, and even with complete faith in Lu Fan's strength, the pressure was undeniable. These were moments where even the most seasoned warriors felt the weight of expectation. Elsewhere, Captain Luffy, Lu Chongkong, and Shanakai watched with a different energy, an air of excitement and anticipation. Their belief in Lu Fan remained rock solid. They weren't just hoping he'd do well, they were certain he would dominate. Meanwhile, in another corner, Duke Tujing lounged comfortably with a bottle of wine in hand. He viewed the unfolding spectacle with a relaxed air, enjoying the high-stakes drama like a fine performance. Seated nearby, Vice Principal Xiao and Elder Han remained equally engrossed. Their gazes never left the screens, silently analyzing every movement. They knew the significance of what was about to happen. The moment all participants entered the secret realm, everything would change. The rankings, the power dynamics, and perhaps even the fate of the competition. As Lu Fan stepped into the secret realm, the icy wind greeted him like a slap to the face. The landscape stretched out before him, a vast frozen wilderness. He recognized it instantly. The far north national testing secret area, he muttered to himself, a smirk curling at the edge of his lips. It was familiar, brutal, and perfect. The ice field was as unforgiving as ever, but he had the advantage of knowing its terrain. He glanced at the map on his watch, confirming his location, dead center in the heart of the field. Not a bad place to start, he thought, though he regretted not bringing a thicker jacket. Surveying the horizon, Lu Fan noticed something that brought a smile to his face. The rankings were still blank. No one had earned any points yet. It was a clean slate, a fresh opportunity. To him it felt like being handed a brand new test sheet, one where he had the chance to set the curve. With that thought, he took his first step into the frostbitten unknown, determination hardening his expression. The competition was about to ignite, and Lu Fan was ready to bring fire to the ice. His gaze shifted back to his watch. A red marker glowed in the lower corner of the map, a task point, his first target. Instantly strategies began forming in his mind. He double-checked the live rankings and the current survivor count. The game was well underway, and high scorers would soon become moving targets. But Lu Fan felt no fear. If anyone wanted to come after him, they'd better be ready. He wasn't backing down. With a flick of his wrist, Lu Fan sprang into motion. Energy surged around him, his aura flaring to life. He called out two names, Shangqin and Xiaoyu, his dragons. They responded without hesitation. Shang Yuanshan appeared in a flash, its presence dramatic and undeniable. Xiaoyu followed, unleashing a mighty roar that shook the frozen ground. Tribes ties. Lu Fan's eyes sparkled with confidence. This was the team-up he had waited for. All achieved. Turning to Xingqin, he asked if it was ready to evolve together with Xiaoyu, but before he could finish, Xingqin had already leapt onto his shoulder, scales shimmering in the icy sunlight. It settled there as if it had always belonged. Lu Fan chuckled, shaking his head. "Will you ever listen to me?" he muttered fondly, but there was no time to waste. He climbed onto Xiaoyu's powerful back with practiced ease. The dragon braced itself, wings poised for flight. Just then, an odd voice echoed through the sky. "Before you soar, don't forget to subscribe. This adventure is just beginning." Lu Fan raised an eyebrow but smirked at the interjection. His pulse quickened. The excitement was building. Xiaoya let out another thunderous roar. With a gust of wind and a powerful flap of wings, the dragon launched into the sky. Lu Fan gripped the reins tightly, the wind whipping past his face. His heart pounded with the thrill of what lay ahead. The dark peak awaited. Out. And he was ready. Meanwhile, far across the national testing secret area, another contender made his entrance. Jin Xinghan trudged steadily through a scorching desert. The familiar terrain stirred memories. A smirk crept across his face. Back here again, he muttered, already adjusting to the heat radiating from the sand beneath his feet. And, raising one hand, he summoned his beasts. But these were no ordinary creatures. Twisted and fragmented, they resembled Jin Xinghan in eerie, disjointed ways, like living puzzles stitched together by chaos. His skill-fragmented ambush was both brilliant and unsettling. Portions of the abyss split off from his being, hiding themselves in strategic locations to create an intricate web of traps and misdirection. But it was an ability designed to bewilder and terrify. As the beast materialized, their tiny legs scuttled across the dunes. Jin Xinghan watched them with grim satisfaction. A system interface appeared before him, displaying his ability statistics. One term stood out: Abyss Symbiosis Effect. This was the heart of his power. As long as his abyss-born creatures lived, he drew strength from them, and even if he died, it wouldn't matter. He could resurrect within any of the summoned creatures. This made Jin Xinghan a near-immortal presence, an ever-lurking threat that could never truly be eliminated. Well, sort of, he said aloud, chuckling to himself. The grin on his face widened. The game was just beginning, and for those daring enough to face him, the nightmare was only getting started. Jin Xinghan calmly counted his chances. With 9 revivals granted through his summoned beasts, he was practically immortal. He chuckled at the irony, his voice echoing across the lifeless desert. But the sands offered no response. Perhaps wisely, deserts, after all, had little patience for humor. Just as Jin was basking in the thought of his invincibility, a sharp, precise sound cut through the air. A sword, thrown with terrifying accuracy, pierced the head of one of his summoned beasts. Like a needle through silk, the creature collapsed instantly, its fragmented form disintegrating into the sand. Jin's eyes narrowed, locking onto the source of the ambush. Standing with a smug expression was none other than Musashi Ten, the representative of Sakura Nation. "Now you've only got 8 lives left," Musashi called out mockingly, clearly amused with himself. Zhang Yuan's temper ignited, his fists clenched as he stared at the crumbled remains of his summon. The attack had come without warning, and worse, from someone who was supposed to be an ally. His voice trembled with restrained rage as he demanded an explanation, accusing Musashi of breaking their agreement. Almost on cue, the system interface popped up, displaying Musashi's profile. Musashi 10, nationality, Sakura, level 61, class Demon Samurai. But Jane hardly registered the details. His focus was locked onto the man who had just compromised his survivability. Musashi, unfazed, calmly sheathed his sword and offered a careless explanation. He'd simply wanted to test whether killing one of Jane's summons would earn him points. His tone was casual, flippant, even, as if Jane should be grateful for the data collected. Jane scoffed, angered beyond words. Pointing an accusing finger, he demanded, "If you were so desperate for points, why didn't you go after Lu Fan instead?" His voice rose in frustration, reminding Musashi of their pre-match agreement. Taking down one of his summons wasn't just betrayal, it was a direct hit to his survival prospects. But Musashi merely shrugged. "You still have 8 lives left," he replied nonchalantly, as though the loss was insignificant. Then, as if to make up for his actions, he offered compensation, a boss fight. Jen stared at him in disbelief. A boss fight, as if that could make up for the loss of one of his critical revivals. Still, the absurdity of the offer took the edge off his anger. He sighed, deciding he didn't have the time or energy to argue. Waving Musashi aside, he muttered, "Forget it," and began walking. Musashi, ever the opportunist, quickly fell in step beside him, cheerfully calling out, "Hey, don't leave your ally behind." As they advanced through the desert, Musashi revealed something unexpected. He explained that Zhang Yuanshan had personally teleported him here, slipping him into the testing grounds without alerting the overseer. According to Musashi, it was all part of a plan to keep their alliance intact. "You'd better protect me," he added, flashing a mischievous grin. Jin snapped, ordering him to lower his voice before the overseer caught wind of their secret communication. Then, in a more serious tone, Jin began outlining the real plan. Their alliance hadn't formed by choice. It was a directive from the higher-ups, specifically the committee. As for Lu Fan, Zhang Yuan assured Musashi that he would handle him personally. Musashi's target, on the other hand, was the Black Dragon, Xiaoya. Then Zhang Yuan shared a crucial detail he had kept hidden until now. "There's something Jin Zion didn't tell you about the Dark Spire," he began. He explained that the spire moved unpredictably across the map. If it detected any participants, it would immediately launch a lethal attack. Musashi's expression shifted from smug to stunned. "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" he snapped. Realization dawned on him. "No wonder you've prepared so many resurrections." Jane's lips curled into an ominous grin. He didn't offer an apology. He didn't need to. Musashi, still piecing together the implications, muttered bitterly. "So if I face the demon of the 9 realms at the peak and you die, you just resurrect. But what happens to me?" Jane turned toward him, lifting his hand. A sinister purple aura began swirling around his palm. "Don't worry," he said with a wicked smile. "Since we're allies, I'll protect you." Without warning, he unleashed a surge of dark energy in Musashi's direction. The sudden flare caught Musashi off guard, but he didn't back away. He stared at Zhang Yuan with confusion. "What are you doing?" he demanded. Jin, ever dry and matter-of-fact, replied. "An abyss contract." As the energy engulfed him, Musashi screamed, his voice echoing with pain. The agony was unbearable, but he endured it. When the aura finally faded, Zhang Yuan calmly explained the terms. From this moment forward, Musashi would also be linked to Jane's summoned beasts. He could be resurrected, just like Jane. But there was a price. Their lives were now bound together. If Jin died, Musashi would fall with him. Still reeling, Musashi struggled to his feet, fury in his eyes. Jin, however, didn't look back. He simply walked forward, leaving his ally to recover alone. Grinding his teeth, Musashi called after him. "You don't trust me. You've been holding back this whole time." Jin didn't respond, but the silence said it all. Their alliance may have been formed by order, but in a game like this, trust was always optional. Their alliance. Musashi hurried to defend himself, insisting he had no intention of betrayal. But Jin Xinghan didn't even glance back. His voice, cold and detached, cut through the tension. "Yeah. Working with Taichi Nation is the right choice for me. Once this trial ends, I'll terminate the Abyss contract." Musashi quickened his pace, unwilling to be left behind. Desperate to regain some ground, he suggested they track down Lu Fan together. But Zhang Yuanj remained focused, speaking with a chilling sense of calculation. "We don't move yet," he said. "Let the demon of the 9 realms handle the others first. Once it's cleared the field, we strike." His voice was flat, strategic, ruthless. "The less effort we expend," Zhang Yuan added, "the better." As they pressed forward, Musashi spotted a glowing mission point in the distance. Excited, he proposed they take it, but Jin Xinghan turned to him with a slight tilt of the head and an ominous tone. "I see, that's a trap mission," he stated. "Dang." He explained that Zhang Yuanshan had deliberately marked such missions. Accepting one would lock a participant out of all other quests. It was a trap, clever, cruel, and impossible to complete. Musashi frowned, glaring at Jin with a mixture of disbelief and suspicion. "What makes you so sure it's a trap?" he demanded. Zhang Yuanshan's eyes sharpened with a murderous glint. "You'll understand soon enough," he replied darkly. "No one completes those." Hours later, deep inside the control center, the overseers monitored the unfolding trial from their screens. Jin Zion leaned back in his chair, a mocking smile playing on his lips. "Interesting," he mused aloud. "Looks like the so-called Big Three, Dragon Nation, Star Nation, and Snow Nation, aren't making waves this year." Boyer, another overseer, turned toward him. "Curious, what are you implying?" Jin Zion gestured at the live rankings. "Take a look at Dragon Nation's star player, Lu Fan. The media praised him as a Tier 1 talent, but he's sitting dead last. 257 points. That's it." The overseer raised an eyebrow. "What's going on with Dragon Nation? Their players are usually solid." "Maybe it's just hype." Zhang Yuanshan sneered. "That dragon of his might be overrated. Even swatting down some low-level beast should have earned more than that." Behind them, Elder Han sipped his green tea quietly. A faint chuckle escaped him, but he said nothing. Let them mock Lu Fan. Let them doubt him. His rise would be all the more satisfying. Meanwhile, in the frozen expanse of the secret realm, Lu Fan wandered, frustration growing with every step. He checked his watch again. Still, just 257 points, not a single change. He muttered under his breath, trying to locate the peak of darkness. He had been searching for what felt like an eternity, but there was no sign, no marker, no signal, nothing. Suddenly, the wind picked up. A low, ominous sound echoed through the frostbitten air. Then, with a burst of force, a massive lion-like monster materialized before him. The beast's muscular frame radiated raw power. A system prompt flashed. Sky-mounting flying lion, level 60. Defeating it would grant a moderate amount of points. The beast lunged with lightning speed. But shy, alert, and agile, leapt backward, dodging the strike with effortless grace. Lu Fan studied the creature intently. Compared to the zombies from the fallen cloud zone, this flying lion was a lesser threat. The points it offered were meager. Not worth the time. Lu Fan knew the real path to climbing the rankings wasn't in wasting time on ordinary monsters. It was through missions, boss fights. Grabbing Shan's reins, he issued a firm command. The dragon responded instantly. Moments later, Lu Fan noticed a mission point marked deep inside a nearby cave. He pointed to it, and Xia began a slow descent. Just outside the cave, another participant was locked in a fierce struggle. The man struck down a massive snow bear with a single devastating blow, dispatching it with ease. He turned toward the cave, muttering about how rough it was being a second-tier professional. The battle won. The man stepped toward the cave entrance, only to freeze. The sound of footsteps echoed behind him. He turned. His eyes widened in disbelief. There, standing before him in full glory, was Shia, the legendary black dragon. The man's body tensed as he instinctively reached for his weapon, ready for a fight. His pulse raced. Lufan dismounted with calm precision, his expression unreadable. The man's eyes shifted from the dragon to its rider. Shock turned to recognition. "You're Lufan from the Dragon Empire?" he asked, voice trembling with disbelief. Lufan didn't reply. Instead, he silently activated his watch, letting the system scan the stranger. Yali, level 45, Waterwave Swordsman, South Nation, rank 19, score 5153. A faint smirk tugged at the corner of Lufan's lips, but he said nothing. He simply turned off the display and walked past Zhang Yuan without a word. The silence stung. Yala's expression twisted with frustration, the arrogance of it all, the dismissal. Lufan hadn't even acknowledged his presence.
As far as Lufan was concerned, the real battle hadn't even begun.
As Yali watched Lufan's figure grow smaller in the distance, his mind whirled with resentment and ambition. Buried memories rose to the surface, memories of the long-standing tension between the Southern Empire and the Dragon Empire. He remembered vividly how Tu Jing, a representative of the Dragon Empire, had once humiliated the Southern king, nearly bringing Yali's entire nation to ruin. This was more than a trial for Yali. It was a chance at redemption. If he could defeat Lufan, the Dragon Empire's chosen warrior, he could restore honor to his homeland. And with Lufan ranked last, only level 32, Yali saw nothing but opportunity, an easy victory, a ticket to national glory. Without hesitation, he drew his blade. Water surged around him as he activated his water cage technique, streams coiling from the tip of his sword to form a tight prison around Lufan. Confident he had the upper hand, Yali sneered. "You're naive if you think you can match me," he taunted. But Lufan remained still, calm, silent, unshaken. That silence only enraged Yali further. He muttered to himself, readying his next strike, determined to crush Lufan and claim the recognition he so craved. Before he could move, Shia stepped in. Pain. The black dragon's massive claws slashed across the icy ground, catching Yali with explosive force. The swordsman was launched into the air like a ragdoll, crashing hard into the ice below. Pain exploded through his arm. It was broken. He gasped in agony, his pride crumbling alongside his bones. Writhing on the frozen ground, Yali struggled to accept the reality. This was the true power of the Dragon Empire. Lufan calmly walked out of the water prison, completely unharmed, unbothered. To him the technique was little more than a splash. Approaching the fallen swordsman, Lufan finally spoke, his voice low but laced with dry amusement. "If you were hoping to profit like a fisherman from someone else's battle, you're sorely mistaken," he said. "Frankly, sparing you was just more efficient. The points I'd gain from defeating you wouldn't be worth the trouble." Yali froze. The words hit harder than any blade. His plan, his ambition, his confidence, shattered. How could someone at level 32 be this powerful? Still, he clung to a final desperate hope. Even if he couldn't place in the top tier, killing Lufan would still make him a hero back home. He gritted his teeth and prepared to rise again. But then, Sha Yuan roared. The sound shook the very air around them, and Yali stumbled backward, heart pounding. The black dragon stepped forward, her eyes burning with intensity. Flickers of fire curled from her mouth. Fear overtook him. For one terrifying second, Yali thought he was about to die. Lufan, however, remained composed, calm and cold. He issued a single warning. "Don't rush. This mission is mine. There's no room for objections." Then he turned his attention away completely, tapping into his watch interface. A notification appeared. Mission accepted. Objective: defeat the epic boss, Demon of the Nine Realms, level 85. Lufan's face turned serious. The stakes had escalated. Beside him, Shayo stood tall, embers glowing within her chest like a storm preparing to break. The battlefield felt charged, electric, as if time itself had slowed. Meanwhile, Yali collapsed once again to the ground. He trembled, his weapon slipped from his grip, the sheer pressure surrounding Lufan, and his dragon was suffocating. Why wasn't Lufan attacking? Was he toying with him? Was this a psychological game? Before he could make sense of it, a massive shadow plunged from the sky. A colossal beast slammed into the battlefield, sending shards of ice flying in every direction. The impact fractured the frozen earth. Xiaoya reacted instantly, lunging forward with a thunderous strike that knocked the creature back, but the force cracked the ice beneath her feet. The collision sent Yali sliding helplessly across the surface. He slammed into a rock, gasping, his eyes locked onto the beast.
"Wait, is that the Guardian boss?" he muttered.
His interface blinked. Ice Yeti King, level 75. Defeating it earns 2045 points. Zhang Yuanshan surged with hope, watching the monstrous creature roar. A grin broke across his face. This was it, boy. There's no way Lu Fan escapes this, he whispered to himself, convinced that the boss would be his salvation. This monster will finish him off for me. All he had to do now was wait. The heaven trial was finally within his grasp, or so Yuanli thought. His triumphant moment was cut short when the Ice Yeti King turned its furious gaze toward him.
And it's glancing. Its glowing red eyes burned with uncontainable rage, locking onto Yaling like twin infernos. Each thunderous step it took cracked the frozen ground beneath its towering frame. Yaling stumbled backward, his heart hammering in his chest.
No! This can't be happening, he thought in sheer panic. The beast advanced without hesitation.
Suddenly, the ice beneath him fractured and Yuan fell hard onto the frozen floor. The Yeti King's fiery gaze remained fixed, unblinking, crushing him with the chilling realization there was no escape. Just as the monster raised its arm to strike, a burst of red light flared across the sky. The aura's sheer intensity caught the Yeti King's attention. It roared in fury, turning toward the disturbance. Then, from that blaze of light, Shia leapt into action. Her claws slashed the air with lethal speed, landing a direct hit on the beast. Green blood sprayed across the battlefield as her attack drove the Yeti King to its knees. Yet it wasn't over. As Shia lunged in again, preparing to finish the job, the Yeti King lashed out, catching her midair with its massive claws. A primal roar rang out. Li Wan had arrived. In that instant, he unleashed his signature move, Break Sky, a devastating Dragon Key attack. 2 consecutive strikes erupted from him with overwhelming force. At the same moment, Shan Yuan responded in perfect sync. Their bond triggered her to mirror the assault with her own ferocious claw slashes. The combined onslaught overwhelmed the Yeti King. Its grip on Xiaoya slackened. With a final cry, the monster collapsed, crashing into the ground like a fallen mountain. And then, silence. From the sky descended Lu Fan, landing gracefully beside the slain guardian. He wore a smirk, as though brushing off a minor inconvenience. Big sure, he said casually, his tone light and dismissive. Bind him, Xia commanded, standing tall, her form radiating pride as she roared in triumph. The system notification echoed a moment later. Lu Fan, plus 245 points, total score 502. The battlefield still trembled from the fight's aftermath. A nearby rock formation split apart, a jagged gap forming dangerously close to Yumali. He remained frozen, trembling. He had just witnessed Lu Fan decimate the Guardian boss with ease. And Lu Fan's level, only 32. Zhang Yuan's thoughts raced. The power gap was staggering. What if that attack had been aimed at me instead? The terrifying thought rooted him in place as Lu Fan began walking toward him. Dala's keen down. With every step Lu Fan took, the dread in Yuan's heart grew louder.
When Lu Fan finally stood before him, Yan shut his eyes, bracing for the inevitable, but nothing happened.
No blow, no words. After a brief pause, Lu Fan simply turned and walked away. Then it took Yaon a moment to open his eyes and comprehend what had just occurred. In the distance, he saw Lu Fan disappearing into the icy mist, the faintest smirk curling on his lips as he muttered, "I can't waste my time on people who don't even subscribe. They're just not worth it." Zhang Yuan could only stare, dumbfounded. Lu Fan had deliberately spared him. It wasn't kindness, it was indifference. And then, a glow appeared beside him. Another system prompt blinked into existence. His eyes widened. Epic boss mission, Demon of the 9 Realms, level 85. Staggered, Zhang read the mission again. How can such a thing even exist? He whispered. Suddenly, everything made sense. Lu Fan hadn't killed him because it simply wasn't worth the effort or the points. But now the thought that Lu Fan might actually accept such a mission chilled Zhang Yuan to the core.
Could he really be planning to fight the Demon of the 9 Realms?
Far away, in the observer's room, the battle replayed on a massive screen. Vice Principal Xiao stared in horror. His voice trembled with disbelief. How can a mission like this exist in the secret area? Vakaukamer, Yawichral Prolms Tomdov Mausai, Yerwanjan at Tenefterwamblitz Grommel, Trumpt Dat. He turned to Jin Zion, fury in his eyes. This mission is impossible, he snapped. What if the card glitches? What if Lu Fan can't even earn points from it? This is absurd. His voice cracked with worry and anger. But Zhang Yuan woofed. A teasing smile danced on his lips, and he shrugged off Zhang Yu's concerns with infuriating calm. Relax, he said, sarcasm dripping from his voice. That was the last straw. Zhang Yuan grabbed Jin Zion by the collar, face flushed red with rage. This mission design is a disaster, he shouted. I'll file an appeal myself to get it cancelled. Hurry. It was clear, Xiao wasn't just angry, he was afraid for Lu Fan. But Zhang Yuan's smirk never faded. Instead of arguing, Zhang Yuanshan simply smiled, cool and confident. His eyes sparkled with amusement as he replied, "Appeal all you like, but your position doesn't grant you the authority to make such a request." His words cut sharp, a reminder of Vice Principal Zhao's limited power. The Vice Principal stood there simmering with barely contained anger as the mission screen continued to display Lu Fan's progress. Then, in a quick and deliberate move, Zhang Yuan grasped Zhang's hand and shook it firmly, his smirk deepening. The message was unmistakably clear. Any more resistance, and Zhang would find himself removed from the premises. Nearby, Elder Han sat calmly, observing the exchange with unshaken composure. Slowly turning toward Zhao, he spoke in an even measured tone. "Don't be angry." Zhao, who had expected support from Elder Han, was momentarily stunned by the overseer's casual dismissal of his outrage. As Elder Han poured himself a fresh cup of coffee and took a slow sip, he began speaking. "This matter can't be resolved with an appeal," he said, his voice steady and deliberate. Zhao furrowed his brow, confused. "Then what are we supposed to do?" he asked, his frustration showing. Leaning in, Elder Han lowered his voice and delivered a revelation that sent a chill through the room. He revealed that the Taichi nation had long been manipulating the trials, rigging them to benefit their own chosen representatives while suppressing others. This corruption, he explained, wasn't new. It was systematic, embedded deep within the very structure of the trial system. "Zhang Yuanshan's all this. If you knew all this, then why won't you stand up for Lu Fan?" Then, Elder Han gave a small, knowing smile. "Even the sharpest minds can be misled in the face of overwhelming power," he replied. "Appeals won't work. We're up against forces far beyond our reach." Then, with conviction he added, "But perhaps this mission is exactly what Lu Fan wants." He spoke with surprising faith in the young warrior, urging Shan to believe in Lu Fan's strength and resolve. Shan was left speechless. The support coming from Elder Han was unexpected, and it made him question the overseer's true motives. But before he could press further, something on the screen caught his eye. His gaze sharpened. Dopply. Lu Fan had entered the secret zone. "He's really doing it," Zhang Yuan's whispered, voice trailing off in disbelief. Back on the icy battlefield, Lu Fan walked with unwavering purpose. His expression was calm, but his eyes burned with intent. The system chimed, alerting him. Tower of Darkness, approaching. He gripped Shia's reins tighter, pressing forward without hesitation. The weight of the challenge ahead didn't seem to faze him. Instead, it only fueled his resolve. One after another, demonic beasts emerged from the snowy landscape, snarling and lunging in his path, but none could slow him. Shia, his loyal dragon, roared beside him, a living embodiment of their shared strength. Suddenly, the system issued another warning.
"The demon army is awakening."
A deafening roar echoed across the battlefield. From the dark skies above, a swarm of killer bats descended, each one a level 60 threat. The system notified him, 84 points per kill. Lu Fan simply smirked, unfazed. He glanced at the towering peaks of the Ranchan Fo, a place many revered, but to him, it was merely a gold mine of experience points. He turned to his compact yet powerful companion, Xing Chan. Its core glowed with gathering energy. "It's time to shine," he commanded. Xing Chan growled low, energy radiating from its body. Beside him, Lu Fan turned to Xiaoya. "Transform into your destroyer form," he ordered. Xiaoya obeyed instantly. Her body shifted, growing in size and intensity. Her power levels surged, growing in size and intensity. Her power levels surged. Strength 5,124. Agility 9,431. Stamina 10,474. Both fully transformed. Zhang Yuan let out a bone-rattling roar. Energy crackled around her like lightning. Then with terrifying precision, she lunged at the swarm. One by one, the killer bats fell. Zhang Yuanshan's tore through them like a storm of blades. Screeches echoed across the battlefield as her claws carved a path of destruction, each kill stacking more points for Lu Fan. But amidst the chaos, Lu Fan's sharp eyes caught movement below. A second threat was emerging. He issued a quick warning. "Zhang Yuan's level. Oh!" From beneath the icy ground, a new wave of monsters erupted. Burrow demons. 127 points per kill, the system announced. But Lu Fan was already in motion, his movements sharp and deliberate. A grin spread across his face. "It's time," he murmured. "Let's wipe the board." Xiaoya transformed again, this time activating Dragon Control, an ability that merged her innate dragon power with a relentless series of consecutive attacks. The monsters stood no chance. They were crushed, scattered, vaporized in mere moments. Still, Xia didn't stop. Her next transition triggered the lava inferno. Massive torrents of molten fire burst from her body, pouring across the icy plains. Rivers of flame tore through the enemy ranks, consuming everything in their path. The battlefield became an inferno. The air shimmered with heat, and the deafening roar of destruction filled the skies. Everything monsters, snow, ice, vanished beneath a blanket of fire. And at the center of it all, Lu Fan stood tall, unshaken. With every challenge, he grew stronger. With every step, he marched deeper into legend. Suddenly, Lu Fan's gaze snapped upward. His instincts flared to life. Something was coming. From the sky above, a new wave of monsters descended. Unlike the grounded beasts he had just defeated, these airborne creatures radiated a distinct menacing aura. Their very presence set them apart. Lu Fan's expression darkened with a hint of frustration. Inu, taking them down one by one will take too long, he thought, eyes narrowing. A new strategy was needed, something faster, more decisive. Without hesitation, he tapped into the power of Dragon's inspiration. Raising his hand to the sky, a radiant golden light engulfed him and his dragons. The ancient ability surged through their bodies, amplifying every stat and boosting their attack power by 30%. Isha roared in response. Her molten aura flared like a supernova, her strength climbing to terrifying new heights. Strength, 6,661.
Agility, 12,260.
Mental power, 26,728. Stamina, 13,614. She was a juggernaut, unstoppable. Lu Fan drew his divine bow, its string humming with anticipation. Time to bring disaster, he muttered, signaling Xiao to move in. He knocked a snake arrow, its surface swirling with dark ominous energy. Nearby Shangchan trembled with excitement, its frame crackling with pent-up energy, eager to leap into the fray. Lu Fan's mind worked fast. He instructed Zhang Yuan to prepare her ultimate move, Cataclysm. With flawless precision, he released the snake arrow. It cut through the air like a blade, its path perfect. Empowered by the underworld snake bow, the arrow charged for 3 seconds, storing destructive force before unleashing hell. From it, a shadow serpent emerged, an entity born of pure annihilation, its power amplified by 500%. Her Isincher armor in proclaim. Simultaneously, Zhanjia's mental power surged to over 26,000. Her molten form trembled with energy. Imorhi for mental power forply. Power stride like Xiao. Then she soared.
The destroyer dragon launched into the sky, her body blazing like a comet. She roared, a thunderous sound that made the mountains shake and the heavens tremble.
The moment came. Cataclysm erupted. The sky cracked open as Shia detonated the battlefield beneath her. The explosion consumed everything in a blinding storm of flame and force. Monsters evaporated. Their cries were drowned out by the deafening boom of annihilation. And then, Lu Fan's snake arrow struck, perfectly timed with Shia's ultimate attack. The two powers collided in the same radius, forming a storm of unimaginable destruction. The explosive firestorm lit up the skies, amplified by Shia's mental power. The combined strike surged to an astronomical 500% damage. Flames swallowed the world. Ash rained down. The battlefield lay in smoldering ruins. Not a single enemy remained. The system chimed. Dragon Nation's Lu Fan has earned 22,758 points. Current rank, number 1. Lu Fan stood calmly amidst the devastation. His gaze swept across the scorched earth, taking in the annihilated remains of the demon army. A faint smile played across his lips, measured but filled with pride. The system rang again. Shang Yuanshan has reached level 12. Lu Fan's level has risen to 33. All progress undeniable, momentum unstoppable. Back at the monitoring station, the room buzzed with disbelief. Lu Fan's name now blazed at the top of the rankings. The once dominant three great families watched as their lead was overtaken by this rising force. A voice rang out in stunned awe. We didn't think he'd actually face the dark forces and win. Meanwhile, Charles and Andre, who had been assigned the same mission, remained stagnant, their scores frozen in place. Vice Principal Xiao, watching closely, felt something shift inside him. Awe gave way to pride. Maybe Elder Han was right, he thought. Maybe I should have trusted Lu Fan. So what had once seemed like a deadly trap now looked more like a warm-up. Elder Han, ever composed, sipped his tea with quiet amusement. Look at that battered black dragon of his, he said softly. And yet, Lu Fan hasn't even summoned all of his dragons. Xiao blinked, surprised. Would you like more tea? He offered, almost on reflex. But Elder Han waved it off with a faint smile. No need for tea just yet. The real matter at hand is watching what happens next. We can't afford to miss Lu Fan taking on the demon of the 9 realms. Nearby, Zhang Yuan watched the screen with a satisfied grin. Everything was falling into place. The true battle hadn't even begun. The demon of the 9 realms had yet to appear, and when it did, Zhang was certain Lu Fan would face his limits. Exhausted, dragons spent alone. That was the moment the real test would begin. And Zhang Yuanshan couldn't wait to see it. Back on the battlefield, Lu Fan's moment of triumph was abruptly shattered. The earth trembled violently as the stone chains holding back an ancient seal suddenly snapped. A powerful shockwave burst outward, cracking the ground beneath his feet. The air crackled with raw, unstable energy. From the center of the battlefield, a massive pyramid-like structure began to collapse inwards, as though it had served its purpose, and now its true horror was awakening. Lu Fan's expression hardened. The challenge was far from over. From deep beneath the pyramid, an enormous gate swung open. Darkness poured out like a living mist, followed by a new flood of monsters. Beasts more ferocious, more vicious, and more organized than anything he'd encountered thus far. A grim realization struck him. He had acted too soon. He should have waited for all the enemies to emerge, then struck them down in a single overwhelming blow, but now he had no choice. With a sharp breath, Lu Fan cursed under his breath and swiftly adapted. He drew his blade, preparing to meet the incoming horde head-on. The system chimed rapidly, and Wandering Pavilion Beasts, level 75 135 points. Two-Headed Ogres, level 80 297 points. You'll have Demon Scouts, level 60 50 points. But instead of fear, Lu Fan grinned. This isn't a setback, he thought, his eyes gleaming. This is a jackpot. Beside him, Zhang Yuansha shifted instantly back into her destructive form. Her molten body pulsed with energy, fire searing through the air. Lu Fan felt a powerful wave of resolve rise within him. Exactly what I needed, he muttered. More monsters, more points. He called out to his team, get ready, this is where the real battle begins. Turning to Xingqin, he gave a single nod, and to his surprise, the dragon surged forward, eager, as if it had been waiting for this moment all along. Watching it charge, Lu Fan chuckled, planning to fight them all yourself. Zhang Qian answered with a fierce resonant roar. And so, the next stage of the battle began. The battlefield erupted into chaos. Waves of monsters crashed forward, their howls forming a deafening cacophony. But at the eye of the storm stood Lu Fan, calm, steady and resolute. Xingqin roared, releasing a blast of icy breath that instantly froze dozens of enemies in their tracks. With a single flap of her wings, she summoned hurricane-level gusts that scattered enemy formations like leaves in the wind. And beside her, Xia, the legendary black dragon cloaked in eternal flame, loomed over the battlefield. Her presence alone radiated overwhelming power. Protect Xingqin, Lu Fan commanded. Zhang responded with a thunderous roar, her flaming aura swelling into an inferno, ready to consume all who dared approach. Suddenly, a radiant light descended from the sky, pulling the attention of both allies and enemies alike. At its center, a massive two-headed brute led a charge of goblins, its furious roar echoing across the field. But atop Shai, Lu Fan stood unmoved, his eyes blazing with power, met the brute's gaze with calm defiance. As Shai roared beneath him, her flames spiraling skyward, Lu Fan's focus shifted. Xingqin. She was moving differently now, faster, bolder. A brilliant, blue energy began pulsing from her core, her latent power was awakening. Lu Fan's anticipation surged. Now's the time. Xingqin's body began glowing intensely as she activated her unique ability, Star Armor, an elite power that absorbed all incoming damage for 60 seconds and redirected it to her enemies. With the ability triggered, she soared into the sky, releasing a massive shockwave of freezing energy that blasted goblins off the ground, leaving behind nothing but frozen shards. The battlefield trembled under her onslaught. But the two-headed brute didn't flinch. Roaring in fury, it raised its colossal club and charged, swinging the weapon with terrifying strength. The resulting shockwave tore through the terrain, splitting the ice and sending debris flying in every direction. Above, Lu Fan hovered atop Shio, his flaming presence lighting up the sky. The brute's blazing eyes locked onto him, its challenge unmistakable. Lu Fan's response was ice cold. We don't need to worry about that brute anymore, he said calmly. The system confirmed it, all damage absorbed, all redirected. A confident smirk spread across Lu Fan's face. Down below, Xingqin dominated the battlefield. Without waiting for orders, she unleashed a storm of icy blades. The blades slashed through the air with surgical precision, freezing everything they touched. Her wings glowed brighter than ever, cutting through the enemy lines with devastating elegance. The star armor absorbed every blow, returning it with triple the force. Waves of enemies were launched skyward, obliterated midair by icy bursts. The entire battlefield began to shimmer with a chilling blue aura as Xingqin reached her peak. The brute screamed in rage, its red eyes glowing with hatred. But Shan Yuanshan was already one step ahead. From the core of her chest, a radiant crystal formed, pulsing with unimaginable power. It lit up the entire battlefield like a second sun. Lu Fan's eyes widened as he witnessed her full potential. She's going all out, he muttered with awe. Knowing she needed space, he ordered Shan Yuan to ascend higher. Give her room, he said firmly. Xiaoye obeyed. Not. Surrounded by a swirling inferno, her wings spread wide as she soared above the chaos. Her crimson eyes burned with resolve. The sky cracked with her flight, flames trailing behind her like a comet of destruction. Down below, Shan Yuanshan prepared to unleash her ultimate strike. And the true battle was just beginning. Meanwhile, Shan Yuanshan unleashed the full extent of her frost-laden fury. A blinding sphere of icy energy formed around her, glowing ominously as it radiated power. Within seconds, enemies caught midair were frozen solid, then shattered into glittering shards by the explosive force of her strike. A colossal wave of freezing energy swept across the battlefield, turning the terrain into a glacial wasteland. Every movement she made was precise, every blast calculated. Her mastery was undeniable. The two-headed brute roared in defiance, but it was no match. Shang-Chi's overwhelming frost storm enveloped it, sealing the massive beast in a prison of ice. With a final pulse of power, the cage crystallized and cracked, silencing the brute beneath a mountain of frost. Above the frozen chaos, Lu Fan and Xiaoya soared like twin flames, streaking across the sky. The contrast between Xiaoya's blazing inferno and Shang Yuanzhan. The frost intensified into a swirling vortex that gripped flying enemies in midair, dragging them into the blizzard's heart. Screeching monsters, unable to resist the force, were torn apart mid-flight, frozen solid, and dashed against the frozen ground. From the center of the chaos, Xingqian descended like a divine blizzard, her radiant wings carved through the storm, and waves of chilling energy poured out with every flap, freezing anything in their path. Her dominance over the battlefield was absolute. Nothing could recover from her devastating onslaught. Lu Fan watched from above, pride glowing in his eyes. With the serpent shadow arrow amplifying her damage by 500%, he mused, this shattered star attack rivals even Xiaoya's great disaster. Well done, Shang-Chi, he called. A system chime confirmed it. Lu Fan had leveled up to 34, thanks to the incredible amount of damage absorbed in return by Shang-Chi's ability. She was evolving into a true force of destruction. Surrounded by flickering blue flames, Shang-Chi turned proudly, her expression smug and almost playful, clearly pleased with the compliment. Lu Fan laughed under his breath. This little one's way too full of herself. Xiaoya, noticing the attention shifting away from her, growled jealously. Her fiery aura intensified as if demanding recognition. Realizing the situation, Lu Fan smiled and reassured her. You're just as strong. Your moment's coming. Against the next boss. Xiaoya huffed, her flames calming slightly, content with the promise of her turn. Just then, a blinding explosion of violet energy erupted on the horizon. The ground trembled violently as debris rained down across the battlefield. Both Shang-Chi and Xia turned toward the source of the blast, eyes narrowing. Flames and frost swirled together as the battlefield fell silent, watching, waiting. Then it emerged. A towering frog-like beast cloaked in green scales, its body radiating malice, its glowing horn pulsed with raw, unstable energy. The system rang out. Black Mountain Horn Beast, level 80, 429 points. The creature's blood-red eyes scanned the battlefield with cold calculation, and its mere presence exuded dominance. But Lu Fan's smirk didn't waver. Surrounded by flame, he met the monster's gaze without flinching.
This is the moment we've been waiting for.
His tone was calm, but his intent was absolute. Xingqian, get ready. Turned, he raised his hand. We take it down in one wave. A Both dragons roared in unison, their combined auras igniting the battlefield with explosive force. The beast's horn pulsed brighter, green lightning dancing along its tip. It was preparing a counterattack. But Lu Fan had already moved. Xiaoya, prepare lava explosion. Xingqian, activate star surge. Oi! Flames and frost spiraled together as both dragons charged their ultimate attacks. Lu Fan himself leapt into the fray, his dragon chi surging, claws burning with crimson fire as he slashed at the beast, in sync with his dragons. Their movements flowed like a choreographed symphony of destruction. 4 strikes, 2 from each dragon. Each blow left glowing green scars across the monster's thick hide. The earth itself seemed to hold its breath as Xiaoya's molten blast met Xingqian's frost surge, the two elements colliding in a violent explosion of raw power. The Black Mountain Horn Beast bellowed in agony, engulfed by the vortex of fire and ice. Its horn flared dangerously, swirling with serpentine energy. The ground split beneath it as it unleashed its counterattack, a focused beam of green energy roaring across the battlefield at blinding speed, tearing the land asunder and sending shockwaves that cracked the very foundation of the frozen field. But Lu Fan didn't back down. He shot into the air, sword in hand, its edge burning with power. Show this beast your true strength, Shang-Chi. Below, Shang-Chi roared. Her body glowed with intense blue light as she summoned her ultimate attack, a blinding torrent of frost energy that surged forward like a tidal wave, swallowing everything in its path. Now Xia, strike, Lu Fan shouted. The black dragon answered instantly. Igniting into a blazing inferno, Shang Yuan unleashed her own finishing move, Lava Burst. The eruption exploded from her chest, tearing across the battlefield like a volcanic wave. The force of her attack collided with Shang-Chi's frost torrent in a synchronized maelstrom of elemental destruction. The battlefield was consumed by molten fury. Flames surged and pooled into a searing lake of lava, trapping enemies within its blistering grasp and delivering continuous merciless damage. At the heart of the chaos, a colossal beast roared in agony as the coordinated assault struck its towering frame. Unable to endure the sheer magnitude of power unleashed upon it, the creature collapsed, writhing in torment as the inferno engulfed its massive body. Desperation lit up its glowing red eyes. In a frantic bid to escape the onslaught, the beast curled into a defensive sphere and launched itself skyward, fleeing from the relentless blaze. The heavens ignited in fiery streaks as it soared, marking the skies with the scars of its retreat, but its hopes were short-lived. Lufan was already in motion. With unmatched speed, he soared through the burning air, striking with deadly precision. The earth trembled as his blow landed, shockwaves rippling outward in violent bursts. The beast cried out once more, a sound filled with agony, as a critical blow shattered its momentum. Above, Shang Yuanshan unfurled her wings in a brilliant display, channeling radiant energy into a shimmering field of light. The battlefield seemed to pause in that moment, every soul holding their breath. And then together, Lufan and Shang Yuanshan launched their final strike. Their timing was flawless, their synergy absolute. The attack crashed into the beast with devastating force, utterly destroying its last defenses. A thunderous roar marked its defeat. Amid the fading echoes of battle, Luan stood with a confident grin. He recognized the seamless teamwork that had secured their triumph. But this wasn't just a victory, it was a revelation. The scoreboard lit up with new rankings, and Luan's name soared to the very top. His dragons perched by his side, their powerful auras glowing with pride. Look at that score, Lufan murmured with quiet satisfaction. The astonishing points left the competition stunned. Inner block. Inside the supervision room, murmurs of disbelief swept through the spectators. Vice Principal Xiao watched the screen with growing excitement, marveling at how far Lufan had come since his journey to the northern regions. Elder Han nodded in silent approval, a faint glimmer of amusement in his eyes. But not everyone shared their sentiment. Zhen Zion stared at the screen in utter disbelief. Panic and frustration warred within him. How could Luan, a mere representative of the Dragon Nation, achieve such an overwhelming feat? His eyes locked onto the scoreboard. Not only had Lufan annihilated the Warcraft army, but he had also surpassed Zhen Xinghan by a wide margin. This is impossible, Jin Zion growled, his voice low and furious. Seething, he barked orders at his subordinates. Verify the data from the Black Tower immediately. Check for any exploits or system anomalies. Report anything suspicious without delay. His frustration was palpable, his composure unraveling. Behind clenched teeth, he contemplated the unthinkable, that Lufan's rise could not be natural. He convinced himself that the only explanation was cheating, some hidden manipulation. If he could uncover even a sliver of misconduct, he could revoke Lufan's qualifications and crush his momentum. 30 minutes later, at the entrance of the supervision chamber in Jane City Arena, a trembling security officer reported, "The inspection is complete. All trial systems, including the Dark Spire section, are fully functional. No weaknesses were detected." Jin Zion's face darkened. Rage took hold. He grabbed the guard by the collar and snarled, "How could you miss something so important?" The officer stammered, apologizing profusely and promising to recheck the systems without delay. But Jian Shangyuan would not be appeased. He lashed out, calling his team incompetent, and demanded another inspection, this time flawless. The guard retreated in a panic, desperate to avoid further punishment. Seething, Jin Zion realized that the very trial he had designed to intimidate the other candidates had now become Lufan's weapon. In a fit of spite, he resolved to manipulate the stats of the Demon of the Nine Realms, and attempt to corner Lufan into surrender. With his focus now on the ranking board, he pinned his hopes on Jin Xinghan and Musashi Tan, both second-stage warriors with levels exceeding 30. He was confident they still had the strength to turn the tide. Storming back into the supervision room, Zion's fury was barely contained. Elder Han, seated calmly in a corner with a steaming teacup, glanced up but said nothing. Jin Zion's eyes flicked toward the main screen and froze. His breath caught in his throat. "Tame. Impossible," he shouted, panic creeping into his voice. There, on the screen was Lufan, already dominating the field. The arena was ablaze, flames swallowing the terrain in a storm of shadows and smoke. Soldiers struggled against the inferno, their efforts rendered meaningless in the face of Lufan's overwhelming might. At the heart of the battlefield stood Lufan, cloaked in a radiant blue aura. His weapon pulsed with unwavering energy, casting a blinding light across the charred earth. Behind him loomed Shioya, her silhouette one with the flames, her gaze fierce and resolute. And then from the darkness emerged a new threat, a legion of demonic creatures, their crimson eyes burning with malevolence, ready to challenge the blazing legend that now stood before them. At the forefront of the battlefield loomed a towering armored entity. Its massive frame exuded menace, and in its hand pulsed a blade of dark energy that radiated sheer intimidation. The system quickly identified the enemy, a level 86 boss. Lufan's eyes narrowed, locking onto the target with calculated intensity. This was no ordinary opponent. He instantly realized that relying on Shaya alone would not be enough to overcome such overwhelming power. There was no room for hesitation. Without delay, Lu Fan made the call. Splitting the experience points was a price worth paying for victory. The time had come. With a surge of power he summoned Sha, the Emerald Dragon. The battlefield erupted in a brilliant flash of green light as Sha descended in her Eternal One form, rising above the chaos with regal dominance. Her presence alone shifted the momentum. Her blade shimmered with an otherworldly glow, and Lu Fan stood beside her, resolute and ready to lead the charge. Without pause, Xiaowei activated her bloodline ability, the Emerald Dragon Bloodline. The battlefield lit up in a radiant aura as all allied dragon skills surged in power. At the same moment, Xiaowei released her life pulse, casting Emerald World Blessing across the field. A divine glow enveloped their allies, enhancing all attributes by up to 400%. The tide of battle turned dramatically. Xiaowei unleashed Emerald Blessing, surrounding Lu Fan, Xiaoyou, and Xingqin with 32 stacks of dragon energy, massively boosting the damage of their next coordinated strike. In sync, Xiao activated Emerald Light, shrouding the trio in protective layers. Each layer removed debuffs and bolstered their attributes by 60%. Not only did it amplify their strength, but it also absorbed incoming attacks, giving them a crucial defensive edge. As the battlefield burned, Xiao roared with fury. Her blazing aura ignited the air around her, spreading like wildfire. Responding instantly to Lu Fan's signal, she dove into the fray. Now at level 30, she unleashed her signature move, Lava Flame, a stream of relentless fire that scorched everything in its path, while simultaneously healing her own wounds. The screams of burning enemies echoed through the chaos. Standing firm beside Lu Fan, Xia summoned her ultimate skill, Eternal Guardian. A radiant emerald barrier enveloped the entire group, shielding them from harm. The barrier's strength was directly tied to Xia's health and self-healing, casting a glowing green light that fortified their defenses. Lu Fan's strategy continued to unfold with calculated precision. He signaled Xingqin, who immediately activated Starlight Scale Armor, a shimmering shield of celestial energy. For 60 full seconds, the armor absorbed all incoming damage and stored it, preparing to unleash it later as a devastating counterattack. Blow after blow struck Xingqin, and each impact only made the armor glow brighter, the stored energy growing ever more volatile. As Lu Fan reached level 35, a key memory surged to the forefront of his mind, the Dragon Language Magic Book. He summoned the ancient artifact, and a powerful aura swirled around him. The book granted him the Dragon Resonance passive, a skill designed to amplify synchronization between dragon riders and their dragons when casting similar magic. At Lu Fan Karachan, Manhua Bi Jua Pirich. With a flash of radiant energy, the book disintegrated, transferring its power directly into Lu Fan. Flames coiled around him as he and Xiaya synchronized perfectly. Their connection surged with resonance, amplifying every move they made. Then, without warning, a crimson beam of energy tore through the sky. The impact thundered across the battlefield, sending shockwaves through friend and foe alike. Everything in its path was annihilated. Xiaoya let out a primal roar, her blood-red eyes burning with fury. Flames circled her as she prepared her most devastating technique, Lava Explosion. Following Lu Fan's command, Xiaoya joined in. Together they unleashed synchronized lava explosions, drowning the enemy in a tsunami of molten fire. Searing pools of lava formed beneath their enemies, dealing massive continuous damage. The fusion of Lu Fan and Xiaoya's powers, amplified by Dragon Resonance, surged even higher. Their combined attack reached 4 times its normal strength, far beyond what either could achieve alone. The earth trembled beneath the force of their strike, far beyond what either could achieve alone. Amidst the chaos, Lu Fan marveled at the synchronicity he shared with Xiaoya. Their heartbeats were as one, their magic fully aligned. The power flowing through him was unlike anything he had ever experienced. This is just the beginning, he thought, watching as the enemy forces were swallowed by molten destruction. The colossal armored boss reeled from the onslaught, its molten body quaking under the unbearable pressure. It staggered, desperately trying to escape the searing lava, but Lu Fan recognized the moment. This was the opportunity to end it. Xiaoya, he called, World Destroyer form now. Flames erupted around her as her body transformed. Her stats skyrocketed. Power, speed, spirit, all reaching their peak. Without hesitation she lunged toward the beast, her fangs tearing into its molten armor. Bleeding damage began stacking rapidly as the enemy writhed in desperation. Still, the beast refused to fall. It let out a guttural roar, clinging to the last threads of life. Lu Fan stepped forward, his blade crackling with lethal energy. This was it. The finishing blow was his to deliver. But before he could strike, a blur of motion cut through the air. Shang Yuanzhan darted past him, her speed a blur, launching into a precise and devastating assault. Her timing perfect, her power lethal. The final act was unfolding, and the end was near. With a sudden blur of motion, Shangxin struck the colossal beast with overwhelming force. Her timing was perfect. The monster never saw it coming. The impact rippled across the battlefield in a shock wave that silenced everything. Smirking as she hovered over the wounded enemy, Shang Yuan delivered a taunt laced with triumph.
Die already.
Then, with a final burst of energy, she activated the full power of her Starlight Scale armor. Every ounce of stored damage discharged at once, triggering a massive explosion that annihilated the beast entirely. The blast obliterated every enemy within melee range. And then silence. The once formidable army was reduced to smoldering ash. The battlefield, moments ago consumed by chaos, now stood still under the weight of absolute victory. Yushang Yuan. As the system notifications rolled in, Xiaoya leveled up to 31, and Shai, the Emerald Dragon, reached level 23. Their power had grown significantly. Xingxin stood proudly, her aura glowing with newfound strength. She had ascended to level 15, unlocking her long-awaited form transformation. Lufan turned toward her with a teasing grin. "Since when did you learn to steal kills?" he asked. Zhang Yuanshan's smug expression remained unchanged, clearly savoring her moment in the spotlight. Her form had matured drastically. Gone were the last vestiges of her baby dragon appearance. She now exuded a sleek, refined aura, befitting her new evolution. But Lufan knew the real transformation wasn't just visual. Her stats and abilities had undergone a seismic shift. This was the beginning of her growth period. Curious, Lufan opened her system panel. Xingxin, level 15. Strength 4, 656. Agility 131. Mind 5418. Endurance 1543. Endure May. Endurance. Betrayal 1000 route. Forms. I told Jams turned turning. Thatwarch. Vikup tentacles bar. Thou shouts. I told Jams turned. Rebang. Nitty turned. The Cheo Tron Q Di Mosva. Baby form. Reduced energy consumption in a compact state. Battle form. Standard combat ready state. Starlight form. Temporarily increases physical strength 5-fold for 60 seconds. This was her ultimate battle form, allowing brief but overwhelming bursts of power. Skills are Starlight Annihilation active. LV1 converts all stored starlight energy into a concentrated laser beam that ignores all defenses and cannot be blocked. Deals astronomical damage. Yushan's eyes gleamed as he reviewed the details. Zhang Yuanshan had officially entered her evolution period, and her attribute growth had far exceeded expectations. At just level 15, her stats already dwarfed those of Xiaoba. At the same stage, she was no longer just a support type, she was now a frontline combat specialist. What excited Lufan the most were the two new forms, Starlight form and Galaxy Overlord form. Starlight form was high risk, high reward, a 1-minute transformation that multiplied her strength by 5, perfect for blitz-style attacks. When combined with Starlight Annihilation, it gave her the potential to destroy even the most heavily fortified enemies in a single, unblockable strike. Then there was Galaxy Overlord form, which came with 3 powerful skills. Starfall, passive, automatically strikes enemies within a radius, similar to chi-based zone damage. Nebula Star, a crowd control skill that immobilizes all enemies in range. Neutron Nebula, Annihilation, a devastating attack that might even outclass her previous ultimate, Shatter Star. Lufan's anticipation grew as he imagined the sheer destructive synergy between her new forms. We'll need real monsters to test this power properly, he thought, already planning their next challenge. But the current mission wasn't over. He turned his gaze toward the looming dark castle, Hell Demon Peak. The gates stood open, unmoving. No new demons had emerged since the general's death. That silence troubled him. The true demon must still be inside, Lufan concluded, and it's waiting. He narrowed his eyes, afraid to come out and face me directly. Fine, if you won't come to me, then I'll come to you. He quickly issued commands. A radiant beam of light shot from Xiaoya's eyes, sweeping across the area. The skill was powerful, revealing any stealth or hidden entities in the vicinity. Xiaoya too activated her version of the perception ability, bathing the battlefield in divine light to ensure no enemy escaped detection. Lufan analyzed the scene. The Hell Demon is hiding in the dark castle, biding its time, but I'll drag it out. Mounting Xiaoya once more, he charged through the towering gates. The darkness inside was oppressive, thick like smoke. His dragons followed close behind, their presence like sentinels cutting through the gloom. Inside, Lufan dismounted and proceeded on foot, cautious and focused. Visibility dropped to near 0, but his perception skill kept his senses sharp. If anything moved, he would know. Then, it happened. A flicker of fire caught his eye, faint but unmistakable. He stopped. Something was off. The world around him shifted, as if the air itself warped. Lufan realized what had occurred. He had stepped into a secret zone. The chamber that unfolded before him was barren and desolate, much like the castle's eerie exterior, yet it was immense. Floating torches lined the cavernous space, casting haunting glows across the floor. The sheer size of the hall was staggering, more than enough to house the army of over 10,000 demons he had previously vanquished. He moved slowly, his every step echoed in the silence, and every sound felt sharper, heavier. The deeper he ventured, the stronger the pressure became. Something was waiting, and it wouldn't stay hidden for long. There. At the far end of the darkened castle, a massive throne emerged from the shadows, its sheer size dwarfing even Lufan. It radiated a sinister presence, a chilling pressure that made his dragons growl with unease. Their instincts screamed of danger. As Lufan narrowed his eyes toward the throne, a strange figure began to materialize. It appeared like a phantom summoned from the void. The system immediately identified the entity. Earth's Shadow Demon, Nightmare Boss, level 85. Its stats appeared on the interface. Every value monstrous. Strength 37,551. Mayably. Agility 39,034. Spirit 30,582.
Endurance 40,658.
Abilities. Shadow layers. Shadow-infused strikes that penetrate up to 5 layers, with each layer increasing damage by 4%.
Phantom Walk. Grants complete stealth until the demon initiates an attack.
Bloodblade Claw, a devastating blood-infused slash that temporarily boosts strength by 200% for 2 seconds. The demon's voice echoed through the throne room, deep, cold, and filled with disdain. A human and a dragon, it scoffed. I remember long ago, humans killed me. I lost my body. This castle, it isn't even mine. I've been sealed here like a prisoner. As it stepped forward, iron chains clinked with each movement, bound across its wrists and chest. The restraints glowed faintly, suppressing some unfathomable power. An eerie blinking eye opened from its chest, unsettling and alive. Foolish humans, it continued with a bitter laugh. You've imprisoned me, yet protected my soul. Even in death you've made me your toy. Lufan watched cautiously, each word dripping with loathing. What do you hope to achieve? The demon sneered. Seal me again. Become a hero? It raised a chained arm, mocking. Dream on. Then, with a roar that shook the very air, it launched an attack. Shadow energy surged toward Lufan as the demon activated shadow layers, embedding shadow force into every strike. But Lufan was ready. Xiaop's protective shield flared to life, absorbing the hit as glowing layers stacked atop one another, each one increasing his ability to retaliate. The demon's assault shattered harmlessly across the shield. From within the glow, Lufan smirked.
What was that, Bug?
He said coldly. Save those last words for yourself. He then commanded Xiaoya to activate Emerald Light. A brilliant green aura enveloped him, reinforcing his defenses. The radiant shield nullified debuffs, absorbed 2 strikes per layer, and boosted all his attributes by 60%. The demon's confidence began to waver. Its attacks were proving useless. Drawing his sword, which now pulsed with dense energy, Lufan called upon a hidden trump card. Xiaoya, summon the twin falling core dragons. He lifted the dragon bone flute to his lips. As its haunting melody echoed through the chamber, the system confirmed the incoming dragons would match his current level. Moments later, 2 colossal dragons burst forth from the rift in the air. Their roars shook the ground as their stats appeared. Dragon's Breath. Magical damage. Slain targets are reanimated as undead minions. Dragon Charge coats the dragon in undead energy, nullifying 99% of incoming damage and reflecting skill effects. Forbidden Dragon Magic unlocks. Advanced magic such as Dragon Curse and Enhanced Dragon Charge. Bloodline trait. Reduces all incoming damage by 5%. The Earth Shadow Demon froze. For the first time, there was hesitation in its voice. What terrifying creatures. What is this power? It muttered, stunned. Lufan's expression remained cold and focused.
You don't need to know.
With that, Xiaoya roared, unleashing lava explosion. Molten fire engulfed the demon, detonating with a thunderous blast. Shockwaves erupted through the throne room, scorching stone and air alike. For a moment, it looked like the battle was over, but as the flames dispersed, the demon emerged, largely unscathed. Its laughter returned, cruel and triumphant.
You weak, careless fool, it taunted. You think it'll be that easy?
It had activated Phantom Walk, slipping back into the shadows, cloaking itself in stealth infused with Earth Shadow energy. Lufan's frustration deepened, as even Xiaoya's advanced detection failed to locate the enemy. Then it struck. Out of nowhere, the demon's Bloodblade Claw tore through the air, slashing Xia repeatedly. 4 consecutive hits landed, each one stacking shadow layers and dramatically increasing its damage output. Are they? The demon grinned darkly. Let's see how long you can last, human. Sweat glistened on Xiaoya's brow, but Lufan remained calm. Without hesitation, he reactivated Emerald Light, resetting his defensive barrier and purging the stacked shadow effects. This won't work, he muttered under his breath. Passive tactics won't cut it anymore. The demon lunged again, claws enlarged with compressed Earth Shadow energy. Its attacks collided against Lufan's blade, deflected by precision. Each counterstrike now started stacking energy, not on Lufan but on the demon itself, amplifying its vulnerability. Just when the Shadow Demon believed it had gained the upper hand, Lufan smiled. Now you can't hide. A bright light rained from above. The demon recoiled.
What is this?
The divine radiance sliced through the darkness, shattering the Phantom Walk. Its invisibility disintegrated, and its full form was now exposed beneath the holy light. And The Earth Shadow Demon screamed in rage, its chains glowing brighter as it prepared for a desperate retaliation. But Lufan was already advancing, his sword gleaming, dragon circling, and his gaze locked firmly on the final boss. The true battle had just begun. Lufan turned with purpose, his gaze sharp as he signaled. "Your turn, Shangxin. Show me your skills." With a thunderous roar, Xiangyin emerged, his form glowing as he ascended into his star-sky dragon form, known also as the Milky Way form. Celestial energy rippled across his scales, giving off the radiance of a dragon born from the stars themselves. The Earth's Shadow Demon's rage erupted.
"Who is this? Was he with you all along?"
It bellowed in fury.
But Lufan didn't waste a moment. "Activate Stellar Rain," he commanded. Immediately, Shang summoned a torrent of celestial light, brilliant beams pouring from the heavens, blanketing the entire battlefield. The system confirmed Stellar Rain could remain active indefinitely until manually cancelled, and in combination with Shang's Milky Way form, the skill became a constant stream of divine punishment. The demon screeched in agony as the galactic energy tore through its defenses, burning away its shadow stealth and leaving it completely exposed. Its colossal body trembled, and for the first time, its confidence faltered. Lufan, now fully synchronized with his dragons, raised his sword. The blade shimmered with overwhelming power, its glow reflecting the unity of rider and dragon. "You don't need to know anything more, demon," he said with icy calm. "Just prepare your last words, insect." The tides of battle had shifted. Desperate, the Earth's Shadow Demon attempted to retreat once again into stealth, activating Phantom Walk to vanish from view. But every time it tried to disappear, Xingxin's relentless barrage disrupted the spell. His attacks weren't aimed at damage, they were perfectly timed interruptions. Each strike prevented the demon from completing its evasion, effectively pinning it in place. The demon roared in frustration, finally realizing the pattern. "These attacks, they're not meant to hurt me, they're designed to trap me." Yeah. Its red eyes snapped toward Lufan, rage burning. With a furious howl, it lunged, activating Shadow Strike, launching a dual claw attack aimed directly at Lufan. But he was ready. "Xia, activate your soul light form," he shouted. Obeying without hesitation, Xia's body shimmered and transformed into an ethereal state. Her form became intangible, immune to physical strikes. The demon's claws slashed through her, without landing a single hit. Lufan leaped onto Xiaoya's back, activating his Dragon Rider ability. At once, their stats merged. Strength, agility, stamina, all surged dramatically. Fueled by the near miss, Lufan's fury ignited. "No one harms my companions," he growled. "Anyone who dares will pay." He immediately triggered Dragon Inspiration, boosting his and Xiaoya's attributes by 30%. Xiao responded in kind, activating her Emerald Dragon Bloodline ability. The effects surged through every dragon and dragon-blooded ally on the battlefield, further amplifying their might. To reinforce their advantage, Shai activated Soul Protection, forming a soul link with Xiaoya. The radiant aura fortified Xiaoya's defenses, pushing her power to monstrous levels. Now blazing with unstoppable energy, Zhang Yuan roared. Her fiery aura erupted through the darkness of the spire, claiming the battlefield as her own. Waves of enhanced dragon chi, layered with all the buffs, tore into the demon's massive frame. Every strike rocked its body, driving it back with each blow. "Despicable human," the demon spat, trembling. "How can you wield such power? Giant dragons, they were like gods. Why do they obey someone like you?" Its claws flailed at the dragon chi, trying to fight back the relentless waves of power. But Lufan remained unmoved. "Xiaoya, enhance the offensive chi," he commanded, his voice resolute. The pressure doubled. Xiao obeyed, intensifying the wave of power. The demonic beast could only scream in pain as the blows rained down without pause. Even as it cursed and questioned, Lufan didn't reply. He ignored its words, focusing entirely on ending this once and for all. Drawing his underworld serpent bow, dark energy surged around him. The weapon pulsed in sync with the chaos around them. At that same moment, the twin fallen corpse dragons charged forward. Their bodies, now cloaked in undead energy from dragon charge, shimmered with indestructible armor. 99% of incoming damage was nullified as they slammed into the demon. The earth trembled under the force of impact. The Earth's Shadow Demon was thrown back, its mouth open in disbelief. "Why?" it howled. "Why do dragons submit to a mere human who wields no divine bloodline?" Lufan's brow twitched in mild irritation at the endless ranting. He glanced toward Shangxin with a faint smirk. "What do you say about this?" he asked. Shangxin, ever eager and brimming with power, sprang into action without the slightest hesitation. A faint twang echoed across the battlefield as a brilliant star, no larger than a human head, shot through the sky like a blazing meteor. The concentrated celestial energy tore through the air with astonishing speed, locked onto the Hell Demon with perfect precision. Realizing the threat too late, the Earthshade Demon let out a furious roar and lunged forward, claws extended in a last-ditch assault. But Xia was faster. She met the charge head-on, intercepting the demon's deadly strike with her Shadow Claw block. The move deflected the incoming attack with flawless timing, stunning the demon in its tracks. From atop Xia's head, Lu Fan watched with pride. "Excellent work, Xia," he said, his voice calm and resolute. He gripped the underworld serpent bow, energy already building at the core of the weapon. "Rouse from men. Hold it off until the attack is ready," he ordered. Xia and Xiaoya nodded, their focus unbroken as they continued their relentless assault. As the bow's energy reached its fourth charge layer, Lu Fan activated the snake's shadow, further amplifying its destructive force. The energy pulsed like a heart, ready to explode. Sensing the danger, the demon snarled and activated its blood-blade claw, lunging toward Lu Fan in a ferocious counterattack. But she had anticipated the move. With blinding speed, she dodged the strike and retaliated, her claws locking tightly around the demon's arms. "Let go!" the demon roared in panic, its voice shaking with fear, but it was far too late. With a sharp cry, Lu Fan released the arrow. The energy-blazing projectile roared through the air like a comet. Simultaneously, Xia activated lava flame, unleashing a devastating torrent of molten fire that engulfed the demon completely. Flames crackled and tore at the monster's body, and the sky itself seemed to ignite under the force. Yet the final blow was still to come. Still in her galactic form, Shan Yuanshan summoned her ultimate technique, Energy Shockwave. 10 brilliant energy layers circled her nebula star, each one pulsing with destructive intent. Just as the star reached peak charge, Lu Fan's arrow collided with it mid-flight, perfectly synchronized. The resulting fusion created a blast so powerful that even the demon froze in horror. A moment later, the nebula star exploded. The detonation was cataclysmic. The shockwave ripped through the dark spire like a storm of celestial fire. Even from the observation chamber, where high-ranking officials watched via screen, the impact was palpable. Deputy Chief Xiao leaned forward in disbelief.
"Did Lu Fan actually manage to kill the Earthshade demon?" he muttered.
Even Zhen Zion, who had maintained composure until now, visibly flinched. The idea that a young warrior from the Dragon Nation had not only faced but possibly defeated one of the 9 realms demons, a creature meant for national-level heroes, was unthinkable. Frustration bubbled beneath Zhen Zion's skin. If this continues, he thought bitterly, I'll have no choice but to restore the Earthshade demon's stats to their original values. But before he could act, a technician's voice rang out. The explosion has ended, but the Earthshade demon is still alive. A sinister grin curled across Zhang Yuanshan's face. "Chill alive," he whispered darkly. "This isn't over yet." Back in the battlefield, as dust and flame settled, the monster emerged from the smoking crater. Its body was battered, cracked armor, scorched flesh, but it still stood. Its twisted grin oozed hatred. "Well, you filthy insect," it growled. "You actually managed to injure me. I will not spare you." Black energy exploded from its core, and a surge of malevolent aura enveloped the creature. Its attributes spiked violently, its strength climbing beyond any previous threshold. But instead of fear, Lu Fan simply smirked. "Won't spare me," he said coolly. "You'd better focus on saving yourself first." With a nod, he pointed upward. The demon's blood ran cold. Above, the twin fallen corpse dragons had returned, this time ablaze with blue-black flames. Their dragon language magic had fully awakened, and the aura they emitted was nothing short of apocalyptic. Wings folded tight against their sides, the dragons dove with terrifying force, a massive pressure trailing behind them. Aura they emitted was nothing short of apocalyptic. Tachamor's soul, Lanks in play with a Shintu Stingster. The demon stood frozen, staring into its own doom.
The dragons activated Downfall, a forbidden technique of last resort. It allowed them to sacrifice their own existence to unleash an attack, scaled at 2,000% of their total power. The sky trembled, the ground cracked, the spire shook to its foundations.
The Earthshade demon screamed in rage. "You reckless creatures, you call yourselves dragons, yet you serve a human as if you were his pets. You dare be this bold?" The demon's claws lashed out, activating Bloodblade Claw in a final act of desperation. It struck the dragons as they descended. But it was too late. The Downfall ability had been fully activated. The moment the claws connected, both dragons detonated in a furious burst of magic and undead energy. The resulting explosion eclipsed everything: sky, earth, light, and shadow. The dark spire cracked as if the realm itself was unraveling under the force. A blinding light swallowed the battlefield whole. The cavern was suddenly consumed by a blinding flash of light, followed by a deafening boom that echoed through the towering spire. The twin fallen corpse magic dragons had unleashed a surge of raw sacrificial energy, engulfing the Earthshade demon entirely. And with that, the clash seemed to reach its peak, at least for now. But dear viewers, that's where we leave this segment. In the next update, we'll dive into the aftermath of this climactic battle, and find out whether Lu Fan can truly bring the Earthshade demon to its knees. Meanwhile, the dark castle lay engulfed in flames. Crimson light painted the battlefield as plumes of smoke twisted into the night sky. The stench of burning ruins filled the air. Amidst this chaos, the king of the 9 realms was brought to his knees. His hands were severed, his shackles shattered, and blood soaked the scorched earth beneath him. He coughed violently, struggling to stay upright. Through pain-glazed eyes, he looked at Luan. Disbelief flashed across his face. You, Luan, this can't be happening. It's impossible. You ain't. His roar tore through the burning haze, trembling with fury and disbelief. His teeth clenched, his mind a storm of frustration. How could I lose? He growled, glaring at his own failing body, a pitiful weakened shell. Am I truly doomed to fall at the hands of mere humans? Once again, the thought sent a bitter shudder down his spine. He refused to accept this outcome. If fate demanded his rebirth, then so be it. But he vowed he would return only to destroy Luan. Letting out a scream of defiance, the Dark King's body began to dissolve into shadows. This was shadow work, the ultimate stealth technique. With it he could vanish without a trace, undetectable unless struck mid-transition. But just as he began to slip into the darkness, Luan's eyes sharpened. In one smooth motion, he raised his divine bow. A flash of light followed. Arrows rained from the heavens, relentless and precise, tearing through the battlefield and piercing even the shadows. The King of the Nine Realms barely had a second to react. The barrage struck true, disrupting his escape. His form flickered and stuttered, caught between worlds. Liu Shan lowered his bow, his voice steady.
It's over.
Behind him, the twin dragons remained still, their gazes locked on the crumbling figure before them. But despite appearances, the battle was far from finished. The Demon King let out a ragged breath. His body trembled, his mind raced. No, this isn't over. Suddenly, a surge of dark energy erupted from his core, flooding his veins. His body began to shift, its color turning to an unnatural shade of sky blue. His claws gleamed with a terrifying luster. Bulging veins ran like rivers of power beneath his skin. Lu Fan's eyes widened. This wasn't supposed to happen. The demon had been on the brink of death. How was he still standing? A sinister aura surged around the Dark King, pulsating with power. His screams echoed as his body grew stronger with each passing second. One eye glowed with eerie intensity, his claws sharper than ever. Lu Fan's breath caught. Something deep within him screamed that this was no ordinary resurgence. Suddenly, his system interface flickered to life. A monstrous pulsating eye appeared on the screen. He clicked on it without hesitation, desperate for answers. Is this the second form of the Earthshade demon? Or worse, is there still more power hidden within him? The Tai Chi Empire's ancient heroes had sealed this demon away long ago, but had they truly erased all of his strength? Because right now, it felt like the real fight was only beginning. Tuan stood frozen, his mind raced. The demon's second form had fully awakened. Its eyes glowed with malicious glee, its tongue slithered out from behind razor-sharp teeth. But what truly made Lu Fan's blood run cold was the grotesque eye embedded on the tip of the demon's tongue. Then came the voice. Hello. A menacing laugh echoed across the battlefield. The demon's gaze locked onto Lu Fan, its voice dripping with arrogance.
You thought this was over, it sneered.
You're nothing but an insect. You can't touch me. Time Lan's instincts screamed at him to check the system interface again. He glanced down. The stats were still rising. Earthshade Demon.
Label 85 and climbing.
Strength, agility, spirit, endurance, everything was skyrocketing. The system couldn't even determine the demon's true level anymore. Back at the academy, Vice Principal Zhao stared at the screen in disbelief. What the hell is going on? He muttered, his hands clenched at his sides. The Earthshade demon's power, it's still rising. The numbers kept climbing, an endless surge of energy with no end in sight. If this keeps up, Zhao gasped, we won't be able to stop it. Luan's life is in danger. He turned toward the Oversage. Old Han, look at this. We need to pull him out now, before it's too late. Old Han, seated calmly in his chair, finally spoke. His voice was low, unwavering. Vice Principal, he said, do you remember the promise you made to me? Have you already forgotten? His eyes remained fixed on the screen. Once Lu Fan wipes out the Earthshade sorcerers, we'll share a pot of tea together. You Vice Principal Zhao stared at him, frustration etched across his face. Tea, he snapped. Luren's life is on the line. That thing's power has broken past 100,000, and you're still sitting here like nothing's happening. But Old Han remained unfazed. His expression was unreadable. Liuan's instincts and battle experience are extraordinary. He's no ordinary fighter. He leaned forward, voice quiet, but filled with a quiet resolve. No matter how high the demons of the Nine Realms rise, I trust him. He will not lose. Then, he turned to Vice Principal Zhao with calm eyes and asked a single question.
Do you trust him?
The room fell into a heavy silence. Then, after a long pause, Zhang finally exhaled. Of course, I trust Lu Fan, he admitted. But Old Han, as long as you can ensure his survival, I'll be at peace. The Dragon Capital Academy had poured everything it had into one person, Lu Fan. Vice Principal Zhao sighed, shaking his head, frustration giving way to remorse. He began, his voice trailing off. I apologize for my outburst. Old Han offered a faint smile. No need to apologize. I understand your concern. But his eyes never left the screen. He had faith in Lu Fan, absolute trust in his instincts and strength. Yet even so, deep within, he knew this battle was far from over. Unbeknownst to them, President John stood silently in the same room, listening to their exchange. A smirk curled across his face, and a low chuckle escaped his lips. They have no idea. These two fools were completely unaware of the trap he had already sprung. It was flawless. Moments earlier, John had dispatched an encrypted message to his inner circle, ordering them to amplify the power of the 9 world wizards. He had also commanded a full release of the monster's strength, pushing it to its ultimate threshold. They think they're in control, but they don't even see what's coming. Even the revered heroes of the Tai Chi Empire had once failed to overcome the 9 world wizards. What chance did Lu Fan truly have? And Zhang Yuan let out another amused laugh, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. In his mind, Lu Fan was already dead, and the others, blissfully ignorant of the storm that was about to descend. Back on the battlefield, Lurn stood firm before the ever-mutating demon, his eyes sharp with focused caution. Something wasn't right. Damn. Why does your transformation feel so unnatural? He muttered under his breath. Your power keeps growing, but you're already celebrating. Don't be so quick to declare victory. Without wasting another moment, Lilin gripped his divine bow tightly. He knew what had to be done. I can't let it keep evolving. If I don't stop this power increase now, we're finished. He activated his ultimate weapon. A pulse of radiant energy shot through the air as he summoned the twin fallen dragons, titanic beasts that resonated perfectly with his aura. Through a high-level natural assimilation technique, the dragon's Ming flute. A deafening roar split the skies. One of the dragons circled above, its presence shaking the battlefield to its core. Then came the full summoning. The fallen dragon materialized in a burst of brilliant light. At the same time, across the horizon, the forces of the 9 worlds surged into action. Ichan's, their strength ignited like wildfire. Glowing claws, burning irises, and surging mana pushed their abilities to terrifying extremes. The monstrous demon locked its gaze on Lumen and sneered. Gee, you're already as good as dead. With a roar that shook the heavens, the beast lunged at him. But Luan didn't hesitate. He leapt onto his dragon mount and gave the order. Zhao, activate World Destructive Roar. In the blink of an eye, a thunderous roar erupted from the dragon's maw, rippling across the battlefield like a divine storm. Shockwaves ripped through the earth, obliterating anything caught within the blast radius. The pressure alone was enough to make lesser beings crumble. Yet the demon didn't even flinch. It smirked. Pathetic. You and your dragons are insects. You can't kill me. Two Fex were stretching. Duan Shanzhen, let's see if you can handle this. He activated Dragon Unleashed, a forbidden technique that unlocked the full potential of dragon language magic. In a single heartbeat, his dragon's breath transformed, no longer just raw elemental force, but something far more ancient and lethal. A golden ring of energy formed around his sword. A deep violet aura surged from the dragons, curling like smoke on the battlefield. The air crackled. The real fight had begun. With a defiant roar, Lu Fan declared that the fallen dragon has unlocked dragon language magic. And then, without pause, he activated a deadly forbidden art, the husband dragon mantra. From the skies, a massive wave of cursed energy descended. The air darkened as spectral figures, warriors, long fallen in ancient wars, rose and swirled within the wave. Their wrath fused into the mantra. The energy crashed into the 9 realms demon like an avalanche. The ground quaked under the impact. The demon screamed, a sound laced with both agony and fury. Enough, it bellowed. The sky trembled, its glowing eyes locked onto Lu Fan, rage pouring from every fiber of its being. You dare insult me as if I were one of the ancient beasts? I will make you suffer. The dignity of a 9 realms demon cannot be stained. But just as he raised his claws to strike, a sudden force wrapped around him. Strange, invisible chains tightened in midair, locking his limbs in place. He thrashed, confused.
What is this? He snarled, trying to break free.
Too bad for you. Now it's time you learn what true fear is. High above, the star dragon began to transform. Its body glowed with celestial light as it shifted into its ultimate form, starlight form. A dazzling brilliance flooded the skies, illuminating the battlefield as though dawn itself had descended. Lu Fan's voice rang with confidence. You underestimated a Dragon Tamer, and now, you will pay the price. A system notification flickered in his mind. Starlight form activated. Time remaining, 59 seconds. Solings. The power boost was instantaneous. Here, Paul. Star Dragon Strength, 4,656, 223,280. Your Agility, 548. Unmatched. Without hesitation, the Star Dragon unleashed its most devastating ability. Morning Starlight. The 9 realms demon howled in agony as celestial energy surged through its colossal frame. Its body trembled violently, struggling to stay intact under the overwhelming force. This is young dragon, it stammered, disbelief cracking through its voice. But the assault was far from over. With a deafening roar, the Star Dragon activated its final ultimate technique, Starfall Burn. A massive radiant beam of condensed starlight erupted from its maw, slicing through the demon's body like divine judgment. The attack ignored all defense, impossible to block, dodge, or resist. The very air distorted around it, and everything caught in its path melted into oblivion. The demon convulsed, its limbs disintegrating into nothingness, its once dominant form dissolving like ash in the wind, letting out a final anguished cry. The demon's voice faded. No, this cannot be. I had just regained my strength. How could I lose it all again? Moments later, even his glowing eyes, remnants of a once mighty existence, flickered and vanished into the darkness. Silence descended over the battlefield. The once roaring dark castle stood still. Lu Fan and his dragons hovered above, breathless and motionless, the tension of the battle still weighing on them. The victory was theirs, but something felt wrong. Lu Fan glanced upward, instincts prickling. This isn't over. A chilling realization struck him. The Earthshade demon was trying to drag them down with him. The entire spire was collapsing. Without hesitation, Lu Fan turned to Zhao and barked a command. Stop.
Get everyone out of here, now.
Vice Principal Zhao didn't waste a second. With a powerful leap, he launched forward, leading the others in a desperate race to escape before the crumbling terrain swallowed them whole. Though the final clash was over, a new danger loomed. Cracks split across the Earth's surface, spreading rapidly before detonating into a massive explosion. Sensing the threat, Lu Fan soared into the sky, his dragons flanking him. The dark castle's vast interior gave them just enough space to maneuver out of danger. As they ascended, system notifications blinked before Lu Fan's eyes. Emerald Dragon, Tro level 24. Star Dragon, main level 16. Yichang Yuanshans, all the overdwakles. Bernost Verdfighted, Goskenplated Vetristor, Yushan range Strakid, and Warfo Albal Aldroy, Urshan range the Furfighted Foviol. Lu Fan Rome level 36. Xiaowi, Black Dragon, Rayon level 32. Isdalife, Yuongwell. A triumphant smirk crossed his face. Despite the near-catastrophic collapse, they had made it out, stronger than ever. Looking down at the battlefield, Lu Fan mused to himself. This fight dragged on longer than I expected, but in the end, I won. Defeated the Earthshade demon not once but twice. Totally worth it. Then his attention shifted. His points. The last time he checked, he was sitting at 459,792. Now the system confirmed it. He had shattered through the ceiling. Over 500,000 points achieved. Current ranking, number 1. Mission complete. 9 Realms Clan Demon eliminated. Lu Fan exhaled in satisfaction. I can finally sleep peacefully tonight. Back at the observation hall, disbelief rippled through the gathered staff and observers. Shock. Silence. Then, chaos. The 9-world demon is dead, someone whispered. Unbelievable, its level kept rising. How is that even possible? Voices began to overlap in astonishment. He's a genius. Over 440,000 points ahead of rank 2. That final laser strike, flawless execution, his coordination with the dragon's perfection. His Vice Principal Zhao turned toward Old Han, a knowing smile on his face.
Well, Old Han, looks like Lu Fan proved you right. Combat instincts like that, at such a young age, that's no ordinary feat.
Old Han nodded proudly, his tone warm and confident. Pow. The Dragon Capital Academy poured everything into him, and now, all of that effort has borne fruit. His ability to tame and command dragons is finally reaching its true potential. The Overseer chuckled in agreement. And during the national exam preparations, he trained relentlessly. His determination is simply unmatched. Suddenly, smack. A loud slapping noise cut through the celebration, silencing the room. All eyes turned toward the source. President Jin. His face was twisted in fury. His phone lay shattered at his feet, both fists clenched tight, trembling with rage. His carefully laid plans, every one of them had collapsed. Blom. A voice behind him spoke timidly. Mr. Jin, are you all right? But Jin stormed out, his voice dripping with venom.
It's nothing. Just a slip of the hand.
Still, his mind was spiraling. Taichi Nation had just fallen 400,000 points behind the Dragon Nation. How the hell did this happen? He muttered. Mensur murdered our bind Alwa. Vice Principal Zhao furrowed his brows, calling after him.
Mr. John, what's wrong? Why do you look so upset?
Before John could respond, the Overseer stepped forward with a slow, amused smile. Principal, don't worry about it. Come now, there's fresh tea waiting. Meanwhile, inside his private office, President Zhang's fury exploded. With a roar, he punched the wall, fury erupting from every fiber of his being. The Earth Demon, killed by Lu Fan. He paced like a beast in a cage. Unforgivable. Impossible. His thoughts ran wild.
That brat from Dragon Nation. He did what even Taichi's greatest heroes couldn't. How is that possible?
It was absurd. It made no sense. Just then, his officer burst into the room, out of breath. Mr. John, we've been looking for you everywhere. You weren't responding. John grabbed him by the collar. Answer me, did you or did you not max out the Earth Demon stats? The officer stammered, sweat dripping down his face.
Yes, I did. I swear we maxed them all.
Zhang Yuanshan's grip tightened.
Then explain this? How did that Dragon Nation brat still kill it?
The officer gulped. Luan, he's fast, incredibly fast. His damage output is insane. Even though we maxed the Oath Demon stats to the absolute limit, it still wasn't enough. Jen released him and fell into grim silence. So the settings were correct. The Earthshade Demon had been at full power, and Lufan still emerged victorious. His eyes narrowed, his thoughts sharpened. Did he find a weakness? Then it hit him like lightning. That's it. That's the only explanation. He found a flaw in the Earth Demon's abilities and exploited it. His jaw clenched. That's how he won. Meanwhile, in a quiet chamber within the stronghold, Vice Principal Zhao and the Overseer sipped on warm tea, savoring a rare moment of calm. Their expressions were relaxed, the weight of the recent battle momentarily lifted. When they noticed President Jin approaching, the two exchanged a subtle glance. What's all the fuss about? Vice Principal Zhao asked, lifting an eyebrow with a faint smirk. Zhang stood silent, his expression unreadable. He didn't respond, but the Overseer simply chuckled, unconcerned. Everything is just fine. In fact, Lufan has made all our lives much easier. With that, he took another sip of his tea and turned to walk away. Vice Principal Zhao lifted his teacup and chuckled. Forget the battle. The real spectacle was how he handled the Earth Demon. No one here can stand up to him now. The Overseer let out a hearty laugh.
That's true. I've been on duty all night, and these old bones are starting to feel it. Come, let's take a walk and clear our heads.
John and his officers watched as the two casually strolled away, talking and laughing as if the world hadn't just witnessed a cataclysmic battle. Zhang Yuanshan's eyes narrowed. Something isn't right. A conspiracy, it had to be. Or, he turned to his officers, his voice low and sharp. Find out everything you can about the Dragon Nation's representative. Their deputy supervisor must know something. Follow them, watch them closely. If anyone approaches those two, report to me immediately. The officer saluted with a nod. Understood, I'll handle it. As the team left, John didn't follow. Instead, he crept toward a nearby wall and slipped behind it, silently positioning himself to eavesdrop. There has to be something they're not telling us, he thought, his grip tightening against the cold stone. Even the demon of the 9 realms couldn't stop Lu Fan. I need to know what weakness he found. Elsewhere, the Overseer and Vice Principal Zhao continued their stroll through the corridor, their conversation casual but laced with deeper implications. If everything goes smoothly, the Overseer mused, the National Trial Championship will undoubtedly be ours. Vice Principal Zhao nodded, confidence in his voice. Yes, I believe so too. Old Han is as calm as ever. Then with a small sigh he added, I must apologize. I may have overreacted earlier. I was too worried about Lune. Hidden in the shadows, President John listened intently. Too confident. Far too confident, he thought. They must have found a loophole. That brat. If I find even one shred of evidence, I'll make sure the other nations demand his expulsion from the 23-nation alliance. The Overseer chuckled, glancing at Zhao with amusement.
I've grown quite used to that nervous look on your face.
Zhao flushed slightly, then shook his head with a smile. Good old Han, we're finally back. But at that very moment, a sudden streak of light tore through the sky, slicing the air with a sharp humming resonance. Jane remained focused, still listening in, completely unaware, until a strange vibration stirred the air behind him. His instincts screamed at him to move. He spun around just in time. A glowing sword was hurtling straight toward him. Eyes widening, he barely managed to hurl himself aside. The blade slammed into the wall behind him, embedding itself deep into the stone. Energy crackled from its hilt, humming with deadly force. 1 second slower, and he would have been killed instantly. His heart pounded. What the hell was that? He scanned the area for an attacker, but no one was there. Then, he saw it, a symbol engraved into the sword's hilt. His breath hitched. A level 90 Dark Night Ripper. A cold sweat trickled down his temple. His hands trembled. No, I completely forgot about old Han's personal bodyguard. It hit him like a hammer, the 4 phantom blades, ancient weapons that attacked automatically to protect their master. One had just given him a warning shot. He took a shaky breath, trying to regain his composure. But inside, he was unraveling. If I stay here another second, I'm finished. Oh, he turned and slipped into the shadows, disappearing without another word. 10 minutes later, the Overseer and Vice Principal Zhao arrived at the scene. Their eyes landed on the scorched wall and the deep blade embedded in it. Zhang Yuanshan's brows furrowed.
What happened here?
The Overseer examined the damage for a brief moment, then let out a soft chuckle. Nothing to worry about. Still surprised, Zhang turned to him.
Old Han, let's head back to the commander's room. I don't want to miss Lufan's next performance. I can't wait to see what he does next.
The overseer gave the scorched hole one last look. A knowing glint sparkled in his eyes before he nodded. Let's go. As they walked away, the overseer muttered quietly, just under his breath. As expected, this tiny Tai Chi nation is as shameless as ever. He was eavesdropping. No wonder he got attacked in the other room. Meanwhile, as soon as President Jin returned to the control chamber, a group of officers rushed to greet him. Mr. Jin, you're finally back. We've been searching for you everywhere, one exclaimed, panting from urgency. Another officer quickly stepped forward and handed him a brand new phone, clearly a replacement for the one John had shattered earlier. This is your backup phone, sir. You've been receiving non-stop calls. We tried everything to reach you. A bald officer hesitated for a second, then asked carefully, Sir, are you all right? You look furious. Without a word, John Eujan's expression darkened like thunderclouds. He snatched the phone from the officer's hand, his voice sharp and cold. What are you staring at? Get back to your posts and keep monitoring, or do I need to spell everything out for you? The officers flinched, stiffening at his tone. You, yes sir, right away. They nodded and scattered like startled birds. Zhang Yushan howled sharply, then turned his attention to the device. His inbox was flooded with urgent messages. The first one caught his eye. Yes. The representative of the Dragon Nation has defeated the Earth Demon. Review the battle data immediately. Hope yeah, immediately. Me. Then another. Outrage brewing. Judges suspect Dragon Nation of cheating. You must verify it now. Followed by a barrage. Why aren't you answering? Call back immediately. Yushang Yuanshan's arms turning. Jalakyu fine. Belmia trok lachia. Zinalrat your tribulation the sec mean. A manful lighted point. The block to arbiel so. Ichoda white you call brachu. Forced her to be antituto. You chordukan grokt better point. Wigwi chuokdan. Adokin torg betutito. Lemian tabax. Public outrage is surging. They're demanding Dragon Nation's disqualification. Collect evidence of their cheating. Now. Pay. Zhang Yuanshan's eyes narrowed into slits. His grip tightened around the phone. Do they really think I'm protecting Lu Fan? He muttered under his breath. If he cheated, I'll be the first to bring him down. I just need proof. Meanwhile, murmurs began to ripple through the crowd of spectators watching Lu Fan's battle from the observation hall. Is Lu Fan faking his achievements just to boost his score? Someone whispered. How is he still gaining points? Another asked, their eyes glued to the screen. Zhang Yuanshan's curiosity burned. He marched toward the leaderboard, eager to confirm the data himself. But as his eyes landed on Lu Fan's score, he froze. The points were still rising, still climbing. Impossible, he muttered. His score is going up on its own. The leaderboard now read. Lu Fan, 529,035 points. His mind raced.
How is this happening?
But then, a realization struck him like lightning. His lips curled into a smug grin. Finally, he hissed. I've caught him. Lu Fan made a fatal mistake. Fumbling for his phone, John immediately placed a call. I've got him. The Dragon Nation brat exploited a loophole to rack up points. If this is true, they'll be eliminated from the test altogether. But just as he reveled in his supposed victory, a voice snapped through the line. Hello, finally. What took you so long? Public opinion is spiraling out of control. We need concrete proof now. Zhang Yuanshan's smirk faded. Something was wrong. His gaze snapped back to the screen, and what he saw made his stomach drop. The Earth Demon was alive. The AF. Not only alive, but fighting alongside Lu Fan. Demons, an entire army, now rallied at Lu Fan's side, cutting down any enemy in their path. With each fallen demon, Lu Fan's points surged higher. Zhang Yuanshan's heart plummeted. This can't be real, he whispered, cold sweat beating on his forehead. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, chaos raged. Lu Fan calmly took a seat atop the rubble, his posture relaxed, unbothered. Even his dragons, battered and breathless from the unrelenting combat, stood beside him like loyal guardians. Lu Fan exhaled, stretching his arms slightly. Finally, he murmured, I can rest for a while. 3-4. And as he spoke, the scoreboard updated once more. Minute by minute, his score continued to climb. Back in the observation room, Zhang stared in stunned silence. His hands trembled as he watched the screen. The demon of the 9 realms is helping him earn points, he muttered. This is impossible. But it was no illusion. The once mighty Earth Demon, thought to be destroyed, now stood reborn, a fallen corpse, twisted, tamed and completely under Lu Fan's command. But Zhang Yuanshan's disbelief deepened. How did he do this? How could he possibly control such a terrifying creature? I'll try. 1 hour earlier, high above the battlefield, a black dragon exploded through the tower's upper floors, its vast wings slicing through the sky. Lu Fan sat atop it, breath ragged, armor scorched. He glanced down at the immense structure below. His tower. It's far bigger on the inside. That climb felt like it took forever. His body ached, bruised and battered, but within him, power surged. Victory over the Earth Demon had come at a cost, but the reward was undeniable. I finally killed it, he thought, the weight of that achievement sinking in. I've leveled up, my strength has grown. Lu Fan leaned back on the dragon's scaled back, allowing himself a moment of rare peace. But then his eyes drifted toward the spirit dragon, gliding beside them in the sky, and in that moment, it clicked. This dragon wasn't just a beast, it wasn't just a mount. It was his partner. Memories flooded in of battles fought, of close calls survived, of silent bonds forged in the heart of war. Time and again that dragon had stood with him, relentless, fearless. And now, it was a force of nature, a companion that could stand shoulder to shoulder with any monster the world dared to throw at them.
Suddenly the earth trembles beneath their feet. A deep, resounding boom echoes through the sky as a massive claw bursts forth from the tower's foundation. Smoke and debris erupt into the air, signaling the arrival of something colossal. It was Ever Shao who had reclaimed one of the fallen kings. That single act had changed the course of history. By seizing control of the corrupted dragon's power, they gained immense strength without falling victim to its curse. Unfazed, Luan narrows his eyes. Looks like I don't get to rest after all, he mutters, already formulating a plan. As his dragon hovers near the mysterious tower, Lu Fan's mind is pulled back into a long-buried memory, a story etched deep in his past. He recalls a battle in the far north, where two mighty dragon kings had once fallen. Their corpses had been twisted into monstrous forms by the hands of an ancient god. Lu Fan's thoughts sharpen, recalling a lesson from his master. The difference between a fallen being and an undead puppet lies in the soul. A fallen creature still retains a fragment of its original will, a flicker of self, but a puppet, a lifeless corpse, manipulated by external forces. And in this moment, Lu Fan knows precisely which one he is dealing with. The awakening begins. A smile curls at the edge of Lu Fan's lips. Another challenge, just what he needed. His dragons turn to him, their glowing eyes shimmer with curiosity. They sense it too. Something immense is coming. In the present, Lu Fan surveys the battlefield with clarity. His two dragons, once powerful, have now ascended to their peak forms as fallen beings. Their strength is overwhelming. Their presence alone suffocates the air around them. But beneath them, a new threat stirs, shadows slithering below the surface. The ground is littered with the remains of celestial soldiers, signaling the rise of something far more dangerous. Two colossal, fallen demon dragons erupt from the depths. Their thunderous roars shake the heavens, their auras are suffocating, their mere presence radiating death and destruction. But Lu Fan's eyes gleam with excitement. Then, another earth-shattering boom. Now I have two fallen demon dragons infused with pure killing intent, he whispers. This battle just got interesting. Before his eyes, the dragon becomes ethereal. Its body stretches and reshapes, shifting into a humanoid form. A divine green aura radiates from its being, commanding silence and awe. The ground quakes under the weight of their power, but Lu Fan doesn't let his excitement cloud his judgment. He quickly assesses the situation. These dragons are powerful, yes, but they lack something critical, the ability to command undead forces. A key advantage he had seen in previous enemies is missing. As he contemplates his next move, something unexpected happens. A sudden pull on his arm grabs his attention. His emerald green dragon begins to glow, its form shimmers, light pouring out as it undergoes a remarkable transformation. No longer just a beast, the emerald dragon now exudes a majestic presence, one that eclipses even the fallen demon dragons. The system interface flashes before Luan's eyes. Luan instinctively steps back. What is happening? He whispers. The transformation completes. New abilities unlocked. A protective aura radiates from the emerald dragon, surrounding Lu Fan and his allies. But this is no ordinary barrier. This shield enhances every attribute: speed, strength, endurance, and grants temporary invincibility. It absorbs damage and converts it into devastating counterattacks. Luan's heart pounds. Lu Fan exhales slowly. He checks the system stats. The fallen demon dragons have grown even more formidable. Their strength, agility, spirit, and endurance have surged to monstrous heights. His dragon has unlocked a supreme bloodline ability. This is no longer a battle, he says. This is domination. The final phase begins. He focuses on analyzing the Emerald Dragon's new powers, and a crucial realization dawns on him. The fallen demon dragons aren't weak. Their inability to control higher creatures stems not from lack of power, but from a natural limitation. And that is something he can exploit. His mind sharpens with strategy. If I can bridge that gap, we can dominate this battlefield. But the Emerald Dragon has more to offer. A blinding burst of radiant energy floods the field. In an instant, all of Lu Fan's attributes increase by 30%. His demon dragons continue evolving, their stats climbing, strength, agility, spirit, and endurance reaching monstrous tiers. Without hesitation, Lu Fan issues a command. Emerald Dragon, unleash Emerald Light. The system screen flashes again, highlighting the dramatic power shift. Its aura intensifies, forming a 12-layer shield that wraps around Lufan and his allies. This isn't just defense. It amplifies every beneficial effect, doubles their resistance, and turns them into an unstoppable force. Luen's eyes turn toward the true threat, a massive demonic entity. The Earth Abyss, Demon, level 85. Lufan doesn't hesitate. Despite its level cap, its stats are monstrous, but Lufan's fallen demon dragons, still at level 24, stand undeterred, their combat potential now fully unlocked, bolstered by the Emerald Dragon's absurd buffs. Emerald Dragon, transform into eternal form. Its bloodline ability now fully awakened, all dragon-related skills multiply in potency. As the words leave his mouth, the dragon erupts in blinding energy. Its form evolves once more, entering its eternal state. Divine energy pulses from its being. Life Pulse Bond, activated. The battlefield has become their kingdom. A wave of golden-green energy bursts forth, reinforcing every shield and multiplying his allies' stats by 4 times. The fallen demon dragons roar with renewed strength, their bodies armored in shimmering energy. Each step radiates annihilation, each movement shakes the sky. And Lufan, its undisputed master. Fallen demon dragons, unleash your full power, he commanded. Lufan's eyes flashed with unwavering determination. The battlefield descended into chaos, as the Earth Abyss demon let out a deafening roar that rattled the very sky. Lufan's fallen demon dragons tore through the enemy's defenses with raw, unchecked aggression. The ground trembled beneath their onslaught. The air crackled with overwhelming power. But in the midst of the storm, a new menace emerged from the shadows. The twin beasts responded with thunderous howls, their attacks now surging with unimaginable force. But for Lufan, victory alone wasn't enough. He didn't just want to defeat the Earth Abyss demon. He intended to claim it as his puppet. And thus, the final phase of the battle began. Yet, Lufan remained unfazed. He turned his focus to the system interface, analyzing the stats of his newly transformed undead army. Once fallen divine soldiers had now risen as powerful undead warriors, each at level 75. With every enemy they consumed, their defenses grew stronger. Any fatal blow dealt to them was instantly absorbed and converted into protective energy, rendering them nearly indestructible. Marching forward with eerie synchronicity, a horde of dark knights appeared, shrouded in flickering purple flames. Their twisted armor pulsed with corrupted energy, and their cruel laughter echoed across the field. With every step, their numbers swelled, an unstoppable tide of darkness summoned by the Earth Abyss demon. These weren't mere soldiers. They were reinforcements forged in the depths of corruption, set on crushing Lufan's army with ruthless precision. A satisfied smirk tugged at Lufan's sit's lips. What was once a mortal army had now become a relentless, undying force, entirely under his command. More impressively, they could act autonomously, steadily grinding down enemies and earning him combat points without his direct involvement. Suddenly, a system notification blinked to life. New skill acquired. Control the fallen corpses. From a distance, Luen watched the unfolding chaos in silent awe. With this army at his command, Lufan stood on the brink of recreating a battle that had reshaped the demon realms nearly 50 years ago. For the first time, Lufan's ambitions stood in clear, undeniable focus. This new ability granted Lufan complete mastery over his undead legions. He could now summon and recall them at will, even within secret or restricted zones. A realization settled over him. This power far surpassed anything he had ever wielded. A monstrous claw crashed down from above, narrowly missing Lufan and his allies. The impact sent shockwaves across the battlefield. Then from the darkness, a massive demonic beast emerged, its size dwarfing even the fallen dragons. Its presence alone exuded pure fury and destruction. A blood-curdling roar escaped its maw, shaking the earth to its very core. The real battle was about to begin. But just as momentum gathered, the ground shook violently beneath their feet. The first shadow mark coated its targets in darkness, drastically amplifying the damage they received. The second was even more dangerous. Critical surge. As the monstrous entity prepared to strike, Lufan calmly turned to assess his newest weapon, the transformed Earth Abyss demon, now bound as his puppet. Its stats were overwhelming, placing it among the most devastating offensive forces in his arsenal. But what caught his attention was a pair of newly unlocked abilities. Every time the puppet suffered a critical hit, its power would spike by 200%, transforming it into a weapon that only grew deadlier the more it was attacked. A grin spread across Lufan's face. Taming such a beast, one long considered too wild and powerful to be controlled, was a testament to his absolute dominance. Meanwhile, in a distant control room, President Jin stared at the live feed, frozen in disbelief. And then it hit him. The Earth Abyss demon, a creature once thought to resist even the strongest of wills, now stood fully under Lufan's command. Jin's thoughts spiraled, desperately trying to process the catastrophic shift. His fingers tightened around his phone. Frustration surged. This wasn't just a minor setback, it was a complete collapse of their strategic framework. Outside the control room, the online world exploded into chaos. Forums flooded with disbelief. Strategists and players across the globe scrambled to make sense of the shocking turn of events. Heated debates erupted over balance, fairness, and power creep. The phone slipped from his grasp, clattering against the cold floor. Back in the room, old Han watched with a chuckle, shaking his head in amusement. "Well, that settles it," he muttered. "Lu Fan is officially at the top." His voice was calm, tinged with admiration. Leaning forward, he steepled his fingers and swept the room with a piercing gaze. "Everyone stay calm," he ordered. "We shall adapt. If the balance tips too far, the global competition loses its edge. And where steps the fun in that?" A sly smirk played on his face. "We still are not about to let things get dull, are we?" He turned toward the battlefield feed, his expression grim. "I dare leaving this to you." Jin, still reeling from the online backlash, clenched his fists. The Jin family's reputation was at stake now. With public sentiment turning against them and their strategy in ruins, he had only one option left. Luan exhaled steadily, his confidence unshaken. With a simple command, his Emerald Dragon unleashed the fallen demon dragons. In turn, they activated and seized control of the Earth Abyss Demon, chaining their power in seamless succession. Celestial troops descended to fortify their advantage, cementing their hold on the battlefield. Everything had gone exactly as planned. But just as he allowed himself a moment of calm, a sharp notification chime sliced through the air. Beside him, his comrades relaxed, watching as the system began tallying their ever-rising points. Luan studied the layers of strategy they had deployed, nodding in satisfaction. Every move had been optimized, every advantage extracted. Something new had entered the fray. Lu Fan pulled up his communication device. A new mission location flashed onto his map. Though he still held the rank 1 position, a fresh challenge was already waiting on the horizon, a greater test of his strength. "I got lucky this time," he whispered, relieved. Snow blanketed the ground in a thick, silent layer, marking the beginning of this new mission. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of light pierced the sky. Hidden behind a tree, a boy held his breath, heart pounding. A smile curled at the corner of his lips. A deafening roar shattered the silence. The clouds split as a massive black dragon soared into view. Its presence was chilling. The boy's stomach dropped. But his confidence didn't last long. His mission was complete, but his thoughts remained haunted by the possibility of one person appearing, Lu Fan. The idea of encountering him at the checkpoint made his stomach twist. Seeing no one nearby, the boy boldly prepared to claim the mission as his own. Lu Fan was here again. High above, Lu Fan descended through the frigid air, riding atop his majestic dragon. Its pitch-black scales cut through the icy wind like a blade, its aura suffocating. The boy's earlier triumph turned instantly to dread. The boy clenched his teeth in frustration. No matter how carefully he chose his mission points, somehow, Lu Fan always showed up. This was supposed to be a simple, routine task. Now it had spiraled into something else entirely. And if Lu Fan was here, that meant he had already completed his last mission. Panic gnawed at the boy's resolve. He tried to remain hidden, but something felt off. Had he actually defeated the Earth Abyss monster? Lu Fan paused mid-step. A faint mist curled through the air around him. His eyes narrowed as he turned back, scanning his surroundings. A cold sweat rolled down his back. He had been spotted. The boy froze. Scrambling to recover, he stumbled forward, blurting out, I was just talking too loud. It was a mistake. Just pretend I stepped not here, okay?" His voice cracked with fear. But Lu Fan wasn't interested in explanations. With a single gesture, his dragon surged forward. A blazing energy exploded outward, shaking the very ground. The boy stumbled back in panic. Wait. Lu Fan, you said you let me go last time. Why are you doing this?" His pleas were swallowed by the deafening roar of the black dragon. The attack hit with merciless precision. The boy had no chance to resist. Surrounded by destructive force, he braced himself. Nearby, another boy, Nabi, crouched behind a tree, barely breathing. His heart thundered in his chest. Something monstrous was chasing him. But then, realization struck. 245 points added. The system screen flickered. He hadn't even been on Lu Fan's radar. Relief flooded him. A shaky laugh escaped his lips. Lu Fan's attack hadn't been directed at him. Meanwhile, Lu Fan pulled up the mission status window, scanning the updated details. The boy who had been spared hesitated, then cautiously stepped forward. "I'm safe," he whispered. Once again his luck had held. He scratched his head, mustering the courage to speak. But Lu Fan didn't even glance his way. Thanks for, saving my life." His voice was unsteady but sincere. He knew the rules. Had Lu Fan killed him, all his points would have transferred over. The fact that he hadn't was worth acknowledging. It was just cooperation, he replied coldly. Nothing more than temporary assistance. The boy shifted uncomfortably. Even if Lu Fan brushed it off, he couldn't ignore the truth. He owed him. That fact lingered like a weight. Without another word, he turned his attention back to the task at hand, as if the boy didn't exist. Rank: 17. Name: Nangyu Yangai. Just then, Lu Fan's eyes flickered toward the boy's status window. The boy laughed awkwardly, rubbing the back of his neck. Hey, I haven't said even slept, okay? I've been fighting deadly beasts non-stop. I worked hard for these 2,375 points. Lu Fan raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. Lu Fan studied him for a moment, then exhaled. He had learned from last time, better to wait, let him grow, let him rise higher, then it would be worth it. He could easily kill him and claim the points, but they weren't worth it, not yet. Smirking, Lu Fan stepped forward and placed a firm hand on the boy's shoulder. The boy's grin vanished. His shoulders sagged in shame. Your progress is embarrassing. Only 17th place, you set you're letting the Southland down. Without waiting for a response, Lu Fan turned away, raising a hand in a casual wave. Work harder next time. Let's hope that when we meet again your rank is actually worth noticing. The boy stood there, stunned. Was that encouragement? His thoughts raced. All his life, he'd been told the Dragon Nation was arrogant, ruthless, and cruel, but Lu Fan didn't match that image. A pang of guilt twisted inside him. And I wanted to kill him. He hadn't been boastful, he hadn't mocked him, he had saved him, encouraged him. For the first time the boy saw how foolish he had been. What kind of person does that make me? Meanwhile, Lu Fan accessed the next mission on his interface. His eyes scanned the data. Behind him, the boy clenched his fists, newfound resolve burning in his gaze. With a single command, the mighty beast unfurled its vast wings and soared into the sky, leaving behind nothing but the chilling echo of its roar. Meanwhile, Lu Fan set his focus on the next task, a mission that awaited him deep within a treacherous swamp. His target, a rank 6 opponent concealed somewhere in that murky region. He watched as Lu Fan mounted his dragon, determination igniting in his heart. I shall earn more points for the dignity of the Southland, and next time, I once sit let Lord Lu Fan Set's glory overshadow me. Despite it being only the second day of the test, the stakes had already escalated to matters of life and death. Lu Fan briefly pondered who the enemy might be. Could it be Kim, Han, or Charles? All of them were powerful contenders, but in the end, it didn't matter. Whoever it was, they would fall all the same. A confident smirk tugged at the corners of his lips. Shall we? Let's go, he commanded. With a thunderous flap of its wings, the black dragon ascended into the heavens, cutting through the air like a blade. Its deep, resonating roar echoed across the land as they made their way toward the swamp. The scene shifted. A vast fog-covered swamp stretched endlessly. The air was thick, the ground soaked and unstable. Danger lingered with every breath. A massive wild boar with glowing red eyes prowled through the mist, its heavy limbs sinking deep into the muck. Hidden in the shadows, a serpent waited, silent, patient. Then, without warning, the snake struck. Its fangs sank deep into the boar's flesh. The beast roared in agony, thrashing violently, but it was futile. The serpent's deadly grip only tightened, coiling tighter with each heartbeat. From within the snake's coils, a shadowed figure observed the chaos, a glint of amusement flickering in his eyes. The rank 6 fighter from the kingdom of Han chuckled lowly. So I'm the prey this time, he mused, completely unshaken. His smirk widened as he glanced at his status screen. It revealed a staggering 52,642 points. He muttered under his breath, clearly entertained. Just then, a system notification blinked into his vision. A mission had been accepted. Someone had taken the task of hunting him down. Before he could reflect further, the wounded boar, blinded by pain and rage, charged at him. But the man did not flinch. With a swift and fluid motion, he sidestepped the beast, slashing with precision. And then, a new presence emerged. The man turned slowly, eyes narrowing. The game had begun. The sound of boots squelching through the muddy ground broke the silence. A cold voice followed, sharp and cutting. If you stir my prey, then you best start preparing yourself. Then why are there only 3 of us? Where sips the rest of this so-called alliance? His gaze drifted toward Wei, a reminder of their previous agreement. Within the 4 Nations alliance, they had promised to pool resources, stack points, and eliminate their enemies. Yet now, leaning casually against a tree, Wei scoffed. Nebi. He spoke with calm resolve, his voice steady despite the thick tension around them. This place, it's worse than I expected. Damp, poisonous, merciless. He shook his head slightly. I didn't anticipate this, but we had a plan, didn't we? His thoughts spiraled. Maybe she was still alive, somewhere deep in the swamp's cursed belly, or maybe she wasn't. He exhaled sharply. Standing still was no longer an option. Gillen scanned the mist ahead, his brow furrowed. Ben made it, he muttered. But Wei? I haven't seen her since the trial started. Opening his status window, Gilland frowned. I've been clearing everything in my path. If I had crossed paths with you earlier, I wouldn't still be in 10th place. I stepped be higher. The tension thickened. Wei's Sip's lips curled into a slow grin. Well then, he muttered, flexing his fingers with unshakable confidence. Looks like our hunter has arrived. Gilland remained seated, his serpent coiled beside him, watching with cold amusement. As his fingers gently stroked the snake's scales, his thoughts drifted toward the impending confrontation. Suddenly the earth trembles beneath their feet. A deep, resounding boom echoes through the sky as a massive claw bursts forth from the tower's foundation. Smoke and debris erupt into the air, signaling the arrival of something colossal. Unfazed, Lewin narrows his eyes. Looks like I don't get to rest after all, he mutters, already formulating a plan. Nearly 4 hours later, Lewin finally arrived at the swamp, one of the country's designated testing zones. As he descended, his eyes scanned the rugged terrain with practiced precision. The poisonous mist hung heavy, and deadly insects skittered across every surface. So this is the swamp, he thought grimly. The terrain sips awful and visibility is near zero. Flying might be the only way to get a proper sense of what sep's going on. He moved carefully, pausing near a twisted tree. A massive serpent slithered nearby, barely visible in the underbrush. His instincts sharpened. These weren't random monsters. These things were organized, setting a trap. I need to stay alert. Without hesitation, Luen gave the order. Gog, activate K-Sip's perception. Instantly, Shua's eyes glowed as the skill triggered. A faint shimmer radiated outward, revealing several hidden enemies scattered across the shadows. The ability didn't just expose their locations. It disrupted their vision as well, preventing them from tracking Luen in return. He smirked. So it was an ambush. Still, something didn't sit right. Just moments ago he had sensed 3 presences, but now, only 2 remained. Tightening his grip on his sword, a soft hum of energy pulsed along the blade. His voice rang across the swamp, cold and commanding. You've been listening this whole time and yet you refuse to reveal yourselves? He stepped forward, undeterred. Fine then, I shall come to you. At his side the black dragon growled, responding to his aura. Suddenly the massive serpent in hiding reacted, its head lifted sharply, eyes gleaming with rage. With a piercing hiss it lunged, tearing through the air with blistering speed. Its venomous fangs aimed straight for Luan. A sharp system notification suddenly appeared, mission target identified. As the massive beast loomed menacingly, a figure seated atop its back finally revealed himself. He chuckled, his voice dripping with amusement. Lu Fan, I didn't expect you to find me, he said, grinning, and to think, I wasn't even fighting seriously. Seems you more capable than I gave you credit for. The status window immediately revealed his identity. Name, GN. Nationality, Kingdom of Hing. Level 60. Occupation, Poison Master, Grade 5. Score, 67,375. Rank 6. Lu Fan barely blinked. He glanced at the window, unimpressed. Not much of a mystery to solve, he replied, coldly. Though I have to say, I stump a little disappointed. You're not the opponent I was looking for. Neither Kim Han nor Charles are my targets. Jilan's smirk faltered ever so slightly as he opened Lu Fan's status window. His gaze narrowed. Name Lu Fan. Nationality, Dragon Country. Level, 36. Occupation, Dragon Rider. Points, 55,192. Rank, 1. Shilan Stes, eyes widened in disbelief. Over 50,000 points. First rank, just moments ago, this so-called representative wasn't set even close to the top. How in the world did he accumulate that many points so quickly? Then, it clicked. The system's warning from earlier, a true hunter has appeared. Jan chuckled darkly, realization struck him like lightning. So that's what it meant. Excitement surged through his veins. If he could kill Lu Fan, the rules stated that all of his points would become his. The thought electrified him. A sinister grin spread across his face. I never expected such a prize to fall into my lap, he whispered. Clutching his weapon, he made a silent vow. No matter how powerful you are, I will kill you and take every last point. I once let this opportunity slip away. His eyes locked onto Lu Fan with a predator's hunger. Do you still think you steer the hunter? He sneered. With that many points you steer nothing but prey, and I will devour you. But Lu Fan met his gaze with calm defiance. That might work on others, he said steadily, but not on me. Jayan's smirk deepened. He raised his staff, and with a swift motion, unleashed a venomous wave of poison. A deadly miasma spread outward, coiling through the air like a lethal storm. "This is the end," he declared. "Those points are mine now." The toxic mist surged toward Lu Fan, but in the blink of an eye he leapt onto Shuya's back, dodging the attack effortlessly. With poise and precision, he landed and chuckled. "If that Sep's what you believe, then let Seps test it." Without wasting a second, he gave the order. "Zhao Yi, lava flame, now." Xiao Yi let out a ferocious roar as searing flames enveloped its body. The temperature skyrocketed, heat waves distorting the air around them. Raw, molten energy surged to its peak. But Jian stood firm atop his colossal serpent. "Don't sit falter," he shouted. "That dragon is nothing. It can sit defeat you." With a wave of his hand he conjured a thick, swirling mist of poison. The toxic cloud expanded like a tidal wave, sweeping toward Lu Fan and Xiao Yi. At that very moment, Xiao Yi's lava attack reached critical mass. The flames condensed into a pulsating fireball of blazing destruction. In a blinding flash, the two forces collided, venom versus fire, poison versus lava. The resulting explosion rocked the entire swamp. Shockwaves rippled outward. The air burned with residual energy. As the dust cleared, Xiao Yi let out another thunderous roar, the heat of its flames still radiating. But the battle had only begun. The firestorm continued its rampage, spreading and dealing continuous damage, yet Jian remained poised, already preparing his next move atop his serpent. Lu Fan's eyes scanned the battlefield, thoughts racing. Where are the others? 2 enemies are still missing. They wouldn't just run away. Before he could react, a sudden motion behind him drew his attention. A woman spun in, swinging chains with heavy stones at their ends. They whistled through the air toward him. Acting on instinct, Lu Fan jumped away just in time, narrowly avoiding the deadly assault. But before the woman could recover, Xiao Yi lunged. The dragon's razor-sharp claws tore through the air, slamming her into the ground with overwhelming force. A guttural growl rumbled from Xiao Yi's throat. The woman coughed violently, blood trailing from her lips. How is he this strong? He's only level 36, she whispered, disbelief clouding her mind. Pain coursed through her body as she began to understand. This dragon was no ordinary beast. The force of its strike was monstrous. Jian watched in horror, face twisted. Damn it, she sits either furious, or is that laughter? Even Lu Fan was puzzled. Her reaction was erratic, almost unhinged. Suddenly, Jian's serpent lashed out, hissing with fury. Without hesitation, Zhao Yi lunged back, intercepting it mid-strike. But the serpent was faster. It sank its venomous fangs deep into Xiao Yi's hand. A sharp sting surged through the dragon, but it didn't recoil. Instead, with raw strength, Xiao Yi roared, gripped the snake by its thick neck, and slammed its massive body into the swamp floor. The earth trembled from the impact. Jian Sep's eyes widened in disbelief. "No, impossible," he roared. "Are you all right?" At that very moment, the third enemy finally stepped forward, his expression calm, a subtle smile on his lips. "Missed my mark again," he muttered. Lu Fan turned sharply, eyes narrowing. His system window immediately scanned and locked onto the new arrival. Status window activated. Name Ben. Nationality, Jinggu country. Total score, 34,831. Level, 57. Occupation, Dark Father Hunter. The woman, breathing heavily, wiped the blood from her lips and pushed herself upright. "This isn't looking good," she muttered. "If we keep going like this, we might actually lose, or worse, die." Ji growled in frustration. "This guy, he isn't normal. No way he's just a level 36 fighter." He exhaled sharply, fists clenched. "Still, no matter how strong he is, we don't have a choice. If we take him down, we still be in the top 3. Despite the tense air, Lu Fan stood smiling. His gaze met theirs without a hint of fear. "Your ambush? It was a joke. If you really think you can steal my points, then tell me what chance do you have of actually winning?" Tension flooded the air like a rising tide. The woman Sip's eyes flared with fury. "Don't get ahead of yourself," she snapped. "You stir stronger than we expected, but that doesn't mean this is over. The real fight starts now." Drawing his sword, Luan took a calm stance. Under the dim swamp light, the blade gleamed cold and unforgiving. "Then let's settle this up close," he challenged. "Let's see whose body gets buried in this swamp." But Lu Fan was prepared. Reacting instantly, he launched a defensive counter. "Xiaoyi, finish that snake." A massive serpent responded, releasing a dense, venomous fog that rolled toward Lu Fan, its toxic fumes designed to corrode and weaken anything it touched. Qiang acted without hesitation. "Now, spray the poisonous mist." With terrifying precision, Xiaotsue clamped her claws around the enormous serpent. In a brutal slam, she crushed it into the ground and ripped it apart. A thunderous roar erupted as green blood splattered in every direction, soaking the battlefield in the remains of the beast. As soon as the mist began to thin, Xiaowei, his black dragon, unleashed her bloodline ability, a legendary trait that halved all incoming damage, granted total immunity to negative effects, and boosted healing by 500%. Gistan's face contorted in agony. "My little snake, you killed my snake," he bellowed. "Now no one can save you from me. If we don't set act now, we lose everything," he warned, drawing his bow. "Gillen, I shall cover you. Move in." Lu Fan narrowed his eyes. What does he mean? Meanwhile, the third fighter stepped forward, evaluating the situation carefully. Lu Fan now held the upper hand. Lu Fan's body tensed. Magic circle. Before he could act, the battlefield was suddenly engulfed in blinding light. Guy raised his staff. "Lu Fan, my magic circle is complete. Just a few more seconds." But it wasn't just the quantity that made it deadly. Once cast, the spell allowed an endless wave of poisonous serpents to be summoned at will. Each one dealt 50% damage to a target's spiritual energy, and every bite injected lethal venom. The ground shook. The air grew thick with a sinister hissing sound. Then, like a living nightmare, 10,000 snakes burst forth from thin air. Their coordinated hisses sent chills through the air as they slithered in unison toward one target, Lu Fan. This was no ordinary spell. It was one of the 5 forbidden spells of the world magicians, 10,000 serpents summon. The serpents surged like a tidal wave. He took a deep breath, gripping his sword tightly. For a moment, Lu Fan hesitated. The scale of the attack was overwhelming. He took a deep breath, gripping his sword tightly. No choice. I shall cut them all down. With relentless force, Lu Fan slashed through the writhing horde, carving a bloody path. The serpents hissed, lunging at him from all directions, but he pressed forward. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "This will take forever. There are just too many." Still, he didn't set stop. He couldn't set stop. Guy raised his hand. "Lu Fan once set escape my 10,000 serpents formation. Now it's your turn. Go take down that black dragon." The fighter behind him hesitated, clearly shaken. "Are you serious? That dragon sits enormous, and if we enter that swarm, we still be poisoned too." The woman clenched her fists. "We don't yet have time for fear. If we hesitate now, we will lose everything. We finish this now." By now the snakes had completely engulfed Lu Fan, their poisonous fangs closing in. But then, an explosion of fire erupted from the center. Zhou roared, unleashing an inferno that incinerated hundreds of snakes instantly. Their blackened corpses fell like ash as the firestorm created a burning path through the serpent tide. Shuan-Sip's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? This is possible?" Even through the fire, he clenched his teeth and yelled, "Don't set get cocky. You start not getting out of this." Sawai unleashed another roar, this one thunderous, shaking the battlefield. The shockwave devastated everything within range. Flames surged outward, torching the last remnants of the serpent horde. Sparks danced in the air. From within the blaze, Lu Fan stepped out. His body burned with a crimson aura. His right arm had transformed a dragon's claw, shimmering with raw energy. With one swipe, he shredded through the remaining snakes with terrifying ease. His voice was calm yet razor-sharp. "Your formation? It sips nothing but a flashy gimmick." Lu Fan activated the Dragon Claw ability and dashed forward. The power enabled him to strike from 6 unique distances, perfectly synchronized with Xiaowei. Every blow landed with devastating precision. His eyes burned with hatred. "You still regret this, Lu Fan. I still make you suffer." He raised his staff high. With a surge of power, another massive magic circle materialized above the battlefield, pulsing with ominous energy. Below, the torn remains of the serpent horde began to stir once again. Then, something horrifying happened. The severed snake corpses began to rise again. Their mangled bodies fused together, reforming into grotesque monstrosities. "Hurry, hurry," Gieland commanded, his voice sharp with urgency. At that very moment, the woman lashed out. She swung her chain circle with all her might, aiming it straight at Luen, but just before it could entangle him, Luen caught it mid-air, using his dragon claw. The force of the impact sent shockwaves rippling across the battlefield, cracks splitting the ground beneath them. Luen tightened his grip on the chain and looked up, his eyes burning with defiance. "Nice try," he said coldly. The battle was far from over. The warrior woman's eyes widened in disbelief. How did he stop my attack so easily? Luen stood firm, gripping the chain effortlessly. Just then Jiewi stepped closer, her piercing gaze locked onto Luen, but before either could make a move, the ground began to tremble. Lu Fan's instincts kicked in immediately. An earthquake? No. The sound. What is it? A chilling laugh echoed through the air. Gieland had been waiting for this. Come back to life, he roared. And then chaos. The entire battlefield twisted as a horrific scene unfolded. The 10,000 dead snakes began to twitch and rise, their lifeless forms fusing into a single enormous abomination. A colossal, venom-soaked serpent emerged, radiating poison and death. Toxic fumes oozed from its scaly body, filling the air with a suffocating stench. A status window flashed. Crazy Dragon resurrected. Created using the spiritual power of the 5 Wish magicians. Cannot die as long as its master lives. Can be revived infinitely with spiritual energy. If destroyed, it will split into multiple giant pythons. Luinest's breath caught. It keeps reviving as long as Gieland is alive. But this was only the beginning. The true terror of the 10,000 snake formation revealed itself next. Even in death, the summoned snakes would not truly perish. Instead, they would merge with the environment itself, transforming the battlefield into a deadly trap. Incoming effect. Poison fog detected. Mental damage increased by 900% per second. Luen clenched his jaw. This beast, it's not just a summoned creature, it's the full embodiment of Gieland's profession, and if I cut it down it'll only multiply. He knew what had to be done. Jiawei, get to me now, he shouted. But the poison mist was already thickening. Its effects were immediate and deadly. Even the woman, one of Gieland's own allies, began to choke and stagger. Gasping, she turned to him, eyes blazing with rage. Are you insane? You stare poisoning your own allies. Her body trembled, her breath turned ragged. Why are you doing this? Status alert. Snakecep's poison intensifying. Target's physical condition deteriorating rapidly. Gieland merely smirked. The dragon may be immune, you are not. And Lu Fan, without immunity, he's already dead. The woman fell to her knees, clutching her throat. Her muscles spasmed as venom ravaged her insides. I can breathe, she choked. Someone, help. Her body convulsed, her skin blistering and rotting before their eyes. The man beside her lunged forward in panic. Hey, are you okay? He shouted. He turned to Gieland. Damn it, do something. Before anyone could move, a faint white aura appeared above the woman's head. Something had changed. In seconds, her decaying body began to heal, the flesh restored itself, her breathing steadied, and she slowly sat upright, gasping. Status window update. Poison neutralized. Hemolytic protection activated. It was Gieland who had intervened. He sighed and muttered with a tinge of regret. That was my mistake. I should have granted poison immunity to my allies before the battle started. Turning to the woman he added, as an apology, I shall transfer 10,000 points from Lu Fansit's account to yours. Status window update. Hemolytic protection. Grants poison immunity for 6 minutes. If already poisoned, all negative effects are instantly removed. Gieland's mind was racing. Andre, Charles. It's not time to abandon the 4-nation alliance, not yet. He waved his hand dismissively. All right, you stare protected now, go check if Lu Fan is dead. The woman rose, brushing herself off. I need to confirm it myself. Her companion nodded. I still go too. But what they saw stopped them cold. Lu Fan was sitting calmly atop Xiaowei, smiling. A chill ran down their spines. How is he alive? He met their stunned expressions with a confident smirk. No need to check, he said. Of course I set them still alive. Their eyes scanned him desperately for wounds. Nothing. He was completely unscathed. Then, another notification appeared. Status window update. Lu Fan's level 3668. Lu Fan raised a hand, amusement flickering in his eyes. This is quite the performance, he said. Your so-called alliance is nothing more than a joke. Suddenly, Xia Jie let out a thunderous roar, the sound shaking the battlefield. Black Dragon Bloodline activated. All damage received, reduced by 50%. Immune to all negative effects. Self-recovery increased by 500%. One of the fighters instinctively stepped back. Impossible, Hecep's not dead, and now, Hecep's even stronger. Another voice trembled, filled with fear. He can ride the dragon, and Hecep's completely immune to everything. How is that even possible? Gieland's face twisted with rage. Both he and the dragon immune to all curses, all poisons, all effects. My strongest skill is useless. His breath came in short, furious bursts. Andre, Charles, is this Lu Fan the real threat? Gieland's fury erupted. He thrust his finger toward Lu Fan, eyes blazing. Kill him, now. The commander turned to his remaining fighters, voice cold and resolute. Take him down, and each of you will earn 20,000 points. Surpass my score if you have to. I don't care. Just end him. Tension rippled through the battlefield. The hunt had officially begun. Meanwhile, the woman on the front lines could no longer hide her frustration. Her comrades, in her eyes, were completely useless. All bark, no bite. They did nothing but scream and get themselves injured. Clenching her jaw, she muttered to herself, "Looks like I still have to handle this myself." With determination in her eyes, she readied for another strike. Turning to her assistant, she issued a firm command. "Bayan, assist me with the next attack." But just as she prepared to lunge forward, something caught her off guard, a fireball hurtling toward her from behind. Her body froze mid-movement. "What?" she gasped, eyes widening at the sight of the blazing sphere. Lu Fan, too, noticed the incoming projectile. For a split second, hope flickered in his heart. An ally? Someone sits come to back me up? But the woman wasn't so sure. A shadow of doubt crept in. Could it be Yasan Light? The thought alone sent a chill down her spine. The fireball blazed closer, fast, too fast, and then impact. A fiery figure smashed into her with explosive force, sending her crashing to the ground. Though only slightly injured, she was shaken. The fireball didn't vanish. Instead, it expanded, its flames spreading around the battlefield in a furious storm. At the center of the inferno stood a man, calm, confident, and completely unfazed. He wore a smirk as he addressed the battlefield. "Hey brother, don't sit be scared," he called out. "I Sepsim here to help." He scanned the chaotic scene and raised an eyebrow. "3 of you against 1 enemy, and you're in this sorry state?" With a chuckle, he shook his head. "If you really think you're strong, why don't you try fighting me instead?" A status window appeared before them, glowing with radiant light. Name Andre. Rank, full-class flame warrior. Level 60. Nation, snow. Points, 80,167. Lu Fan's eyes widened in recognition. Andre? Andre met his gaze with a wide grin and walked over, extending a hand. Well, Luen, your dragon looks more terrifying than ever." Nebi tensed at the newcomer's arrival. Mistaking him for yet another enemy, she immediately shifted into a defensive stance, ready to strike. But before she could act, Lu Fan calmly placed a hand on her head. "Calm down, Wei Ji," he said. "He's not our enemy." Reluctantly, Wei Ji backed off, though her wary eyes remained locked on Andre. Lu Fan and Andre had met before, back when Luen was with the overseer, enjoying a meal lovingly prepared by his aunt. That memory flashed briefly through his mind. Looking at Andre now, he couldn't help but smile. Surrounded by flames, exuding overwhelming power, Andre was as formidable as ever. Still, Lu Fan raised a brow. "Did you really have to hit her that hard?" Andre simply laughed, raising his hand with pride. "Isef mastered 3rd-level magic. Isef ignited the true body of a god. These weaklings, they don't stand a chance against me." Meanwhile, the woman Andre had just knocked down rose to her feet. She dusted herself off slowly, her expression unreadable, until her fury boiled over. Andre froze at Lu Fan's next words. "By the way, she sips a woman." Andre's eyes widened in disbelief. "Wait, what? She's a woman?" Lu Fan chuckled. "That sips right, and don't set underestimate her. She hasn't set even shown us what she can really do yet." Overhearing their conversation, the woman's rage erupted, her fists clenched tightly, every muscle in her body tense with fury. But Andre remained unfazed. Flashing a cocky smirk, he stepped forward. "All right then, if she sets really that strong, I'll take care of her first." He glanced at Lu Fan. "You can handle the speedster and the archer." But Luen leaned back on his dragon, arms casually resting behind his head. With a laugh, he replied, "There's Sep's really no need for that." His meaning was clear. This fight is mine. That was the final straw. The woman's golden aura flared to life. Her body began to glow with radiant light, her eyes burning bright yellow. A powerful energy surged through her as her body rapidly transformed. Muscles swelled, fur erupted across her skin, and with a thunderous roar, she took her true form, a towering, battle-hardened beast. She had activated her strongest ability, God Bear Dole. Her strength and stamina surged by 20%, though the transformation came with a 16-hour cooldown, but she didn't care. All that mattered now was punishing those who had mocked her. Without warning, the giant bear charged straight at Andre. The ground trembled beneath her massive frame. As she closed in, she unleashed another earth-shattering roar. Andre didn't flinch. His grip tightened around his weapon. The moment the beast lunged, his blade erupted in a blaze of fiery energy, crackling with raw magical power. Their attacks collided, unleashing a massive shockwave that ripped through the battlefield. Flames swirled violently around them. Amidst the chaos, Andre shouted, Lu Wen, worry about yourself. This one sip's mine. I one sit let her get away. His body ignited fully as he activated his ultimate technique, Flame Lord True Body, channeling the divine power of the Supreme Fire God. Every attribute increased by 1%, permanent flight, explosive flames, all controlled by his mental strength. Above the battlefield, Luen sat calmly atop his dragon, watching the clash unfold with a wry smile. Andre Set's got good intentions, he thought, but he Set's still a handful. He had no intention of relying on backup, no earth mages, no reinforcements. This fight was his alone. Without hesitation he spurred his dragon forward. From his elevated position, Luen spotted another threat, a man riding atop a massive serpent, bow in hand. The archer loosed a shot. And missed. Luen shook his head with a smirk. Shame on you, Gilan. I missed again, he taunted. Gilan clenched his fists in frustration. He finally understood, defeating Luen wasn't going to be simple, and now, with Andre joining the battle, the odds had shifted even further against him. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he sighed. This is bad. We have to stick to the plan. Wasting no time, Gilan turned to his colossal serpent and barked out an urgent command. Shewai, spray the poison mist, now poison mist. This was no ordinary attack. Poison mist was a deadly technique that unleashed a swirling, multicolored fog, capable of poisoning anyone caught within its range. At his master's order, the massive snake's jaw opened wide, releasing a thick cloud of toxic fumes directly toward Luan. From the skies above, Lu Fan calmly observed the unfolding scene. He scoffed, clearly unimpressed. Really, you do realize that neither my dragon nor I can be harmed by that, right? Completely useless. But just as he was about to dismiss it, something odd caught his eye. His gaze sharpened. Wait, something steps off. A realization struck him like lightning. That's not the same snake. The other one is missing. Before he could react, two enormous serpents lunged at him, one from the front and one from behind. But Luen wasn't caught off guard for long. He quickly pieced it together. So that seps their plan. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated one of his most devastating abilities, Void Slash. This technique, fueled by his dragon's aura, unleashed 3 blindingly fast consecutive strikes. In the blink of an eye, the twin snakes were sliced cleanly in half. Their massive bodies crashed to the ground with a lifeless thud. Luen exhaled deeply, then gently patted his dragon. They were too slow. Let Sets move on. Down below, Gillen stared at the mangled remains of his creatures. Shaking his head in disgust, he muttered, disgusting. But then, a sly grin crept across his face. Did you really think that was enough to stop Xiaoyi? Lu Fan's expression tensed. Something didn't feel right. Gillan continued, his voice brimming with confidence. My Xiaoyi is immortal. He can set die. In fact, he has the power of regeneration. A dark energy surged from the torn serpent bodies, and in mere moments, the snakes began moving again. Their shredded halves stitched themselves back together, reforming as if they had never been harmed. Lu Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. I cut them in half. How are they still alive? Then it hit him. No matter how many times I slice them, they still just keep coming back. Gritting his teeth as the reformed serpents writhed with renewed life, he growled under his breath. This thing isn't Set a snake. It Set's a damn tangled worm. For the first time in the battle, hesitation crept in. How the hell am I supposed to deal with this? But Luan didn't Set falter. His mind raced, forming a strategy. With sharp resolve, he unsheathed his blade and commanded, Jiaxie Y, transform into a destructive dragon. Burn them all to ashes. The transformation was instant. The black dragon's body began to shift, evolving into a terrifying force of nature. Her power surged to unimaginable heights. A status window flashed into view. Xiaoyi Destructive Dragon Vertical Bar Level, 32. Strength, 33,828. Agility, 15,697. Spirit, 8,453. Stamina, 7,382. With her transformation complete, Xiaoyi unleashed her ultimate technique, Lava Flame. Waves of molten fire erupted from her, spreading across the battlefield like a tidal wave of destruction. The inferno not only caused massive damage, but also healed Xiaoyi in the process. The flames roared forward, engulfing everything in their path. The giant snake shrieked in pain as it writhed under the relentless blaze. Meanwhile, a shadowy figure observed from afar. The archer narrowed his eyes, gripping his bow tightly. Bayan, are you ready for this? He called out. A dark ominous aura pulsed from his weapon as he pulled back the bowstring, aiming directly at Lu Fan. He smirked. Recharge complete. Silence. Without waiting for a response, he barked. Gillen, cover me now. Irritated, the archer growled. Damn it. Fine. Go to hell, both of you. Lu Fan narrowed his gaze, watching the archer Sip's attack with keen interest. A lightning-based skill, huh? He muttered. Then he scoffed. I know this kind of magic well. It once set work on me. He unleashed his power. Evil thunder power. A massive surge of electricity crackled to life, swirling around the blackened arrow in his grasp. This wasn't just any skill. It was the evil eye. A lethal technique that combined thunder and darkness attributes, delivering 4 times the normal damage. While the attack charged, Jiao's lava flames continued rampaging across the field, incinerating everything they touched. Calm and unwavering, he extended his hand forward. Now, let me show you the true power of dragon language magic. As he began chanting, the entire battlefield trembled, then came a deafening roar, a roar unlike any other. A colossal shockwave tore through the air, imbued with the crushing might of a dragon's wrath. When the spell landed, the explosion that followed was cataclysmic, leaving devastation in its wake. But that wasn't set all. The roar of Ezu, the Dragon King. Yet, there was one crucial detail Luan hadn't realized. Attacking the snake wasn't the key. The creature's life force was bound to its master. As long as Gilan remained untouched, the snake would continue to regenerate, no matter how many times it was slain. Every subsequent strike from Lu Fan now carried a 20% thunder attribute boost, with a 20% chance to paralyze its target. Still, the shock of Lu Fan's attack was enough to send panic through Gilan's veins. His eyes widened in disbelief. His thunder attribute magic too. No. That Sip's impossible. That Sip's dragon language magic. As the spell erupted, a terrifying purple aura surged outward, blanketing the battlefield in raw, uncontainable energy. The overwhelming force shattered Gilan's confidence. His carefully laid plans crumbled, and now, he was paying the price. Lu Fan's radiant light energy spell clashed violently against Gilan and Ben. Unable to withstand the immense pressure, Ben instantly panicked and shouted, "Gilan, block it for me." But Gilan, fully aware that resistance was futile, made a swift and cold decision. Without hesitation, he activated the Serpent's Breath Sleep, a special move from his companion, the Shao-Chi's serpent, and slipped away, abandoning Ben to his fate. He had underestimated his enemy. "What are you doing? Don't leave me," Ben cried out in desperation, but his voice echoed in vain as Gilan and the serpent vanished into the earth. In truth, the serpent had utilized its Ash Giant Serpent ability, which allowed it to burrow underground and enter stealth mode for up to 22 minutes, all while healing its master at a steady rate of 2% of maximum HP per minute. Now alone and exposed, Ben was nothing more than easy prey. Lu Fan didn't hesitate. He launched a barrage of attacks from every direction, roasting Ben alive in a blaze of relentless power. Moments later, a system notification appeared. It was a tactical retreat, a smart move for survival, but a complete betrayal for Ben. Jub Ben has finally died. Lu Fan smirked coldly. Betraying your allies? What a pathetic alliance. You can set run forever, Gilan. With his dragon companion by his side, Lu Fan gave the signal. Together, they prepared the deadly dragon language eco spell. Flames surged as the dragon unleashed a sea of fire upon the battlefield, determined to scorch every inch of the murky swamp into molten ash. The inferno consumed everything. Even the hidden serpent, Zaoki, was incinerated without a trace. Another notification rang out. The dragon language eco burst erupted violently. The explosion created a massive pool of lava that pulled everything nearby into its scorching depths, inflicting continuous heavy damage. When a dragon knight and their dragon pet used Dragon Whisper in unison, the spell's destructive power doubled, turning the battlefield into a blazing inferno. Lu Fan's eyes narrowed as he stared at the ground. "This is where you still be buried, Gilan." With that, only 21 out of the required 23 eliminations remained. Lu Fan's Dragon Nation points soared. His total mission score had now reached an astonishing 700,000, an increase of nearly 160,000 since his last battle. The PvP missions were brutal, but the rewards were nothing short of extraordinary. At this moment, Lu Fan had firmly secured the #1 spot in the Dragon Nation rankings. But just as he was basking in his overwhelming victory, a thunderous voice echoed from behind. He turned toward the flames and saw it, the trial of the World Nation's swamp. Gilan has been eliminated. From the shadows emerged a massive enraged bear with glowing yellow eyes. Standing defiantly in front of it was the giant known as Andre, who had entered a rampage state to finish the job. Without a moment's hesitation, Andre raised his colossal axe and brought it crashing down, instantly killing the bear. As its body reverted to its original form, Andre muttered with disdain, "Rats who hide in the dark and plot against others don't deserve mercy." Lu Fan didn't waste any time. With his dragon still at his side, he activated a unique form of magic and asked, "Are you willing to hand over your points?" According to the rules of the Trial of Nations, Eliminating a representative allowed one to claim their accumulated points. Lu Fan, wielding the underworld serpent separation, prepared his magic arrows, ones that didn't even require a bow, each dealing 20% damage upon impact. He smiled to himself. There exists no reason to refuse such a generous offer. His Dragon Nation points surged once more. Andre initially hesitated, but in the end, chose not to argue. He admitted that at first, he believed Lu Fan was outnumbered, 3-1, but now he realized that kind of reinforcement had been necessary all along. Unbothered, Lu Fan chuckled and remarked, "Honestly, I wouldn't set mind doing this a few more times, even for free." Andre shrugged casually. "No problem. You gave me some amazing dishes from the Dragon Nation, after all." As the dust settled, both warriors stood amidst the aftermath of the battle. Andre glanced at Lu Fan curiously. "Hey, do you have any more of that delicious food from the Dragon Nation?" A short while later, Andre sat cross-legged, enjoying a meal with complete satisfaction. With a grin he proposed, "How about this? I settle trade you 5,000 points for a piece of chicken." Lu Fan simply shook his head. "I don't set need the points. If you step are hungry, just eat." Nearby, Lu Fan's dragon had now taken on a humanoid female form and was lounging comfortably while enjoying her own feast. The atmosphere was calm, almost absurdly peaceful compared to the earlier chaos. But not everyone shared that sentiment. Watching from a distance, Henry was in complete disbelief. "That's impossible. Each piece should be worth at least 2,000 points, he muttered. His shock intensified when Lu Fan casually opened his professional status window, revealing a staggering total of over 700,000 points. Henry was stunned. How does he even have that many points? At the same time, Lu Fan took a glance at Andre's stats, and noticed something interesting. Andre too had received a quest to defeat the Demon of the Nine Realms. Andre sighed. "With all these points, if you destroy the Dark Tower, something big is gonna happen." Lu Fan didn't stat. "Wait, I came for the Dark Tower from the very beginning. The stronger the beast, the more points I earn. Its stats the best place to farm." Henry stared at him, wide-eyed. What kind of monster is Lu Fan? He knew that without professional-grade stats, even Andre wouldn't have survived the third wave of monsters inside the Dark Tower. Yet Lu Fan, relentless and calculating, had been using it to level up all along. Meanwhile, Andre felt an immense sense of relief, thankful that he hadn't ended up as Lu Fan's enemy. Observing the aftermath of the battle, he couldn't help but think, Charles and the others stuck on this mission, they don't stand a chance against him. Shaking his head with a helpless sigh, Andre admitted, "I was actually going to ask you for tips on how to increase my points, but that sounds like wishful thinking now." Lu Fan smirked, and casually acknowledged the truth. The Dark Tower, home to the demons of the Nine Realms, was no joke. Even for him, clearing it had taken a significant amount of effort. Andre's eyes trailed to the majestic dragon beside Lu. He sighed again. No wonder having a dragon pet makes such a huge difference. That explains why Dragon Rider is one of the top 3 hidden professions. But just then, the dragon turned its gaze toward Andre and shot him a fierce glare. A chill ran down his spine. He muttered under his breath, "This creature is truly terrifying." Lu Fan chuckled at his reaction. "Tell me, Andre, did you ever attempt the Dark Tower mission before?" Andre gave a defeated nod, barely made it out alive, "And as long as the mission remains tied to me, I can take on any other quests." Lu paused for a moment, then smirked. "Then why not team up?" Just as Andre was about to respond, he noticed something unsettling. The dragon was still staring at him, with its sharp teeth bared. Nervously he asked, "Why does your dragon look like it sits about to eat me?" Lu waved it off casually. "Dragon bats are naturally fierce. They don't set like strangers, but don't set worry, as long as I sep him here, it won't set bite you." What Lu didn't mention was the real reason for the dragon's hostility. The truth was, Andre had eaten Shioji's rations earlier. With that tension smoothed over, the two adventurers set off toward the Dark Tower. As they neared, a red warning prompt appeared before them. A swarm of carrion eagles, each at level 60, roared in the skies ahead. Below them, giant horned beetles of equal level crept and waited, ready to launch their next attack. Andre tensed. How are we going to handle this? Lu Fan raised his hand, letting mana surge from his palm. "I set fight my way," he said. "You fight yours." As a sword shimmered into his grip, he added firmly, "Let sets rely on our own abilities." Above them, the monsters hovered, screeching. Lu Sep's smirk deepened. "With our strength, dealing with a few carrion eagles and some of those beetles shouldn't set be a problem." Andre frowned. "That Sep's not the issue. Sure, their stats are low, but their sheer numbers make them difficult to manage." Lu nodded thoughtfully. "All right, I'll leave those 2 waves to you." Then without hesitation, a powerful surge of blue mana exploded from his body. A massive dragon burst forth. "I shall head inside," he said, "and deal with the monsters waiting within." Andre watched in disbelief. He's really gonna try clearing the inside alone. Suddenly Lu Fan called out, "Ching Chun, switch to starlight mode." The dragon beside him instantly began to transform, its form growing larger, its presence more intense. Blue mana surged as its speed skyrocketed. With a thunderous roar, it activated Sky Crossing and charged straight into the Dark Tower. At that moment, it was revealed, Starlight Mode boosted the dragon's strength by 500% and allowed it to transform into Star Shatter form for 60 seconds. Lu Fan grinned. Why wait for waves of monsters to emerge? Better to clean them out in one go. He activated Starlight Struggler, a space-tearing technique that opened a rift gate to a target location. This gate would remain open for 60 seconds, completely immune to magical seals or forbidden spells. Just before stepping through, Lu turned back to Andre. "Take care of things out here. I still clean up the monsters inside and handle the Dark Tower as fast as I can." Andre, watching the many dragons under Lu Sit's command, muttered in disbelief. "I can believe he has this many dragons." The moment Lu and his dragon passed through, the portal cracked and shattered behind them. Inside, Lu was met with a chilling reception. A massive horde stood waiting: deep dagger moths, cryptic devourers, centipedes, darkthorn knights, and carrion-devouring insects. The moment he arrived, they looked down on him with contempt. "How foolish," sneered a massive centipede-like monster. "You dare enter this domain, human? Then I shall grant you the right to choose how you die." This creature wasn't just any monster, it was an earth demon, a nightmare-level boss. Its special ability, Deathbind, allowed it to paralyze, poison, and stun enemies simultaneously, all while slashing with razor-sharp appendages. Lu Fan simply smirked, summoning a green aura. "You don't seem to appreciate gifts," he said, "so let me give you one you still regret." Suddenly a massive emerald dragon materialized, coiling protectively around Lu. While its stats were modest, its ability was formidable. It doubled the effects of allied dragons and bloodline-linked skills. "Shera Sep's Serpent Shelter," Lu shouted. The skill granted the targeted ally a 100 to 200% boost in all attributes. Additionally, it absorbed incoming damage and generated air control layers. At 10 layers, it would unleash an explosion with damage equal to everything absorbed. With 30 seconds left in Starlight Mode, Lu charged forward. "Your numbers alone one set stop me." The Black Dragon 2 roared, unleashing its full might. The enemy monsters surged, but Lu remained calm. 5 seconds left, time for the final clear. With a yell, he activated Sky-Cutting Dragon Strike, merging with his dragon to unleash a barrage of synchronized dragon-infused attacks. A massive explosion shook the battlefield. The Destruction Dragon tore through enemies, vaporizing them instantly. Next came Star Crush, a devastating finisher that scaled with tower level. King Chun, use Starlight Crush. After a short charge, Lu executed the Shadow Snake Bow technique. A mystical bow formed from swirling shadows. 3 seconds passed. The Shadow Snake arrow fired. The blast dealt 500% increased damage, fusing Lu's dragon energy and dark shadow power into a deadly force. The enemy couldn't withstand it. 5 seconds left in Starlight Mode. Just then, Lu's dragon opened its jaws. Blue mana fire gathered at its core. This was the start of the Starlight destruction sequence. The fire burned brighter, infused with starlight. The resulting beam ignored all defenses, dealing unblockable, unavoidable damage. Power levels surged to 300,000, wiping out the last monsters just as Starlight Mode ended. Standing amidst the wreckage, Lu Fan smirked. Almost done with the upgrade. Time to pick up the pace. His Dragon Nation points were now maxed out. But a new enemy approached, the Holy Corpse Demon Dragon, radiating an oppressive aura of deep purple mana. Lu didn't hesitate. "Xiaoya," he called, "summon the fallen demon dragon." Using the Dragon Bone Flute, he summoned twin fallen demon dragons, each scaled to match his level. His star dragon transformed into its galaxy form, unleashing laser beams in every direction. The starfall effect began, an ongoing barrage of starlight bombardment until the technique was cancelled. When the dust settled, Lu's double dragon hit level 25, his star dragon reached level 80, and Lu himself advanced to level 36. He nodded. "This is the pace I need." But the next foe soon arrived, Abyss Moss, level 75. The large creature exhaled corrosive poison mist, releasing shimmering green bubbles. Lu retaliated without hesitation. One strike and the creature perished. Its death triggered a black hole effect, a technique that pulled in nearby enemies before detonating, its damage based on the total health of the captured foes. Lu summoned 3 black holes at once, maximizing destruction. "A foolish decision," he murmured. "They were practically volunteering for death." But then, something felt off. He froze. One of the enemy dragons had vanished. "Spatial break shadow," he muttered. It was a rare ability that merged the user with space, granting stealth and total immunity to all attacks, while active, but only for 9 seconds. A chill ran down Lu Fan's spine. Out of nowhere, a giant earth demon materialized directly behind him and his dragon. He hadn't sensed it at all. The demon coiled, its limbs encircling Lu Fan in a binding lock, layering debuffs and preparing to unleash massive cumulative damage. But just before it could fully ensnare him, a sudden invisible strike hit hard. The spatial break shadow ability, though undetectable, had revealed its hand. Now the real battle had begun. In the very next moment, a colossal figure came crashing down, striking the earth demon square in the face with a devastating blow. Staggered, the earth demon reeled back in shock, recognizing its assailant. Furious, it demanded an explanation. How had this creature arrived unnoticed, and why was it siding with a human? The answer lay in a technique known as phantom walk, a skill that allowed Lu Fan to infuse his body with natural energy. This technique granted him a stealth effect so powerful that he could move undetected among earth demons. The effect would vanish upon launching an attack or casting a skill, but Lu Fan needed only that one moment of surprise, and he used it well. The figure that struck the earth demon was monstrous, with massive fangs and a grotesque tentacle-like face. Before the demon could even think of retaliation, it was hit by another lightning-fast punch. Then, with claws dripping in blood-infused energy, the creature slashed forward in a brutal assault. The move temporarily weakened its strength by 200% for 10 seconds, but it held its ground fearlessly. With a wave of his hand, Lu Fan summoned his ultimate companion, the destructive dragon known as Great Calamity. The beast soared through the skies above the battlefield, unleashing wave after wave of explosive devastation. Entire sections of the enemy horde were engulfed in chaos. Watching his plan unfold, Lu Fan smirked and mocked the earth demon. After all, he was reuniting with an old friend, an ancient demon god. Once feared across realms, this deity had now been twice defeated by mere humans and was reduced to serving them. Humiliated and enraged, the earth demon roared furiously. "How dare you?" it thundered. "You think you are worthy of standing on my level? You and these lowly creatures don't deserve to exist." Without warning, it activated a powerful technique, Shadow Split. In an instant, 3 clones materialized beside it. Each clone lasted for 5 seconds, and retained 60% of the original's health and attack power. They could absorb damage and overwhelm opponents through sheer numbers. But as the earth demon prepared its next move, it noticed something strange. An unsettling growing aura radiated from Lu Fan. This human had to die. Determined, the earth demon launched Deathbind, an immobilizing spell meant to paralyze and stiffen its prey. However, just before the spell took hold, it was abruptly interrupted. Something was wrong. Suddenly the earth demon's clones began multiplying. And that wasn't all. The demon god standing with Lu Fan also split into several clones, each one engaging an earth demon clone in a violent synchronized battle. Lu Fan grinned, reveling in the escalating chaos. "Since you're enjoying my little gift," he said, his voice laced with mischief, "let me throw in some extra fuel to the fire." With that, he summoned his personal demon troops. His dragons roared louder than ever, ready to unleash havoc. Using corpse manipulation, Lu Fan seized control of the corpse demon dragon's mutated puppets. With this spell he could summon or recall them at will. Within seconds, nearly half of the earth demon army inside the tower was subdued and brought under Lu Fan's control. Without hesitation, these converted soldiers turned against their former allies, launching a relentless and merciless assault. As the earth demon tried to comprehend what was happening, the demon god struck again, trapping it between 2 unstoppable forces, Lu Fan's army and its own worst nightmare. Lu Fan watched the battlefield unfold with satisfaction. 2 ancient monsters, the earth demon and the demon god, were now locked in a cataclysmic clash, while his dragons loomed roaring in anticipation. With each passing moment, more creatures fell to Lu Fan's control, fueling the ever-growing chaos. The earth demon, bewildered and furious, could not understand how a mere human could wield such immense power, yet Lu Fan remained calm, his eyes locked on another monstrous creature. "Your turn, ugly beast," he sneered coldly. The earth demon, refusing to show weakness, scoffed. "Defeat me? What a laughable delusion." Enraged, it released a dense green aura that spread like a toxic storm across the battlefield. The very ground trembled, and even the tamed monsters struggled to remain standing under its pressure. Sensing a narrow window to escape, the earth demon tried to slip away unnoticed, but Lu Fan was already watching. Reacting instantly, he invoked Dragon's Encouragement, summoning a brilliant golden aura that surged through his body. This empowering spell increased all attributes and enhanced attack power by 30%. His dragons responded with a thunderous roar, breaking free from the earth demon's oppressive influence. "There's no escape for you now," Lu Fan declared. At that moment, 2 of his allies, Shawai and Xingqiang charged in unison. Xingqiang activated Starlight Destruction, transforming from his stationary dragon form into Starlight mode. The countdown began, 60 seconds, ticking down as the devastating ability powered up. Simultaneously, Xiaofi cast Lava Burst, sending waves of scorching red flames across the battlefield. Then something extraordinary happened. The language of dragons was unlocked. Dragon Breath, a spell once thought forbidden and reserved for demon dragons alone, awakened. The other two dragons responded by activating Fall Drum, a high-risk technique that consumed part of their own life force to ascend, then come crashing down with catastrophic force. As Starlight Destruction gathered into a blazing beam of energy, the other dragons unleashed their lava burst, creating an inferno that engulfed the Earth Demon entirely. The resonance of dragon language magic amplified their power exponentially. When both a dragon and its bonded rider used the same spell, the resulting synergy was unmatched. The assault was overwhelming. The Earth Demon's massive form was torn in half under the brutal synchronized attack, yet even as its body failed, it let out a final roar of defiance. "I'm not done yet," it bellowed, clinging to the last fragments of its strength. But Lu Fan had already moved on, and the battlefield? It was his. Meanwhile, just outside the ominous dark spire of the Earth Demon, chaos unfolded in the skies. A monstrous bird swooped down, its beak wide as it unleashed a searing stream of fire straight toward Andre. But before the flames could reach him, he swung his mighty hammer with unwavering precision, smashing the beast out of the sky. The creature crashed into a heap of fallen monsters below, lifeless. Hovering midair, Andre scanned the battlefield below, puzzled. "Why isn't the gate opening for the third wave of beasts?" he muttered, eyes narrowing. But before he could arrive at an answer, a deafening explosion erupted from deep within the spire. A blinding force burst out, tearing across the sky like a comet. Andre's eyes widened in alarm. What the hell is going on in there? 5 minutes later, in the National Trial's secret realm, Lu Fan emerged from the collapsing ruins of the spire. In his hand he held the severed head of the Earth Demon, a grotesque trophy of triumph. As he descended gracefully through the smoke, he spotted Andre waiting below, the battlefield now eerily silent. Andre had already cleared out every enemy outside, leaving nothing behind but scorched earth and monster corpses. With a thundering crash, Lu Fan's dragon landed beside him and dropped the Earth Demon's head onto the ground. The sight left Andre stunned. Suddenly, a notification flashed before them. After death, the Earth Demon can recover 10% of its life from its corpse after 10 minutes. Upon resurrection, its attack power increases by 100%, defense drops by 200%, and it loses HP every second. Death countdown 4 minutes. Andre's eyes narrowed as he noticed an eerie green mist rising from the severed head. Before he could react, Lu Fan dismounted and waved a hand in front of his face. "Quit staring, this is the Earth Demon's deviant head," he explained flatly. "We need to move before it revives." Andre blinked. "Wait, you stare really giving me the kill?" Lu Fan gave a sly smirk. "Yep, the points are all yours. If I kill it again you still get stuck with an incomplete mission forever." Realizing the rare opportunity in front of him, Andre gripped his weapon tightly. Flames ignited along its edge, as he turned to Lu Fan and nodded. "You stir a true friend." Without hesitation he unleashed a mighty strike. The blow struck with such power that the Earth Demon's head disintegrated into ash. The resurrection was fully interrupted, gone, for good. As a bonus, Andre received a powerful buff from the final kill. The next morning, the two set up camp to rest. As they sat by the fire, Andre couldn't help but reflect on the journey. He still couldn't believe it. The kill had earned him 200,000 points, instantly propelling him to rank 2 in the national trial rankings. The achievement felt unreal. Lu Fan, ever calm, glanced over and commented that this was probably the end of their temporary squad. Andre sighed. That's too bad this is a national trial. In the end we are still rivals. If we had met before the competition, I would have treated you to a drink." Lu Fan clapped him on the shoulder. "There'll still be another chance." With a grin, Andre made a promise. "Once this trial ends, no one sips allowed to die, and when it sips all over, we drink. My treat." They sealed the deal with a firm handshake. Just then, a notification popped up. "Point operation, current points transfer in progress." Andre paused. "Wait, does Lu Fan have to accept the points for the transfer to work?" He looked at Lu Fan, watching the numbers shift. "I've eaten so much of your food, interrupted your PvP fights, and now you helped me complete my mission. I know these points don't mean much to you, but please take them. I'd feel too guilty otherwise." Lu Fan chuckled at Andre's awkward tone. It was rare to see him act so bashful. With a nod he accepted the points. Before they parted ways, Andre couldn't hold back one final question. You still are strong enough to wipe out everything in a few moves. Why even bother fighting weaker opponents? Lu Fan simply shook his head. Those so-called weaklings are actually new elites from other nations. Many of them have hidden professions I spef never encountered. This is the best time to study their skills. It's stats not a waste, it's stats strategy. In the end, I still win. Andre laughed at the explanation. That sip's actually pretty cool. With that, he took to the skies, deciding to tackle some side missions and rack up more points before the trial's end. As he vanished into the clouds, Lu Fan remained behind, watching. Andre set's not bad, he murmured. Let's just hope I don't get a PvP mission to hunt him down. He shook the thought away and turned back to business. His fallen puppet army had just gained a new member, the Earth Demon itself. Elsewhere, the scene shifted to the National Trial Arena's command room, where the leaderboard had just updated.